Chapter 1 Wukyoshui. Atheogeo 16 Wukyoshues becomes Polarophis family in this mountain village. Tragically, Hellist both parents Sate engage. According to the villagers, his family fled from disaster, wandering until they arrived in this remote mountain village to escape a natural calamity as son of man misfortunes. His father perished in a struggle during their flight, while his mother succumbed to illness when he was merely 11 years old. Over the years, it was the kindness of the villagers that allowed him to survive as she grew up on the Cheritophithers, reaching Thene. He even helped with weddings and funerals, which provide a major livelihood for a boy of 13 or 14. Now, at 16, Wukyoshui, with his sallow complexion and lean frame, stands taller than Mustagil's Bayalfehead. He has taken to working alongside the village laborers in town, learning various skills for survival and managing to earn some easel over the past few months. A sotum no raisan thuather turned skilly, Kyoshua purchases 2 sets of thick cotton clothing in town. Havigilai recalls to winter when his mother left him, a time when he nearly froze to the Athentha streets. Having acquired the cotton clothes beginning, he feels a surge of joy at the thought of has scattered coin she has earned in recent months. If his mother were aware of Atherson has the ability to earn a living, would surely find solace in afterlife. On his way back to his lodging, Kyoshua reflects in his situation until he arrives at the humble straw the built with several work a month prior, located beside the construction site. Upon entering, he immediately spots his village mate, Lushirlio, who greets him with a wave, signaling him to sit down. Kyoshua crosses legs and joins Lushirlio. Shirlio inquires if Kyoshua plans to go to the city next year to learn a trade. Before Kyoshua can respond, Lushirlio begins to ramble, lamenting that the meager wages from working as a laborer in town barely sustain himself. He suggests to take would be better to learn a skill in the city, would enable him to support a family in the future. Athos, Kyoshua thought they should discuss marriage after Shirlio finds a wife. Lushirlio, interrupted, asks Kyoshua if he has never considered marrying, jokingly offering to introduce him to a divorced woman from the Stoft village. Kyoshua pleads with just, suggesting he could introduce Shirlio to Somiona who has been married 3, 4, or even 5 times. Thatwo share a laughter in the modest. Suddenly voices from outside interrupt their merriment, with several men teasing, "You twolid sarioria thinking about women, and talking about 3 or 4 marriages, it's a miracle if they can even support ourselves." Kyoshua recognizes the voice of Timon from the village returning from drinking. Entering the Uterferman, led by Jashu, who had just east Kishwi in Shirlio. Lushirlio, seeing Jashu feigns maturity and jokes, did not manage to flirt with an young lady yesterday. Jashu, amused by the antics of he 16 or 17-year-old Lushirlio, responds with a laugh, noting how much wilder the boy shape becomes in serving in town. As Wukyosua listens to Thirbunter, he begins to fantasize about he kind of wife a might only de marry and dominicaldrin he would have. Little do a shek know that he is destined to embark in an unpredictable journey filled with opportunities and challenges, one they could scarcely imagine. The next morning, Wukyosua and his fellow workers out of labor. The previous day, Jalaya mentioned they would be repairing Seo family ancestral hall. Upon arrival, the observathuerent tear inflicted by the elements in the structure, with moss growing in the cracks of the roof to lessen dampness at the corners of the walls. Ida survived in that the halas not being maintained for some time. Such buildings are relatively easy to renovate. Joshua carefully examines the entire ancestral hall, from the roof to the front entrance, and finds the interior tidy and well organized, despite the visible edging of the walls. It is clear that Zeo family holds this ancestral hall in high regard. Jolay inquiries about the estimated cost for the renovations, prompting a discussion with Lucia regarding the necessary expenses. Meanwhile, Wukishwi and Lushiliu begin to whisper to Akother. Shiliu asks Kyoshua if he has made a decision about whether to go to the city next year to learn a trade or continue working in town. Without hesitation, Kyoshua expresses his Zarita Hoin Shiliu in the city. Shiliu excitedly responds, "Great, after we finish our work on celebrate New Year, we can set off as soon as spring arrives." They fantasize about making big money in the city, indulging in a life of luxury. Shilia mentions the possibility of joining Gagongoth heroes, where they could become a champion sophistus, while Kayashwilistans, Katupin the allure of their dreams. However, he reminds Shilia that the journey will require significant funds. Shiliu assures him that they will bring enough provisions and money, confident in their strength to persevere. As they continue with their work, Kyoshua and himself deep in thought about how to obtain a travel permit, which is necessary for their journey. Lu Shiliu realized importance of getting this permit, as failing to do so could lead to direct consequences, including being mistaken for a fugitive. After lunch, there is some labor, but Kyoshua's mind is preoccupied with the logistics of obtaining the travel permit. Shiliu acknowledges the complexity of the situation. As they work, Joloi and Lushue partoriak an agreement regarding the renovations, finalizing the materials to be purchased. Later, Kyoshua broaches the topic of the travel permit, recalling Lushu's warning that they would need to travel far, or risk being regarded as vagrants or spies. Shiliu inquires about the cost of obtaining such a permit. Kyoshua explains the tighter queries a recommendation from Semyonov standing. As they discuss the matter, Shiliu expresses concern about finding Semyonu willing to assist them. Joshua, feeling the weight of their predicament, emphasized the necessity of acquiring the permit lest they find themselves in a dire situation. The day continues, and this evening falls, that boys find Therakas Latir of their friends outside to be distraction. They share a light-hearted moment, joking about their dreams of becoming heroes, while Kyoshua reflects and fester contrast between her aspirations and his own reality. Despite the camaraderie, he feels sense of isolation, burdened with the weight of survival. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Kyoshua can shake the feeling of disconnection from the world beyond, as she recalls his past filled with hunger and hardship. He remembers his mother clutching him tightly as they fled from danger, while his father bravely urged them to escape even as chefest peril himself. Joshua's mother was forcefully brought down to the ground, one hand shielding Joshua while he others meant to attempt to push them away. Fortunately, nearby refugees fleeing disaster could not bear to and spoke a few words sophistas, which finally compelled that women to shed their assault. Sadly, Joshua's father was not as fortunate after being beaten by a group of men. He was gravely injured and, within a few days, passed away, leaving then an 9-year-old Joshua to grapple with the loss of his father. Atheogeo Felavan, he also lost his mother, who succumbed to illness brought on by her soft hard work. From them and Joshua began to form memories. His purpose in this world was implied to survive, using means necessary to continue living. Now Atheogeo 16 he considers himself fortunate has not perished due to the natural disasters and main calamities of his early years, having miraculously found sustenance through the kindness of others. Presently, he even possesses azure plus of silver coins and has acquired 2 sets of cotton clothing while working in a town several hundred miles away from his mount. He labors alongside his fellow villagers, earning a meager living through physical toil. As Joshua often says, as long as I am alive, I does not have neither starved nor suffered from serious illness. Yet, there is anything there is not percy contention. The memory of his father's death, the result of conflict, looms vividly in his mind, as thought it occurred morale yesterday. At this moment, Joshua observes his compatriot, Shirlu, dreaming of the future, envisioning himself as a chivalrous the martial world, right or wrongs and dispensing justice, or perhaps a lavishly extravagant figure rethrowing gold coins surrounding their ill-moved herriches. Shirlu, in contrast, imagines himself as a formidable warrior, striking fear into the hearts of villains while earning the reverence of the virtuous. Joshua, paralyzed by the fear of conflict, cannot shake the haunting memory of his father's demise. Has sudden liposes a question to Shirlu what would you do if Semyonu were to bully you? Without a moment's hesitation Shirlu replies, I will retaliate fiercely, it is better to strike first than to endure 100 blows. Suddenly Shirley Urus's son demonstrates his amazing fighting prowess before Joshua, throwing punches and kicks with exaggerated flair, his fake ninja intensity. Just as Shim's a punch at Joshua he halts abruptly, laughing, what do you think? This is unique, unparalleled martial art secret that he have painstakingly devised. Joshua, smiling silently, gazes up at the bright moon. Shirlu asks, what are you lolling at? How do you find my martial techniques? At this moment, Joshua's Supan declares, intend to fight for my place on this world, to seize the opportunities and paths laid out before him, he will strive forth his universe. Shirlu, bewildered, feels a surge of fun characteristic for vor from Joshua and wishes to contribute to the conversation but finds himself a telash for words. Instead, Hekaswal remarks, Vemus definitely zikoratha travel permisa that next day or convent churato the big city, living the life of a chivalroshiro, punishing through a cadan generously spending gore wealth. Meanwhile, in a humble shelter, Uncle Liu and Dothers from the same village justing lyskold thetwa youngsters are out wa planning to work tomorrow, hurry back interest, sure Lu ho had been positively unlimited, ice abruptly interrupted and shots back incoming, the next morning, at a breakfastable, Joshua inquires of Ludigin Uncle Liu about how to apply for the travel permit. Sure Luko asked the question, and Xiaoshuli answered, keenly interested. Hella stenses Luanpla speaks with Atenithadis both slightly flattering and subservient. Luankla chuckles, you must behave in Galafto day, behaving sound like our usual self, sure Lia quickly retorts, if it weren't for upbringing Gus from the mountain village at Wiston Tarakan Dirna living we woldober. Luan interjects, enough of that, it's just a travel permit. Simplier porto the local government, obtain approval, and apply for the permit. Just explain your travel purpose and duration, that information will suffice. Upon hearing this, both Joshua and Shirlai were overjoyed as far simpler than they had imagined. Shirlufing's flattery, exclaiming, Uncle Lu, you truly are a timely benefactor, awakening us from our slumber. Luan Klelufs, enough with the flowery words, are you trying to become the top scholar? A great weight has finally lifted from the hearts of Joshua and Shirlu. Luan Kla remarks that they are a resolutine their determination to live beyond exploreth world. Thetwo exchange a glances and smiley Kother, then look at Luuncle, sharing a moment of camaraderie. After finishing their meal, the preparato head to Seo family ancestral Halltowerk. On the way, Luuncle mentions that the renovation of Seo family ancestral hall will soon conclude, likely within 3 to 5 days, leaving the Mampli to meet to prepare for New Year. With the travel temi counted for, well but back in 10 days to half a month before the New Year. Every one must work hard to gather more supplies to celebrate a prosperous year, he says, pulling Shirlayu back from Miss Fantasias of heroism. Shirluthan asks Joshua how should we approach the local government about the travel permit, what should we say to ensure they grant it, Joshua replies, what should bedirect? If we mander around, they might think quarry illegal residents and regus of eto service laborers, which will be disastrous. Who knows, they might even suspect us of being from an enemy nation. Shirlu interrupts, all right, you've made your point. I'm already nervous, Joshua just stay wait until they finish work and get told Zayas ancestral hall before solving to obtain he travel permit. Days later, after completing their work at Zayo family ancestral hall, Joshua and Shirlayu head to Qingshu government office. Yara met with the sight of Twostonli and Sanda drum for proclaiming grievances, stirring gasons of Funiase within them. As they approach the entrance, several constables stand guard. One officer notices that youths in a talon gaunt, with a somewhat gloomy demeanor, and theotheraph ordinary appearance but robust build. These were, of course, Wu Joshua and Lu Shirlu. The officer approaches and inquires about their purpose for being there. Joshua steps forward and replies, respected sir, we're from Shalu village and have a comito ching he town to work. Next year, we wish to go to Lanling City to learn a trade and seek a living, hence so a seek twa travel permit. The first constable scrutinizes Joshua, his brow furrowing gaseous as a shimup, unable to discern anything amiss. Hathang glances at the visiblying says Shirlu, and finale of the stoic Joshua, saying very well, follow mine side. Joshua and Shirleo follow the constable line to the Qingshu government office, traversing the hill until Theriakador. The constable knocks slightly, and a languid voice from within beckons, come in. As they enter, the constable Bosand explains their intent before stepping back. Up and glancing Gathadisk, Joshua and Shirlucy an elderly man, short and frail, lazily assessing them. Heasks, what do you need these travel permits for? Shirlu, feigning humility, quickly responds, respected sir, we're good citizens from Shalu village. We wish to learn a trade in Lanling City next year to support our families and eventually marry Andre's children. Thilderlyman, sitting across from them, questions, how can you prove you are good citizens? What proof do you have? In response, Joshua interjects, we have a several friends from more village working in town as well, and they can vouch for your status as good citizens of Shalu village. Thilderlyman examines Joshua, tapping his fingers synthitable, and states, without Samiana to vouch for you, itis quiteshal engine formidagranti these travel permi. Hethan casually rises, takes a book, reclines in a care, and pretends storied, muttering about how difficulty tis to handle such requests. What if I commit crimes in another place, how'll take her responsibility, heasks. Joshui ensure li Urialat, despite Gilder Limonota right refusing them or expelling them, high clearly attempting to extort a bribe. Following suit, Joshui mimics the previous constable's demeanor, bowing and saying, if a could facilitate our request, would certainly offer a token of gratitude. With that, he discreet lyriac asinto hisli evian produces 12 small silver soins, placing them before a Theodor Limon. Joshu glances at Shirlu, signaling him with acknowing Luke. Reluctantly Shirlaya produces a few coins sufficon and adds them to the pile. Theodor Limon lifts the book slightly, casting aside along lensat the coins, and the room falls into an almost palpable silence. Seeing that the ruas little profit to be gained from Thetwo, Theodor Limon approaches the double sweeps the coins into Hisliev, and smiles, I can say otwar another type to engage in wrongdoing. Thafio have a nunatovach for you, it matters not a day, is like to see Orgwar enter. Joshui and Shirlufin delight, wily inward lay they scoff at the corrupt official. Theodor Limon returns to Thiesk, grind sink and prepares to write. Watery or names and what to see your purpose in Lan Ling City, he inquires. They respond, I am Wu Joshua, and Shirlo Estiliads, I am Lu Shirlu. Wekerent li residine Shalu villager working for old Zeos family in town. Next year, we wish to learn a trade in Lan Ling City to secure employment and eventually marry. Before they can finish, Theodor Limon interrupts, very well, you understand. Theodor Limon begins to write in 2 sheets of paper. With great fervor, they inscribed upon the parchment some incomprehensible script that eluded understanding of Tetwo. Although they could not decipher the meaning of the text, they no nethless recognized Thyronomies Wu Kishwi and Lushiroyo. Theta minute Vilder produced as Mulbox and retrieved a square seal exhaling in libifor firmly stampinget in tilor left corner of both pages. All done, Hepred claimed, handing the documents to Kishwi and Shiroyo. At that moment, genuine joy blossomed within the Masteriacadao to accept the papers. Fielder then cautioned, should you misplace this travel per me, obtaining your placement will prove a quite difficult. His words scurry a diet of significance. Thetwo exiteth the government offician strolled along the bustling streets of his small town, intent in procuring provisions for the upcoming new year. With the travel per minos accord, they felt a sense of accomplishment, despite having endured some exploitation at the hands of Hesh Hordelder. Though they harbored slight grievances, the burdenth weighed heavily upon their hearts had been lifted. Shilio muttered, have a wever considerate homik thy soldman must strake in a cair, with this alone he could have built a house and taken a life. Now under they say that over 3 years, a diligent magistrate can amass a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver. It seemed the Tevin the humble local government office was not without its harry of lucrative opportunities, which explained Yeverioni aspired to pursue education and attain official titles. Kaishuatist, Huina aspired to be chivalroshero, spending lavish lion living a life of adventure, to hit Shirlio, undeterred by Kaishwas jests, inquired is the retrolinoth in Judah's Iranthus lifetime, perhaps a house, or the pleasures of an editing in luxurious satir, apposition of prominence and respect, or the recognition of your name throughout her own engaging endeavors. Horatio mentioned, pursuing academic success and becoming a high-ranking official? Shilia looked at Kaishwi with anticipation, yearning for an earnest response. Kishwi remained silent, lost in contemplation. Heroized that whether in his childhood youth or present, his motivation shade always been simple to Korea Hartimiel, or perhaps she had never dared to dream beyond that. From childhood to adulthood, his greatest worry had more libinto philostomic. For some young like Shirlio, each face of life presented its onset of troubles. Even in poverty, who would as early await his parents' return from town, hoping they would bring back novelties unseen in their rural home treats that couldn't live found in the town's markets. Kyoshua would often turn a blind eye to such occurrences, claiming indifference, but deep down he could not deny of envy. Now even Ashilabord, it was only to sustain himself. Kyoshua found it difficult to provide Shilio with a definitive answer. When the suggestion arose at Aventure to Landling City to earn more, Kayashwemer acquiesced, seeing Jitus an opportunity for greater financial gain. Noticing Kayashua's continued silence, Shilia precedent, what is it that he outruled desire? To which Kayashua flippantly replied, money, perhaps. Recognizing the insincerity, Shilia challenged him, isn't it important, Immerly wish to now if your aspiration selling with mine. Joshua, unwilling to dwell on thematter, suggested they focus on acquiring provisions for New Year. Hueza telash for how to respond to Shilia's probing questions and thus to divert the conversation. Before long, they arrived at the town's bustling market, which, despite the proximity of New Year, lacked the lively atmosphere they had anticipated. Yet, it remained a cacophony of voice and the clatter of carts, with the cries of vendors ringing ginthyrars. Having journeyed modest sum from Thiermont Soufflebourg, they felt a newfound confidence as they surveyed the vibrant array of goods, poultry, fish, fruits, and exquisite pastries. They indulged in purchasing treats they typically would have deemed too extravagant, filling their bags with an abundance of foodstuffs. As they reveled their purchases, Kyosho felt a twinge of guilt over their spending, but quickly dismissed it, reasoning that their hard work over the past months was precisely for this moment. The weight of his worries dissipate as they filled thyrums with packages, and even the usual stoic Kyosho found himself smiling. Shili Usagen was caught by a father and son nearby, the boy pleading for a small intricate rattle. The father, with a playful tone, replied, "As long as you don't upset our mother, I suppose I can buy you one. Duty you must promise not to provoke her again." Before he could finish, Thezin interjected, "What a very say, Father Rilobi." The father, noticing the boy somewhat dismissive tone, paid no mind and inquired about the price of Haradal, deciding to purchase it. Shirlu, adopting a serious facade, feigned a cough and leaned towards Joshua, whispering, "Come now, come father, and I shall buy you unitu." Joshua, caught off guard by fate, glanced at the father and son before turning to Shirlio, re-added to retort, but then a thought struck him. Hestro de purpose felighteth vendor selling thirdal san called out, which in do you fancy son, come, choose quickly. The vendor, bemused, exchanged glances with the father and son, widely on Lucre's surreptitious laughter. Charlot, feeling thwarted by Quishwa's retort, felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried ahead, wishing to escape a thessine. As Kyosho caught up with him, Shilier marked, "You was thought loud of very own and e'en favored." Kyosho simplismold. Charlot, noticing the amusement in Kyosho's face, relented, saying, "Ishin teasy you any longer." Kyosho then mentioned went straight to the government office this morning to hand the travel permit without breakfast, and no spent half the day wandering the market. Charlot, feeling increasingly hungry, suggested they find something to eat. Before them stood Asmal stall, its sunning woven together, selling steaming bowls of flam dumplings. The pangs of hunger intensified, propelling them forward. Fazidal de Festelander de red trois generous bowls of freshly made dumplings, Thiramo often invitingly. As they savored the hot, flavorful dumplings, a sense of unrestrained joy washed over them. Even Joshua, who usually maintained a thought of indifference, felt a thrill of satisfaction. Charlot too was engulfed by a sense of camaraderie reminiscent of a chivalrousero, and involuntarily shivered at the thought. Turning to Joshua, he said, "Let us out tomorrow." Kyosho responded, with a rush, "What could work a few more days in town at Woodenthurt?" Shilio countered, "With New Year approaching, work will be scarce. It's better to turn near live and a few extrade so flabor won't yield much." Kyosho insisted, "Every little bit counts what's the rush to return, why no tenjo yordamer." Up and uttering these words, Kyosho felt a pang of it, recalling that Shiliu had a grandfather in the village, which explained dizzy a journey's turn. Feeling Kyosho's nonchalance, Shiliu at insolence. The atmosphere griggered, prompting Kyosho to brain a stillness. "Let's see if there is work tomorrow, if not, well leave the day after." Shilia smiled in understanding, responding, "One a day more or less doest matter, we can work another day." After finishing their meal, they got up to Zedel the bee and leave. On the way, Shilia leisurely suggested, "Why not skip worth this afternoon and just enjoy ourselves in town?" To which Kyosho replied, "I prefer working to idling wait afternoon. At least theory is still monito bihad, regardless of the amount. The feeling of holding money in hand is far more reassuring than spending an entire afternoon in leisure." Hearing such a mundane statement from Joshua, Charlot did not tribute it. Before long, Thetwar turned to their dwelling, having set down he attempts to purchase it in the town that morning. Shirlion followed Joshua in search of work. Upon exiting the humble thatched cottage, Joshua privately reflected on Uncle Lia's place, knowing that there would surely be work to be found there. Uncle Lia must have gone out to prepare for New Year festivities, and perhaps they might even encounter him on the street. The town is neither too large nor too small, and even if he did not find Uncle Lu, Xiao should he could still seek out work in the town. Just then, a familiar figure came into view. It was none other than Uncle Lu himself. Shirlaya stepped forward to greet him, exclaiming, "Uncle Lu, you're back." Xiao Shui also advanced, not in acknowledgement. Before Uncle Lu could speak, Xiao Shui inquired, "Is there word to be done this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Lai replied without hesitation, "Indeed, this afternoon, that's enough. Master Lai's getting married. There will surely be need for extra hands at Theban K. We can go there to help, and even if there are little work, we might still manage it os nagamil. Who knows, if we say a auspicious word sat the wedding, we might even receive some ilakaimani." Upon hearing Uncle Lai's words, Xiao Shu felt a surge of excitement. He would not let this opportunity of a joyous occasion slip by, for having once relied on such funds for survival, he understood the intricacies of weddings better than anyone. Then let us Shaston whilst where riva to Leighton find now or cleft. A thever released a meal wold suffice, and if we can near nabido fluckheimony, that will be even better, Xiao Shu urged. Uncle Lu replied, "What's your hurry? You must first set down me things." Xiao Shu's gaze fell upon the numerous New Year goods Uncle Leo had purchased at the market. "All right, we're no tin a rush," he said. Uncle Lu, observing Xiao Shu's demeanor, could not help but smile knowingly. Meanwhile, Shirlu, feeling somewhat bored, watched that indifferent to had her they found work or not, as she intended to return in 2 days, missing a day or two was of little consequence. After Uncle Lai returned to Thethached cottage atop with New Year goods, his son merged, and under his guidance, Thethrees we fly arrived at the residence. At this moment, the residence was abuzz with activity, guests coming and going in a festive atmosphere, firecrackers popping, drums and gongs resounding. At the entrance of Lai State, Thestoward welcomed Thegwists inside. As Joshuan dis companion centered with Thethrom of guests, the witness said Thestward, having just welcomed an Egwist, exchanging fist bumps and congratulatory words before ushering that person inside. In an instant, Thestward's gaze fell upon Joshua and his companions. He scrutinized them with affron. Before Heckle uttered a word, Uncle Laya stepped forward and declared her purpose. Upon learning of their intent to help, Thestoward pondered for a moment and decided to let them enter. As the posse through the hall, the not acceptables filled with guests, all engaged in animated discussions. Someone remarked that this year, Master Lisson was finally marrying Gathiagoth 30. Previously, he had devoted himself solely to his duties, aiming to achieve academic success. This year, he had travelled to the capital to take the imperial examination and had attained the second place, preparing to sumi off a Saint Tikamingayir. Fielderly, however, was anxious, for all of his academic achievements were indeed a cause for celebration. The fact that Thuasnir Lecturtian, still unmarried, had prompted Fielder Litoas to arrange a marriage with an equally well-matched family, adhering to the old customs of parental arrangements. Naturally, Master Lai had no objections, leading to this swift union. Guests exchanged gossip, their words flying like spittle, while Joshuan dis companion Shadel rediriged Theorar courtyard of la residence, which was bustling with activity. There were rekefs from the local taverns, household servants of Lai family, and laborers like Joshua who had been Samanador had commune invited, all working tirelessly. Soon, the wedding festivities commenced, complete with the bridal procession, the ceremonial rites, and Theban Ketrolia lively affair. One Kethir tasks were complete, Joshuan dis companions mingled among Thegwists, indulgent in the food and drink. Joshua, being quite adept in such situations, did now the citatedo feast heartily, consuming food and drink with abandon. Chapter 2: The Wedding Feast. Uncle Lai reflected inwardly, marveling at Joshua how surely appeared somewhat talofandive and indifferent, was no other lay unconcerned with the opinions of others, behaving like a boorish glutton gorging on meaton guzzling wine. Shirlu, on the other hand, was somewhat aback, realizing that Joshua full tenter liathome, treating the occasion as the fury in his own abode. At that moment Shirlayu felt a strange admiration for Joshua. Some guests had also begun to notice Joshua, their expressions revealing subtle hints of disapproval. It wasn't clear whether Joshua was aware of their thoughts or was simply pretending not to notice, wearing an expression of indifference, as if to say, "I shall let me feel wily observe." Shirlu contemplated advising Joshua to restrain himself, yet was at a loss for words. Uncle Lu, who had brought them here, feigned ignorance, thinking to himself that Joshua was being rather excessive. Joshua however, waises to tinatok no exact lie wat thegwists, including Uncle Lu and Churlu, wara thinking buchosator mainsolent, focusing sali in his meal. In hismand Joshua called the thada not being supertunistics and sekeldhood, he might have starved longa Joe. Such opportunities, once seized, could provide a sustenance for several days. As Joshua continued to disregard the opinions of voters, thegru maprached hirtable to ferratost. Thegas trocito reciprocatethetost, and don lefendit Joshua reluctant lie set down his foot half-hearted lie raising his scoop an acknowledgement before diving back into his feast, devouring it with fervor. The groom, having noticed Joshua's voracious appetite, shivered involuntarily, deciding to toast the double next to them instead. At this point, Joshua paid namin toast to pull the shesenthedible his as fixate down the delectably offering soft kunpea chicken, spicy chicken, boiled shrimp, cured meats, and pig shed heffled my inclination the atom waters are indeed bounteous, whether within my belly or held in me hands, one could say they are brimming to the full. In thisment, I can avelt but ponder had such provisions been available during the harrowing days of for escape, would my father have perished conflict with others, suddenly I am reminded of my own plight mamother worn down by toil, never had thich and sitos avrids to lick Casio's athuating feast before she departeth this world. Ire salute lie interrupt the strain of taught, understanding that these atangled and painful reflections servian let to burden me further. The fact that a haver vivadize a stroke of fortune amidst me misfortunes thereof head remains long and tod well and past seroswolan le hinder me progress. The deme sab me parensis and irrevocable for to living in the present to of utmost importance. Whereath they live, they would not wish to see their child mired in gloom. I surmise that they would prefer to witness a self-sufficient individual, one who can near no living in the town, rather than a melancholic soul-destined forowan, culminating in a tragus and down the streets. I forcibly subverts thoughts to avoid further disturbance, and I engage pomgranate in conversation, suggesting fate we go and collecto your wages. Pomgranate responds affirmatively, saying, Doyo ever need torment me, latusco. The grup then seeks out stewardly, collects their pay, and lingers snollinger. Upon returning to Millagings, I feel an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Pomgranatine dunco lio havio redis succumbent to slumber. At this moment, the still awake pomegranate, her voice laced with exhaustion, murmurs, let us return tomorrow. Perhaps doere I respond languidly, let us wait and see just on a more day. If no labor awaits us tomorrow, shall surely depart the day after. Hearing my lackluster tone, pomegranate concedes. In the dead of night, where roused by thebading cold wind outside, a mix of rain and snow begins to fall. Reluctantly, pomegranate, I, and your fellow workers skinly fire within the humble thatch roofed hut. Thefrage I dare outside dispel sour drowsiness. A young Meng from our village, who had accompanied Uncle Lu to work, begins to jest with us about the leftover food we received from the wedding feast. With so much bounty surely you two cannot finish it'll, why not share it with our brothers, he proposes, and Otherska mine indeed, you two have received such oil would we not distribute it? I reply coldly as long as ye provides payment, you may have as much as ye desire. I do not intend to you just offer me the same prices the local tavern, and do can indulge as ye wish. The young man hearing this retorts enviously, it's merely leftovers and liutwa would cherish such as scraps. The others falsolent, content to warm themselves as bethephiris he away the return of sleep. The next morning, perhaps duet oris last night I awaken with a slight headache, undoubtedly a consequence of my lacofrest. The rain and snow that fell throughout the night have left them running particularly frigid. I had changed into the warm cotton clothing purchased in town and hastily consumed their from the wedding feast, swallowing them down without much thought. I cannot help but worry it seems there will be no labor today. Must to spend the entire day idle, the absence of work leaves seasons of funius with him a hollow feeling. Yet, I remain undeterred, considering denning marin coat seeking good work. The yeoman from the previous night, upon seeing McLeodin Marincoat, mockingly inquires, "Are you off to find work?" Noticing Mizzle's heads of iz. "You're saving Tom Mary, are you?" Theother two joined he laughter at my expense. I cast imasa de landlancian drettert, unlike some has squander their de synodalness, spending thyrarnings and frivolities, you'll fin the tonde, when hilabor becomes stomachtober, you may undo plifeless in the streets, with no one other claimiety, simply to escape thys wretched existence. My venomous words, combined with my somber yet striking visage, send Dakil down Hespinothianman how now contemplatish horotaliate. However, I donat wait for his replies a Karim Irain ko ten stride out oft hate hachedut. Seeing metapart, he has to lysosandrits, your destin for a lif oftwell, forever condemned to endless labor, he unleashes astremo vitriol vehemently countering my previous remarks. As a disregard the vitriol behind me, I find pomegranate stillest in slumber typically, shuold havarice and beno, butherus less night hay skepther in bed longer tonajul. A shesters faintly aware of the insults, shegrogili protests, waytail sayuel so or lion themerning, keep your voice down. The young man, still spewing insults, turns his ire towards pomegranate, heedlessly declaring, look at these orphans. Athos chabolts a pritan demands, say that again. The young man repeats, orphans, orphans, he feigns innocence, stating at least autumn water has a grand for you, however, have a known appearance, a painful truth for you. Though pomegranate has never known her parents, autumn water has at least glimpsed the faces of his mother and father, keeping thy rimage slave in his yard. Pomegranate, who has been deprived of a parental figure, feels rage surging within Yarathian Monstant Salungisathem, delivering a powerful blow to his face. The young man, struck hard by pomegranate, stumbles to the ground, and before he can recover from the dizziness, shamanchim, raining down punches upon him. In the midst of his confusion and disorientation, the Unman manages to grasp on of pomegranate hands, while she tightens her grip around his throat. At that moment, his friends rush in to intervene, pulling pomegranate away. Onoftum exchanges knowinglands with the fallen Ayunman hinosexic liwata doendrasis to deliver a fierce kick to pomegranate. Nearby I hear pomegranate is furious out, you bung cough scoundrels, are you ding with him? Having gull readus of fair sherry of injuries, pomegranate is not to nito tech this lightly. Up and hearing her words, Irish back entering to find several people are restraining pomegranate. The youngman is mercilessly kicking her, and dishpit her disparate struggle, she cannot break free. As I arrive theather stern thy retention tome, and seeing my friend in distress, it was to notimisize the boiling kettle from the stovey and derlitskin tents in their general direction. Fearing it might accidentally scald pomegranate, I am relieved to see her break free just as I turn. The group it is the scalding water I have thrown, but the prepare to retaliate. At that moment, witnessing my dear friend escape, I hesitate no longer randus them with the scalding water. Theonman, clad in thick cotton garments, hastily peel off their soaked clothing, relieve it that the fabric is thick enough to prevent serious burns. Yet, the hour left trembling in fearatma fires are salvate cannot match such ruthlessness. Although they had restrained pomegranate and allowed their friend to kick her several times, the Unman dared not inflict real harm upon her. In contrast to their hesitation, I act decisively and they stand frozen in shock. Seizing the opportunity, pomegranate tirtalayatus fire silly against those who had restrained her, her previous anger not erected them. Having just been dued with hatwadaran stripped off their garments, they are caught off guard by her sudden aggression. Pomegranate manages to take down three evetum and in the freezing cold, with rain and snow falling, they shiver uncontrollably. As pomegranate tell on Cheshire counterattack, I join her in the fray, unleashing Jurfrey upon the three assailants. Just then, a familiar voice airing sought from outside Yidis Uncle Lou, who sternly admonishes, stop this, warrior from the same village come the next year, while seecha Kother again. What are you doing? Upon hearing Uncle Lias' words, pomegranatine desio ras assault. Theongman, seeing their pause, contemplate retaliating. Infest and semmament, Uncle Lias swiftly positioned himself between us, and Theongman claims, it was that pomegranate toho struck first I had nothing to do with it. Pomegranate, hearing this, retorts angrily, you be a nonsense, Hadiana provoken, would he have engagidio? The young man continues, and the taught him water too, unprovoked, dust us without water. In response, Iple Therig insisting that they had attacked pomegranate first. The Unman and his friend surreptine outrage, calling Nis Kundrel for me blatant dishonesty. The situation, though tense, remains savor belbadal, with both sides adamant their claims. Uncle Lula stents to thurguments, realizing that both party ashava their grievances, and Theonman, seeing my insistent Denial, declare that pomegranate is a thief for remerla teaching hera lesson. Pomegranate, echoing my sentiments, interjects, Ikweja first attacked me, when did yever steal from you? Uncle Lou, observing that both parties were obstinately clinging to their respective positions, begin to engage in a pointless squabble, tossing insults back and forth without a shred of shame. Heffeltasthoff hishad hadron heavy, akin to a lead weight. With growing impatience, Uncle Lur remarked, "You young rascal seremerly indulge in genital chatter. If I outrally have a thinner guy to spare, you ought to seek employment instead of wasting time here." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a reluctant silence, and it wasn't Lathan that Uncle Laya realized he had pressing matters to discuss with them. He had been so distracted by the sight of their bickering upon entering that they had forgotten his purpose. Reflecting in the situation, he inquired, with the year drawing to a close and work becoming scarce, why off to have departed by now. Yet, though Arthur seemed capricious since last night, the rain and snow wave intensified, showing no signs of abating. Their journey back is long gonder do us at least 10 days, perhaps even a month. I do not recommend that our return, thought that decision ultimately lies with you. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. At that moment, Pomegranate stepped forward and declared, "I intend to return." Everyone was aware of Pomegranate's circumstance. She had a grandfather with whom, albeit not by blood, with whom he shared an exceptionally close bond. Without a doubt, Pomegranate would be returning. Meanwhile, the group of Ioths expressed their intention to return this year and asked Uncle Lyuda can be their safety to their families. Acknowledging their request, Uncle Lu consented. At this point, Pomegranate to Ternetto Kishrian said, "You shall stay swell. Their journey home I shall read lengthy, and with this dread fuel weather, it will be even more treacherous. It would be wiser to remain in town and wait for the spring, when we can head to Landling City together." Upon hearing his words, Kayashwa fell silent, weighing his options. Noticing Kayashwa's lack of response, Pomegranate remained patient and sat quietly. Kayashwa understood that Pomegranate was acting in his best interest. The mountain roads would be difficult to traverse in the next 10 days to half a month, especially with the current mix of rain and snow. There was little reason to return unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Leo had a Fian child waiting for him in the mountain village, so he was determined to go back. Pomegranate had asked to grandfather, thus his return was quiteria sonable. Joshua, having nitties in the village, was seen by Pomegranate shaving a pressing need to return, especially considering the danger softer road. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Kiyoshui insisted that he must indeed make the journey back. The group was taken aback, and Pomegranate attempted to dissuade him, but before he could speak, Kishui interjected, "I shall return to pay respects to Momother before heading to Landling City next year." Upon hearing this, Pomegranate shessed his protests, while Uncle Laya hesitated, unsure of what to say. The following day that dawned, Joshua, Pomegranate, and Uncle Lya's forth. Clad in raincoats, each carrying various bundles, they soon departed the small town and headed north. The rain and snow would subsided, giving way to heavy snowfall. After traveling for half a day, hunger began to gnaw them. Kayashua suggested, "Let us find a place to make a fire and cook some food." Uncle Lur replied, "Not fair hadly sassa to go temple we can gather some firewood along the way and prepare our meal there." Pomegranate, slightly impatient, remarked, "Perhaps the temple already has dry firewood." Uncle Lya retorted, "If I choose not a gathering, y'all arrive there with nothing warm to tend may find yourself double the in pain from hunger. And if I don't need to see a doctor, you can be assured he will prescribe medicine." What good is a doctor if he doesn't prescribe anything? Seeing Uncle Lya's incessant chattering, Pomegranate conceded, all right, I'll gather some firewood, and turn it to search the roadside afore kindling, muttering and derisive breathe about Uncle Lya's increasing verbosity ethage. Pomegranate glanced back to locate Joshua, only to find him already busy collecting firewood by the roadside. Uncle Lya was also picking up sticks, so Pomegranate decided to refrain from further complaints as the three of them continued walking and gathering wood, soon arriving at the Sidigode temple. As they approached the temple, which stood before them amidst he fallings now, they quickened their pace. Kyoshua was the first to enter. The temple, though ancient and somewhat dilapidated, provided shelter from the wind and rain. Kyoshua dropped the firewood Hahaj the red and set down here provisions, brushing off the accumulated snow from his clothing. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed up the firewood he left, likely left behind by travelers who had soft tree few there. Pomegranate and Uncle Lu followed closely behind Joshua, and he couldn't help but remember Pomegranate's earlier complaints about collecting firewood. If you were to see that there was firewood in the temple, he would likely express his grievances to Uncle Lu. Sure enough, upon discovering the firewood, Pomegranate began to complain like a young bride caught off guard. Realizing what twas about to unfold, Kyoshu prepared himself for the inevitable. Pomegranate lamented, "We told thou there would be firewood here, why did we have a toasty time to tharinja along the way, it's been exhausting, speak up, Bathafaya." Feigning indifference, Kishwi and Uncle Lu pretended not to hear. Seeing their lack of response, Pomegranate had no choice but to let it go, albeit quiet limitering to himself. The three of them gathered around the fire, and Uncle Laya noticed that Kishwi and Pomegranate tore pulling out leftover food from the wedding banquet he had attended earlier. Uncle Leo couldn't help but feel it when Joe Fenvia it was quite convenient to have something warm to while he was left with only dry rations. Despite having guests Harry office of provisions such as chicken, duck, and fish, they real Rwand would take a to to prepare. Watching Kishwi and Pomegranate devour their meals, Hinward Lyre regretted not having saved some leftovers for himself that day. Observing Thetwo enjoying their feast, Uncle Lu teased, "You twoch certainly know what to indulge ourselves. In this frigid weather, how do we it feel tobe festing gone the restaurant's fare, is it comfortable, satisfying?" Joshua, recognizing that Uncle Laya was trying to engage him in conversation, thought, "Hulden beasking for food woulda, how shall I refuse him?" Pomegranate, responding to Uncle Laya's casually replied, "It's not bad." Seeing that Joshua was soon responsive and Pomegranate to his merely placating him, Uncle Laya muttered himself, "I wonder how it was to insisted on coming to a stone tark. Now that I've earned a couple of coins, how could they forget thoughts?" That why young men remained silent, pretending not to hear him. Realizing that this tactic was ineffective, Uncle Luter netto Pomegranate and asked, "Is it tasty?" Pomegranate, caught off guard and unable to swallow his mouthful, nodded perfunctorily, "Very good." Seizing the opportunity, Uncle Lufig ned familiarity, saying, "Let my have a taste, and reach out for a kickin' leg from Theroasted kickin'." In a protective manner, Pomegranate shielded the chicken, turning away to block Uncle Lya's hand. Uncle Lu, realizing a hatrillant, joked, "You're a quiteth the little guardian." Pomegranate said nothing, and Uncle Lu, feeling a bit defeated, stuffed a handful of his dry rations into his mouth and stood up, heading towards the door. At that moment, Kyashwa curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Impatiently, Uncle Lu replied, "To leave meself dan stepped outside, turning left." Kyoshua was simply making a nuisance of himself. Meanwhile, Pomegranate rummaged through his back and produced a gourd, taking a pandla tingutazitis fight sai. Upon catching Gohafov Terama, Kyoshu recognized it as alcohol, like Lipolford from Thuwing Ban K. Pomegranate offered the gourd to Kyoshua, saying, "Teki a sip it warm sayu up and feels good." Kyoshu shukashed, replying, "You drink it him not fond of it." Upon seeing Quishwa's refusal, Pomegranate claimed the gourd, took another sip, and savored the taste. Hetidly caped the gourd, fearing Thefragrants would dissipate, and placed it beside him. That with them sat by the fire, enjoying hot food, while outside the snowstorm intensified. They couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of comfort amidst the chaos. Suddenly, their rhythmic sound off with beats echoed from outside. Exchanging glances, Kishwi and Pomegranate felt an unexplainable tension. Just then, Uncle Lu, having finished his business, was about to return to Thamepley when he heard the sound of approaching hoofs behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 mounted soldiers. As the trio approached the Sidigode temple, they slowed their pace, dismounted, and the leading middle Gedman began cursing, "This wretched weather, warrior was supposed to look, even if wind dindim, it's a death trap. A short, stout soldier on the right chimden, so many people have no ten contra dim what can we do. Besides, if he hide is in a mountain hollow, we might not find him until next year." The middle Gedman continued, "If this miserable tiskfulstastry, we might as well consider ourselves cursed." A young gun handsome soldier on he left interjected, "Let's just concoct some excuse to PC our superiors. If he fold north has like a liddy pin the mountains be now, it's nearly impossible to catch him now." He heard that when he was outside Landling City, so many skeleton fighters joined forces with the soldiers, but he still managed to carve a bloody path to escape. Now that they had denied the mountains, searching for him is futile. Uncle Lu, turning to listen to their complaints, glanced back at the 3 soldiers as they entered the temple, where they immediately spotted him. The middle Gedman's brow furrowed, and the other 2 soldiers fell to Sergio Fangziati. The lettingman barked Wario and Wateriadoing here, Uncle Leo was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief pause, Harrigan discomposure and promptly replied, Where lit travelers seeking gamamento for spite here. The middle-aged soldiers and the lead scrutinized him from teto, and enlivened did their brows relax as on off inquired, I suggest you? Before Uncle Leo could respond, the dashing soldier glanced towards the temple and bellowed, Whoever is inside, come out, why are you hiding? At that moment, Kishwi and Shili emerged in succession, with Kayashwa stepping out first, followed closely by Shiroyo. Kyoshua maintained a stoic expression, Kola regarding the three soldiers, while Shilio declared, We're not hiding. Upon seeing young individuals, the soldiers president Arayo Morella travelers? Uncle Lou interjected, Indeed, we're just ordinary folk. The blizzard has been relentless, and we haven't fade anything to add since morning. Waikamato the city god templator sturfitand perhaps shave by Tito eat. Upon hearing this, the lead middle-aged soldier up lax. The three soldiers secured their horses, while Uncle Lio Hado ready entered the temple. Kishwi and Shilio took their seats, and the three gathered around the bonfire, engage in Jinhasha discussions. Shilio spoke first, it just overreared the mentioning something about capturing Simeon. What was to tabout have a snow blocking the mountains and deep forests, from their conversation it seems they hated north. Surely we want Runintum, Wilwa? Uncle Lou agreed, yes, iharditu. Iwasquiticlos and they spoke. It seems they were referring to Somiono escaped from Landling City, mentioning something about the martial world and the authorities. It would be wiser for us not to underline such affairs. At that moment, Kishwi interjected, Nania to speculate. Watara thoughts that person would cross our path, if they did happen to encounter us, thought would indeed be peculiar. According to their words, so unable to catch them. If we'd by merchants happen upon them while traveling, thought would be true anomaly. I think. Before Quishua called finish, Shiliu interrupted, that person being pursue must be exceptionally skilled, perhaps a dash and young gentleman, undoubtedly having offended the authority as widely acting heroically. Upon hearing Shiliu's far-fetched words, Kishwi and Uncle Liu exchanged knowing glances. Joshua, unable to contain himself, remarked, Haveth us no ondwind muddled your mind, or are you still half asleep in broad daylight, daydreaming about chivalrous heroes and drama and tick-tales? I wager the person they are pursuing is most likely a nefarious criminal, arrogant from the martial world. Uncle Lou, still some weight intimidated by his earlier encounter with the soldiers, could not help but chuckle heartily at Shiliu's remarks. Seeing that would sting at their expense, Shiliu was about to return to the three soldiers, having settled theirs, enter at the temple. They gazaf titria bethiban fire met that off to soldiers. The three travelers rose awkwardly, and Uncle Liu broke the tension by saying, You three certainly have I tough, venturingutin thispiding cold. The middle-aged soldier casually replied, Indeed, it is quite difficult. Where quite unfortunate, you know. This burdensa metascas full upon us. The stout soldier then inquired where area headed, and what brings the hour. Uncle Liu responded, I have been working for nearly a year, and with a year end approaching, I am returning to my village to celebrate the New Year. Upon hearing Uncle Liu's explanation, the stout soldier's expression softened. Chapter 3, Rumors. At that moment, someone spoke with a hint of envy, saying, How wonderful it is to return home for the new year. You are indeed more fortunate than my brothers. The short, stout officer was quite loquacious and soon inquired whether he was married. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Shu replied, Yes, I am married, and my child is already 6 years old. Upon hearing Lu Shu's response, the short, stout officer remarked, Old brother, you truly are blessed. The two shared a smile. While the young handsome officer continued to scrutinize Joshua and the group. At this juncture, Lu Shu addressed the three others, saying, Come gentlemen, in this icy weather, don't let yourselves freeze. Let's gather around the fire for warmth. The group settled around the bonfire. Initially, the short, stout officer gave an impression of being quite talkative, however, after a short while his chatter began to feel somewhat tiresome. Lu Shu nodded occasionally as he listened to the officer's tales. Indicating his agreement, Joshua observed Lu Shu and the short, stout officer engaging in lively conversation, but it seemed more like the officer was indulging in idle chatter while Lu Shu listened. The middle-aged officer sat silently by the bonfire. Warming himself, his eyes half-closed. Meanwhile, Shirlu and Xiaoshui felt a bit uneasy due to the presence of three strangers. The young handsome officer rummaged through their belongings for provisions. The middle-aged officer then requested some food. And without hesitation, the young officer handed him some jerky from his pack. He subsequently extended his hand toward the short, stout officer, who was also given some. The three men gathered around the bonfire, chewing on the dry jerky. At that moment, Shirlu picked up a gourd beside her and took a sip of wine, instantly feeling a sense of refreshment in the bitter cold. Of the short, stout officer, catching the aroma of the wine, felt his thirst awakened. He exclaimed, "Young man, may I have a sip?" Seeing the officer's request, Shirlu hesitated but then feigned generosity, saying, "You can only have a sip, no more than that." Xiaoshui and Lu Shu exchanged puzzled glances, and Lu Shu couldn't help but think, damn it, this fellow just asked him for some food, and now he's sharing his provisions like a doting father. Xiaoshui shared the same confusion, suspecting that Shirlu must have some ulterior motive. As the short, stout officer drank from the gourd, Shirlu sat nearby, wearing a mischievous smile. The officer, feeling uncomfortable under Shirlio's gaze, handed the gourd back to her, saying, "Thank you, young brother." Shirlu replied, "No need to thank me," her face adorned with a slightly sinister and purposeful smile. She then turned to the young officer, asking, "Would you like a sip as well?" The young officer, upon seeing the gourd being offered, replied, "I can't drink this. Whenever I touch alcohol, I become unbearably itchy." Shirlu could only retract the gourd with disappointment. The middle-aged officer, witnessing his comrade refuse Shirlio's offering, cast a longing glance in her direction. Their eyes met, and sensing the middle-aged officer's desire, Shirlu feigned flattery as she offered the gourd again, saying, "Would you like a sip too?" The middle-aged officer, seeing Shirlio's generosity, took the bait and replied, "You truly have a good heart, young brother." Before taking a hearty swig from the gourd, Shirlu felt a pang of regret as she watched this unfold. After this exchange, the group had become somewhat familiar with one another. However, Lu Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Shirlu, occasionally displaying contempt and disdain. Xiaoshui, meanwhile, appeared deep in thought as everyone began to converse. Shirlu then casually inquired, "What brings you gentlemen out here? With the heavy snowfall, it must be quite a task for you all." The young officer, realizing Shirlio's intentions behind the question, understood the underlying motives. The short, stout officer and the middle-aged officer recognized that they could not easily deceive her. The short, stout officer replied, "There's really nothing too secretive to share. Half a year ago, in Lanling City, several major gangs had a fierce conflict. It is said to have involved some treasure. Some claim that it belonged to a small kingdom that was destroyed hundreds of years ago, which transferred its national treasury to a hidden location. In the end, a treasure map was left behind for future generations to utilize the wealth to restore their kingdom. This was merely one version of the tale." Xiaoshui and Shirlu listened, dumbfounded and utterly captivated. Lu Shu regarded the short, stout officer as if he were a storyteller offering a free performance. The officer, noticing their rapt attention, felt inspired and continued, "Some say they are fighting over a martial arts manual crafted by a reclusive master who, in his later years, inadvertently observed a battle between two immortals and gained profound insights. Before his death, he compiled his understanding into this manual, fearing that its dissemination would incite a bloody struggle among martial artists." The short, stout officer's eloquence flowed like the waters of the Yellow River, unceasing. Just as he was about to continue, Xiaoshui suddenly interjected, "If he feared the manual would incite conflict, why then did he choose to write it down?" The officer's expression darkened momentarily, and before he could respond, Shirlu, who had been hanging on every word, voiced her irritation. "Could you please refrain from interrupting? Just listen to this esteemed gentleman." Xiaoshui, feeling somewhat foolish, fell silent, internally lamenting, "Whenever tales of the martial world arise, you seem unable to resist." This, the short, stout officer cleared his throat a few times, gathering his thoughts, as Shirlu eagerly offered the gourd again, without hesitation. The officer took a deep swig and declared, "I have also heard of a miraculous elixir said to bring the dead back to life, allowing one to bypass decades of arduous cultivation and instantly become a top-tier master." At this moment, the young handsome officer interjected with a hint of disdain, "I've heard that consuming it could grant one immortality, allowing them to live free of worldly concerns." The short, stout officer felt his spotlight dimmed by his companion's interruption. He emphatically stated, "Do you know how much the bounty is for the person we've captured?" Upon hearing the shift in topic, Shirlu immediately inquired, "Did that thing truly fall into his hands?" The officer replied, "Of course." He continued, "Do you have any idea what the bounty is?" Shirlu was initially uninterested in the subject, but the money-loving Xiaoshui's eyes lit up with curiosity, prompting him to ask, "How much?" Shirlu, now curious, watched as the officer held up 5 fingers, prompting her to exclaim, 500 taels of silver." Joshua, gazing at the 5 fingers, stammered. It can't possibly be 5,000 taels of silver, can it? The short, stout officer, no longer playing coy, replied emphatically, no, it is 500 taels of gold. Shirlu was taken aback, while Joshua stood frozen, the word gold echoing in his mind until he felt a ringing in his ears. Lu Shu suddenly interjected, now that the snow has lessened, we should set off early to avoid getting caught in another storm. Joshua, still dazed, seemed lost in thoughts of gold. Shirlu, meanwhile, was busy packing their belongings. Feeling as though this was the closest she had ever been to the martial world, it was as if her dreams of adventure were within reach, filling her with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Joshua, however, remained distracted, his mind consumed with thoughts of gold. As they proceeded, Joshua lagged behind, completely unaware that he had fallen behind Lu Shu and Shirlu, who had already stepped out of the city god temple, until Lu Shu began urging him to catch up. It was only then that Joshua snapped back to reality and hurried after them. The 3 officers watched them leave. At that moment, Lu Shu led the way, with Shirlu in the middle and Joshua trailing behind. Lu Shu's thoughts were focused on returning home quickly to ease his family's worries and enjoy the warmth of his wife and child. Meanwhile, Joshua remained silent, appearing burdened with worries. Shirlu, on the other hand, fantasized about the romantic tales of chivalrous heroes, pondering whether the legendary figures described by the officers were hiding in the deep mountains nearby. As she glanced at the path beneath her feet, she couldn't help but wonder if the paths she had traversed had also been walked by them. Shirlu was truly lost in her thoughts. At the same time, Joshua was not faring any better. His mind fixated on golden dreams. Unbeknownst to him, a distance had formed between him and Shirlu and Lu Shu. Lu Shu glanced back, noticing Shirlu wearing a silly grin, while Joshua appeared as if he had lost his soul. Lu Shu promptly called out, you two, at this pace, will never return home. What are you daydreaming about? Let's hurry. Their reverie interrupted, the 2 hurried to catch up with Lu Shu as they trudged through the heavy snow. Their footprints soon obscured by the falling flakes, as if no one had ever passed that way. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, a figure darted through the trees like lightning, clad in a white python robe and wielding a golden-backed dagger. Occasionally glancing behind, this individual leaped gracefully into the air and landed atop a century-old pine tree, surveying the snow-laden landscape below, which resembled a series of white jade pagodas. Satisfied that no one was following, he removed his bamboo hat, revealing an elderly face with flowing white hair and beard, his complexion as rosy as that of an infant, and his muscular wrists bulging with veins, exuding an aura of remarkable strength. However, at this moment, the old man's expression was one of profound desolation, exuding an air of coldness that kept others at bay. Suddenly he turned around, as if sensing something amiss, yet, behind him in the dense thicket, there was not the slightest hint of movement, not even the chirping of birds, creating an eerie atmosphere. The old man furrowed his brow, donned his conical hat once more, and leapt swiftly among the trees, darting through them like a bolt of lightning. Shortly after the old man departed, 2 masked figures emerged from behind. The foremost one exclaimed, he has sensed us. The other replied, should we retreat, or continue to follow? I will return, the first one declared. You maintain your distance and follow him closely, but do not let him notice you. Just as the second nodded and turned to leave, the old man appeared mysteriously behind them. Then coldly remarked, there is no need for you both to leave. Why not stay and keep me company? The 2 were taken aback, exchanging startled glances before hastily turning to flee. However, the old man's speed surpassed theirs, and he quickly surged forward, drawing his blade and slashing at one of them. Before the man could even draw his sword, the old man struck, severing his throat. Before a scream could escape, the man's soul departed for the underworld. Seeing no hope of escape, the other man erupted in fury, lunging at the old man with his sword. The old man, with an extraordinarily agile maneuver, evaded the attack. Sheathing his blade, he glowered at the remaining assailant, pressing his left hand down on his weapon while his right hand formed a claw reaching for the man's head. The man immediately pleaded for mercy. Senior, before he could finish, the old man exerted his grip, crushing the man's skull. Turning to survey the area, the old man realized it was unwise to linger and swiftly took flight. In a distant mountain ravine, hundreds of individuals had gathered, clearly distinguishable by their attire. They were divided into 4 factions, with their respective leaders huddled together in a heated argument. One middle-aged man, with a face like polished jade, stroked his beard and said, the court has sent envoys seeking cooperation. Aligning with the court is decidedly inappropriate. Have we not had our share of conflicts with them in the past? At this moment, a withered elder interrupted, it is merely a matter of cooperation, not an act of allegiance to the court. Gu, my old friend, try to be more open-minded. We are simply utilizing one another, serving as cannon fodder. As long as we maintain a continuous exchange with the court, Who benefits from whom remains uncertain, don't you think, Gu Ping? The middle-aged man then spoke. Zhao Ji, your words are easy to say, but cooperating with the court is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. We as sects of the martial world have never been on good terms with the court, always seeing each other as thorns in the flesh, and now that the court extends an olive branch, I cannot help but see it as a trap. Their intentions are not genuine, and they likely wish to eliminate us all at once. The elder named Zhao Ji attempted to persuade him further, but the other two individuals, a burly man and a young woman, appeared to have already reached an agreement. The young woman suddenly interjected, let us temporarily cooperate with the court. At this, Gu Ping and the elder Zhao Ji began to argue passionately, only to be interrupted by the woman's words. Gu Ping frowned, ready to counter, but the young woman preemptively retorted, whether we cooperate with the court or not is no longer significant. Even if we refuse, the court will certainly meddle. Our disciples and followers have long been infiltrated by their spies. Perhaps even now, as we gather here, the court is already aware. Over the years, we have continually bribed and eroded the officials of Lanling City. How could the court not infiltrate us in return? Previously, when we besieged the Golden Sand Gang in Lanling City, the court unexpectedly dispatched troops without warning, suppressing us just as we were locked in a fierce battle. Our informants within the government were completely oblivious, indicating that the court has long been monitoring Lanling City, not only being well informed about us but also having lost trust in the officials there, which allowed the notorious Jean Mei Lauer to carve a bloody path and escape our trap. The burly man then exclaimed angrily, if it weren't for the court, we would have already subdued Jean Mei Lauer on the spot. The young woman replied, it is clear that within our faction, whether among common disciples or core members, we have already been infiltrated by the court. Cooperation or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the court is determined to intervene. We might as well play along and feign cooperation with them. Just as Zhao Lao Xian said, to serve as mutual cannon fodder, let us engage in this exchange. Even if we do not cooperate, can we truly stop the court from interfering with us? Gu Ping found himself at a loss for words, falling silent. Hearing this, the elder Zhao Ji nodded repeatedly, while the burly man said, Zhao Shuemenju is absolutely right. Let's south engage with the court and see who can outmaneuver whom. The burly man continued, then let us send someone back to inform the court. At this moment, hundreds of feet away, a figure clad in black armor, gripping a long spear in his right hand and leading a chestnut steed with his left, stood before these martial sect leaders, exhibiting no sign of emotion. The elder Zhao then remarked, hold on, let us advance and see what sort of person the court has sent to confront us, thereby demonstrating our strength to the court and making it clear to those high-ranking officials in the capital that we are no mere rabble. Upon hearing Zhao's words, the burly man echoed, let those courthounds see us. However, Gu Ping felt a sense of unease. He understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Demonstrating their strength seemed reasonable, yet he could not shake the feeling of apprehension. The young woman, Lian Shuemenju, remained silent, lost in thought. The group came to a consensus and summoned the black-armored soldier from hundreds of feet away. The elder Zhao Ji promptly stated, we shall accompany you to meet that significant figure from the court. Before the soldier could respond, the burly man placed a hand on his shoulder, leading the way and saying, enough with the pleasantries. The elder Zhao smiled, saying, please lead the way. The black-armored soldier mounted his horse, his thoughts unknown, and then took the lead, while Gu Ping and Lian Shui instructed their disciples to bring 4 steeds. The 4 mounted their horses and followed the black-armored soldier, sequentially issuing commands. Their followers also mounted their steeds, closely trailing the 4. Several dozen miles away, an opulent carriage stood in the midst of the snow, surrounded by 2,000 formidable black-armored soldiers, their armor contrasting sharply with the white snow. Standing in perfect formation, silent and unsmiling. A short distance away, a group of individuals formed a stark contrast. These were the temporary officials dispatched by the government, numbering around 300 or 400. Familiar faces exchanged pleasantries. Some gestured to build rapport, calling each other brothers and fostering connections. At this moment, the leader of the black-armored soldiers rode forward and bellowed, silence, where is your military discipline? Before he could continue his reprimand, a leading official stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said with concern, my lord, do we truly risk a conflict with those martial sect leaders? Upon hearing this, all the officials present fell silent. Their interest piqued. After all, engaging in a conflict with martial figures could easily cost them their lives, as many had wives and children waiting at home. Naturally, they could not afford to risk their lives recklessly. The officials anxiously awaited a response from the black-armored leader, who sternly announced, your task is to assist us and follow our commands. Disobedience will be met with military law. Upon hearing this, the officials began to stir. And chaos ensued, accompanied by jeers and insults. Normally, the black armored leader would have apprehended the instigators and executed them to demonstrate the strictness of military law. However, he merely snorted coldly and turned to leave. Behind him, the crowd erupted in cheers. As if they had just achieved a great victory, the black armored leader approached the lavish carriage, dismounted, and bowed to the occupant within, reporting, "My lord, these individuals are nothing but a rabble. They merely intimidate the ignorant populace. If it comes to a critical moment, they may not even qualify to serve as cannon fodder, let alone face those formidable martial sect leaders. Each of them possesses exceptional skills. Upon hearing their names, this rabble would likely scatter before a fight even begins. Had we not been pressed for time and short on manpower, we would not have needed to rely on them." From within the carriage, a voice filled with incredulity emerged, a somewhat jarring sound that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, laughing. "A rabble that isn't even worthy of being cannon fodder? How delightful!" The laughter abruptly ceased, and the voice continued, addressing the leader, "You may not know, but these officials usually manage trivial matters. They are nothing compared to you, who commands thousands of elite troops. Your lineage is from a family of generals. And you are accustomed to leading vast forces, hence your disdain for these local officials, who are akin to disorganized militia. However, we cannot proceed without these incompetent individuals. The situation is too tense, and we were forced to gather these local officials to assist us." The commander surnamed you inquired further, "Might I ask, esteemed official, why do you insist on pursuing that individual? 6 months ago in the city of Lanling our intention was to leverage the internal conflicts among the various factions to eradicate these rogue groups. The court has long lost patience with them, and these factions have frequently clashed with the authorities, making their removal imperative. Yet, instead of addressing these unruly factions, we now find ourselves chasing after a man who is but a flickering candle in the wind. Well past his prime, I believe he poses no significant threat to the court. I have heard whispers that he possesses a treasure of great value. Could this possibly be true?" Upon hearing Commander Yu's inquiry, the figure within the carriage pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, 6 months ago in Lanling we aimed to exploit the factional strife to eliminate them. However, during a session in court, the esteemed Prime Minister Wang Zun suddenly advised His Majesty against our course of action, claiming that our assault on these factions disregarded the welfare of the common people and could lead to civilian casualties. He argued that the factions were not formidable enough to warrant such drastic measures, and that we ought to find a more balanced resolution to this matter." This was the essence of Prime Minister Wang Zun's counsel to His Majesty, delivered in the presence of the court officials. Commander Yu, visibly displeased, retorted, "This unexpected conflict among the rogue factions presents a rare opportunity that may not arise again. How could we possibly evacuate the citizens in time? Wouldn't that merely serve as a warning to the factions that we intend to strike?" Sensing Commander Yu's frustration, the man within the carriage continued, "This is but one aspect of the matter. If it were solely Prime Minister Wang's counsel to the Emperor, it would not be so straightforward. While Wang Zun is indeed a high-ranking minister, how could His Majesty not understand that civilian casualties are a concern? Yet we cannot afford to delay our military action." Although the Emperor did not voice his objections, he tacitly approved our assault on the factions. However, His Majesty abruptly shifted his focus, ordering us to pursue that man rumored to possess a treasure of the Immortals. This is utterly preposterous and laughable. It is likely that this very rumor incited the factions to conflict, yet the Emperor seems to believe it without question. Of course, we cannot discount the possibility that his advanced age and desire for immortality have led him to issue such absurd commands. In his youth, he was a wise ruler unmatched in talent throughout history, but even the most exalted can succumb to the fears of aging, as many monarchs before him have sought elixirs and immortals for longevity. Thus, it is not surprising that the Emperor, in his twilight years, would emulate his predecessors. Commander Yu, alarmed by these words, cautioned, "While you, esteemed official, hold a favored position beside His Majesty, we must remain circumspect should these sentiments reach the Emperor's ears. It could spell disaster." Witnessing Commander Yu's evident apprehension, the man in the carriage erupted in laughter, finding it amusing that the formidable commander of thousands of elite troops could display such a startled countenance. The man mused to himself, if there truly exists a method for achieving immortality, how splendid that would be. At this moment, Commander Yu pressed on, "Even if we are to serve His Majesty, we cannot stoop to collaborating with these rogues." Before he could elaborate, the man interrupted, "This collaboration with the rogue factions is primarily to fulfill His Majesty's orders and swiftly locate that man. We cannot mobilize the main forces at present, and even the local officials we have summoned are insufficient. Yet, since we share a common goal of finding that individual, cooperation becomes a feasible option, regardless of whether the man possesses true longevity or treasures of immortality." We must act on His Majesty's command, setting aside past grievances to work alongside these factions. Of course, if we fail to find him and the so-called treasures, we will execute these rogue figures to compensate for our failure. Conversely, should we successfully locate him and uncover the purported treasures, we shall eliminate these factions to secure great merit before His Majesty. Is it not reasonable to temporarily lower ourselves to collaborate with these so-called rogues? Listening to the man's reasoning, Commander Yu felt a sudden clarity and gestured respectfully. Your insights are indeed astute, and I have been too narrow in my considerations. Curiously, the man within the carriage inquired. Commander Yu, do you possess confidence in your martial prowess to rival these rogues? If we discuss one-on-one combat, I would not dare boast. I would estimate a 4-to-6 ratio, the man in the carriage responded. Oh, pray tell, who is the 4 and who is the 6? Commander Yu, with a hint of humility, replied, I would be the 4, while the leaders of these factions would be the 6. My daily responsibilities in training the elite troops have hindered my own martial development, rendering me inferior to the leaders of these rogue factions. The man within the carriage remarked, Commander Yu, you underestimate yourself. Training thousands of elite troops while still managing to attain such a level of skill is indeed commendable, especially to be able to hold your own against those faction leaders. Suddenly, the man continued, the most formidable martial artist in Lanling is undoubtedly the old man Jin Mei. Following him is the brawny Li Zhan, who despite his rough exterior, wields a fearsome 300-pound bronze staff that instills dread. Even Jin Mei would hesitate to confront him directly, although Jin Mei possesses deeper inner strength. This individual, endowed with immense strength and considerable inner power, certainly earns his reputation. The remaining 3, Zhao Ji Guping and Lian Shui, are of comparable skill, making it difficult to discern their rankings. The factions they lead include Jin Mei's Jinsha Gang, Li Zhan's Qingshi Gang, Zhao Ji's Huamu Hald Guping's Qiankou Gang, and the only female leader among them, Lian Shui of the Spoon Medicine sect. Interestingly, the Spoon Medicine sect typically refrains from engaging in conflicts with other factions, maintaining amicable relations, as they monopolize the production of medicinal pills and various healing remedies. Naturally, the rogue figures do not dare offend them, knowing they may one day require their herbal remedies for survival. Despite their previous neutrality, they have now become embroiled in the strife among the major factions. It is curious that they, who could have remained aloof, have chosen to involve themselves in this conflict, especially since the court has never had any past grievances with them. What do you think, Commander Yu? Commander Yu, uninterested in the matter, replied dismissively, perhaps the allure of the treasure has driven them to madness. Little did he know, his words would prove prophetic. The man in the carriage continued, the 5 major factions in Lanling once shared a bond akin to kinship. Even if the court sought to eradicate these factions, they would have to tread carefully, and now, for the sake of this elusive treasure of immortality, they are willing to jeopardize their alliance. What could have transpired to bring about such a shift? It truly invites speculation. At that moment, the conversation within the carriage abruptly ceased. His thoughts of the emperor in the capital, akin to those rogue leaders, surfaced in his mind. An inkling of clarity began to emerge. His reverie was interrupted by an approaching commotion. Several hundred paces away, a large contingent of troops advanced, the black-armored elite soldiers standing resolute. Meanwhile, the dispatched officials, treated as expendable pawns, sparked considerable unrest. Commander Yu swiftly mounted his horse, brandishing his spear, and commanded the elite troops, reform into a single line, prepared to engage at a moment's notice. The distant troops promptly organized into a similar formation. Among the leading 4, an elder named Zhao turned to the black-armored soldiers beside him and said, inform the esteemed noble from the capital that our 4 factions are willing to ally with the court. We hope you convey this accurately. Upon hearing this, the black-armored soldier hastened away, eager to distance himself from these rogue figures. Though he appeared composed, he was deeply concerned for his own safety. The moment he heard the elder's words, it was as though he had received a reprieve, and he dared not linger. As the 4 watched him depart at breakneck speed, a sense of melancholy washed over their faces. Reflecting on the events of the past 6 months, Lian Shui, the leader of the Spoon Medicine sect, remarked, even if we obtain this treasure of immortality, we may find ourselves unable to enjoy it, as the court appears intent on eradicating us. The expressions of the other 3 turned grim. Once prominent figures in the martial world, their alliance of the 5 major factions had commanded respect, even from the court. Now their foundation in Lanling seemed perilously unstable, and the roots of their plight could be traced back 6 months. Half a year prior, in the city of Lanling, there lived a man named Lu Erniu, a ne'er-do-well indulging in all manner of vices, gambling, fighting, and other unsavory activities. With no money left in his pockets, he resorted to petty theft, and when that failed, he would toil for a few days, Hoping to earn enough silver to indulge himself once more. Just last night, he had been reveling in the gambling den, and as dawn approached, his funds dwindling, Lou Ernia prepared to leave. At that moment, a voice from the gaming table called out, "Ernia, why leave? Let us play one more round. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you." Lou Ernia, in a state of despair, turned back and exclaimed, "What nonsense! If you keep this up, I'll starve to death." He reached into his pocket to feel the silver coins, estimating he had just enough for a meal. The crowd in the gambling den erupted in laughter upon hearing this, and Lou Ernia strode out amidst the merriment. As he walked along the streets of Lanling City, observing the bustling vendors of the morning, a pang of hunger hit him. The enticing aromas of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and spicy soup wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. He cast a sidelong glance at the stalls, letting out a scoff as if they were beneath his notice. Continuing along the street, he spotted a tavern and promptly entered. A young attendant approached him, stiffening slightly upon recognizing Lou Ernia, and asked, "Do you have money today?" Lou Ernia, irked, retorted, "Damn it, you lowly wretch, I have more than enough money. Spare me your nonsense and bring out the dishes and fine wine." Hearing the commotion, the tavern owner emerged and, upon recognizing the notorious rogue of Lanling City, instructed the attendant, "Go prepare a feast for him." Lou Ernia declared, "Good. At least the owner has some discernment, unlike certain people with their narrow-minded views." The owner shot a sidelong glance at Lou Ernia before returning to his calculations at the counter. Once the fine wine and delectable dishes were served, Lou Ernia, having starved all night, began to feast heartily. The tavern owner looked at him and muttered under his breath, "Enjoy it. This might be your last meal." Naturally, Lou Ernia was oblivious to the owner's quiet curse. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Lou Ernia dramatically slammed his remaining coins onto the table, as if to flaunt his wealth. He then exited the tavern. Having spent the night gambling without sleep and now indulging in a grand meal, a tipsy Lou Ernia staggered through the streets when someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he recognized a drinking companion from a recent visit to a brothel. The man suggested, "Let us find a place to have some fun tonight." Lou Ernia waved him off, saying, "Tonight, I have important business to attend to. I can't go." Stumbling away, the man thought to himself, "What important business? Surely he's just up to no good again." As Lou Ernia returned home, he collapsed onto his bed and slept soundly until nearly evening. Upon waking, he filled a bowl with cold water and gulped it down, feeling somewhat refreshed. Opening the door to check the sky, he felt a surge of urgency. He needed to leave quickly, if he lingered, the city gates of Lanling would soon close for the night. After shouldering a hoe, he hurriedly exited the city to pursue what he referred to as his big business, under the cover of darkness. Lou Ernia trekked for several miles until he arrived at a cemetery. It turned out that his notion of big business was to excavate graves. Lou Ernia had scouted this location for quite some time. It was neither too close nor too far from Lanling City, making it less likely to attract attention if he were to dig daily. The cemetery had been around for at least a century, and even during the Qingming festival, visitors were scarce. Moreover, passing through this area could significantly delay any discovery of his activities. He had also heard that this site was once home to wealthy families or those with officials among them. In any case, digging here seemed a safe bet. Shaking off his thoughts, Lou Ernia swung his hoe and began to dig. After 2 hours, he was panting and exhausted. Excitement mingled with anxiety filled his heart. He was not afraid of the dead, but rather concerned that after all this effort, he might unearth little of value. This was his third venture into such activities, and there were times he had dug up several graves without finding anything worthwhile. Yet occasionally he struck gold enough to live lavishly in Lanling City for a while. Lou Ernia hoped for a grand tune this time, envisioning a life free of worries about food and drink. With a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, he pried open a coffin, only to find, besides the deceased, a collection of worthless jars and bottles. Cursing his misfortune, he lamented, "What bad luck! After all this effort, I've unearthed nothing of value." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he climbed out of the grave, determined to dig another one. He couldn't return empty-handed. That would be a waste. Searching among the graves, he found one he deemed promising and began to dig again. This time, however, his pace was much slower, and he was out of breath, his throat parched. Tossing aside the hoe, he reached for his water flask and took a long drink, sitting on the ground to rest for a while. After regaining his strength, he picked up the hoe and resumed his big business. As he worked tirelessly, exhaustion set in, and he thought to himself, "Damn, this is exhausting. I should find someone to partner with next time. Doing this alone is too much." After some time had passed, he finally managed to break through. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Lou Ernia roughly opened the coffin once more, revealing a female corpse dressed in luxurious garments adorned with gold and silver. Lou Ernia's heart raced with exhilaration as he assessed the situation and thought, "This must be a member of a wealthy family." he set to work stripping the deceased of her gold hairpins, rings, and all her golden adornments. As he rummaged through the burial goods, he came across an exquisitely crafted wooden box. Opening it revealed a pair of thumb-sized pearl earrings. At that moment, Luernia was flushed with excitement. Gathering all the valuable items he had unearthed into a bundle, he prepared to leave the grave, not forgetting to glance back and say, "Dear Lady Iernio, express my gratitude, your kindness shall not be forgotten. And I shall not disturb your eternal rest any longer." Just as he was about to depart, Luernia inadvertently caught sight of the deceased's face and noticed something strange in her mouth. He quickly set his bundle down and approached for a closer look. Indeed, there was something in her mouth. Luernia thought to himself, "Good thing I was attentive, I almost overlooked this treasure." He reached in to pry it free but found it stubborn. Raising his foot to stomp on the skull of the corpse, he suddenly hesitated, fearing he might damage the precious item. With great caution, Luernia retrieved a dagger from his belongings and, after some careful manipulation, extracted the object. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a beautifully crafted jade bead, rosy and substantial, about the size of an egg. Although he was not an expert in jade, he instinctively recognized it as a treasure and tucked it away in his pocket. Confirming there was nothing else of value in the coffin, he hoisted his bundle, grabbed the hoe, and made his way out. Despite being utterly exhausted, the thought of his newfound riches filled him with joy. On the journey home, he pulled out the rosy jade bead and began to toy with it, feeling increasingly elated. Chapter 4. Tomb raiding. Luernia mused to himself, "At last, I've struck it rich. But these items are rather conspicuous, it's not easy to sell them. If others were to see them, they would surely suspect foul play, leading to trouble." He needed a clever plan to sell them. Opting for a gradual approach to avoid drawing attention. As he envisioned the splendid life he could lead after selling these treasures, the fatigue that had once weighed him down dissipated, and now, as he caressed the jade bead while carrying the bundle of stolen gold and silver, he felt as though he were floating. With a hoe in one hand and the bead in the other, he contemplated the idea of partnering with someone, realizing that would mean sharing the spoils. Luernia dismissed the thought, preferring to work alone. After all, he had always been a lone wolf. Suddenly, he remembered the time. It was still early, and he would have to wait for the city gates to open, which would take at least another hour. He decided to find a place to rest for the night and enter Lanling City in the morning. Being a native of Lanling, Luernia was well acquainted with the surrounding terrain. He recalled a dilapidated temple not far away, where he could spend the night until morning. Quickening his pace, he approached the temple, only to witness a figure soaring through the air and entering the building. Luernia rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things, but upon further reflection, he pondered that person must possess extraordinary martial skills. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, although Luernia was no expert in the ways of the martial world. He knew that such lightness of movement was not typical. Luernia pondered to himself, "Could it be that I have encountered a ghost on this dark night, having just finished robbing a tomb? Is the owner now pursuing me?" This thought was absurd, and Luernia could not help but indulge in wild imaginings. "I must avoid him," he concluded, "whether he was human or specter. The treasures on my person cannot be revealed to outsiders." Just as Luernia turned to leave, he suddenly recalled the figure he had seen moments earlier. Regardless of whether that person was alive or dead, they might possess something valuable. Indeed, Luernia was blinded by greed. Utterly unaware of the perils that lay ahead, he began to contemplate the person who had just flown into the temple, shaking his head in disbelief. "Why risk my life when I have already unearthed so much gold and silver from the graves? I should find a safe place to hide and wait until morning to revel in the pleasures of Lanling City instead of provoking that mysterious figure." With that, Luernia turned and walked further away. Yet the image of the person who had leapt into the temple lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Perhaps it was curiosity or the creeping tendrils of greed that fueled an irrational thought, to return and discover whether that person was human or ghost. Ultimately, it was the insistent whisperings of the demon named Greed that compelled Luernia to turn back. He promptly decided to hide the gold and silver in the grass by the roadside and retraced his steps to investigate. A sense of trepidation washed over him as he approached the dilapidated temple. Upon sighting it, a pang of regret struck him, but he had come this far, he would push through to uncover the truth of whether it was a man or a ghost. Luernia reached the entrance of the decrepit temple, and his eyes fell upon bloodstains on the ground, which eased his anxiety. Thankfully, it appeared to be a human who had been wounded. At that moment, Luernia was completely consumed by greed. He unsheathed his dagger and stealthily entered the temple. Scanning the surroundings, he soon noticed a figure sprawled on the ground, seemingly gravely injured and unconscious. Luernia relaxed and approached. Searching the person for valuables. Just then, the individual lying on the ground coughed violently, opening his eyes to see Lu Ernio. Before Lu Ernio could utter a word, the man exclaimed, "I possess valuable items. Do not harm me, and I shall give them to you." Lu Ernio replied, "Are they truly there?" Seeing the man's willingness to bargain, a sense of caution stirred within Lu Ernio. He brandished his knife before the man, stating, "Be honest with me, good sir. I seek only wealth, not your life, but if you force my hand, I cannot guarantee your survival." The man, witnessing Lu Ernio's resolve, displayed a hint of derision in his gaze, retorting, "A mere mortal like you dares to negotiate with me." With that, he grimaced in pain and reached for a storage pouch at his waist. In a flash, Lu Ernio recalled tales of how those in the underworld often concealed weapons within their sleeves. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his dagger savagely into the man's chest. The man, caught off guard by Lu Ernio's brutality, had no time to retrieve his belongings, receiving multiple stabs before his consciousness faded. In his final moments, he attempted to retaliate and extract items from his pouch. Lu Ernio, fearing the man's counterattack, drove the blade into his neck. Only then did he notice an array of peculiar yellow papers scattered on the ground, along with some glowing stones, golden leaves, and assorted jars mixed together. The man still clutched a yellow paper in his hand, but before he could invoke its power, he departed this world. Lu Ernio hastily gathered the scattered items, muttering, "I never intended to take your life, noble sire. My only pursuit was wealth. It is unfortunate that you failed to recognize my intentions." He casually pocketed an unknown jade pendant from the corpse and fled the scene. Suppressing the panic of his first kill, Lu Ernio returned to where he had hidden the gold and silver, combining the spoils of his recent murder with the treasures obtained from the tomb. As time passed, dawn broke, and Lu Ernio entered Lanling City, stowing his ill-gotten gains beneath his bed. Days later, unable to quell his restless heart, Lu Ernio exchanged a portion of the stolen treasures for silver. During this time, he lived lavishly, frequenting brothels and dining at the finest establishments, relishing in the most indulgent days of his life. In Lu Ernio's words, "This must be what it feels like to be a deity." Reveling in the pleasures of life, lost in the world of indulgence and merriment, occasionally gambling at the tables, though ultimately losing everything, Lu Ernio continued to trade the loot from his tomb raiding for silver. Enjoying the company of his dubious friends, living for pleasure, yet despite his newfound wealth, he could not withstand the extravagance. One morning, he awoke from a drunken stupor, realizing that he had squandered all the treasures obtained from the tomb, even gifting away a beautiful jade bead to the alluring courtesan. In his sober state, regret washed over him, and he realized he had never truly comprehended the value of that bead. Returning home felt like awakening from a grand dream. Suddenly, he recalled the other items he had left behind, but he hesitated to exchange them for silver, fearing they were the spoils of murder. If his family were to report him to the authorities, openly trading those items could lead to his capture. He dreaded the thought of being discovered as a murderer, certain that he would face severe consequences if the officials learned of his crimes. While the treasures from the tomb might go unreported, the possessions of a living man would surely be recognized by his family. Days turned into weeks, yet Lu Ernio could no longer resist the urge. One evening, he ventured into Lanling City to discreetly sell the questionable items. He understood that such places would likely offer a fraction of their worth, yet he was unwilling to visit a proper pawnshop. Thus, he resorted to these shadowy dealings. After disposing of the stolen items, Lu Ernio resumed his life of indulgence, but this time, enjoyment was fleeting, and soon he found himself broke once again, recalling the jars filled with potions he had taken from the man he had killed. He decided to check their contents. Upon inspection, he discovered they were merely elixirs, which he deemed worthless. Discarding them aside, now in a serene state of mind, he reconsidered the potions, thinking that even the legs of a mosquito were meat. Surely they must hold some value. He ventured to the apothecary in town to sell them, but the shopkeepers refused to buy, citing the potions' dubious origins and unknown efficacy. Lu Ernio, already notorious in the city as a scoundrel, was quickly shown the door. Dejected, he recalled the man who had perished at his hands, the glowing stones, and the mysterious symbols. He dismissed the symbols as worthless but pondered whether the glowing stones might be priceless treasures. He determined to sell the potions first. Days passed without success in selling the potions, and rumors spread in the city about counterfeit medicines being sold. Thus, Lu Ernio's chances of selling his elixirs dwindled further. Just that morning, while lamenting his inability to rid himself of the potions, he overheard a conversation at a tavern. It was said that the distinguished Zhou family, particularly Zhou Tianyu, had ventured outside the city for a hunt with friends. Their plan was to camp outdoors for the night and return by morning. However, fate intervened when Zhou Tianyu, while pursuing an injured stag, faced a dire turn of events, the stag in its final moments. retaliated fiercely, goring Zhou Tianyu with its antlers. Miraculously, the antlers lodged themselves in his vital spot, preventing immediate death. Although this attack could have been fatal, Zhou Tianyu survived, albeit unconscious. The stag perished, and his companions swiftly severed the antlers. Carrying Zhou Tianyu back to Lanling City, Zhou Tianyu's father, the head of the Zhou family, upon seeing his son in such peril, urgently summoned the finest physician in the city, yet none could assure him they could remove the antlers and save his son. It was said that the very fact Zhou Tianyu was still alive was a miracle. The antlers had both wounded him and inadvertently sealed the injury, allowing him to survive thus far. In desperation, the family had even sought the renowned healer Lian Shuai to treat his son, but ultimately they returned empty-handed. The head of the Zhou family, in a fit of desperation due to his son's grave illness, disseminated a message throughout the city. Any individual who could devise a means to save his son would be handsomely rewarded, even going so far as to declare that merely visiting to examine the young master would merit a reward of 5 taels of silver. Regardless of the outcome, upon hearing this news, Lu Ernio, with a scheming mind, realized that although he lacked the ability to heal the Zhou family's heir, the mere act of investigation could yield him 5 taels of silver without effort. Adhering to the principle of seizing an opportunity when it presents itself, he made his way to the Zhou residence. At that moment, the Zhou household was bustling with people, numerous physicians gathering in hopes of finding a cure for the young master. While others less qualified sought to profit from the situation, the head of the Zhou family was acutely aware of this but had no choice but to gamble on any available solution amidst the throng. Lu Ernio paid little heed to the discussions regarding the young master's condition. He was solely focused on hastening the process to claim his silver. Bored and restless, he began to meander through the courtyard of the Zhou residence. When an insidious thought crept into his mind, what if he offered one of his dubious pills to the young master? The mere notion filled him with a thrill, for the young master was already on the brink of death. If his pill were to prove fatal, he could easily deny responsibility, as the young master was destined to perish regardless. With this audacious idea festering in his mind, he approached the head of the Zhou family. Falsely claiming to possess a family heirloom pill that might save the young master, the head, having lost all hope, recognized that most visitors were charlatans and that genuine physicians were scarce. Upon hearing Lu Ernio's bold assertions, he dismissed it as inconsequential, resigning himself to the grim reality of losing his son. Though still unable to accept the impending tragedy, Lu Ernio entered the young master's chamber, producing the pills he had acquired through nefarious means. Administering 3 or 4 without knowing their names or effects. To his surprise, the young master showed no signs of improvement. The head of the Zhou family, understanding the futility of the situation, decided to end his son's suffering by removing the antler obstructing his heart. Unable to bear watching his son endure such agony, meanwhile, Lu Ernio had long departed the Zhou estate and was contemplating whether to engage in his illicit activities that evening when he was suddenly called out to by someone behind him. Curiosity piqued, he turned to see a man rushing towards him, exclaiming the young master had awakened, but no one dared to remove the antler. Lu Ernio, filled with trepidation at the thought that his pills had caused harm, attempted to extricate himself from the situation. However, the man, who turned out to be a skilled fighter, forcibly compelled him to return to the Zhou estate. Shortly after Lu Ernio's departure, the head of the Zhou family was on the verge of carrying out his somber decision when he was astounded to see his son awaken and request water. Overjoyed, he recalled the pills Lu Ernio had administered and rushed to find him, only to discover that Lu Ernio had already left. Realizing the opportunity to save his son was slipping away, the head of the Zhou family ordered immediate pursuit of Lu Ernio. Upon being brought back to the Zhou residence, Lu Ernio was met with the frantic urgency of the head of the Zhou family, who vented his frustrations on the servants for failing to keep a proper watch over the physicians. Of the head, in a fit of hysteria, declared that unless Lu Ernio was retrieved, they would face dire consequences alongside his son. Just then, a messenger arrived with the good news that Lu Ernio had been found. The head of the Zhou family, upon seeing Lu Ernio, was filled with relief and was willing to offer any price to ensure the young master's recovery. Lu Ernio, realizing he could not leave without taking action, understood the gravity of the situation, although he had no certainty that his pills were the reason for the young master's revival. He was compelled to attempt the removal of the antler from the young master's heart. The head of the Zhou family, desperate for any glimmer of hope, implored Lu Ernio to proceed with the treatment. Resigning himself to the possibility of failure as a mere twist of fate, Lu Ernio entered the young master's chamber once more and, with a swift motion, removed the antler. The young master, initially stunned, soon realized that his wounds were miraculously healing before his eyes. The head of the Zhou family, astonished by Lu Ernio's seemingly effortless success, immediately began to treat him as a brother. Inquiring why he had not been known in Lanling City prior to this moment, Lu Erniu, understanding that this was not his own skill but rather the efficacy of his pills, refrained from disclosing the truth. Instead attributing the miracle to his ancestral formula, the head of the Zhou family, astute as he was, sensed something amiss about Lu Erniu but could not overlook the fact that he had achieved what the finest physicians in Lanling could not. Thus, he chose to embrace Lu Erniu rather than probe too deeply into his past, recognizing the value of forming a bond rather than creating enmity. As Lu Erniu pondered what reward the Zhou family might offer for saving their son. He recalled the earlier promise of generous compensation for a successful recovery. Seizing the moment, he proposed a seemingly exorbitant condition, to which the head of the Zhou family agreed without hesitation, leaving Lu Erniu momentarily regretful for not asking for more. However, he quickly reassured himself that he had secured not only his life but also considerable benefits from the Zhou family. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a figure of great renown in Lanling City. Having miraculously revived the young master of the Zhou family. As he reveled in this newfound fame, he noticed curious glances and whispered conversations directed at him, leaving him perplexed. Upon leaving a gambling den, he soon learned of his newfound status in the city. Initially discomfited by the attention, Lu Erniu gradually embraced the accolades, relishing the esteem he now commanded, which far surpassed any previous endeavors, with his reputation soaring. He had even sold the pills he had illicitly acquired to the influential and powerful within Lanling City, yet, this reckless behavior inevitably attracted trouble. One fateful day, while indulging in excess with his so-called friends, he inadvertently revealed the origin of his miraculous pills during a drunken stupor, disclosing that they were not ancestral treasures but rather acquired through the murder of a grave robber during a midnight expedition. At this moment, Lu Erniu remains blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that awaits him, as his days of prosperity are about to come to an abrupt end. The first to confront him are the various underworld factions, who until now had no intention of offending a renowned healer such as Lu Erniu. However, they have come to realize that the so-called ancestral elixirs he possesses are merely the fruits of his murderous deeds, leading to a complete loss of respect for him. That very night, Lu Erniu continues his indulgent excursions, yet before he can savor the pleasures of the night, he finds himself ensnared in a burlap sack and taken to the Golden Sands gang. There he encounters the infamous leader of the gang, Jin Mei, in the bustling city of Lanling. Before Jin could utter a word, Lu Erniu, confronted by these underworld figures, has already lost the ferocity he once displayed during his murderous rampage. Now rendered utterly terrified, Jin Mei does not resort to intimidation, rather a simple inquiry prompts Lu Erniu to spill his secrets like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing everything with remarkable clarity. He immediately offers to surrender all his elixirs to Jin Mei, pleading for his life to be spared. At this juncture, Lu Erniu has regained some lucidity, recognizing that merely preserving his life is a blessing beyond measure, and he dares not wish for anything more. Jin Mei, seeing the famed healer Lu Erniu in such a pitiful state, is taken aback. The gang leader insists that Lu Erniu hand over the elixirs, to which Lu Erniu responds that upon realizing their true worth, he has refrained from carrying them and has hidden them away in a location known only to himself. He expresses his willingness to present them all to Jin Mei. Meanwhile, the other major gangs in Lanling have already caught wind of this situation, albeit they have not acted as swiftly as the Golden Sands gang. The 5 major factions in Lanling have numerous spies, and by the time Lu Erniu was abducted back to the Golden Sands, the remaining 4 factions are already informed. Consequently, these 4 factions prepare to unite in demanding Lu Erniu from Jin Mei, who, naturally, refuses to relinquish him, as he covets the elixirs for himself. Lu Erniu understands that if he were to divulge the location of the elixirs too easily, Jin Mei would undoubtedly sell him out to appease the dissatisfaction of the 4 factions. He devises a plan to stall for time. At this moment, it is the only strategy he can employ. A more significant crisis looms on the horizon. Recently, while Lu Erniu was selling elixirs to the powerful in the city, one of his clients was an envoy dispatched by the emperor himself to investigate corruption among high-ranking officials in Lanling and their collusion with local underworld factions. Logically, the envoy should have returned to the capital to report his findings, but just before his departure, news of Lu Erniu miraculously curing the son of the Zhou family with ancestral elixirs reached his ears, prompting him to seek out Lu Erniu to purchase 2 elixirs. Should Lu's elixirs prove to possess the legendary efficacy, it would be a significant achievement to present to the emperor. However, before the envoy could leave Lanling, Lu Erniu was abducted by the Golden Sands gang. Sensing the complexity of the situation, he swiftly sends a message to the emperor, accompanied by a single elixir, imploring the emperor's royal physician to ascertain its medicinal properties. In the capital, the royal physicians are baffled. They cannot discern the nature of this obscure elixir. Despite their best efforts, the simplest method to test the elixir's effects is to administer it, leading them to suggest to the emperor that a condemned prisoner be used as a test subject. The emperor consents, and to their astonishment, the results mirror the miraculous accounts conveyed by Lu Ernia's message. This revelation prompts the emperor to recall words spoken by his late father during his ascension to the throne. About how the royal family of Wei was initially supported by practitioners of the mystical arts. These practitioners typically remain aloof from worldly affairs, and the royal family was, in fact, chosen by them as rulers a millennium ago. The present-day monarch, initially skeptical, now witnesses a living miracle. A near-death individual is restored before his eyes, with bones mended and flesh regrown, devoid of any scars, reflecting on his father's words before his demise. The emperor feels compelled to act. He swiftly sends a message via pigeon to eunuch Zhang, originally instructing him to await the envoy's report on the corruption of officials in Lanling and their collusion with local gangs. However, upon witnessing the elixir's miraculous effects, he decides to issue a decree, instructing eunuch Zhang to spare no effort in retrieving all remaining elixirs and treasures left behind by the practitioner. At this moment, the atmosphere in Lanling is thick with impending turmoil. Not long ago, the local authorities discovered a male corpse in a dilapidated temple outside the city, which they initially treated as an ordinary murder case. Yet rumors began to circulate that Lu Ernio had killed this individual to claim the miraculous elixirs he possessed. Naturally, the authorities dismissed such absurd tales, ordering an autopsy. When the coroner examined the body, he discovered that the man had been dead for at least 10 days, yet showed no signs of decomposition or rigor mortis. In the sweltering summer heat, no foul odor emanated from the corpse, and the cause of death appeared intricate. Despite severe injuries to his organs and meridians, the individual had not died on the spot but had managed to escape to the temple, only to succumb to multiple stab wounds to the chest and neck. This peculiar discovery raised suspicions among the local authorities, prompting them to summon Lu Ernia for questioning, as the rumors implicated him in the man's death. However, before they could reach him, Lu Ernia was already taken by the Golden Sands gang, leaving the authorities reluctant to confront the gang directly, especially since they were already in collusion with them. As rumors spread that Lu Ernia had slain a passing immortal, some claimed that the immortal had been injured prior to Lu's attack, allowing Lu to seize the celestial treasures from him. The four major factions, having already heard of the situation, find Lu Ernia still groveling for his life in the clutches of the Golden Sands gang. The four factions unite in their demands, not anticipating that the leader of the Golden Sands, Jean Mei, would hand over the treasures of the immortal, along with Lu Ernia's hidden luminous stones and talismans, including the crucial techniques of the immortal himself. Unbeknownst to them, the treasures had already fallen into Jean Mei's hands, and by the time they realized this, several days have passed. Seeing the treasures firmly in the grip of the Golden Sands gang, the four factions lose their composure, opting to sever their alliance with Jean Mei in pursuit of the immortal's artifacts. Jean Mei, having been blinded by the allure of these treasures, recklessly chooses to offend the four factions. Oblivious to the repercussions, a fierce battle looms on the horizon, and it is evident that while the Golden Sands gang may be the most powerful among the five factions, they cannot withstand the combined might of the other four. As Jean Mei realizes that his life's work is on the verge of collapse and he is surrounded by the elite warriors of the four factions, he contemplates taking his own life rather than facing potential humiliation at their hands. Just then, the Imperial Army intervenes, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the Golden Sands gang while the four factions are engaged in battle. However, this unexpected turn of events offers Jean Mei a glimmer of hope for escape. Amidst the chaos, he carves a bloody path out of the fray, his internal energy nearly depleted. Climbing onto his horse, he spurs it northward in flight. Under normal circumstances, the Imperial forces and the underworld factions would be locked in a deadly confrontation. But at this moment, an urgent message arrives from the Emperor, commanding eunuch Zhang to spare no effort in acquiring the elixirs and treasures left by the immortal. Thus, he must abandon the conflict with the underworld factions and instead pursue the fleeing Jean Mei. Meanwhile, Lu Ernia finds himself in the clutches of the four factions, suffering greatly, perhaps in proportion to the indulgences he once sought. The underworld factions remain unwilling to relinquish the immortal's treasures, with the four faction leaders and their core disciples resolutely pursuing Jean Mei to the north. For over half a year, Jean Mei has been relentlessly pursued by both the underworld factions and the Imperial Army, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. If not for the elixirs bestowed upon him by the immortal, He would have perished long ago. Now, having fled into the deep mountains and forests, he endures immense hardship, fostering a complex relationship with the Immortal's treasures, both love and hate. He despises the treasures for being the catalyst of his gang's downfall, yet longs for the elusive promise of immortality they represent, akin to a flower in a well or the moon reflected in water, beautiful yet unattainable. With his supply of elixirs exhausted, and knowing that not all of them possess healing properties, he finds himself fortunate that none are toxic, allowing him to escape into the wilderness, where he is soon pursued by both the Imperial Army and the underworld factions. Not long ago, the Imperial Court even took the initiative to send envoys to seek cooperation with the various factions of the martial world. Thus, with ulterior motives, both parties convened. After their meeting, they agreed to jointly venture into the mountains to capture Jean May. Both sides understood that once Jean May was eliminated, it would also signify the time for them to determine each other's fates. At that moment, someone suddenly reported to the leader of the Guping faction that about 20 miles ahead, 2 of their brothers had been slain. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Ji, Li Zhan, and Lian Shui were filled with excitement, indicating that the elusive Jean May had finally been located. Immediately, the 4 faction leaders led their disciples to pursue Jean May. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Elder Jiang remarked to Commander Yu, "It seems these martial artists have obtained a lead. Let the local officials clear the way ahead." The local officials, witnessing the martial artists' large contingent approaching, mistakenly believed a great battle was imminent. However, upon realizing the 2 sides had united, they felt an immense relief. Now, they merely had to pave the way, and they were quite pleased, as they could avoid a deadly confrontation with these martial figures. At this time, Jean May, having just dealt with 2 followers, sensed that this location was no longer safe and swiftly utilized his lightness skill to leap through the forest and escape. Despite several days of joint pursuit, the team still found no trace of Jean May, but they were able to ascertain that he was indeed ahead. Naturally, the speed of this large contingent could not match that of Jean May. Therefore, the 4 faction leaders instructed their disciples to follow the trail he had left behind, and they used their lightness skills to pursue him closely. On the Imperial Court side, aside from Elder Jiang, the only top-tier expert was Commander Yu. By this time, Elder Jiang had long ceased to ride in the carriage. Instead, he was mounted on a grand steed. His expression was grim, and he felt a deep sense of urgency and helplessness as he watched the 4 figures gradually disappear into the forest. Fearing that if he strayed too far from the main force, he might be ambushed by the 4, he could only watch helplessly as they vanished from sight. His heart was filled with anxiety, and he could only try to keep pace with them. After several days of pursuit, Guping, Li Zhan, Zhao Ji, and Lian Shui finally caught up with Jean May. A fierce battle ensued. Jean May could only fight back while retreating to evade their onslaught. He understood that he had no elixirs left to consume, with only a few talismans and a useless manual of celestial techniques remaining. Although he had attempted to cultivate from it, he could not sense the heavenly aura described within. If he were injured, he would have no choice but to surrender. Eventually, Jean May was cornered with no escape route left. The group surrounded him, and Li Zhan was the first to raise his copper staff and strike forcefully at Jean May. Naturally, Jean May dared not withstand such a powerful blow and swiftly dodged to the left rear. In the process of retreating, he threw 3 poison-tipped silver needles hidden in his sleeve towards Li Zhan. Li Zhan sneered, wielding his 300-pound copper staff with the ease of strolling in a garden, effortlessly deflecting 2 of the needles, while he surprisingly caught the last needle with his bare hand. Li Zhan immediately mocked, "I hadn't heard that the leader Jean was skilled in needle techniques. You didn't demonstrate this when you were in dire straits in Lanling City." At this moment, Guping furrowed his brow in thought. Jean May would not engage in such a meaningless act. He hurriedly urged Li Zhan to discard the silver needle. Jean May then declared, "It's too late." Li Zhan hastily discarded the silver needle, only to feel an extremely sinister sensation emanating from it. Alarmed, he shouted, "What kind of strange poison is this?" Jean May replied nonchalantly, "To be honest, I don't know what sort of strange poison it is. I only know that it is a liquid from a mysterious vial among the treasures of immortals. I had no idea what kind of treasure it was, so I used it to coat the silver needles. Treating it as poison, now it appears this vial contains harmful substances, rather than some celestial treasure." Jean May promptly inquired, "How does it feel, brotherly, to die under the poison of an immortal? At least it's not a wasted journey in this world." The remaining 3 had already grown wary of the silver needle, and they wasted no time in launching their attacks. At this moment, Li Zhan could only retreat several dozen feet, channeling his inner energy to resist the sinister sensation coursing through him. But he felt his power dissipate into nothingness. He realized that this object did not seem like a deadly poison, rather, it felt like a form of energy spreading throughout his body, coursing through his limbs and veins at will. This strange sensation filled Li Jian with terror, as this inexplicable force roamed freely within him, and even his inner strength could not impede its progress. This uncontrollable feeling was deeply unsettling for him. At this point, he had no other recourse but to use his skills to resist, yet whenever his energy made contact, it turned to nothing. However, if he did not take some action, he could not find peace. So he endeavored to utilize his inner strength to counter the extraordinary energy as it moved through his vital meridians. He was already too weak to attack again, while the other three had long since engaged Jin Mei in battle. They too were extremely cautious, wary of the strange poison Jin Mei had mentioned. Ji Yuping executed a palm strike with his inner strength, but Jin Mei took it lightly, dodging with an exceptionally agile maneuver. Jin Mei then retaliated, channeling his inner energy into his blade. Zhao Ji, witnessing a flaw in Jin Mei's defense, unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at his chest. Jin Mei took the hit and was sent flying. At that moment, Lian Shui lunged forward, her fingers clawed like a hawk aiming for Jin Mei. Jin Mei brandished his sword to meet her attack. Lian Shui's outstretched fingers collided with Jin Mei's treasured blade, producing a dull sound of impact. Lian Shui, initially intending to capitalize on Jin Mei being struck back by Zhao Ji, found herself surprised by the depth of his internal power, as her fingers could not breach the distance to his blade. Realizing this, she quickly withdrew, lacking the confidence to match her internal strength against Jin Mei's. Just then, Gu Peng leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight to deliver a powerful kick towards Jin Mei. Seeing this, Jin Mei braced himself to counter, yet as he turned to face the other two who were also attacking, he hastily retreated. After a series of exchanges, Jin Mei understood that if this continued, he would exhaust his energy and meet his demise. Previously, Li Jian had overestimated himself, falling victim to his so-called strange poison, and he was now on the sidelines attempting to resist it. Whether he had indeed been poisoned by an immortal remained unknown. If it were not for the poison, he would not have been so relaxed when he noticed the force surrounding him. Jin Mei began to feel a desire to flee, but the seamless coordination of the three attacks left him in a dire predicament. To an outsider, it appeared as though he effortlessly battled three opponents, exuding an air of dominance, yet little did they know that if this continued, he would undoubtedly fall. At this point, he recalled the small vial containing the mysterious liquid he had left. Previously, the silver needles he used against Li Jian had been dipped in that liquid, causing Li Jian to panic. Even if it was not a strange poison, it could still render the remaining three incapable of attacking him. With this thought, Jin Mei devised a plan to splash the contents of the vial onto them. He feigned a desperate struggle, channeling all his internal energy to appear as if he were fighting for his life. The three, seeing this, believed Jin Mei was indeed making a last stand. They dared not underestimate him and unleashed their full power, no longer holding back. At that moment, Zhao Ji launched another powerful punch towards Jin Mei, who deliberately raised his sword to block it. As Zhao Ji's punch sent the treasured blade flying from Jin Mei's hands, and the other two prepared to join forces to finish him off. Just then, a figure darted in with lightning speed, and it was none other than Elder Jiang. Observing that the three had cornered Jin Mei, he noticed that Li Jian seemed to be suffering from some sort of poison. Standing aside and attempting to heal himself, Jiang, seizing the opportunity, aimed to strike down all four of them, including Jin Mei, in one fell swoop, channeling all his internal energy toward them. Upon seeing this, Jin Mei realized the situation had changed. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the small vial towards them. The three, witnessing Jiang's sudden assault, found Jin Mei also launching an attack, leaving them no choice but to retreat together. As Elder Jiang saw the three retreat, he quickly shifted his target and charged wholeheartedly at Jin Mei. However, he failed to notice the small vial suspended in mid-air, and unfortunately, his strike shattered it. The liquid within the vial sprayed onto all five individuals. And after throwing the vial, Jin Mei retreated unexpectedly. Elder Jiang charged forth, causing all five of them to become tainted by the liquid they had considered the poison of an immortal. Ji Yuping, Zhao Ji, and Lian Shui were all taken aback as the liquid splashed onto them, and they hurriedly retreated to find a safe place to sit and channel their energy in an attempt to expel the immortal's poison. Elder Jiang, oblivious to the situation, intended to pursue Jin Mei but took a step forward, only to notice a strange and sinister sensation emanating from the liquid on his face. Observing the other three sitting down to cultivate, he quickly realized that the liquid was indeed highly toxic and he could only retreat to a safe distance to begin his own cultivation. At this moment, Elder Jiang, like Li Jian before him, discovered that his internal power could not halt the sinister energy coursing through his body, leaving him utterly alarmed and unable to focus on Jean May. Meanwhile, Jean May was also filled with trepidation. Having been affected as well, however, he suppressed his fear and turned to flee, feeling the intensely sinister energy within him. At this moment, he could only gamble that this energy would not harm his body. In truth, what afflicted the six of them was not a deadly poison. While it was indeed harmful, it would not claim their lives. Even an ordinary mortal, devoid of internal power, would not lose their life upon succumbing to such an affliction. This substance is a liquid concocted from a rare berry found solely in the vicinity of a frigid pool, combined with several commonly encountered cold-natured medicinal herbs from the realm of cultivation. It serves as an auxiliary remedy for the cultivation of certain and can be ingested alongside a select few potent elixirs. It is considered an unconventional yet valuable resource for foundational cultivation. A cultivator who inadvertently comes into contact with this liquid can resist its effects with a slight exertion of their internal power. However, if an ordinary person encounters this liquid, while it may not be fatal, it will inevitably damage their meridians. Healing from this affliction is not particularly challenging for cultivators, yet for a mortal, it is akin to scaling the heavens, as they can only rely on the elixirs of cultivators to mend their meridians. No matter how skilled a mortal's medical expertise may be, they cannot resolve this issue. At this juncture, Jean May once again vanished into the depths of the mountains, leaving the four sect leaders and the eunuch Jiang from the capital to watch helplessly as she disappeared into the wilderness. Days later, they discovered that the medicinal effects had dissipated from their bodies and realized that it was not a lethal poison. However, upon attempting to cultivate, they found that their meridians had sustained severe damage, resulting in a significant decline in their power. This enraged them, and they promptly collaborated to resume their search in the deep mountains and forests. This time, Jean May was akin to a tiger released back into the wild or a dragon that had returned to the sea. Evading detection for several consecutive days, both parties dispatched all their subordinates to scour the forest with great urgency. In a distant ravine, three figures trudged onward, burdened with large and small packages, clad in straw hats and raincoats. Braving the fierce wind and snow, these three were none other than Xiaoshui Shirlu and Uncle Lu. They had journeyed for dozens of days, eager to return home for the new year, with only 2 days left to reach their village. Exhausted from battling the storm, they pressed on, with no suitable place to rest, forced to endure the harsh conditions. At that moment, Joshua was filled with regret, wishing he had never returned, now left to swallow his bitterness. Shirlu then remarked, "I recall there is a cave ahead. We passed it 6 months ago and rested there for a night. Let us gather some firewood along the way and wait there until the snow lightens before continuing our journey." Xiaoshui and Uncle Lu readily agreed. Suddenly Shirlu recalled, with the heavy snow, that cave might be occupied by wild boars or wolves. We must be cautious. If we encounter such creatures, we should leave quickly. Xiaoshui wholeheartedly concurred. Finding a sturdy stick among the firewood for self-defense, and Uncle Lu did the same. Half an hour later, the trio approached the cave, which was obscured by dense foliage and sealed tightly by snow. Leaving only an entrance wide enough for 2 or 3 people, fearing the presence of other creatures within, they cautiously approached, remaining at a distance to observe, ready to flee at the slightest sound. Xiaoshui's group did not wish to confront a wild boar upon entering the cave. At that moment, a voice echoed from within, an old man exclaiming, "You vile creature, do you dare to harm me?" Soon, a wailing sound emerged, not human but reminiscent of a cat's desperate cry, albeit far more guttural. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu immediately realized it was the cry of a leopard. He pondered briefly and exclaimed, "Could it be that beast has dragged someone into the cave?" Shirlu, upon hearing this, promptly set down his pack, urging, "Let us hurry inside." Shirlu and Uncle Lu exchanged a determined glance before rushing into the cave to rescue the individual. At this point, Xiaoshui hesitated, but seeing the other two about to enter, he dropped his pack and followed them inside. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered traces of blood on the ground and a set of footprints. Shirlu and Uncle Lu realized that the person had not been dragged in but had walked in of their own accord. Without further thought, they ventured deeper into the cave. They soon laid eyes upon an elderly man sitting against the cave wall, alongside a nearly human-sized leopard, which lay gasping for breath on the ground. The leopard was in a dire state, barely clinging to life, while the old man was gravely injured and unconscious. Shirlu and Uncle Lu rushed forward to assess the situation, and Xiaoshui entered the cave, quickly noticing Shirlu examining the old man's injuries. As his gaze shifted to the leopard, he realized that this creature was of considerable value. Its fur and bones were worth a fortune. and its pelt could fetch a handsome price, while its bones might serve in medicinal concoctions. His attention then turned to the old man, and as Joshua approached to inspect him, he noted that although the elder appeared dirty and stained with blood, his garments were undeniably luxurious, particularly the jade belt tied around his waist. Joshua couldn't help but be captivated, his mind racing with thoughts of the potential riches. Shirley and Uncle Lou, after examining the elder, confirmed he still had a pulse. Lacking expertise in medicine or herbal remedies, they could only leave his fate to chance. Lou then remarked, "We can offer no assistance other than to hope for the best." Meanwhile, Shirley felt a pang of concern, recognizing that the old man's age was similar to that of his grandfather. Fearing he might perish in this cave, this thought weighed heavily on his heart. Joshua, however, was preoccupied with schemes to claim the elder's possessions, showing little regard for the old man's life. Within the cave, the elder remained in a state of unconsciousness while Joshua and his companions sat around a fire, cooking food. The elder was draped in a blanket by Shirley, with another beneath him, while the leopard's carcass lay beside them. Outside, the snowstorm intensified, and the elder was none other than Jinmei. Days prior, after a confrontation with the four sect leaders, she had fled into the wilderness. At this moment, her internal power was nearly depleted, and her body had been contaminated with the medicinal liquid, which, while not fatal, inflicted great suffering in her current state. She discovered that the liquid was not lethal but would cause damage to her meridians. Coupled with the near exhaustion of her internal power, her recovery would be exceptionally slow, necessitating a safe refuge. She stumbled upon the cave, only to find it already occupied by the leopard. Though she managed to slay the beast, her injuries and the effects of the medicinal liquid compounded her suffering. Were it not for Joshua and his companions finding her in time, her fate would have been dire. Meanwhile, those searching for her, both in the martial world and the imperial court, ceased their pursuit due to the fierce storm in the mountains. They surmised that Jinmei had likely found a hiding place and felt no urgency. The snowfall continued to intensify, and the howling winds ravaged the landscape. Resembling a fearsome beast, within the cave, Jinmei began to regain consciousness, hazily circulating her internal power and rejoicing as she felt her strength return to approximately 30 to 40%, yet she remained weak, her eyelids heavy as if burdened by iron weights, forcing her to surrender to slumber once more. She slept for 3 hours, finally awakening to see Joshua and his companions. She immediately requested water. Upon witnessing the elder's awakening, Shirley quickly offered a bowl of warm water, but fearing the elder lacked the strength to hold it, he knelt beside him to assist him in drinking. Jinmei, noticing the young man's intimate care, felt a wave of discomfort. As the leader of the Jinsha gang, a figure of renown in Lanling City, she found it disconcerting to be treated like a child by a youth. She promptly insisted, "I can drink myself. Just hand me the bowl." Shirley, hearing this, retreated to the side. Observing the elder's alertness, Shirley felt a surge of joy and asked, "You are from the martial world, are you not?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Jinmei felt a tightening in her chest, a latent urge to harm the young man arising within her. Unaware of this shift, Shirley continued, "At your age, you could still contend with the leopard. You must have been formidable in your youth. Surely those in the martial world can slay leopards with their bare hands, right? Do martial artists possess lightness skills? How proficient are you in such arts? Could you teach me a few techniques?" At this, Jinmei regarded the seemingly naive young man before her and replied, "Bring me some food. I am hungry." Shirley, convinced that this elder was a martial arts master and perhaps even a chivalrous hero, turned to fetch some cured meat and pastries he had bought in the town to offer to Jinmei. Joshua observed that Shirley, who usually hoarded such delicacies, was now generously sharing them with a stranger. He suspected Shirley might have mistaken the elder for a martial hero. Since first laying eyes on the elder, Joshua had harbored designs on his possessions. In the depths of the mountains, it was unusual for an old man to appear without reason, and judging by his attire, it was clear he was no ordinary figure. Though he was robust, his physique was not merely the result of a life of labor. The calluses on his hands suggested a life of combat, not menial toil. This led Joshua to conclude that this man was indeed a formidable martial artist, capable of slaying leopards with his bare hands. This realization filled him with trepidation, pondering if this meant the elder could easily dispatch all three of them. Upon reflecting on this, Joshua grew increasingly wary of him, and any thoughts he harbored regarding the treasures that adorned the man dissipated like mist. At this moment, Jinmei, noticing that Shirley had taken out cured meat and pastries from his bag, could hardly tear his gaze away, for he had been starved for several days and felt an overwhelming hunger gnawing at his insides. He seized the food and began to devour it ravenously. Just then, Uncle Lou poured a bowl of water for Jinmei and inquired, "My good fellow, what brings you to these mountains amidst such heavy snowfall?" Upon hearing Lou's question, Jinmei instantly concocted a fabricated tale, claiming he was in search of a rare medicinal herb to heal his son, stating that he possessed some ancestral martial arts skills. He explained that his son had encountered an accident while practicing martial arts, and to cure him, it was imperative to concoct a specific elixir, one that could not be found elsewhere, and necessitated a personal quest into the mountains for the required ingredients. After listening to this implausible narrative filled with inconsistencies, Lu ceased his inquiries. At this juncture, Shirlu, captivated by the story, began to chatter incessantly, perhaps feeling somewhat annoyed by Shirlio's incessant prattle. Jean Mei snapped, "Silence, boy, spare me your incessant dribble." The atmosphere within the cave abruptly turned somber. It was then that Qiushui asked, "Pray tell, sir, what is your name?" Seeing Qiushui pose such a question, Jean Mei hastily fabricated another identity, claiming to be Li Mingxing, urging them to call him Old Li. Jean Mei felt an inexplicable sense of caution emanating from the young man before him. At that moment, Shirlu introduced himself as Lu Shirlu, while Qiushui revealed his name as Wu Qiushui, stating they were from the same village, laboring in the town, and were merely returning home for the new year. To their surprise, they encountered him along the way, remarking on the impressive feat of him slaying that beast with his bare hands. Observing the incessant chatter of the young man named Lu Shirlu, Jean Mei coldly admonished, "Keep your distance from me, your presence gives me a headache." Reluctantly Shirlu stepped away. Uncle Lu attempted to diffuse the tension, suggesting that the old gentleman should rest a while. At this moment, Jean Mei noticed that the young man named Wu Qiushui had been silently scrutinizing him, provoking a feeling of disdain within him. He thought to himself, taking your lives would be as trivial as breathing. Although surrounded by three unfamiliar faces in the cave, Jean Mei felt no trepidation and promptly closed his eyes to recuperate. Strategizing on how to evade both the myriad of martial artists and the court's pursuit, the tempestuous weather outside presented an opportune moment for his escape. It was improbable that such a large group would dare to brave the fierce snowstorm. They likely believed that an injured old man would not venture out alone into such a tempest, yet he intended to do precisely the opposite. Jean Mei attempted to rise, only to realize that in his current condition, not only would traversing the snowstorm be impossible, but he might very well perish within half a day, especially without any provisions. At this juncture, a murderous intent began to brew within him towards Qiushui and the others, contemplating seizing their supplies, yet he quickly reconsidered. How much could he carry? A person could only bear enough rations for 10 days at most. Once the storm ceased, he would likely be pursued within 2 or 3 days. And at that point, his fate would be sealed, leading to his demise. The only solution was to compel these three to escort him through the raging storm, thus increasing his chances of eluding his pursuers. Suddenly breaking the oppressive silence in the cave, Jean Mei declared, "You three, take me along with you." Uncle Lu replied, "Very well, but let us wait for the storm to subside before we set out. By the way, where do you reside? I suggest you join us for the new year." Before Lu could finish, Jean Mei interrupted, "We leave at once." Lu retorted, "That is not feasible. Traveling in such a storm could be fatal." He was about to explain further when Jean Mei's patience waned. He understood that once the storm abated, the search would resume, and every second was crucial. "I have money. I will pay you to take me away from here immediately." Jean Mei insisted. Lu replied, "Once the storm eases, we shall depart. You need not worry. As long as we have food, you shall not go hungry." Shirlu chimed in, "Do not fret, sir." Jean Mei, forcing himself to stand, felt Shirlu attempt to assist him. In a sudden motion, he overturned Shirlu, appearing less like an elderly man and more like a vigorous youth. Shirlu stumbled to the ground, while Qiushui stood momentarily stunned. Jean Mei charged toward Lu, seizing him by the throat with a single hand. Growling, "Were you to negotiate with me, you will do as I say." With a sharp twist of his fingers, he tore Lu's throat open as easily as one would rip paper. Lu fell to the ground, writhing like a fish out of water, unable to produce a sound due to his severed throat. Jean Mei disdainfully flung the bloody remnants aside. Shirlu, witnessing the gruesome scene of Lu's throat being ripped apart, stood frozen in shock. Qiushui, seeing how swiftly Jean Mei had dispatched Lu, instinctively turned to flee from the cave. Jean Mei, feeling a twinge of boredom after the brutal act, glanced at Shirlu and scoffed. He then turned his gaze to Qiushui, who was already sprinting towards the cave entrance. In just a few strides, Jean Mei seized Qiushui and hurled him back into the cave, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Regaining his composure, Shirlu shouted, "Why did you kill Lu, you beast? You are nothing but a monster." Yet, it quickly dawned on Shirlu that for Jean Mei, taking their lives would be as effortless as crushing an ant. In a daze, he fell silent. Jean Mei remarked, "Unappreciative rustic." As Qiushui lay on the ground, witnessing the still writhing body of Lu, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness towards Jean Mei. Jean Mei, perceiving Lu's suffering as an inconvenience, delivered a brutal kick to his chest, seeing Lu's life extinguished, Xiaoshui and Shirlu turned away, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, Jin Mei observed the two of them trembling like rabbits doused in cold water. Shivering in the frigid wind, listen closely, you two. If you obey me, your lives will be spared. Should anyone dare to make a move during our journey, do not blame me for taking your lives with a mere flick of my wrist. He warned. Noticing the silence from Xiaoshui and Shirlu, the cunning Jin Mei realized they no longer harbored any rebellious thoughts. With a single act, he had instilled fear in the hearts of the two 16 or 17-year-olds. Making it as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. Wu Xiaoshui, he commanded, go prepare some hot food for me, and you, Lu Shirlu, dragged that corpse to the side. Upon hearing his orders, both complied without hesitation. Mechanically going about their tasks, they had been thoroughly subdued by Jin Mei's ruthless demeanor. Meanwhile, Jin Mei's thoughts turned inward, recalling the mysterious potion that had caused him such harm, leading to damage in his meridians. Not only did he experience inexplicable pain while using his powers, but the recovery of his abilities was also significantly hindered. Although he had swiftly dealt with that rustic villager, it had cost him nearly 10% of his strength. Such a situation would have been unthinkable before. It was undoubtedly the cursed potion at play. Jin Mei thought of the 4 gatekeepers and the courthounds, all of whom had also been tainted by this potion. And he felt slightly reassured, believing their condition was not much better than his own. As Xiaoshui and Shirlu dragged the body aside, they began preparing a meal for Jin Mei in the cave. They dared not utter a word, focusing solely on their mechanical tasks. The memory of Lu's tragic demise at Jin Mei's hands instilled a profound fear within them. Soon, the meal was ready, and Xiaoshui, with his head bowed, placed it before Jin Mei. The two stood nearby, lacking even the courage to sit down. After several breaths, Jin Mei finished his cultivation and gazed at the food before him, teasingly remarking, you boy have quite the culinary skills. There is no poison in this, is there? Hearing this, Xiaoshui and Shirlu broke into a cold sweat, hastily denying any foul play. Seeing their fear, Jin Mei lost his inclination to jest. And after devouring the meal prepared by Xiaoshui, he began to contemplate his current predicament. Even if these two boys led him through the storm, it merely treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Undoubtedly Jin Mei had reached a dead end, yet he was unwilling to accept that after all he had sacrificed. In his pursuit of the Immortal's treasures, he had witnessed the downfall of the Golden Sands gang he had established, and his lineage had been extinguished. Both of his sons had perished due to his relentless quest for the Immortal's artifacts. He had acquired treasures that sent the entire city of Lanling into a frenzy. Yet he could not enjoy them. He reminisced about the glory he had experienced 6 months prior, a time when he wielded power in Lanling, commanding respect and indulging in untold luxuries. In the end, he had gained nothing but a useless Immortal's manual, losing his reputation, wealth, status, and power overnight. Ultimately, he had even severed his bloodline in this world. Everyone sought the Immortal's treasures, he had obtained them, yet the losses he had endured were far too great. Reflecting on this, Jin Mei felt as if his heart were being shredded, wishing he could tear out his own heart to make sense of it. All of the hatred within him clawed at his soul like a malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows, its sharp talons slicing through his very being. He was unwilling to die in such a manner, nor could he tolerate a meager existence here. But what could he do now? He was old and frail, with no remaining bloodline in this world. Though Jin Mei appeared calm on the surface, his inner turmoil was spiraling into madness, and he couldn't help but look at Xiaoshui and Shirlu, a ludicrous thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. At that moment, Jin Mei pulled out a book from his bosom, a tome left behind by the Immortal. He felt a mix of love and hate towards this treasure. The hatred stemmed from its role in his downfall, rendering all his life's work and accomplishments into this useless Immortal manual. Jin Mei meticulously opened the book before him, scrutinizing its contents for what felt like the umpteenth time. Despite having perused it countless times before, he still clung to a pitiful hope that each separation might yield some glimmer of promise. Yet, each examination culminated in profound despair. Xiaoshui and Shirlu observed with trepidation as this formidable figure seemed consumed by the weight of the tome, fearing that he might, in a fit of rage, revert to his previous violent tendencies. As anxiety gnawed at them, Jin Mei suddenly beckoned, come here, you two. The pair exchanged anxious glances before cautiously approaching. In that moment, Jin Mei appeared momentarily lost in thought, pointing at the book in his hands and inquiring, do you know what this is? Xiaoshui and Shirlu shook their heads, and Jin Mei launched into a monologue, oblivious to his audience. This is power, status, wealth, fame, and strength, essentially everything in this world that drives men to madness and obsession. Witnessing this, Xiaoshui and Shirlu concluded that Jin Mei was undoubtedly a madman, one with formidable martial skills and a fractured psyche. Their fear deepened, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Jean Mei, astute as ever, perceived their trepidation with a cold smirk before tossing the precious manual at their feet, commanding, "Pick it up." The two stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Until Jean Mei raised his voice, insisting, "Pick it up." With great reluctance, Xiao Shui gathered the manual from the ground. Jean Mei then instructed, "Open it and take a look." Xiao Shui, unable to disobey, complied, and flipped through the pages. Albeit holding the book upside down, Jean Mei remarked, "Can you not read?" Initially, Xiao Shui shook his head, then nodded in confusion, his mind clouded by fear of Jean Mei's wrath. Jean Mei, amused by the sight of the youth mishandling the book, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This tome, fiercely contested by powerful figures, was now in the hands of a boy who seemed to treat it as mere dust. The boy's ignorance, coupled with his earlier blunder, brought a sense of delight to Jean Mei. Unable to resist, he teased, "Do you even know what you're holding?" Xiao Shui remained silent, rooted in shock. "You are clutching something that could very well cost you your life. No burial ground for you. Just like me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui gasped as if on the verge of suffocation, trembling as he offered the book back to Jean Mei, yet Jean Mei simply stared at him, refusing to accept it. Xiao Shui, terrified, kept his arm extended until it ached. Jean Mei observed his predicament, empathizing with his own current plight. After an agonizing silence, Jean Mei finally said, "Just drop it, it's no longer of use." With utmost reverence, Xiao Shui gently placed the manual on the ground, standing aside, still too fearful to move. Suddenly Jean Mei declared, "I changed my mind, pick it up again." Like a puppet on strings, Xiao Shui complied. Respectfully handing the manual back to Jean Mei took the book, his voice resonating with authority as he commanded, "Remember every word I recite." Xiao Shui and Shi Lu nodded, devoid of any thought or dissent. Satisfied, Jean Mei began to read aloud, enunciating each word with precision, instructing them to repeat after him. They recited the same passage several times, and abruptly Jean Mei asked, "Have you memorized it?" They nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Then Jean Mei escalated the challenge, reciting a much longer and more complex passage, repeating it only 3 times and demanding they recount it to him. It was evident that their minds were muddled. Xiao Shui managed to recall only 3/4 of it, while Shi Lu felt as though he had forgotten even the earlier section. Jean Mei, dissatisfied, rose and chastised them severely. Their cries of anguish echoed, and Xiao Shui realized that this tyrant was merely toying with them before delivering the final blow. Though they appeared gravely injured, Jean Mei's strikes were calculated, causing only superficial wounds without damaging any vital meridians or bones. He then recited another obscure phrase, only once, and when they struggled to repeat it, he promptly quizzed them on the earlier passage. Their blank stares were met with another round of punishment. The cave reverberated with their cries. And soon Jean Mei commanded them to gather their belongings and prepare to leave. Xiao Shui and Shi Lu perceived Jean Mei's volatile nature as inscrutable. One moment he was threatening their lives, and the next, he forced them to memorize texts, leaving them feeling their lives were in constant jeopardy. With a bleak future ahead, the only option was to comply with this old demon. They quickly packed their belongings, and soon found themselves coerced by Jean Mei to set off. Utilizing 2 sticks and vines gathered from the ravine, they fashioned a makeshift litter, more akin to a stretcher, following Jean Mei's orders. They placed their packs atop it, hoisting it on their shoulders, Xiao Shui in front and Shi Lu behind, while Jean Mei sat atop the bundled belongings. He wielded a thorny vine, and as they trudged through the snowstorm, they believed their situation had improved. Free from the old demoness torment, despite the biting cold and stinging winds, they pressed on under the weight of both their packs and Jean Mei. It felt as though they were enduring punishment in a frozen hell, with Jean Mei acting as the malevolent overseer. After some time, Jean Mei's voice, akin to a demoness whisper, broke through the howling winds, compelling them to recite their lessons even amidst the frigid turmoil. Naturally, the two knew little of the written word, so Jean Mei read aloud while forcing them to remember his recitations. The dread of punishment loomed over them. Failure to recall or memorize correctly would undoubtedly result in the sting of his whip. They soon understood the purpose of the thorny vine. It was a tool for their torment on this arduous journey. Thus, they made their way through the relentless storm, a bizarre spectacle for any onlooker who might mistake them for diligent students escorting their elderly teacher, all while seeking knowledge. Xiao Shui, despite battling exhaustion and the bitter cold, dared not forget a single word of Jean Mei's commands. Any misstep would result in the sharp reprimand of the thorny vine. Shi Lu fared no better. He suffered greatly, answering incorrectly at least 3 times out of 5 inquiries, while Xiao Shui managed only 1 misstep. Yet, even Xiao Shui bore bruises, while Shi Lu was left in a state of utter despair, having been punished for each mistake. According to Jean Mei, errors demanded a lesson, while correct answers warranted further punishment to instill a lasting memory. The toll on Shi Lu's psyche was immeasurable, and their journey continued for an entire day. Both were too exhausted to think. Their limbs numb as they trudged forward, their minds fixated on Jean May's words, afraid to forget a single syllable. Of physically and mentally drained, even the typically astute Xiao Shui felt hollow and weak under the relentless pressure. Yet, under duress, they managed to commit the obscure teachings to memory. They remained oblivious to Jean May's true intentions, too fearful to voice their questions. As they journeyed onward, the snowfall intensified, and Jean May contemplated how the accumulating snow would significantly hinder their pursuers. The footprints left by the trio were quickly concealed, surpassing Jean May's expectations. The martial world and the court had lost all trace of him, only able to speculate a general direction. For martial sect leaders, anxious and desperate, abandoned their disciples to pursue him alone, while the court's eunuch Zhang followed closely behind. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, they discovered the cave where Qiao Shui and Shirlu had previously sought refuge. Yet, the heavy snow had obscured all signs of their passage, leaving them unaware of the trio's destination. They could only wait for their subordinates to arrive, using the cave as a base to search for Jean May's whereabouts. In the ensuing days, Qiao Shui and Shirlu were compelled by Jean May to memorize countless obscure incantations. One fateful day, Jean May proclaimed that if they could commit the entire book to memory, their lives would be spared. Upon hearing this, the two exerted every effort to internalize the manual's contents. Qiao Shui pondered the purpose behind Jean May's insistence on these lessons. After much reflection, he concluded that the tome must contain martial arts secrets. Observing Jean May's actions over several days, Qiao Shui boldly theorized that the old demon was cornered, likely pursued by some imminent danger. He surmised that Jean May was simply keen on ensuring the preservation of this martial legacy, unwilling to see the knowledge vanish into obscurity, thus compelling them to memorize the content. With this reasoning in mind, and adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Qiao Shui dedicated his nights to contemplating the material they were being forced to recite. To his astonishment, Qiao Shui faintly sensed an enigmatic energy coursing through his body each time he practiced the martial arts he had learned from the old demon during the night. With every cycle of this energy, he experienced an unprecedented sensation that captivated him deeply, rendering him irresistibly addicted to it. This extraordinary feeling ensnared Qiao Shui, and on one occasion, he dreamt of himself as an insatiable beast, ravenously absorbing the mysterious energy that surrounded him, yet still feeling an insatiable hunger within. He believed this was merely a martial arts secret of the Jianghu, and although he had contemplated asking Shirlu if she felt the same, he refrained from doing so in the presence of Jean May, who never left their side. Naturally, he never inquired whether Shirlu shared this peculiar sensation. If he were to ask Jean May, he would be even more hesitant, burying his doubts deep within his heart. Yet, like a diligent little bee, Qiao Shui stealthily absorbed the surrounding mysterious energy each night. On one occasion, as he passed by a small hill, he sensed that this hill emanated a purer form of the mysterious energy than any he had encountered before, drawing him in deeply. Shirlu, too, recalled the items the old demon had instructed them to remember, which were likely a martial arts manual. Driven by her own yearning for the ways of the Jianghu, she attempted to harness the teachings of the old demon but felt nothing. She contemplated asking Qiao Shui if he had experienced anything. Yet the intimidation of Jean May kept her from voicing her thoughts. Thus, the trio continued their journey, adhering to their original plan to return to the mountain village for the new year. However, unforeseen circumstances led to their abduction by the old demon. Now, they found themselves atop a mountain peak, gazing down at their village. After a moment of contemplation, Jean May decided to search for food in the village. Despite their ample provisions, he resolved to traverse a considerable distance within the mountain range, believing it necessary for their survival. Had it not been for Qiao Shui and Shirlu accompanying him, he feared he would have succumbed to exhaustion amidst the mountains. Even if they had not been pursued, the wild beasts of the forest could have claimed his life. Observing the village from the peak, it appeared deceptively close. However, the journey would consume at least half a day. With night falling, Jean May chose to make camp beneath a colossal pine tree, igniting a fire for warmth. The tree's lush needles suggested it had withstood the test of time. As there was no snow accumulation within a radius of 7 or 8 zhang, Jean May selected this spot for the night while Qiao Shui and Shirlu began preparing dinner. Jean May watched them intently, making them feel uneasy under his gaze, stifling their conversation. Once dinner was ready, Shirlu respectfully served Jean May, and the three, weary from their journey, retired early. At this moment, Qiao Shui was not yet asleep. As he prepared to cultivate his skills, he noticed Shirlu adding firewood to the blaze. Turning to glance back, he unexpectedly met Jean May's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Over the past few days, Jean May had discerned Qiao Shui's unusual behavior, During the nights, he appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by the biting cold. By day, he traveled with an invigorated spirit, displaying an indefatigable energy. Jean May's suspicions grew. Could Xiao Shui have mastered the celestial arts? Yet, he lacked tangible proof, and he feared that directly questioning him would yield no honest response. As Jean May closed his eyes and turned away, Xiao Shui, noticing Jean May's movement, waited a moment before absorbing the ambient energy once more. This act plunged him deeper into an irresistible trance, an experience beyond mere words to describe. He reveled in this sensation, realizing that a mere hour of sleep sufficed to rejuvenate him. He no longer felt cold at night and discovered that his legs felt remarkably light as he traveled by day. He pondered whether Jean May would be jubilant if he learned of Xiao Shui's progress, perhaps even considering him a disciple. However, the thought of another possibility loomed: revealing his abilities might invite peril upon himself. Thus, he resolved to keep his secret, believing that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Xiao Shui felt content with this arrangement, recalling the old demoness' assurance that as long as he and Shi Lu remembered the content thoroughly, their lives would be spared. Immersed in his practice, he remained unaware of the inherent dangers of such profound cultivation without adequate safety. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The following morning, before dawn, Xiao Shui seized the opportunity to delve into his training once more. Oblivious to Jean May quietly observing him from a distance, Jean May, harboring no malicious intent, instead sought to exploit Xiao Shui for his own vengeance. As he watched, he noted that Xiao Shui remained deeply engrossed in his practice. Breathing rhythmically amidst the icy landscape, seemingly impervious to the cold. Upon closer inspection, Jean May observed that the pine needles within a foot of Xiao Shui were devoid of frost. Xiao Shui's complexion glowed with a youthful radiance, a stark contrast to the pallor he had exhibited when Jean May first encountered him. This only reinforced Jean May's suspicions. Without rousing Xiao Shui, Jean May turned his attention to Shi Lu, who, unlike her first encounter with him, appeared unchanged. Shi Lu had awakened, not from restful slumber but from the biting cold, having added firewood several times throughout the night in vain attempts to stave off the chill. Noticing Jean May's gaze upon her, she dared not meet his eyes. Feigning a search for breakfast among their provisions, Jean May devised a plan to ascertain whether Xiao Shui had indeed mastered the celestial arts. He feigned anger and inquired of Shi Lu, "The items I instructed you to remember the other day were, in truth, the culmination of my life's work. Have you gleaned any insights?" Shi Lu, taken aback, felt a rush of excitement mixed with trepidation. She had suspected it was a martial arts manual, but hearing it confirmed by Jean May filled her with both exhilaration and fear of his wrath should she admit her lack of progress. Unsure how to respond, she hesitated until Jean May, feigning irritation, pressed her for an answer, assuring her that he would not punish her for honesty. Seeing Jean May's frustration, Shi Lu quickly replied that she had not made any discoveries. Jean May, seizing the opportunity, inquired whether Xiao Shui had experienced any revelations. As Xiao Shui pondered this somewhat peculiar yet natural question, Jean May recognized he needed to prevent Xiao Shui from overthinking to avoid detection. Thus, he feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Are you deaf? Can you not hear me?" The fearful of Jean May, Xiao Shui abandoned his contemplation and responded that he had gleaned some insights. Upon hearing this, Jean May's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He knew he must conceal his excitement and maintain composure, yet the glimmer of something unusual in his eyes did not escape Xiao Shui's notice. Taking a deep breath, Jean May, adopting a calm demeanor, remarked, "You are indeed superior to him. Having grasped the martial arts I have devoted my life to creating." Jean May fabricated this statement, and while Xiao Shui sensed something amiss, he ultimately believed he had genuinely acquired the old demon's techniques. No matter how astute Xiao Shui may be, he can hardly be compared to Jean May, who has roamed the martial world for countless years, far beyond the capabilities of the current Xiao Shui. Jean May then remarked, "Since you have gained some insights, do elaborate. It would allow this old man to offer some guidance. At my advanced age, it would be a pity for this martial art to become lost. If you truly have comprehended something, it would not hurt to pass it on to you." Meanwhile, the innocent Shi Lu, upon hearing these words, felt dizzy and powerless, although he had not mastered any martial arts himself. The conversation left him bewildered, unable to discern north from south, standing dazed as he awaited Xiao Shui's response. At that moment, Xiao Shui, while sensing the old demon's words hinted at something deeper, struggled to articulate his thoughts. He could only respond respectfully, expressing that he felt invigorated and physically stronger than before. Xiao Shui chose not to reveal everything, testing the old demon's intentions and eager to observe his reaction. Jean May nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Continue to maintain that feeling." Before turning to leave, he understood Xiao Shui's testing nature. Regardless of whether he answered or not, it inevitably sowed seeds of doubt within Xiao Shui. Jean May chose to remain ambiguous in his responses. Zhou Shui soon discerned that the old demon was indeed suspicious, realizing that his own learning harbored issues, yet he could not pinpoint their source. For now, he decided to take one step at a time. Jinmei, having gleaned a satisfactory answer, contemplated his next move. Soon a daring plan formed in his mind. He would ensure Zhou Shui's survival while compelling him to serve his interests. This involved directly revealing that the techniques Zhou Shui practiced were, in fact, those of an immortal. By igniting Zhou Shui's greed, Jinmei was astute enough to recognize the boy's avarice. He was indeed a substantial coveter. Once Zhou Shui comprehended the value of what he practiced, persuading him would become effortless. Though Zhou Shui proved to be a heartless individual, he remained human, and all humans possess emotions that could be stoked further. At that moment, Jinmei cast a sinister glance at Shirlu, having solidified a devious, contemptible yet clever plan in his heart. Shirlu, upon hearing Zhou Shui's earlier response, felt a twinge of disappointment. The martial arts secrets of the world should not be as simplistic as Zhou Shui suggested. They ought to be fierce, unparalleled, and profound, certainly not as straightforward as Zhou Shui had indicated. Thus Shirlu found himself once again lost in fantasies of chivalrous heroes. As Zhou Shui observed Jinmei depart, he resigned himself to preparing breakfast. Jinmei occasionally glanced at Zhou Shui, subconsciously stealing furtive looks. Zhou Shui sensed that the old demon harbored ulterior motives, yet he could only proceed cautiously, letting events unfold naturally. Yet he detested the feeling of fate slipping from his grasp. Before long, the trio finished breakfast and set off, with Zhou Shui and Shirlu carrying Jinmei as before, Zhou Shui in front and Shirlu behind. The two sensed Jinmei's odd behavior today. He was no longer forcing them to recite those peculiar phrases and had even discarded the thorny vine he had been holding. Shirlu felt a sense of relief at the old demon's sudden change in demeanor, while Zhou Shui remained uneasy, sensing a burning gaze fixed upon him from behind. After walking for over an hour, Zhou Shui could no longer resist the urge to look back, only to find Jinmei regarding him with an oddly intense stare, one that seemed to carry a heavy wager, mingled with familial expectations and a hint of jealousy. This strange and unsettling gaze made Zhou Shui quite uncomfortable. When Jinmei noticed Zhou Shui looking back, he showed no intention of averting his gaze, locking eyes with Zhou Shui until he turned away. Jinmei no longer concealed his schemes against Zhou Shui. Planning to find an opportune moment to lay his cards on the table, Zhou Shui, unaware of Jinmei's inner thoughts, nonetheless sensed an ominous premonition. Zhou Shui's expression darkened as he numbly continued on his way. Hoping to dull his discomfort with his fatigue, Jinmei casually concocted an excuse to send Shirlu away. Jinmei then confessed to Zhou Shui that the techniques he practiced were indeed those of an immortal. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhou Shui's face betrayed no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow, yet he grew increasingly vigilant. Jinmei perceived Zhou Shui as a promising prospect. Zhou Shui inquired, "What do you intend by suddenly revealing this to me? And why did you pass on such knowledge to Shirlu and me previously?" Jinmei unceremoniously interrupted, stating that such details were insignificant. What mattered was that Zhou Shui now understood the value of what he practiced. "Share your thoughts," he urged. As Zhou Shui processed the notion of practicing immortal techniques, his mind felt blank. He was uncertain whether to feel elated or alarmed. It seemed his life had always rested in the hands of this man, who appeared to hold sway over all his innermost thoughts. Whether or not his practices were indeed those of an immortal felt trivial in comparison to surviving under this man's influence. Currently, Jinmei seemed to harbor no malicious intent. Rather, he appeared to have ulterior motives. Jinmei's inquiry into Zhou Shui's perspective on the immortal techniques only added to his confusion, having just learned of their existence. Zhou Shui had yet to form any profound thoughts on the matter. Finally, Zhou Shui asked, "Can I survive this?" Upon hearing Zhou Shui's question, Jinmei nodded affirmatively, assuring him, "Indeed." With this answer, Zhou Shui's anxiety began to dissipate. Jinmei pressed further, "You still haven't shared your thoughts." Zhou Shui mimicked Jinmei's tone, saying, "My opinion matters little. What is crucial is how you wish for me to proceed." Jinmei, recognizing Zhou Shui's straightforwardness, remarked, Good, my boy, I shall no longer beat around the bush. I recall that the cultivation of qi comprises 12 realms. Previously, I instructed you to memorize the contents of the manual, which would elevate your skills to the 10th level of qi cultivation, while the final 2 levels remain in my possession, accompanied by many esoteric techniques. I have withheld certain secrets, but I can now impart a portion of these immortal techniques to you, enabling you to master them. Once you reach the 10th level of qi cultivation, you must seek revenge against the 4 major martial factions in Lanling City. If you succeed in avenging me, I shall gladly entrust you with the remaining 2 levels of the techniques and the rest of the immortal secrets. So, what do you say, lad? You have no reason to refuse. This declaration left Xiao Shui utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Just then, Shirlu returned, prompting Jinmei to send him away once more. Jinmei observed Xiao Shui's silence, aware that the lad was still contemplating his words, yet he was patient enough to wait. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Shui finally spoke. If these techniques are so powerful, why don't you cultivate them yourself? Once mastered, you could exact your own revenge, and why pass this knowledge to us? Jinmei shot Xiao Shui a disdainful glance. Is that all you wish to know? There is nothing to hide. The cultivation of immortal techniques requires a unique medium or condition for success. Simply put, I lack those conditions, but you do not. As for why I chose to impart this knowledge to you, it was merely to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. I intended for you both to remember it and pass it along carelessly. I never anticipated you would actually cultivate it, which sparked the notion of having you avenge me. It's that simple. Upon hearing Jinmei's explanation, Xiao Shui began to plot. The techniques were now within his grasp. And the allure of the immortal secrets was undeniable. However, the complete cultivation manual lay in the hands of the old demon, and the immortal techniques he spoke of were also elusive. Xiao Shui pondered how to obtain the complete manual without aiding Jinmei in his revenge. At that moment, the usually composed Xiao Shui found himself unknowingly entranced. Confronting the old demon directly seemed futile, as he could not match Jinmei's strength. While Xiao Shui was clever, he recognized that engaging in a battle of wits with Jinmei was unrealistic. It appeared that the only way to acquire the complete immortal techniques was to execute this old demon's vengeance. Consequently, Xiao Shui proposed a condition, realizing that he might be Jinmei's sole hope for revenge. He aimed to negotiate terms that wouldn't provoke Jinmei's ire, as he risked not only his life but also a painful lesson. Xiao Shui addressed Jinmei, stating, I am willing to seek your vengeance, but you must relinquish all remaining immortal techniques to me. You may keep the last 2 levels of the immortal manual, but I require every single technique without exception. Additionally, I want the jade belt at your waist. Jinmei chuckled, having anticipated Xiao Shui's proposition. Very well. What is a mere jade belt? He unfastened it and tossed it to Xiao Shui. As Xiao Shui caught the exquisite belt, his eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Jinmei, amused by Xiao Shui's reaction, continued, in truth, I have no qualms about giving you all the immortal techniques. I merely worry you may bite off more than you can chew. Before Jinmei could finish, Xiao Shui interjected, then you need not concern yourself. Jinmei observed that in this moment, his dialogue with Xiao Shui had transformed from their prior exchanges. Unperturbed, Jinmei produced the secret manual and, before Xiao Shui's eyes, cast it into the campfire, watching it burn away without hesitation. Subsequently, Jinmei declared that he had memorized the last 2 tiers of cultivation techniques and the celestial powers. Even when Xiao Shui grew formidable in the future, he need not fear any attempts at theft. Rest assured, he continued, I shall impart the celestial powers to you bit by bit, for I still rely on you. At that moment, Jinmei suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, take these stones with you. He reached into his robes and tossed a dozen luminous stones towards Xiao Shui. I have no idea what these are for, but they should be of some assistance to you. Upon catching them, Xiao Shui instantly sensed the astonishing energy contained within these stones. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned calmness and inquired, do you have any more of these stones? Jinmei shook his head. Seeing this, Xiao Shui ceased his inquiries. Although Jinmei was not a cultivator, he understood that the seemingly trivial items he had carelessly tossed were of immense benefit to the young man. Regardless, he was indifferent. After all, he had successfully bound Xiao Shui to his fate. Sharing both honor and disgrace, Jinmei promptly announced that he could now teach him 2 celestial techniques, according to the descriptions in the manual. Jinmei accurately conveyed to Xiao Shui the first technique, a fundamental spell known as Spirit Power Shield. This was an exceedingly simple protective technique, one that nearly every cultivator would master. It allowed the practitioner to channel their inner spirit energy to the surface, forming a shield of any shape that could be summoned or dismissed in an instant. Although its defensive capabilities were not particularly remarkable, it excelled in speed and low energy consumption. The second technique, known as Spirit Power Threads, was the simplest form of offensive spell, one that virtually all cultivators would completely grasp. Both techniques were foundational, yet according to the manual's descriptions, mastering these basic spells could enable one to dominate the mundane world, rendering them invincible. After instructing Xiao Shui to memorize these 2 fundamental spells, Jinmei settled down nearby, closing his eyes to meditate. Falling into silence, Xiao Shui, however, did not pay attention to Jinmei's actions. Instead, turning his focus to the 2 techniques, given his current level, still lacking even the first layer of chi refinement, he found himself utterly incapable of learning these spells. He would need to reach at least the 3rd layer of chi refinement to master them. From his earlier conversation with Jinmei, Xiao Shui had learned that a large force was pursuing him, though the heavy snowfall over the past few days seemed to have delayed their pursuit. Yet upon hearing this, Qiu Shui realized that he had been ensnared in a perilous situation. There was no turning back now. He was bound to cooperate with this old demon. Moreover, the remaining techniques still lay in Jin Mei's hands, making it imperative not to depart at this juncture, especially considering the celestial techniques involved. With this thought in mind, Qiu Shui settled down to meditate, hoping that the snowfall would persist a while longer to further delay their pursuers, thus buying time for both himself and the old demon. As the saying goes, haste breeds chaos. The mere thought of the approaching enemies unsettled Qiu Shui, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain a meditative state. His cultivation speed was not as swift as before, prompting him to grasp several of the luminous stones Jin Mei had given him, attempting to absorb the energy within upon first contact with the stones. He realized that the energy they contained was indistinguishable from that absorbed from the external environment. However, the energy within seemed more refined, prompting him to consider relying on it to elevate his own abilities. Upon gripping the stones and channeling his energy, he discovered that his efficiency surged exponentially to an extent that left him astonished. Qiu Shui mused that if these stones could provide a continuous supply, he would be confident in reaching the 12th layer of qi refinement. As he closed his eyes to gradually absorb the energy from the stones, he remained oblivious to the fact that what he referred to as stones were actually spirit stones, which were not typically utilized in such a manner. Most often, spirit stones served as currency for transactions or, in dire situations, were used to replenish one's spirit energy for survival. Should other cultivators witness Qiu Shui's direct extraction of energy from the spirit stones, they would likely suspect that he was not in his right mind. Such precious resources were being misused by Qiu Shui, who was entirely unaware of the value he was squandering during his cultivation. He noticed that while the energy within the stones was indeed abundant, upon entering his body, only 2 or 3/10 of the spirit energy remained, with the remainder dissipating into the atmosphere via his meridians. Upon realizing this anomaly, Qiu Shui surmised that his method of absorption was flawed and began experimenting with various approaches. He attempted to absorb the energy slowly, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Even trying a swift approach yielded the same results, leaving him perplexed. Nonetheless, Qiu Shui was reluctant to abandon this method of cultivation. Even if he could only absorb 2 or 3/10, it was still exponentially faster than his previous efforts. Such occurrences were commonplace in the cultivation world. Even cultivators with realms far surpassing Qiu Shui's could only absorb about 5 or 6/10 of the spirit energy from spirit stones, with the remainder wasted. Given Qiu Shui's low realm, absorbing 2 or 3/10 was already a remarkable feat. At this moment, Jin Mei interrupted Qiu Shui's cultivation, stating, "Once your companion returns, we shall set off." Shi Lu had already faced misfortune twice, having been casually dispatched by Jin Mei. He could have fled but dismissed the thought upon remembering that Qiu Shui was still present. He feared that should he escape and provoke the old demon's ire, it might spell disaster for Qiu Shui. Ultimately, Shi Lu returned, dutifully carrying a bundle of firewood. Upon seeing Qiu Shui and the old demon seated in meditation, Shi Lu felt no surprise. He assumed Qiu Shui was practicing the new martial arts imparted by the old demon. The thought of his friend learning the legendary martial arts of the Jianghu filled Shi Lu with envy and genuine happiness for Qiu Shui. Shi Lu had never abandoned his attempts to cultivate the so-called martial arts, but alas, he would never succeed, as he, like Jin Mei, was a mundane being devoid of spiritual roots. Neither Qiu Shui, Jin Mei, nor Shi Lu were aware of this truth. Shi Lu placed the firewood on the ground, and upon seeing him return, Jin Mei rose and declared, "Let us be on our way." Qiu Shui opened his eyes from his meditative state, having anticipated this moment, while Shi Lu remained puzzled, questioning why he had been sent out twice to gather firewood. If you wanted to leave, you could have said so earlier. Naturally, Shi Lu dared only to voice these thoughts internally, never uttering them aloud, for he held Jin Mei in reverence. Hearing Jin Mei's command, he complied, gathering their belongings as the trio set forth. Soon, Qiu Shui noticed the snowfall gradually diminishing, a fact Jin Mei also observed. This indicated that their pursuers would likely intensify their search as the weather improved. It was now merely a matter of time before they were discovered and pursued. Jin Mei felt a sense of unease, fearing an imminent confrontation. Having narrowly escaped their grasp before, he knew this time might not afford him the same fortune. Qiu Shui contemplated whether to abandon Jin Mei. After all, while the cultivation techniques were undeniably important, if he lost his life, how could he ever enjoy them? Jin Mei urged both of them to abandon him. Although Jin Mei's meridians had shrunk due to the effects of the medicinal liquid, and his recovery was painfully slow, he had at least regained 70 to 80% of his strength over this time, if he were to have the two of them carry him forward. It would be tantamount to courting death. Jean May insisted that Shirley leave, and though Shirley hesitated, he was compelled by fear of Jean May to obey. Shirley glanced at Qiu Shui, who offered him a reassuring look, allowing Shirley to finally set his mind at ease as he proceeded towards the mountain village, deciding to wait for Qiu Shui ahead. Qiu Shui spoke first. "You must hand over the remaining techniques and spells to me. Even if you perish, I swear I will avenge you." Hearing Qiu Shui's words, which sounded like a childless naive promises, Jean May could not help but chuckle in exasperation. "You are a clever lad. You know full well that this is impossible. What significance does such talk hold?" Qiu Shui replied, "With my current abilities, I cannot assist you. If you wish for vengeance, you must rely on me. Without the remaining techniques and spells, you cannot expect my aid." Jean May interrupted. "How can I trust that once I hand over these items, you will earnestly seek my revenge, even if you take the items and fail to act? What can I do? By then, I might as well have already returned to the netherworld." "Listen well, young man," Jean May continued. "You must lend me your strength, spare no effort. I do not care what means you employ. But you must swiftly master the celestial powers." Qiu Shui countered. "I need to reach at least the third layer of qi refinement to grasp those two fundamental techniques. To be honest, even with external assistance, it will take me at least half a year to achieve that speed. Do you think you can afford to hide for half a year? I would say there is no chance of that. It would be better for you to hand over all remaining techniques and spells to me now." Chapter 8, Diverting the Waters of Calamity, lest you die, leaving me unable to acquire these techniques. Without them, I cannot help you seek vengeance. Jean May's countenance darkened, and a cold laugh escaped his lips. "Indeed, I lack the means to hide for half a year, but I possess the capability to take you down with me." He advanced, seizing Qiu Shui with a firm grip. "In a moment, I shall drag you into a life of desperation. You would do well to pray for a breakthrough to the third layer of qi refinement in the time that remains." Jean May declared with a fierce expression. "I care not for the passage of time. Remember this one truth: if I cannot survive, neither shall you." Oh right. Jean May feigned sudden realization that lad named Lu Shirley has already left traces as he moved forward. Once the pursuers arrive here, they will have no way of discerning who is me and who is you. They will strike down all in their path. This meant they would surely split into two groups to pursue. What, I ask, will those pursuers do upon reaching the village? Who can say for certain? Jean May regarded Qiu Shui with an all-controlling gaze. At that moment, Qiu Shui realized that he could never hope to contend with this old sorcerer. "Very well, I can accompany you, but I must first inform Shirley. He has an elderly grandfather in the village that I need to notify." After a moment of contemplation, Jean May replied, "Agreed, I shall accompany you." The cunning old fox, Jean May, had already devised a terrifying scheme in his mind. Qiu Shui consented, knowing that Shirley awaited him not far away, under the impression that he had finally escaped the clutches of the old sorcerer. Unaware that the true nightmare was only just beginning, Shirley, anxious, glanced back and soon saw two figures approaching. Leading the way was Qiu Shui, whom Shirley immediately recognized, followed closely by Jean May. Confused, Shirley pondered why the old sorcerer had sent him ahead. Mistakenly believing he intended to spare them. It wasn't long before the three met again. Qiu Shui no longer concealed the grim reality from Shirley and urged him to quickly take his grandfather further into the mountains for safety. At that moment, Shirley harbored a deep resentment towards the old sorcerer, yet felt utterly helpless. "Now let us head towards the western mountains," Qiu Shui suggested. Jean May, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Where do you intend to go? Why not sit for a while in the village? So close at hand?" His tone dripped with malevolence. A sense of foreboding washed over Qiu Shui. As despair seeped into his heart, the sharp-witted Qiu Shui realized that Jean May intended to exploit the villagers to buy himself time. Though he could not immediately fathom how Jean May would manipulate the villagers to hinder their pursuers, he understood that any venture into the village would spell disaster. Shirley, lacking such insight, merely perceived the old sorcerer as enigmatic. Thus Qiu Shui, resigned to his fate, led the way like a marionette under the old sorcerer's control. It was evident that Qiu Shui was thoroughly ensnared in Jean May's machinations. Before long, the trio arrived at the village. Jean May feigned enthusiasm, exclaiming, "This place is delightful," possessing a certain idyllic charm. He instructed Qiu Shui to ring the village bell, which Qiu Shui did with a heavy heart, an overwhelming sense of unease gripping him. Soon, the villagers were drawn by the sound of the bell, with over half gathering at the entrance. The tolling of the bell typically signaled a matter of great importance, and the villagers instinctively sensed something was amiss. Among them stood a young man and an elder. The small village allowed many to recognize Qiu Shui, while a few familiar young faces greeted him. Qiu Shui merely stood numbly beside Jean May, Who declared that should suffice. Many villagers were still processing the situation, with some eager to inquire about the identity of the person beside Xiaoshui. In an instant, Jin Mei lunged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, swiftly killing several villagers with his formidable martial prowess. A cacophony of wails erupted, and terror spread through the throngs. Unfazed, Jin Mei remarked, "This is insufficient." Witnessing such brutality, the villagers scattered in fury. Jin Mei began to roam the village with Xiaoshui in tow, occasionally slaughtering a villager at will. The air was thick with dread as Jin Mei continued his rampage for over an hour, only stopping once 3/4 of the villagers had fled to the mountains. He then set fire to the village, leaving the remaining quarter at his mercy. Xiaoshui, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness, could only watch as lives were extinguished before his eyes, a harrowing trauma that deeply affected his spirit. After finishing his carnage, Jin Mei proclaimed, "Now we have ample time for half a year. With so many villagers fleeing into the mountains, we can easily blend in, and they will have no way of discerning our direction." Jin Mei was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome, while Xiaoshui, as if stripped of his soul, trembled and asked, "Was this your intent all along?" Jin Mei dismissed the significance, stating, "What matters is that we now have time. Once you master the immortal technique and avenge me against the 4 great sect leaders, I shall bestow upon you the remainder of the immortal techniques." In a tantalizing tone, Jin Mei added, "You shall consider the deaths of these villagers as sacrifices on your path to immortality, for eternal life is within your grasp. Now, we are truly partners in this endeavor." Before Jin Mei began his massacre, Shirlu had already fled with his grandfather, and no one knew where they had gone. Even when Xiaoshui later searched for Shirlu, he was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. However, it was clear that Shirlu embarked on a legendary journey of his own, but that is a tale for another time. As spring turned to autumn, over the course of a year, both the 4 great sect leaders and the imperial envoy, Zhang Gangang, had never ceased their pursuit of Jin Mei, yet he had seemingly evaporated into thin air, and they deduced that he had driven the villagers into the mountains to conceal himself among them, thus eluding their pursuit for over a year. Nevertheless, they remained resolute, convinced that Jin Mei lurked somewhere in the mountains. Throughout that time, Xiaoshui and Jin Mei took refuge on an inconspicuous small peak, which they had discovered during their travels. Noting the purity of its spiritual energy compared to other locations, initially Jin Mei had opposed hiding there, deeming it unsafe, but Xiaoshui adamantly insisted, explaining his reasoning until Jin Mei reluctantly acquiesced. For the past year, Xiaoshui had secluded himself in a small cave on this unnamed peak, tirelessly cultivating day and night, utilizing the local spiritual energy and the spiritual stones in his possession. He managed to elevate his cultivation to the 4th layer of chi refinement. However, he was left with a meager 3 spiritual stones, and he soon realized that despite absorbing the energy from them, his progress had stalled, leaving him at a standstill. Jin Mei, noticing Xiaoshui's apparent stagnation in cultivation, was unconcerned, as he was solely focused on whether Xiaoshui's strength could aid him in seeking revenge. Upon learning that Xiaoshui had reached the 4th layer of chi refinement, Jin Mei was more delighted than Xiaoshui himself. He immediately urged Xiaoshui to avenge him, but Xiaoshui delayed, knowing this was the opportune moment to leverage the old sorcerer for more powerful techniques to strengthen himself. Moreover, with his current strength, eliminating Jin Mei would be a trivial endeavor, Xiaoshui coldly stated. "I possess only 5 techniques at my disposal. If I confront them now, I may face defeat. You must impart more techniques to me. I've already mastered the 3 you taught me. Grant me a few more, and I shall be confident." Jin Mei, hearing Xiaoshui's somewhat absurd demands, replied nonchalantly, "Brother Wu, your talent is extraordinary, far beyond that of us mere mortals. With the techniques you currently command, slaying the 4 sect leaders and the imperial hounds should be as effortless as plucking a flower." He continued, "If you claim to lack absolute certainty in defeating them, I cannot believe it. You have already transcended the mortal realm and entered the path of immortality. Taking the lives of mere mortals is as simple as breathing." Upon hearing Jin Mei's blatant lack of respect, Xiaoshui was about to retort sharply. However, noticing Xiaoshui's displeasure, Jin Mei hurriedly added, "These techniques will eventually be entrusted to you, so why rush? Nevertheless, since you insist, I shall not deny you. I will now impart 2 techniques to you." Jin Mei proceeded to share the methods for 2 techniques with Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui playfully inquired, "These techniques won't be fake, will they?" Jin Mei, aware that Xiaoshui was merely jesting, feigned mild anxiety, saying, "Brother Wu, you jest. How could I dare deceive you with such matters? That would be akin to the old man at death's door, seeking to end his life. If you were to discover any discrepancies while practicing, my life would surely be forfeit." Xiaoshui, observing the old fox's increasingly elaborate excuses, could no longer be bothered to humor him. He stated, "Once I have mastered these two techniques during my seclusion, I shall emerge to fulfill my promise. Afterward, Brother Jin, you must ensure that you provide me with the techniques for the remaining 2 layers of chi refinement." Without a single detail withheld. If it were to be revealed that Jin Mei had tampered with the martial arts techniques, before Qiu Shui could finish speaking, Jin Mei immediately reassured, "Rest assured, Brother Wu. Jin would never stake his own life on such a gamble." Qiu Shui snorted coldly, turned, and returned to his secluded meditation, observing Qiu Shui retreating into the cave to cultivate his divine abilities. Jin Mei finally relaxed, although he still felt a twinge of tension in the presence of Qiu Shui. Over the course of more than a year of interaction, Jin Mei had discerned that Qiu Shui was becoming increasingly cold and formidable. Reminiscent of his younger self, the more Qiu Shui exhibited this demeanor, the more Jin Mei felt trepidation. He was no longer preoccupied with revenge. Instead, he began to worry about the day he might meet his end at Qiu Shui's hands. After all, their relationship was far from that of a close master and disciple. They were merely utilizing one another. Jin Mei needed Qiu Shui to avenge him, while Qiu Shui required the celestial techniques Jin Mei possessed. Jin Mei had an inkling that the day he relinquished all the knowledge in his possession would also be the day he met his demise, contemplating how to survive in Qiu Shui's presence. He recognized that while his current situation was better than before, the outcome might remain unchanged. Previously, facing the vagabonds of the martial world and the imperial court, he was always at risk of losing his life. Now, however, confronting Qiu Shui felt akin to nurturing a tiger at one's door. Jin Mei was filled with indecision. All he could do was take one step at a time. As Qiu Shui returned to his secluded space, he pondered over the 7 divine abilities he had extracted from Jin Mei under various pretenses throughout the year, including the recently acquired 2. These 7 techniques comprised Spirit Power Shield, Spirit Power Threads, and 3 others he had obtained through less satisfactory means: Spirit Insight, Concealment Technique, and the one he favored most, Wind Control Technique. The first 2 lacked offensive and defensive capabilities. Spirit Insight merely allowed its user to probe the spiritual energy emitted by other practitioners to ascertain their levels, and its effectiveness diminished with any slight concealment. It also aided in assessing the potency of rare materials. Once Qiu Shui mastered it, he found it of little use to him at present. He intentionally sought trouble with Jin Mei regarding this, but Jin Mei, understandably wary of Qiu Shui's current disposition, chose to respond with levity, which only served to frustrate Qiu Shui further. The second technique, Concealment Technique, while not primarily offensive, was a robust auxiliary skill for hiding one's form. Qiu Shui mused that it could prove invaluable for ambushes, yet it still lacked offensive and defensive prowess. He yearned for a more potent attack or defense technique, and his favorite remained the Wind Control Technique, said to emulate the innate abilities of a mythical beast known for emanating powerful wind blades during combat or flight. However, this beast was long extinct, and human practitioners could only mimic its spiritual energy operations, resulting in a fraction of its original might. Despite this, the imitative Wind Control Technique was undeniably exquisite, resembling an enhanced version of Spirit Power Threads, which appeared as a glowing filament under the user's command. Akin to a spiritual serpent, once ensnared, any material, be it gold, silver, or iron, would be effortlessly severed as if it were mere tofu. Even cultivators lacking superior protective artifacts would likely meet a grim fate. The Wind Control Technique, however, was like a more potent version. While Spirit Power Threads could be traced, the Wind Control Technique operated like an invisible net, nearly undetectable to the naked eye, leaving its victims oblivious to their demise until it was too late. However, this technique had a critical flaw for Qiu Shui: it consumed an excessive amount of his spiritual energy. Using it would deplete nearly all his energy in a single application, rendering him incapable of retaliation thereafter. He contemplated that he could either strike with absolute certainty of a kill or refrain from using it altogether, deploying it only when absolutely necessary. In summary, despite being his most formidable weapon, it came with significant drawbacks. Nevertheless, Qiu Shui cherished this technique immensely. The remaining 2 abilities he had just acquired from Jin Mei were far from commendable. Point 1 was a detrimental technique that forced a temporary enhancement of 2 minor levels at the cost of one's own source energy, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. It could grant Qiu Shui the combat prowess of a 6th-level Qi practitioner for a short time, but the source energy expended would take at least half a year to recover. Qiu Shui realized that this technique could only be employed in dire circumstances. The other was similarly grim, utilizing one's own blood as a catalyst to form a blood-red hand that, upon seizing an opponent's magical artifact, would render low-tier artifacts devoid of their spiritual essence. This dark technique could corrupt both the opponent's artifacts and their physical body, leading to decay and rot. Named Blood Grasp, it too had significant drawbacks. Excessive use would leave the practitioner weak and fatigued, necessitating cautious application in combat. Joshua was not overly satisfied with either of these techniques, as they both involved sacrificing one's own well-being for substantial advantages. He felt certain that Jean May harbored more powerful techniques he had yet to reveal. While the abilities Jean May had imparted were indeed formidable, their flaws were glaringly apparent, leaving Joshua feeling quite uncomfortable. It was evident that Jean May was deliberately stifling Joshua's potential. However, these techniques, despite their substantial shortcomings, could not be entirely blamed on Jean May, for the original wielders were anything but benevolent. They were practitioners of the dark arts. Furthermore, Jean May was a rogue cultivator, and the techniques he possessed were haphazardly assembled, leading Joshua to suspect Jean May's ulterior motives. Jean May was indeed withholding powerful techniques from Joshua. But those techniques were undoubtedly of the dark arts as well, offering no better alternatives. At this moment, Joshua mused that Jean May surely had more valuable items yet to be revealed. Should he succeed, he would be at a significant loss if he were to kill Jean May in haste. He resolved to find a way to extract all that Jean May knew. This thought caused him some distress. After all, if Jean May were to stubbornly refuse to divulge or deny his knowledge, Joshua would be powerless. For now, he could only focus on mastering the two life-preserving techniques he had acquired. Casting aside distractions, Joshua dedicated himself to the study of these sinister arts. Meanwhile, Jean May did not remain idle during Joshua's seclusion. He roamed the mountains, having thoroughly familiarized himself with the positions of the four main sect leaders. He awaited Joshua's emergence to exact bloody vengeance upon them. The memory of their actions in Lanling City, particularly the assault on the Jinsha gang that had resulted in the loss of his two sons, filled Jean May with hatred. He had observed that both the imperial court and the four sect leaders had decreased their search efforts. This was understandable, after expending so many resources without capturing Jean May. The precarious situation of the four sect leaders had become apparent. Their faction's foundation was under threat from the imperial court, which had dispatched Lord Zhang to annihilate them. However, the Emperor of Wei coveted the celestial treasures. Allowing the four sect leaders a temporary reprieve from destruction. As time passed, it was likely that the palace had grown impatient, and Lord Zhang understood that capturing Jean May and seizing the celestial artifacts had become secondary. What mattered now was that a secret decree from above would soon empower the imperial forces to attack these martial artists. The fragile alliance between the two sides was on the brink of collapse. And the four sect leaders realized they should have abandoned their factions in Lanling City to pursue the elusive celestial treasures. The factions within Lanling City were undoubtedly in turmoil, and the sect leaders had long harbored thoughts of retreat. Yet they hesitated, seeing the imperial forces still scouring the mountains. Lord Jiang was merely awaiting a secret decree, and as expected, he soon received a message delivered by carrier pigeon directly from the emperor, instructing him to remain on standby for an impending deployment of nearly 30,000 troops to annihilate the four sect leaders. The decree also mentioned that the imperial army had already dispatched forces half a month prior, taking advantage of the disarray among the four major factions, and had effectively eradicated them. Now, as Lord Zhang contemplated the situation, he believed that while the imperial court had thoroughly dismantled the four sect leaders' strongholds and most of their disciples had perished, there remained a possibility that one or two loyal followers might emerge to warn them. The more he pondered this likelihood, the more he felt it was prudent to act swiftly against the four sect leaders. However, Commander Yu harbored reservations about the ambitious and reckless tendencies of eunuch Jiang, believing it prudent to await the convergence of the imperial forces before launching a decisive ambush against their adversaries. As the saying goes, a higher official can crush a lower one, yet he ultimately resolved to act without delay, initiating an assault on the rogue factions immediately. At this juncture, eunuch Jiang commanded the swift recall of all personnel tasked with hunting down the Jins in the mountains. For such matters are best resolved expeditiously to prevent the martial artists from regrouping. Nevertheless, the four prominent sect leaders were far from foolish. They too had sensed the unusual movements of the imperial troops. Within a single day, they discerned the rapid consolidation of eunuch Jiang's forces, and the astute leaders promptly realized that an attack was imminent. Despite eunuch Jiang's swiftness, the vigilance of the martial artists could not be overlooked, rendering any mental strategizing between the two factions futile. A fierce confrontation loomed on the horizon, with eunuch Jiang's elite troops poised to engage, while the four sect leaders had assembled their forces nearly to full strength. A clash erupted forthwith. Eunuch Jiang did not immediately deploy his elite troops. Instead, he sent the local officials to the front lines, utilizing them as expendable shields. Their cowardice and self-preservation instincts rendered them ill-equipped to face the martial artists. As the latter charged forward, the local officials scattered like leaves in the wind, epitomizing the term a rabble.at this moment. Commander Yu mockingly remarked, "What has become of your unity? Were you not steadfast just moments ago?" He continued, "Those who retreat shall face merciless execution." The panicked local officials, disoriented and in chaos, failed to heed his words until the elite troops loosed a volley of arrows, killing dozens of them. Thus forcing them to confront the brutal reality. They found themselves trapped between a wolf and a tiger, and tragically, before the martial artists could strike, they had already lost many lives to their own ranks. As the local officials fell victim to the onslaught, it was evident that the majority would meet their demise at the hands of the martial artists, even as the local officials collided with the martial artists. Commander Yu ordered his troops to shoot at both groups. He then commanded the elite cavalry to exploit their advantage, but the martial artists were not oblivious. The four sect leaders had already instructed their disciples to retreat into the woods at the first sign of a cavalry charge. Despite mutual losses, neither side could secure a definitive victory. Commander Yu understood that in open terrain, no matter how fierce the martial artists were, they would never match the might of his elite troops. The martial artists, retreating into the forest, were clearly aware of their own limitations. However, should the elite troops recklessly pursue them into the woods, the martial artists' individual combat prowess would surely spell disaster for the elite forces. Thus, the two factions engaged in a relentless tug-of-war for nearly an entire day. Jin Mei, observing quietly from the sidelines, relished the unfolding events as both sides gradually exhausted their forces. This was fortuitous for Jin Mei, who had initially envisioned eliminating the four sect leaders entirely, and now he realized that he could simply reap the benefits of their conflict. Elated by this insight, Jin Mei resolved to summon Qiu Shui, currently in seclusion, to eliminate the four sect leaders at the opportune moment and thus alleviate his long-standing grievances. As Jin Mei made his way to Qiu Shui's secluded retreat, Qiu Shui remained engrossed in his cultivation, diligently refining his skills without any sign of complacency. He recognized that mastering the two techniques he sought was not a task to be taken lightly. True progress in either realm required years of unwavering dedication. Over the past year, aided by spirit stones, Qiu Shui had made significant strides, yet he understood that his current level remained tenuous and that he needed to find a gathering of numerous cultivators to further solidify his foundation. In the midst of his reverie, Jin Mei arrived at the entrance of Qiu Shui's cave and felt a twinge of reverence. He reflected on how this young man had now mastered celestial techniques, creating a stark contrast between their abilities. Despite his usual arrogance, Jin Mei felt a sense of discomfort when facing Qiu Shui, fully aware that the latter could easily extinguish his life with a mere flick of his wrist. During their previous conversations, Jin Mei had unwittingly developed a profound respect for Qiu Shui, coupled with an envy for his ability to cultivate such powerful techniques. Clearing his mind of distractions, Jin Mei called into the cave, "Brother Qiu Shui, there have been changes. I hope you can come out to meet with me." He continued, "I do not wish to intrude upon your cultivation, but our plans have encountered unforeseen complications, and I implore you to emerge and discuss matters with me." Though Jin Mei's words conveyed a semblance of politeness and equality, he sensed that he now appeared subservient in comparison, aware of the shifting tides of fortune. He recognized that adaptability was the mark of a true gentleman. As he reflected on this, his internal turmoil began to ease. Inside the cave, Qiu Shui remained in deep meditation, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and experiencing the intricate flow of this energy within his body. This sensation was one he had encountered countless times before, yet he remained entranced, lost in the dreamlike state of his cultivation. Immersed in this practice, Qiu Shui lost all sense of time, oblivious to the passage of hours. As the cave offered no means to gauge the movement of day and night. At that moment, he faintly heard Jin Mei's voice. It struck him like a person waking from a deep slumber. Torn between the desire to continue his cultivation and the urge to discern Jin Mei's words, ultimately, he could only reluctantly withdraw from his meditative state. Disruptions during such profound immersion naturally left him with a sense of displeasure. Qiu Shui quickly resolved to leverage this opportunity to extract more techniques from that old rascal. Jin Mei. As Jin Mei's voice echoed again, stating that circumstances had changed, Qiu Shui remained unperturbed, slowly concluding his practice while pondering how to extract further value from Jin Mei. As the saying goes, one cannot concentrate on two things at once. Despite Qiu Shui's mental juggling of his cultivation and schemes, he felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. Just then, Jin Mei's voice called again, prompting Qiu Shui to focus solely on concluding his practice. Aware that he could not afford to be distracted any longer, his prior experiences had taught him not to be scatterbrained during cultivation sessions. Whether in meditation or while concluding his practice, yet Xiao Shui, being a novice on the path of cultivation, lacked this fundamental understanding. Observing the prolonged silence from within the cave, Jin Mei was about to speak when Xiao Shui finally emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Shui's displeased expression, Jin Mei felt a pang of anxiety as he recalled his previous actions toward him. He quickly donned a smile and approached, saying, "I truly should not have disturbed your cultivation. Brother Xiao Shui, however, the situation is pressing. I hope you can overlook this small transgression." With a warm expression, Jin Mei added, "I assure you, I had no intention of interrupting your practice. This was a matter of necessity." He discreetly assessed Xiao Shui's demeanor, noting that he still appeared unfriendly. Just as Jin Mei was about to continue, Xiao Shui interjected, "What changes? You cannot disturb my cultivation. As I previously stated, once I complete mastering the two techniques, I will assist you in your revenge. By forcing me to emerge prematurely, you are hindering my progress. Do you comprehend how difficult these techniques are to master?" Xiao Shui's tone was icy and resolute. Jin Mei, hearing Xiao Shui's somewhat clumsy words, surmised that he was merely seeking trouble, attempting to leverage this situation to extract more techniques from him. Although Xiao Shui had resorted to such tactics in the past, Jin Mei understood that the current disparity in their abilities necessitated a careful approach. Disregarding Xiao Shui's earlier complaints, Jin Mei smiled and said, "Do not be upset, brother Xiao Shui, this was indeed an error on my part. You are now a dragon among men, while I am but a mere mortal. Is it not unbecoming to hold such grievances?" Observing Xiao Shui's expression, Jin Mei discerned that he had grown weary of flattery. Thus, he decided to cut to the chase and request compensation in the form of techniques. Having roamed the martial world for many years, Jin Mei was well acquainted with the depths of Xiao Shui's intentions. While he continued to flatter Xiao Shui, he contemplated a suitable technique to offer that would not be particularly valuable. In his mind, he recalled a technique known as soul binding, which he deemed rather mediocre. He proceeded to impart this technique, believing it would suffice for Xiao Shui. Accepting it without hesitation, Xiao Shui showed no signs of discrimination, recognizing that it might indeed be of limited utility. At this moment, Xiao Shui leisurely inquired about the unforeseen circumstances surrounding Jin Mei, expressing the urgency to exit immediately. Observing that Xiao Shui had shifted the conversation to serious matters, Jin Mei retracted his previously obsequious demeanor, adopting a calm countenance as he elucidated the conflict between the four major sect leaders and the imperial court. Upon listening to Jin Mei's account, Xiao Shui recognized this as a stellar opportunity. As the saying goes, when the crane and clam contend, it is the fisherman who profits. An opportunity not to be squandered. The two promptly resolved to head to the battleground and await their chance to strike. It must be noted that Xiao Shui and Jin Mei were of a disingenuous alliance, each harboring ulterior motives. Xiao Shui was incessantly extracting the remaining value from Jin Mei, striving to squeeze out every last drop of blood and benefit from him. Reflecting on Jin Mei's prior actions, Xiao Shui mused that, given the unfolding events, Jin Mei would ultimately meet a most tragic end. The crux of the matter lay in their disparate levels of power. Currently, Xiao Shui refrained from acting against Jin Mei solely because the latter still possessed a modicum of pitiable value. Jin Mei, too, was acutely aware that he had nurtured a monstrous beast that he could no longer control. This beast could turn against him at any moment. The only thing keeping its attention diverted was the blood food in his pocket, and when that was depleted, his demise would surely follow. He needed to cling tightly to whatever could ensure his survival and seek a means of escape. For the time being, avenging the deep-seated enmity with the four sect leaders was paramount. Jin Mei could not shake off the resentment he felt towards them, which had driven him to the mad idea of cultivating Xiao Shui for his revenge, now trapped in a situation akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Jin Mei found himself in a predicament with no options left to him. As they journeyed, both men were consumed by their sinister thoughts. Before long, they arrived at an unnamed peak, observing a clearing amidst the trees several hundred feet away. They did not witness any fierce clashes. Instead, they saw scattered soldiers in black armor scavenging arrows from the ground and the bodies around them. Alongside a regiment of orderly black-armored soldiers, the ground lay strewn with the lifeless forms of black-armored soldiers and martial artists. Xiao Shui inquired of Jin Mei whether the four sect leaders had fled or were merely hiding. Jin Mei replied, with measured calmness, that based on his previous observations, they were likely lurking within the dense forest. Poised to act, the martial artists were far more ferocious than the imperial troops, who were hesitant to advance into the forest. Fearing the prowess of these skilled fighters, both sides were at an impasse. Yet Jin Mei surmised that victory or defeat might very well be determined that night. Perplexed, Xiao Shui asked why the martial artists did not flee entangled as they were with the imperial forces. Surely escaping would be the most advantageous choice. Jean May pondered before responding, explaining that the friction and conflict with the imperial court had not lasted long enough to compel the martial artists to retreat. From Qiu Shui's perspective, fleeing might seem the best option, but for the four sect leaders, they believed they had the strength to fight. Their long-standing grievances could not be resolved by mere capitulation. There was no room for retreat. Even if the four sect leaders were to surrender, the imperial court would never accept them. Jean May then seemed to recollect something critical, abruptly falling silent. Qiu Shui, puzzled, glanced at Jean May and asked why he had ceased speaking. Jean May appeared as if turned to stone, refusing to utter another word. Unfazed, Qiu Shui awaited the impending showdown, poised to act at the opportune moment. Jean May had initially intended to convey that should the martial factions capitulate to the imperial court, it would be akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. However, contemplating his current predicament, he lost the desire to elaborate further. Unbeknownst to Jean May, the imperial forces were indeed advancing towards their location, and the martial artists would soon make a significant move. As the saying goes, the observer is clear while the participant is perplexed. Jean May's musings were eerily close to the truth. A figure like Jean May, who had commanded respect in the martial world for so long, was both wise and strategic, yet the unpredictable nature of this world rendered it difficult to fathom. The martial realm was particularly treacherous, and he now faced the prospect of losing everything. At that moment, within the dense forest not far away, the four sect leaders found themselves at an impasse. Some proposed retreat, while others insisted on a fierce confrontation with the imperial court, with even more audacious suggestions of allegiance to the court. Yet soon news arrived that compelled them to decide on a decisive battle against the imperial forces that night, for they learned that their faction had been obliterated by the court in the heart of Lanling City. United in their resolve, the four leaders agreed to confront the imperial forces under the cover of darkness, regardless of the outcome, vowing to retreat from the martial world afterward, but not without first seeking retribution. Driven by wrath, they devised a plan for the night's confrontation with the imperial troops. As they prepared to strike a heavy blow, they agreed that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would retreat into the forest and disband, allowing them to disappear like dragons into the sea, obscuring their identities. Such ideals were beautiful, yet reality was unforgiving. As their forces clashed with the imperial troops, it became evident that the martial artists were in retreat. Realizing the potential for treachery, when they attempted to withdraw into the forest, they discovered that their escape route had been severed by Jiang Ganggang. It turned out that during their initial engagement, Jiang Ganggang had devised a plan to set the forest ablaze, leaving the martial artists with no place to hide. No matter how skilled they were individually, they would be forced to confront the cavalry of the imperial court, tipping the scales heavily in favor of the latter. At that moment, the four sect leaders, Guping, Yanxue, Zhaoji, and Li Zhan, were left with no choice but to fight to the death, as flames roared in the nearby forest. They found themselves with no means of retreat. This was the true climax of their confrontation. What a thrilling spectacle it was for Qiu Shui and Jean May atop the distant peak, who were treated to a magnificent show. Witnessing the impending outcome, they were naturally delighted. Jean May occasionally offered commentary on the martial prowess of the four sect leaders. Li Zhan wielded a 300-pound copper staff, carving a path through the ranks of the imperial troops with the might of a deity. Every soldier struck by him fell as if trampled by a speeding carriage. Instant death or grievous injury, what a display of valor it was! Within mere dozens of exchanges, the imperial forces hesitated to approach Li Zhan any closer. At this juncture, Li Zhan was consumed by fury. Having just emerged from a bloody skirmish, each life he extinguished felt like crushing ants beneath his feet. His bloodlust had been fully awakened. Even his followers dared not approach him for fear of being accidentally harmed. Retreating a considerable distance away, observing from afar, Jean May shook his head, thinking to himself that ignorance breeds foolishness. Amidst the carnage, Li Zhan reveled in the thrill of slaughter, relishing the destruction he wrought. The other three leaders were ensconced within layers of their disciples, while only Li Zhan took the initiative, rendering the rest timid and fearful. Li Zhan glanced back at the others, feeling a swell of superiority. Meanwhile, Captain Yu had been observing Li Zhan from the back, recognizing his legendary strength and decades of arduous training, which set him apart from ordinary warriors. Calmly, Captain Yu instructed the imperial troops to draw their bows and shoot at Li Zhan. Hundreds of black-armored soldiers unleashed a volley of arrows, raining upon him like deadly stingers in the night. As the arrows descended, Li Zhan scoffed, channeling his internal energy, and swung his iron staff. He struck the air with such force that an invisible energy enveloped the staff's end, halting the barrage of arrows mid-flight. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, a cavalryman charged towards him, delivering a vicious blow to his ribcage. The pain ignited Li Jian's wrath as he swung his staff, killing both rider and horse instantly. Captain Yu had been prepared, having already drawn a sturdy bow aimed at Li Jian, and now released the string, sending an arrow flying towards him like a wild stallion breaking free. For many years, Li Jian, a seasoned figure in the martial world, suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of murderous intent. Many in the realm were superstitiously attuned to such ominous sensations, deeply concerned about their own inexplicable discomfort. At that moment, Li Jian abruptly turned around only to see an arrow hurtling toward him from a mere 3 zhang away. In his perception, the arrow seemed to be moving in slow motion. In this critical juncture of life and death, Li Ran's latent potential surged forth as he swiftly raised his wrist to deflect the incoming projectile. The arrow pierced through his right wrist without pausing, continuing its deadly trajectory straight into his right eye, embedding itself deep within the eyeball. Pain spiraled mercilessly through Li Jian's mind, and he propped himself up with his left hand, using his staff planted on the ground. With his remaining left eye, he surveyed the surroundings, where his disciples had encircled him. Meanwhile, he felt a searing pain as a blade struck his shoulder blade, and another arrow shot out, blinding him in one eye. The ferocity he once commanded had dissipated, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his disciples, he likely would have been slain by the imperial troops on the spot. Not far away, Zhou and Jinmei were keenly observing the battlefield. Upon witnessing Li Jian's grievous injury, Jinmei could not contain his mirth, laughing heartily as a wave of exhilaration washed over him. His demeanor was one of utter delight. While Zhou, noticing Jinmei's glee, turned away with an air of indifference to continue assessing the battlefield's dynamics. On the battlefield, Zhao Ji from Wamatang perceived that Li Jian was no longer capable of fighting and began to contemplate retreat. The elderly Zhao only needed to find a suitable opportunity to abandon his disciples and make his exit. Ji Yuping and Lian Shui were still embroiled in a fierce melee with the imperial forces, occasionally dodging arrows that whistled through the air toward them. The trio had long anticipated Li Jian's fate and were wary of the imperial commander's attempts to repeat his previous stratagem. Zhao Ji, Guping, and Lian Shui, all masters of their craft, remained vigilant and were difficult to harm. Desperate to find a way out of their predicament, the three warriors pushed forward, no longer encircled by their disciples but instead charging into the ranks of the imperial guards to seek an escape. With each attempt to break free, both sides suffered considerable losses in their relentless pursuit and evasion. At this moment, the opportunistic Zhang Gongdong launched himself into action, targeting Lian Shui, the weakest among the three. Gu Ping and Zhao Ji united to deflect Zhang's lethal attack, demonstrating their unwavering camaraderie. If any one of them were to fall like Li Jian, the outcome would be dire amidst the protective embrace of his loyal disciples. Li Jian could only strive to keep pace with their desperate bid for escape. He understood that he was now utterly ineffective, incapable of receiving aid like Lian Shui had. Presently, 3 armored soldiers of the court could claim the life of a martial artist. And in this tit-for-tat exchange, the balance remained tenuous. The imperial cavalry, while formidable, struggled to exert their full might amidst the chaos of battle. Repeated attempts to break through the encirclement of the imperial guards had yielded no success, instilling great anxiety among the martial practitioners. However, as long as the 3 major sect leaders remained alive, the court would never easily suppress them. In contrast, the imperial forces grew bolder in combat, despite suffering greater losses than the martial artists. These well-trained guards, seasoned by countless skirmishes at the borders, demonstrated their formidable prowess, revealing that they were not the inept soldiers the martial world had once dismissed. Nearby, Zhou began to ponder the extent of his own abilities. Though he was no ordinary mortal, he still considered himself a novice on the path of immortality. Zhou had never possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. While he was confident in his ability to eliminate the 4 major sect leaders and the top martial experts of the court with ease, he was curious about the specifics of his capabilities. He believed that only through real combat could he uncover the truth, though he had entertained the reckless notion of directly eliminating the 4 leaders to test his strength. He ultimately deemed it imprudent. He had been suppressing this impulse, recognizing that given the current circumstances, it would be more advantageous to let the chaos unfold and reap the benefits later. Yet, a flicker of excitement and curiosity continued to gnaw at him, leaving him indecisive. At that moment, Zhou inexplicably posed a question to Jinmei. When you achieved a level of martial prowess, did you ever consider testing your skills? Jinmei, still observing the battlefield, was momentarily taken aback by Zhou's inquiry. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "My master instructed me to venture into the world alone after teaching me martial arts, which served to hone my skills and temper my character." Jinmei, curious, then asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" It seemed he sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it, feeling an ominous premonition brewing within him. Before Jinmei could delve deeper into his thoughts, Joshua interjected, "Let us descend." Jinmei regarded him with a look of incredulity, exclaiming, Chapter 11, "Not cautious enough, my dear brother Joshua, think twice before acting. Should they weaken each other, it would be wise for us to strike then, rather than rush into the fray prematurely." Jinmei mused that perhaps Joshua was becoming foolishly obsessed with cultivation. Pondering whether there was indeed something amiss with the martial arts he practiced, he reflected that he had never acted so recklessly in his youth. However, he refrained from expressing his disdain directly, instead suppressing his feelings toward Joshua and saying, "Do not rush, my dear brother. The remaining techniques will eventually be entrusted to you, so there is no need for haste." Jinmei believed Joshua's eagerness to confront the four sect leaders stemmed from an insatiable desire for mastery, which was indeed true, yet Joshua's true intention was to assess his current strength. And no matter how astute Jinmei was, he could not perceive the thoughts hidden within Joshua's heart. Jinmei attempted to continue his counsel, but Joshua interrupted, "Enough with the idle chatter, we must act now." At this juncture, Joshua could no longer suppress his desire to gauge his own abilities, leaving Jinmei perplexed. Without revealing any emotion, Jinmei stated, "Since you wish to engage with those commoners, I shall not stand in your way, and I hope you find it fulfilling." Jinmei then shifted his perspective, believing Joshua was simply eager to unleash his ferocity upon the ordinary folk, relishing the prospect of bloodshed. Jinmei was more than content to allow Joshua to pursue this course. At this moment, Joshua swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "No, we shall go together. Senior Jin, please take the lead." Jinmei, now thoroughly misled, assumed Joshua intended to invite him to partake in the blood-soaked revelry. He had no interest in risking his life to confront the martial experts, especially given his current strength, and prepared to decline. Before Jinmei could voice his refusal, Joshua continued, "Having spent much time in the cave practicing, I lack a clear understanding of my abilities. I would appreciate it if Senior Jin accompanied me for a test." Only then did Jinmei grasp Joshua's intention and promptly declined, "Since you wish to test your skills, please feel free. However, should anything happen to me, your journey toward immortality may be jeopardized. Even if you do not consider my well-being, think of your own aspirations. I must reiterate, think carefully and proceed with caution." Jinmei hoped his words would alter Joshua's impulsive mindset. He understood that if Joshua insisted on engaging with the martial practitioners, he would have no choice but to comply, surrendering to fate. At this moment, Joshua insisted that Jinmei lead the charge. Jinmei had no choice but to acquiesce, feeling a sense of helplessness. He intended to voice further concerns, but Joshua assured him, "You need not worry, I will guarantee your safety." Joshua was determined not to let anything happen to Jinmei, recognizing that, as Jinmei had said, he must consider his own path to immortality as well. Regardless of Jinmei's fears and reluctance, he shot a fierce gaze at Joshua, snorted coldly, and activated his likeness skill, soaring toward the battlefield where the two sides clashed. Joshua followed at a measured pace, not out of a desire for revenge against Jinmei, but rather out of apprehension that Jinmei might abandon him during the test of strength. Leaving him powerless, Joshua believed that should he engage the four major sect leaders, he would undoubtedly be able to vanquish them with his current abilities. If Jinmei witnessed his vengeance being fulfilled and chose to turn away without honoring his promise, Joshua would be left helplessly watching. In Joshua's mind, he concluded that it was better to be safe than sorry, which compelled him to insist that Jinmei join him in this endeavor. Thus, he felt reassured. Certainly, Jinmei could not possibly grasp the intricate thoughts of Joshua in such detail. In Jinmei's eyes, Joshua's current state of agitation and irrationality, despite previously seeing reflections of his younger self in Joshua, only served to diminish his regard for Joshua, who was ultimately far removed from his own youthful vigor. Both Joshua and Jinmei approached the battlefield with differing intentions, while the ongoing clash between the martial artists and the imperial forces raged on. Oblivious to the impending blood-soaked spectacle that was about to unfold, just as Zhao Zhigu, Peng, and Lian Xue were preparing for another breakout, they suddenly noticed a gap being torn open outside the encirclement by none other than Jinmei, who had been coerced by Joshua's formidable presence. This revelation left the martial artists in a state of bewilderment. How could Jinmei be here? Without a moment to ponder, Zhao Ji urgently commanded his disciples to charge towards Jinmei's direction. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Peng and Lian Xue recognized that this was their prime opportunity to escape. Regardless of Jinmei's intentions for appearing here, aligning with him would provide the means to break free from the imperial siege. Xiaoshui closely followed in Jinmei's footsteps, who was valiantly battling the imperial troops ahead. It was evident that Jinmei truly deserved the title of the foremost expert in Lanling City, although his strength was not at its peak. He still maneuvered with ease against these imperial soldiers. Xiaoshui, unhurried and steady, trailed behind Jinmei, not out of fear of killing, but rather to conserve his internal energy. He possessed the confidence to vanquish any top martial artist present. But that was contingent upon his energy being fully replenished. Engaging the Imperial Guards would deplete his reserves significantly. Surrounded by 1,000 foes, even with celestial powers at his disposal, Xiaoshui could only meet a tragic end if he were to be besieged. If he intended to test his prowess, it was essential to confront the elite challengers of the martial world, for that would grant him a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Observing Jinmei fighting fiercely against the Imperial forces ahead, Xiaoshui felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. At that moment, Jinmei appeared invincible, yet it was evident that his internal energy would soon be exhausted at such a pace, were it not for Xiaoshui's presence behind him. Jinmei might have turned and fled. After all, martial artists were merely mortals at the end of the day. Regardless of their martial prowess, they remained flesh and blood. At this juncture, facing the oncoming Imperial forces, Jinmei wielded his blade like a butcher in a slaughterhouse, indiscriminately reaping lives. The Imperial Guards were taken aback by Jinmei's sudden ferocity. Even if they rallied together, they were no match for him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji, Ping, and Lian Xue, who had witnessed Jinmei tear through the encirclement, were desperately fighting their way toward him, and together they carved a bloody path out of the encirclement, under the command of Grand Eunuch Zhang and Commander Yu. The Imperial forces quickly reformed their ranks, attempting to regroup and ensnare Jinmei and Zhao Ji once more, replicating the previous encirclement. Jinmei, seeing this unfolding, was filled with despair, casting a cold and fierce glance at Xiaoshui. A silent accusation that seemed to convey his frustration at Xiaoshui for leading them to such a predicament. They could have easily reaped the benefits from the sidelines, yet now they risked being overwhelmed. Xiaoshui, understanding Jinmei's gaze, too felt that they had ventured into perilous territory, but he remained confident. Not far away, Grand Eunuch Zhang and Commander Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, having witnessed Jinmei's inexplicable incursion, which had caused significant casualties among the Imperial troops. They were initially thrown into disarray. Fortunately, with effective leadership, they managed to encircle Jinmei and Zhao Ji once more. Both Zhang and Yu perceived the peculiarities and inconsistencies of the situation since Jinmei's appearance, especially with the masked young man at his side. Who else could this be but Xiaoshui? Jinmei was unaware of Xiaoshui's motives for wearing a mask, nor did he care. It was merely a precaution. As Xiaoshui lacked the confidence to eliminate everyone present, ensuring that he would not face complications later. Prior to Jinmei's entrance, Zhang and Yu had already noticed the masked youth following Jinmei, interpreting it as a certain death wish. Yet, the young man remained close to Jinmei, neither attacking nor fleeing, which struck them as particularly odd. This oddity grew increasingly unsettling for both Zhang and Yu, who felt that Xiaoshui had been detached from the fray, as if he were strolling leisurely amid the chaos of battle. Yu, a man who trusted his instincts, found Xiaoshui's presence to be unpredictable and ominous, a sensation that was profoundly discomforting. Xiaoshui resembled an unknown and sinister variable, prompting Yu to order the elimination of the masked youth shadowing Jinmei. It must be said that Yu's intuition was indeed formidable, yet he was powerless to alter the course of events that were about to unfold. Originally, Zhao Ji, Ping, and Lian Xue had viewed Jinmei's unexpected arrival as a glimmer of hope for escape, but now, with Jinmei once again on the brink of being ensnared by the Imperial forces, the scenario seemed surreal and extraordinary. They were not inclined to ponder why Jinmei had inexplicably charged into this situation. Jinmei himself was in a dire strait, having been coerced by Xiaoshui into this predicament, and now finding himself trapped by the Imperial forces with his internal energy nearly depleted. Jinmei involuntarily glanced back at Xiaoshui, who appeared somewhat embarrassed as well. Jinmei's mind was a whirlwind, yearning to question his own actions. Why was he here, despite having fought his way through numerous ambushes before? Why was he now so easily surrounded? Jinmei no longer wished to contemplate these matters. Regardless of Xiaoshui's strange motives, he simply wanted to survive. Xiaoshui, too, felt a sense of awkwardness as the situation spiraled beyond control. At that very moment, a troop charged toward Xiaoshui. Clearly, their target was not Jinmei, but Xiaoshui, who stood closely behind him. With an expressionless demeanor, Xiaoshui observed the oncoming cavalry, gathering his internal energy in his palm to unleash a thread of spiritual power. A faint glow materialized in Xiaoshui's hand, the energy taking on an inexplicable rhythm, swiftly extending into a vibrant strand of light that seemed to come alive, slithering gracefully in the darkness like a spectral serpent. The oncoming cavalry, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, did not halt their advance. It was not that they were unwilling to stop at such an eerie sight, they simply had no time to do so. Charging headlong toward Xiaoshui. That moment, Xiaoshui casually flicked his hand to the left, and under his control, the ethereal thread of energy divided the charging cavalry into dozens of segments, though the process was complex. It transpired with remarkable speed. Before anyone on the battlefield could react, Xiaoshui struck again, segmenting the forces closing in on Jinmei just as before. Those struck by the ethereal threads were unable to emit a single cry of anguish before being torn apart. And just as Jinmei had been on high alert, prepared to fight to the death, he was swiftly extricated by Xiaoshui. This moment, Jinmei deliberately positioned himself behind Xiaoshui. Weariness and impatience etched on his face as he remarked, "Is it that you, my dear brother Xiaoshui, do not desire to retain the remaining celestial techniques?" Xiaoshui disregarded Jinmei's veiled threat, addressing the gathered crowd with a booming voice, "Do not throw away your lives recklessly. Your lives belong to you. Think carefully before you act. Before engaging those powerful figures, consider whether it is worth it. I reiterate, before you make a move, remember that your life is yours. Why must you engage with me? Take your time to ponder before you come to your demise." The shift in rhetoric, a poignant appeal to their hearts, was nothing short of a bold strategy. Even the staunchest loyalists of the imperial court and the disciples of martial artists were momentarily taken aback by Xiaoshui's words. Having deliberated thoroughly, Xiaoshui understood that if he were truly trapped in a siege, even with his formidable celestial powers, he would likely perish once his energy was exhausted. His prior words indeed had some effect. And coupled with the extraordinary display of his abilities, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to the masked Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui had long held a plan. His sights were set on a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Specifically the Commander Yu, who had previously dealt a grievous blow to Li Zhan from atop the hillside. In that fleeting moment of distraction among the crowd, Xiaoshui unleashed his ethereal threads once more, sending a spectral strand of energy hurtling toward Commander Yu. The speed at which Yu Tongling moved rendered evasion impossible. Threads of spiritual energy coiled around Yu Tongling, wrapping him in several loops. Contrary to the gruesome image of him being severed into multiple segments that one might imagine, the threads of spiritual energy encircled him, merely inches from his body. At that moment, with a mere thought, Xiaoshui could have divided him into dozens of pieces, yet she refrained from doing so. Instead, Xiaoshui spoke, declaring that her sole objective had always been the 4 great gate masters. What were their names again? Xiaoshui inquired of Jinmei. Jinmei responded, Zhao Zhigu, Ping, and Lian Shui. Li Zhan. Xiaoshui affirmed, "Yes, as long as you clear the way for me to take their lives, it will be a joyous occasion for all." She reiterated her point, "There is no need for us to engage in combat. If I kill those 4, I will leave immediately." Xiaoshui then issued a stern warning, "Do not be ungrateful, think carefully before you act. Your master is in my hands. At this moment, with just a snap of my fingers, I could determine his fate." Without further ado, the court's entourage, along with eunuch Jiang and the captured Yu Tongling, were left bewildered by Xiaoshui's peculiar behavior. At this juncture, eunuch Jiang spoke up, "Who are you, and why are you consorting with that old fool Jinmei?" Xiaoshui, disinterested in answering, impatiently warned, "It seems you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Old man, he is of great importance to you, is he not? If I decide to act, his life will be forfeit, and you, a decrepit relic, have no right to question me." Eunuch Jiang, with a cold laugh, replied in a nonchalant tone, "Today, Yu Tongling sacrifices himself for the country. The emperor will remember you, and the citizens will sing your praises. The court will not forget you. Everyone, let us avenge Yu Tongling together. Kill that deceitful wretch, a reward of 500 gold coins for anyone who brings me his head." The imperial guards and the martial artists, previously cowed by Xiaoshui's supernatural prowess, stood frozen, not daring to make a move. Upon hearing eunuch Jiang's words, no one from the court rushed towards Xiaoshui, not out of fear of her, but rather due to their disdain for eunuch Jiang's proclamation. Eunuch Jiang, observing the guards, noted the contempt and mockery etched on their faces. It seemed they had disregarded his earlier remarks, paying no heed to the enticing reward of 500 gold coins. At this moment, Yu Tongling's loyal confidant shouted in fury, "Old eunuch, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Tongling is currently in peril, and instead of devising a rescue plan, you prattle on. I see you are the one spreading deceit, seeing someone take the lead." The soldiers erupted in dissent, hurling insults at eunuch Jiang. "What right do you have to disregard Yu Tongling? This old wretch must be out of his mind." Others chimed in, "You must have been foolish when you castrated yourself." Some even suggested eunuch Jiang aimed solely to elevate his own position. Clearly, he underestimated Yu Tongling's esteem among the troops. Just moments ago, Yu Tongling had witnessed Jiang's intent to sell him out. And now, seeing his soldiers defend him so fiercely, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Were it not for his father's teachings and the camaraderie he shared with his men, where rank held no sway and they treated each other like brothers, he would not have survived this day. Simultaneously, he harbored deep animosity towards eunuch Zhang, recognizing the malicious intent behind his grandstanding. In his heart, Yu Tongling resolved, if you were unkind, do not blame me for being ruthless. At that moment, as eunuch Zhang faced a barrage of insults, he bellowed, "What are you trying to do? Stage a rebellion?" Just as Yu Tongling was about to speak, Joshua's exasperated voice interrupted, "You certainly have a lot to say. Enough with the chatter. Clear a path for me now, or your master will meet a grim fate." Upon hearing this, the Imperial Guards parted to create a direct route toward the four great gate masters and their disciples. Joshua instructed Yu Tongling, "Dismount and refrain from any rash actions, approach slowly, and you all do the same. Anyone who dares to make an unusual move." She waved her hand as a warning, prompting Yu Tongling to step beside her. The four great gate masters recognized this moment as their opportunity to escape. Seizing the distraction provided by the court's focus on Joshua, they immediately commanded their disciples, and soon the two factions clashed once more. This was not the outcome Joshua desired. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. Jean May observed the unfolding chaos with keen interest, realizing that Joshua had overestimated her ability to maintain order. She was, after all, still inexperienced. Jean May regarded Joshua with a mocking gaze, as if to say, "You are not as clever as you think." Joshua, feeling a flush of embarrassment, recognized that reality had diverged drastically from her expectations. Although she had captured Yu Tongling, the ensuing chaos left her feeling both ashamed and enraged. Believing herself to be more astute than most, Joshua had inadvertently brought calamity upon herself. Jean May, stoking the flames, deliberately positioned himself before Joshua, his eyes filled with derision, as if to convey that she was merely an ordinary player in a much larger game. Ignoring Jean May's taunts, Joshua focused on the battle as the four great gate masters endeavored to break free from their encirclement, resulting in a frenzied clash once more. The court's forces intentionally avoided Joshua, keen to protect Yu Tongling from harm. And what was a self-serving maneuver, Joshua had unwittingly afforded the martial artists a significant advantage. Now, they retaliated fiercely against the Imperial Guards. What had once been a clear advantage for the court began to shift, as the two sides appeared evenly matched. Joshua, filled with determination, surveyed the battlefield with a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes. And Jean May, sensing the change, ceased his mockery. Channeling her internal spiritual energy, Joshua manipulated the threads with precision, akin to a blade slicing through the ranks of both the Imperial Guards and martial artists. Claiming dozens of lives, with a swift motion, she spun the threads in a semicircle, decimating nearly 100 individuals on the spot. Some fell dead, while others, though not mortally wounded, writhed in agony, their bodies split in two. The scene was nothing short of horrific. Targeting the martial artists, Joshua remained stationary, unleashing the threads like a serpent, striking at those positioned dozens of yards away. The four gate masters, seeing the imminent threat, attempted to muster their internal power to shield against the spiritual threads, but they were as ineffective as air against the onslaught. In a heartbeat, the four gate masters, along with their disciples and the Imperial Guards nearby, were slain on the spot. Witnessing this, everyone present felt their hearts race with terror. Even the seasoned Imperial Guards and the bloodthirsty martial artists regarded Joshua with reverence. Having tasted blood, Joshua was now irrevocably ensnared in a cycle of violence. She turned her gaze toward the court's forces, commanding, "Eugene, step aside." As if blessed by divine decree, Jean May promptly retreated to a perceived safe distance, observing the battlefield anew. At that moment, Jean May came to a profound realization regarding Joshua's strength. His previous understanding of the powers of the Immortal was woefully inadequate. Witnessing Joshua's recent ruthless display, everyone felt their hearts seize with fear. The chasm between the divine and the mortal was insurmountable. Jean May's retreat to safety allowed Joshua to unleash her full potential unrestrained. Repeating her previous actions, Joshua unleashed the threads again, striking down dozens without claiming their lives outright. Instead, she severed their legs, rendering them helpless to escape and allowing them to bleed out slowly. She swiftly dispatched Yu Tongling, and this bloody feast had only just begun. In that moment, Joshua appeared to be consumed by madness. Reveling in the harvesting of lives around her, both the martial artists and the court's forces had long since scattered, with only a fraction managing to escape her wrath. Joshua watched the fleeing masses. Noticing many remained immobilized by their injuries, one by one, she began to reap their lives until the ground was awash in blood, pooling like rainwater after a storm. Suddenly, as she claimed another life, Joshua felt an eerie resemblance to Jean May during his own brutal slaughter in the village. Regaining her composure, she was startled to see the blood pooling on the ground, and in an instant, She perceived her reflection in it, morphing into Jean May's visage. Though it was merely a fleeting illusion, it jolted Xiaoshui back to reality, yet instead of fear or regret, she found herself moving forward. As if entranced toward Jean Mei. In that moment of realization, she recognized that through her encounters with him, she was gradually becoming more like him. When Xiaoshui approached, Jean May's face bore a stiff smile. Betraying his apprehension. At this moment, Jean Mei found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to extol the mysterious prowess of Xiaoshui or to offer him compliments, instead of facing a mere 17-year-old youth. He felt as though he stood before a formidable deity. Jean May's fear of Xiaoshui had reached its zenith, compelling him to wear an awkward smile as he attempted to appease him. Yet, Xiaoshui stared blankly at Jean Mei, his gaze devoid of any emotion, leaving both parties in an uncomfortable standoff. As Jean Mei's thoughts raced, he was about to speak when Xiaoshui abruptly charged at him, delivering a brutal beating. In that moment, Xiaoshui felt a faint sense of tranquility, observing Jean Mei on the ground, battered and resembling a wretched dog, his expression impassive. Jean Mei, bruised and curled up on the floor, was immensely relieved that Xiaoshui had not taken his life. Struggling to rise, Jean Mei found that he had already exhausted most of his internal energy and had just endured another thrashing. Despite being an elderly man in his 70s, he felt no animosity towards Xiaoshui. Instead, he had completely resigned himself to servitude, merely hoping to survive under Xiaoshui's hand. At this juncture, Xiaoshui coldly demanded from Jean Mei the remaining celestial abilities and the last 2 tiers of cultivation techniques. Although Jean Mei was apprehensive of Xiaoshui, he understood that surrendering everything would render him utterly useless, leaving him vulnerable to whatever fate Xiaoshui might decide for him. However, failing to relinquish some of his possessions might provoke Xiaoshui's wrath, potentially sealing his own doom. After much contemplation, Jean Mei tentatively proposed, "Well, Xiaoshui, how about this? I shall first provide you with the last 2 tiers of the techniques, and I will gradually hand over the remaining celestial abilities. After all, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. If you were to grasp too many abilities at once, it might hinder your cultivation progress. I believe it would be wise for you to focus primarily on advancing your realm for now, and set the techniques aside for the time being." Upon uttering these words, Jean Mei anxiously regarded Xiaoshui, a flicker of regret surfacing within him, fearful that Xiaoshui might retaliate in anger. Xiaoshui, however, was well aware of Jean Mei's thoughts, recognizing that the old man was merely concerned about losing his value and sought to prolong his existence through the celestial abilities. At that moment, Xiaoshui was unconcerned about acquiring the last 2 tiers of cultivation. There was ample time ahead, and he was in no hurry for celestial powers. Jean Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing no signs of Xiaoshui's anger, he had feared that Xiaoshui had transformed into a bloodthirsty monster, but it seemed he remained the opportunistic individual he had always been, leaving Jean Mei with a glimmer of hope for survival. As Xiaoshui walked on, he pondered his future, with Jean Mei trailing closely behind like a devoted servant. He realized that to progress further, he must engage with other cultivators. Remaining isolated would hinder his potential. Jean Mei, undoubtedly knowledgeable about celestial matters, had yet to be asked about the origins of the celestial techniques. Although Xiaoshui had previously intended to inquire, he had never found the opportunity. Turning to Jean Mei, Xiaoshui wasted no time and asked, "From where do these celestial techniques originate?" Jean Mei, startled by Xiaoshui's sudden inquiry, felt a surge of anxiety. Without hesitation, he replied, "It's quite simple, really. The celestial techniques I possess were obtained from a thug named Lu Ernyo." After a brief pause, he continued, "While I was in Lanling City, I heard that this Lu Ernyo fortuitously encountered an injured celestial being, whom he killed to seize their treasures. Eventually those treasures passed into my hands." There was no reason for Jean Mei to conceal the truth from Xiaoshui, for it was indeed as he said. Upon hearing Jean Mei's account, Xiaoshui was taken aback, reflecting on the wonders of the world. The techniques had traveled through various hands to ultimately become his, aiding in his ascension to becoming a celestial being. Such fortuitous circumstances were truly extraordinary. Seeing that Xiaoshui appeared satisfied with his response, Jean Mei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiaoshui then inquired, "If what you say is true, does that not imply that celestial beings are active near Lanling City?" He looked at Jean Mei with a glimmer of hope. Jean Mei, uncertain about the presence of celestial beings in the vicinity, felt compelled to answer respectfully, "I cannot say for certain, but I believe that if Lu Ernyo could encounter a celestial being outside of Lanling City, then with your fortune and destiny, encountering one should be as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. Besides, at this point, you are not much different from a celestial being yourself." Xiaoshui chose to disregard Jean Mei's flattery and contemplated, "It seems I must visit Lanling City. It is currently the only place I know of where celestial beings have appeared. He also recalled that the cultivation techniques he possessed originated from that nameless celestial who had met a tragic end. A thought struck him. That unfortunate celestial had been exceedingly unlucky. It was bewildering how a mere mortal could manage to ambush and kill a celestial being. This served as a stark reminder to Qiu Shui. Once one's power was exhausted, one was no different from an ordinary human. The thought of a celestial being falling victim to a common street thug was alarming, shaking off these chaotic thoughts. Qiu Shui resolved never to follow in the footsteps of that nameless celestial. Interestingly, that celestial had a name. Lian Shui, who had a higher cultivation level than Qiu Shui, once a disciple of a celestial sect. He had been expelled for violating the sect's rules, ultimately descending into the realm of an evil cultivator. Lian Shui had once possessed above-average talent, with a promising future ahead, but a moment of folly led to his downfall. Days later, a competition for disciples in the Qi refinement stage was approaching. Logically, the disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement should not have had the opportunity to participate, as one needed to be at least at the 11th level. However, the friends he entered the sect with had already reached their levels, sparking jealousy in him. A senior brother, sensing Lian Shui's envy, promised him benefits and secretly introduced a slow-acting poison called weak Qi powder into the food and drink of his fellow disciple. This poison would block vital meridians during cultivation, non-lethal, and without lasting effects, making it hard to trace. Under the influence of that unscrupulous senior brother, Lian Shui, perhaps driven by jealousy of his comrade's rapid advancement, foolishly agreed to this scheme, leading to his friend's inevitable defeat in the competition. By all accounts, Lian Shui should have escaped detection for his act of poisoning, but fate intervened. A senior uncle at the foundation building stage, related to that poisoned disciple, discovered the remnants of weak Qi powder in his junior's meridians while treating his injuries after the competition. If not for the senior's advanced cultivation and profound knowledge of medicinal herbs, he would never have detected the traces of the poison. Without hesitation, the foundation building elder suspected foul play and, leveraging his connections within the sect, quickly uncovered that it was none other than Lian Shui who had administered the poison. Such heinous acts of betrayal among sect members were intolerable. The senior brother who had instigated Lian Shui faced a dire fate, having his soul extracted and placed in a lantern to burn for months. With no chance of reincarnation, Lian Shui, meanwhile, was paralyzed with terror, begging for mercy, his demeanor pitiful as he attempted to shift all blame onto the deceased senior brother. However, the sect's higher-ups could see through his pathetic act. Ultimately, his fate was not much better than that of the senior brother, but fortune smiled upon him as his innocent friend, who had been poisoned, was pure-hearted and sincere, qualities rare in the world of cultivation. Despite being the victim, this friend pleaded for Lian Shui's leniency. The elder, known for his soft-heartedness, merely imposed a stern punishment and expelled Lian Shui from the sect, allowing him to escape with his life. Thus began Lian Shui's descent into the life of a rogue cultivator. Each time he reminisced about his time in the sect, he felt no shame for his despicable act. Instead, he reveled in his cunning. Believing he had outsmarted the so-called high-ranking members of the sect, his arrogance knew no bounds, and he often boasted about his cleverness. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and he soon found himself entangled in low-tier cultivation circles, participating in small trade fairs in cities populated by commoners, where he set his sights on a high-quality pill designed to break through bottlenecks in cultivation. Such potent elixirs that significantly enhance one's cultivation are often subject to exorbitant price inflation. During the trading event, he found himself vying for one such pill against another cultivator, only to be thwarted by the latter's exorbitant bid, which rendered his financial resources inadequate in comparison. Ultimately, he faced the disheartening defeat. After the conclusion of the trade fair, Lian Shui was consumed by malicious thoughts of murder and treasure theft. He trailed the extravagant cultivator from the event, only to discover upon confrontation that, despite being at a lower cultivation level, the adversary possessed an impressive array of treasures that subtly outweighed his own. Unbeknownst to Lian Shui, his target was a scion of a prestigious lineage of cultivators. And soon the sounds of their clash attracted the attention of this noble's companions. Together, they resolved to conclude Lian Shui's life, leaving him grievously wounded. By sheer luck, he managed to escape with his life amidst their onslaught. Little did he anticipate that Lu Ernio, an ordinary mortal, would seize the opportunity and deal him a fatal blow in his weakened state. This incident precipitated the ensuing bloodshed in Lanling City, wherein Lian Shui's treasures were ultimately acquired by Qiu Shui through a series of fortunate turns. Inadvertently, Lian Shui unwittingly paved the way for Qiu Shui's journey in cultivation, exemplifying the adage that those who commit wrongful acts are doomed to face the consequences. On the official road leading to Lanling City, a cart was making its way southward, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing along the thoroughfare. The driver, an elderly man in his 70s, respectfully addressed the occupant of the cart, stating that Lanling City is divided into an inner and outer city, where the inner city is inhabited by individuals of high status, either affluent or powerful. He noted that even those of their ilk, wandering the martial world, have managed to establish themselves within the inner precincts. Despite the city's bustling prosperity, it remained inaccessible to the common folk, whose prospects of entering the inner city were bleak. Before the elderly man could finish, a young voice from within the cart impatiently interrupted, expressing disinterest in such matters and urging him to return to his earlier conjectures. The old man continued, hypothesizing that there must be a gathering place for immortals within Lanling City, where the young man might encounter one upon arrival. The two individuals in the cart were none other than Xiao Shui and Jin Mei. Xiao Shui had previously resolved to journey to Lanling City in search of immortals, as it was his only viable option. The only place he knew where immortals had once roamed was indeed Lanling City. Though his approach felt somewhat naive, with an air of desperation, he felt compelled to act upon the sole lead that pointed toward Lanling City, akin to a dying horse being treated as a living one. To elevate his cultivation, he must immerse himself in the realm of immortals. Currently, Xiao Shui found himself stagnated at the 4th level of qi refinement, and to expedite his progress, he needed to engage with fellow cultivators. For solitary efforts would yield no fruitful results. 3 months prior, following a battle in the mountains, Xiao Shui had devoted over a month to searching for Shirlu, yet it seemed as if she had vanished without a trace. The quest to locate her proved to be exceedingly challenging, and after nearly a month of fruitless searching, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. His primary objective in visiting Lanling City was to seek traces of the immortals while also hoping to reunite with his former compatriot Shirlu, who had once promised to develop in Lanling City. Though the likelihood was slim, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, the distance to Lanling City was considerable, requiring at least half a year, even with the aid of a fine steed. After a month wasted in search of Shirlu, he found himself racing against time for the past 2 months, uncertain of when he would reach Lanling City. Fortunately, Jin Mei had procured a cart. Though its origins were undoubtedly dubious, Xiao Shui, however, paid no mind to such matters, grateful to finally be on the road after 2 months of arduous travel. Within the swaying cart, Xiao Shui endeavored to cultivate. Though the efficacy of his practice paled in comparison to the stability he had experienced in the secluded cave, despite the diminished efficiency, he felt some progress, as his internal energy gradually became more refined. The 2 months of relentless practice, even without significant advancement, had left him feeling fulfilled. Deeply engrossed in his cultivation, he reveled in the sensation of his magical power growing more formidable each day. Becoming almost obsessively devoted to the process. He had speculated about the possibility of his aptitude being rather mediocre. However, he consoled himself with the belief that his dedication to arduous training was an advantage. Yet reality was harsh, and despite his efforts, he had found it nearly impossible to accrue even a modicum of magical energy in recent days. Determined not to squander time, Xiao Shui resolved to continue mastering the mystical arts. Previously, he had acquired 2 dark arts techniques from Jin Mei, the source damage technique, blood summoning palm, and spirit restraint technique. Seizing this opportunity, he committed himself to thoroughly mastering these techniques, as they were practical spells with both advantages and drawbacks. However, he found himself perplexed by the spirit restraint technique, which seemed to involve extracting a dying individual's soul for alternative purposes. What baffled him was the inability to directly extract another's soul in the heat of battle. It could only be utilized when the opponent's physical form was compromised and on the brink of demise. Clearly, this was merely a fragment of a more profound ability. The purpose of the extracted soul remained a mystery. Though Xiao Shui had considered requesting the remaining complementary techniques from Jin Mei, the old man stubbornly refused to part with them, displaying a miserly disposition whenever the topic arose. Unfazed, Xiao Shui resolved to find a way to extract the techniques from him eventually, even if it required drastic measures. With this thought in mind, he gradually calmed himself, delving into the intricacies of the mystical arts to gain mastery over these techniques for his own survival. Once more, he fell into the depths of arduous training. With a year and a month of travel ahead, Xiao Shui's basic needs were entirely reliant on Jin Mei, who could not conjure silver out of thin air. Jin Mei, along the way, indulged in various nefarious deeds while sustaining Xiao Shui, who remained blissfully unaware of the underlying circumstances, allowing Jin Mei to be the ultimate beneficiary, without Jin Mei's unscrupulous efforts. Xiao Shui could not have sat comfortably within the cart, engrossed in his cultivation. otherwise, he would have been preoccupied with his daily sustenance. It was evident that without Jin Mei, Zhou Shui would not have found the conducive environment for his fervent training. Thus, the two continued their journey southward. Along the way, they frequently encountered petty thieves and various ruffians, yet fortunately these miscreants posed no threat to Zhou Shui. Jin Mei effortlessly dealt with them, after several months of travel. They were now but a month away from Lanling City. Throughout this time, Zhou Shui remained steadfastly immersed in his cultivation within the cart. Jin Mei, unhurried, continued to guide the cart. Suddenly, a swift horse galloped past them from the left. Its speed far surpassing that of Jin Mei and Zhou Shui's cart. Such swift steeds became more prevalent as they neared Lanling City. Jin Mei paid little heed to this, maintaining his steady pace. Moments later, the same swift horse returned at full gallop. The seasoned Jin Mei, having navigated the martial world for years, sensed something amiss. Clearly an altercation lay ahead. Turning to Zhou Shui in the cart, Jin Mei warned, "Little brother, there may be a situation up ahead. I advise you to remain undisturbed during your cultivation." Zhou Shui retorted sarcastically, "You've already disturbed me." Jin Mei, feeling somewhat foolish, chose to remain silent. Soon, he guided the cart to a nearby scene of chaos, where two factions were embroiled in a fierce battle. It was evident that the rider had fled upon witnessing the conflict, fearing entanglement. Judging by their attire, one side belonged to the authorities, while the other comprised a group of martial experts. Engaged in a fierce struggle, amidst this tumult, Jin Mei maneuvered the cart through the fray, seemingly indifferent to the clash, adopting the demeanor of an outsider as he traversed the scene. Upon witnessing this elderly cart driver's audacity, the martial practitioners in the opposing faction felt slighted and immediately attempted to take his life. Jin Mei, unfazed, caught the incoming blade with one hand, effortlessly snapping it in two, with a look of disdain. He regarded the assailant. In an instant, he retaliated, grasping the man's throat with a claw-like grip. With a swift motion, he yanked to the side, causing blood to erupt from the man's neck like a burst dam. Collapsing to the ground and thrashing like a fish out of water, with just one move, Jin Mei had instilled fear in the martial practitioners, leaving the officials trembling in fear. Such encounters were not new to Jin Mei, who had dealt with countless similar situations. Displaying a nonchalant demeanor as he continued southward while driving the cart, after covering some distance, an official from the authorities called out to Jin Mei, "Brave warrior, please do not leave. Kindly assist us in driving away these martial practitioners. I am the newly appointed governor of Lanling City, and your aid will not go unrewarded." Jin Mei, feigning ignorance, continued on his way. Upon hearing of the promised reward, Zhou Shui's greedy heart stirred, and adhering to the principle of no profit, no early rise, he resolved to intervene, primarily for the sake of the promised reward. At this moment, Zhou Shui remarked, "Our funds appear to be insufficient. We should rescue them to acquire some resources." Jin Mei immediately grasped Zhou Shui's intention. The newly appointed governor of Lanling City, witnessing the carriage recede into the distance, was suddenly engulfed by despair. Not far ahead, the carriage halted, and Jin Mei alighted, employing his lightness skill to swiftly dart towards the battlefield. With his formidable martial prowess, he achieved victory with an overwhelming display of strength. Observing Jin Mei's extraordinary valor, the new governor of Lanling harbored thoughts of recruitment, but before he could utter a few words, Jin Mei firmly declined. Surprisingly, the governor did not take offense. Rather, he believed that capable individuals ought to possess such pride. Soon, the newly appointed governor proposed that both parties travel together for mutual assistance along the way. Impatiently, Zhou Shui, from within the carriage, directly demanded compensation. The governor, without hesitation, assured that upon reaching Lanling, there would be generous rewards. Although he mentioned it was inconvenient at the moment and requested understanding, he then stated that he would personally cover all expenses for the journey. Only then did Zhou Shui relent, and thus, both parties set off southward. Prior to their departure, Zhou Shui subtly indicated to Jin Mei to find a way to investigate their backgrounds more thoroughly. Zhou Shui held a deep-seated skepticism towards the newly appointed governor of Lanling, viewing humanity as inherently malevolent. He approached people and matters with utmost caution, believing that taking the time to ascertain their backgrounds would be beneficial. As they traveled at a leisurely pace, Jin Mei engaged in casual conversation with the new governor of Lanling. The governor, eager to win Jin Mei over, naturally found their dialogue quite enjoyable. Through Jin Mei's inquiries, he confirmed that the individual before him was indeed the new governor of Lanling, appointed directly by the emperor to succeed his predecessor, who had been dismissed over a year ago for colluding with local gangs and engaging in corruption. The court had thus appointed Governor Elshin to take over the position. Zhou Shui even paused his cultivation to listen attentively to the conversation between Jin Mei and Governor El. As their discussions progressed, Jinmei grew more familiar with Elshin, who subtly attempted to uncover the identity of the enigmatic figure within the carriage, someone capable of commanding a martial expert like Jinmei to serve him loyally. Jinmei, fully aware of Elshin's intentions, remained vague whenever the topic of Qiushui arose. Elshin was oblivious to the fact that revealing any information about Qiushui would lead to Jinmei's demise. Qiushui continued to eavesdrop, eventually losing interest and returning to his meditative state within the carriage. Elshin contemplated that they still had about a month's journey to Lanling, affording him plenty of opportunities to discern who resided within the carriage. As evening fell, the group set up camp by the fire. Elshin thought to himself, as the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people, and surely even someone of great stature must require sustenance. However, as time passed, he noted that Qiushui showed no inclination to emerge from the carriage, nor did he observe Jinmei delivering any food to the interior, which greatly puzzled Elshin, unable to suppress his curiosity. He inquired of Jinmei why he did not bring something to eat for his companion within the carriage. Elshin looked at Jinmei with a hint of expectation. In response, Jinmei promptly stated that it was unnecessary. As there were provisions within the carriage, Elshin understood that Jinmei was merely deflecting his inquiry with an excuse. After all, even if there were supplies inside, one would still need to relieve themselves. The new governor's curiosity about Qiushui grew ever more intense. Little did he know that since Qiushui had cultivated his celestial technique, he merely required a small amount of pure water daily and could go for extended periods without food. Drawing upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, even if Qiushui reached a higher realm, he could meditate for decades without succumbing to hunger. Qiushui would only eat when he felt the desire to indulge his palate. Thus, he spent the night in meditation. The following morning, they resumed their journey southward, quickly approaching Lanling City, just 2 days away. During this time, they encountered no roadblocks from martial experts, resulting in a period of relative peace. Even though the new governor Elshin ceased his inquiries into the identity of the mysterious figure within the carriage, his entourage and soldiers grew increasingly curious. Within this small group, various rumors circulated. Some speculated that the enigmatic occupant of the carriage was a martial arts master who had achieved the highest level of cultivation, capable of fasting for such an extended period. Others suggested he was a venerable monk, as only such individuals could endure prolonged meditation without sustenance. Even more fanciful claims suggested that the occupant was not human but rather a spirit nurtured by the coachman. In any case, Qiushui became a topic of lively discussion among them, though he remained indifferent to the gossip, and both he and Jinmei paid little attention to the swirling rumors. As they neared Lanling City, Jinmei took the opportunity to inform the new governor to coordinate with the city guards, ensuring a smooth entry. The governor, being a sensible man, did not pry further and readily assured Jinmei that he would handle everything. Furthering his efforts to win Jinmei over, soon they arrived at Lanling City, and under the governor's guidance, both Qiushui and Jinmei entered the city with ease. Jinmei, mimicking Qiushui's earlier actions, concealed his appearance, for while one might not recognize the officials within Lanling, they could not afford to be unaware of the renowned figure of Jinmei in the local martial world. Upon entering the city, the new governor promptly assured them that should they encounter any difficulties, they could approach him, as having more friends within the city was advantageous. Elshin intended to elaborate further, but at that moment, Qiushui's voice emerged from the carriage, declaring, "I will seek my reward from you." Seeing the mysterious figure finally speak, Elshin eagerly replied that they would meet again. In truth, Elshin had long awaited a dialogue with Qiushui, hoping to forge a connection with someone capable of commanding a martial expert like Jinmei. However, Qiushui's aloof demeanor had left Elshin with no opportunity to engage. Now that Qiushui had finally spoken, Elshin, who had a plethora of thoughts, could only respond with a casual promise to meet again. The two parties parted ways, and Jinmei, well acquainted with the geography of Lanling City, quickly led Qiushui to an inconspicuous inn. This aligned perfectly with Qiushui's intentions. Within their room at the inn, Qiushui unexpectedly requested the celestial techniques from Jinmei. After a moment's thought, Jinmei, understanding the unspoken agreement, handed over a rather trivial technique, a lengthy incantation that seemed to transfer internal energy into an object, enabling it to combat foes. For Qiushui, this was of minimal value. Yet, adhering to the principle of accepting what was offered, he took it without further dispute and returned to his own room to continue his cultivation, seeing that Qiushui showed no inclination to engage further. Jinmei likewise returned to his own room. The night passed swiftly, and after they had eaten, Qiushui asked Jinmei to show him around Lanling City. Jinmei, of course, did not refuse, and after their meal, they strolled through the bustling streets. In recent days, Xiaoshui had felt his progress stagnate, which troubled him greatly. Currently at the 4th level of qi refinement, he could not help but wonder if this was the pinnacle of his achievements. The stagnation of his cultivation weighed heavily on his mind. In the city, Xiaoshui encouraged Jinmei to show him the sights. For at 17 years of age it was his first visit to such a grand place, and everything appeared remarkably novel to him. This experience opened his eyes wide, and fortunately he found himself financially well off thanks to Jinmei, though Xiaoshui gave little thought to how this money had come into Jinmei's possession. Over the past few days, Xiaoshui indulged in various culinary delights in Lanling City. While he could not claim to have experienced all the worldly pleasures, it certainly broadened his horizons, leaving him somewhat enchanted by the allure of the city. However, Xiaoshui felt a sense of unease. If he merely aspired to be a wealthy man in the mortal realm, it would be far too simple given his current capabilities. Soon, he dismissed the notion of complacency and resolved that it was time to immerse himself in cultivation once more, leading to nearly a month of seclusion. Fortunately, during this period, Xiaoshui genuinely sensed a growth in his magical power. However, in recent days, the flow of magical power has once again become sluggish, much to Xiaoshui's bewilderment. Xiaoshui calculated that, given the current pace of cultivation, even after 50 years of diligent practice, it would be impossible to reach the 10th level of qi refinement. This conclusion left Xiaoshui feeling profoundly troubled and irritable. With an overwhelming sense of gloom enveloping his heart, never before had he experienced such discomfort, and his current mood was utterly dismal. Xiaoshui began to contemplate whether to indulge in the pleasures of this mortal realm or to continue focusing on arduous training. This dilemma left him in a state of indecision, and with so many distracting thoughts clouding his mind during that night's practice, while circulating spiritual energy through a minor cycle within his body, he nearly fell into a state of chaos, risking damage to his meridians. Fortunately, Xiaoshui managed to rein himself in just in time, yet he still felt as though a heavy stone lay upon his chest. That very night, he had Jinmei take him into the city to seek out a physician. Jinmei, well acquainted with Lanling City, quickly found a competent doctor for him. Upon examining Xiaoshui, the physician immediately sensed something peculiar within him. Although he had treated numerous martial artists, he knew that the energy within Xiaoshui was not typical inner strength. It was something he had never encountered before, far surpassing the potency of ordinary inner power. Thus, the doctor could do little more than prescribe a few restorative remedies for Xiaoshui to procure and self-administer, for how could a mere mortal physician comprehend that Xiaoshui's plight stemmed from the perilous path of cultivating immortal techniques? Naturally, Xiaoshui understood this as well, but at that moment, he had no means to seek out an immortal practitioner. He could only hope for the best, considering it a last-ditch effort. Before departing, Jinmei also procured several prescriptions specifically designed for those in the martial world who had encountered mishaps in their internal cultivation. Jinmei understood well that Xiaoshui had strayed from the path of immortal cultivation and thus could only provide him with commonly used remedies from the martial community. For the next month, Xiaoshui remained at the inn, focusing on recuperating his body, unable to devote himself to further cultivation. He soon discovered that the prescriptions given by the physician were of little use, while only Jinmei's remedies proved somewhat beneficial. Jinmei had provided Xiaoshui with 5 prescriptions, not all of which were effective, but one in particular did have an effect, not in healing injuries, but rather Xiaoshui felt a slight increase in his magical power with each dose. Though the extent of this growth was likely equivalent to a couple of hours of meditation, Xiaoshui was nonetheless overjoyed. While it may not heal him, he had discovered a valuable means to enhance his magical power. It was evident that one of the 5 prescriptions Jinmei had gathered held significant benefits for his cultivation, containing no less than 7 or 8 ingredients. Though Xiaoshui was illiterate, a basic technique he had previously mastered came into play: the spirit viewing technique. A fundamental skill for detecting spiritual energy. Indeed, upon investigation, he discovered that among the remaining ingredients was one imbued with spiritual energy. Though the energy was exceedingly faint, it was unmistakably the kind of spiritual essence Xiaoshui typically absorbed from the heavens and earth. This revelation filled him with delight. Despite his internal injuries, he thought little of it and hurriedly sought out Jinmei, requesting that he accompany him to search for similar ingredients. Along the way, he casually inquired about the name of the newfound herb. Jinmei readily replied, "This herb is called night pathgrass, a rather intriguing plant. When it matures to a certain age, it emits a faint glow at night. Over time, travelers who encounter this grass during their nocturnal journeys have come to call it night pathgrass." Upon hearing Jinmei's explanation, Xiaoshui understood that only night pathgrass of sufficient age would emit that faint luminescence. Thus, it dawned on him that only the older specimens would be of use to him. Those that were not mature enough, while still usable in medicine, would not aid him in advancing his cultivation. With this thought, Josue hastened his pace, and soon arrived at a pharmacy where he purchased all the aged night path grass available. He swept through several pharmacies, acquiring every last bit of night path grass they had in stock. Josue couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret for having sold his cart prematurely, as it would have facilitated his endeavors significantly. After purchasing night path grass from dozens of pharmacies, Jinmei naturally took notice that he understood that the night path grass either had healing properties for Josue or some other significance. Undeniably linked to the path of cultivation, Jinmei recognized that it was wise to remain silent and allow Josue to proceed with his plans. Before long, they had amassed a considerable quantity of night path grass. Josue made 2 successive bulk purchases until Jinmei reminded him that his funds were running low, prompting Josue to cease his acquisitions. Of course, this peculiar behavior soon drew the attention of the pharmacies in Lanling City. The news of someone buying up night path grass in large quantities piqued the interest of some commercially astute individuals. However, it quickly became apparent that only Josue was engaging in such unusual behavior, and their attention soon shifted away from him. Feeling a sense of regret, had multiple individuals been purchasing night path grass in bulk, it would have represented an excellent business opportunity. Unfortunately, only Josue required such a large supply. As most individuals had no need for it, for several consecutive days, Josue alternated between secluding himself for cultivation and preparing medicinal soups, astonishingly accelerating his training pace to several times that of his usual rate. This left him ecstatic. To immerse himself entirely in his practice, Josue tasked Jinmei with preparing the herbal concoctions. Every half hour Jinmei would deliver a fresh batch of soup to Josue, based on Josue's estimates. Within a year or two, he would likely break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. Such aspirations were beautiful, yet reality proved starkly different. After 2 months of rapid cultivation, Josue soon developed a tolerance to the remedies. Any substance taken over an extended period can lead to diminished efficacy, and thus it was hardly surprising that, after 2 months of incessant consumption, he found the effects waning. At last, Josue's training speed began to decline. Even with increased dosages, his progress was only marginally better than before he had started taking the remedies. This left Josue feeling frustrated and disheartened, having believed he had discovered a pathway to unobstructed cultivation, only to encounter this setback. He soon learned from Jinmei that he had developed a tolerance to the night path grass. While Josue understood the situation, he was still reluctant to abandon the herbal concoctions, even as their effects diminished significantly. He continued to take the soup in hopes of assisting his cultivation until, more than a month later, the night path grass had completely lost its efficacy. Having tasted the fruits of rapid cultivation, Josue was no longer willing to settle for the slow, arduous path of diligent practice. He feverishly scoured Lanling City for other herbs rich in spiritual energy, dragging Jinmei along in his relentless pursuit. Although it seemed easy to find herbs abundant in spiritual essence, doing so in this mundane city was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After several days of fruitless searching, Josue found himself deeply frustrated, contemplating venturing into the mountains to seek out the coveted herbs. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. The notion of searching for spiritual herbs in the vast mountains was tantamount to a fool's errand. Even with a year of effort, the results would likely be negligible, making it far more prudent to settle down and continue his quiet cultivation. Just as Josue resolved to cease his frantic efforts, a thought struck him. Since he no longer had any use for the night path grass, he could sell it to other cultivators. Although the efficacy of the grass was not particularly impressive, there were certainly those with lower cultivation levels than his own who could benefit from it. By purchasing night path grass in bulk and reselling it to them, he would surely reap a substantial profit. This realization filled Josue with exhilaration, and he promptly decided to acquire all the night path grass in Lanling City, confident that selling it to lesser cultivators would yield a handsome profit. Without hesitation, Josue and Jinmei once more embarked on their ventures throughout Lanling City. After setting aside sufficient funds for lodging and meals, Josue invested the remainder of his wealth into purchasing night path grass, even pawning Jinmei's jade belt to finance his acquisitions. This series of transactions ultimately captured the attention of the merchants in Lanling City. Even though Josue was the sole buyer, they tacitly raised the price of night path grass. The merchants hoped for another unsuspecting buyer like Josue to emerge. Some even approached him to negotiate prices, but at this point, Josue had already exhausted most of his funds on night path grass and lacked the financial means to make further acquisitions. This reckless spree soon led to Josue's regret. While he had amassed a significant quantity of night pathgrass, he needed buyers for it. The crux of the matter was that ordinary people had no need for such a surplus. Only those cultivators at a significantly lower level would be interested. In a moment of reckless enthusiasm, Xiaoshui found himself regretting his impulsive purchases as he stared at the considerable stock of night pathgrass in his possession. Meanwhile, Jin Mei had long suspected Xiaoshui's intentions and had deliberately refrained from warning him, observing the unfolding events with quiet amusement, merely wishing to behold the jest of Xiaoshui. Jin Mei finds himself glaring at the considerable stock of night roadgrass that Xiaoshui has amassed. Lacking any viable market, his heart is already brimming with delight, yet it does not take long for Xiaoshui to realize the folly of his impulsive enthusiasm, while his fervor can be understood. Jin Mei, the seasoned-old fox, must surely be aware of the underlying trickery, biding his time to witness Xiaoshui's predicament. The mere thought of that old rascal Jin Mei mocking him from the shadows fills Xiaoshui with profound discomfort. Leading to several days of distraction from his cultivation, his mind is consumed with thoughts of how to offload the night road grass, but alas, no solution emerges, and the prospect of selling at a loss fills him with resentment. It is only at this juncture that Xiaoshui recognizes his lack of acumen in commerce, having made a hasty decision fueled by youthful fervor. To add to his frustration and irony, the newly appointed magistrate of Nanlin City, Lucian, learns of Xiaoshui and Jin Mei's reckless acquisition of this peculiar herb. In an effort to win them over, he sends 3 boxes of night road grass aged over a decade, inviting them to visit his residence under the guise of a casual suggestion. Clearly perceiving Xiaoshui as an eccentric uncertain of how Lucian truly regards him, Xiaoshui, upon examining the 3 boxes of superior night road grass, adopts a trial-and-error approach, requesting Jin Mei to brew a medicinal concoction. Unfortunately, disappointment ensues, for it becomes apparent that the current night road grass holds no value for Xiaoshui. After much turmoil, he finally settles down, pragmatically choosing to continue his arduous training. Recognizing that he cannot elevate his cultivation level, he resolves to master several life-preserving techniques instead, recalling a method Jin Mei had entrusted him, a technique to infuse one's magical energy into objects for combat. Xiaoshui finds solace in the fact that the method, known as the treasure control technique, is not overly complex. With diligent practice, he masters it within a few dozen days, although he lacks the magical artifacts necessary to harness this skill in practical combat. He nonetheless adds another technique to his repertoire. In a span that feels neither long nor short, Xiaoshui gradually gains proficiency in a highly practical technique known as source diminishment, which allows him to forcibly augment his strength by sacrificing his internal essence. Currently, he can enhance his capabilities to the 6th level of Qi refinement, a significant achievement at this stage. His training in the blood-drawing palm technique has only just commenced. This technique inflicts irreversible harm on the practitioner's physical form and can even taint their magical artifacts. Though using it incurs a substantial cost in vital essence, its efficacy is undeniably exquisite. Determined to master this technique, Xiaoshui enters a period of seclusion, yet progress remains elusive. It dawns on him that a balance between hard work and relaxation is essential. While diligent training is commendable, moments of reprieve also contribute to cultivation. With this realization, he emerges from his retreat, seeking some funds from Jin Mei to indulge in a brief escapade. Jin Mei, that rascal, has been up to no good lately, engaging in petty theft throughout Lanling City. Rather than feeling shame, Jin Mei finds himself utterly enthralled by his mischief, following Xiaoshui's extensive purchases of night road grass. Their financial situation has become strained. Acting on Xiaoshui's suggestion, Jin Mei has transformed into a veritable bandit, brazenly pilfering from the affluent families of the city under the cover of night, acquiring many treasures of no ordinary merit. For Jin Mei's discerning eye is indeed sharp. Of course, all of this transpires under Xiaoshui's guidance. He is not without concern that Jin Mei might attempt to escape. Having ensnared him with strands of spiritual energy, Xiaoshui has thoroughly mastered this technique, which allows him to control Jin Mei like a whip, binding him with an unbreakable chain. Xiaoshui declares that should Jin Mei fail to return for an extended period, he will activate the binding from afar, resulting in an inevitable downfall for Jin Mei, who will then be compelled to serve Xiaoshui. Upon reaching Jin Mei's lodgings, Xiaoshui requests some funds before setting off to enjoy himself. At this point, Jin Mei is utterly unable to evade Xiaoshui's grasp, becoming nothing more than a tool in his hands, with Xiaoshui firmly holding the reins of life and death over him. Soon Xiaoshui departs from the inn, strolling through the bustling streets of Lanling City, yet his thoughts are inevitably drawn back to the sluggish pace of his cultivation. Originally intending to relax, he finds it difficult to shake off concerns regarding his progress. Losing interest in the myriad of enticing goods that line the streets, he sighs in contemplation of his training. Though he does not wish to dwell on such thoughts, anxiety over his cultivation persists. To distract himself, Xiao Shui indulges in earthly pleasures, first treating himself to a sumptuous feast at the grandest tavern in Lanling City. The Four Seas Gathering. Having satisfied his appetite, he continues to wander aimlessly through the city. By a curious turn of fate, he arrives at the apothecary where he previously purchased night road grass. The attendant, recognizing him as the notable customer who had bought a substantial quantity of the herb, greets him with a broad smile, eager to assist. "What can I help you find today?" "We have just received a new batch," the attendant inquires, but Xiao Shui interrupts, gesturing that he wishes to browse casually and does not require assistance. Upon hearing this, the attendant privately grumbles about the audacity of such a foolish customer. With a stroke of serendipity, Xiao Shui enters the shop in hopes of discovering a substance akin to night road grass, rich in spiritual energy. Though the likelihood of such a find is exceedingly slim, he deems it better to search than to wander without purpose. As he leisurely surveys the shop, a young man enters, immediately capturing Xiao Shui's attention. He recognizes the newcomer as a fellow cultivator. The young man, too, perceives Xiao Shui's identity as a practitioner of the mystical arts. After a brief pause, he steps inside and greets Xiao Shui with a warm smile. Xiao Shui nods in acknowledgement, and the young man inquires if the shop has any blood-ending vines or mad monkey flowers. The attendant promptly retrieves these items from the shelves, after confirming his purchase. The young man turns to leave, offering Xiao Shui another friendly smile. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shui introduces himself. "Greetings, my name is Wu Xiao Shui, may I inquire as to your esteemed name?" The young man appears unfazed by this overture and responds, "Are you also here for the gathering, Taoist Wu? I am Zhongwen, an alchemist. Should you require any elixirs, feel free to seek me out. While I cannot guarantee the most advanced potions, I am confident in my ability to craft some nourishing remedies." Zhongwen observes that Xiao Shui seems to have encountered a mishap during his cultivation, resulting in blocked meridians, and suggests he consider using some pills to restore his balance. Xiao Shui is momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Zhongwen's insight into his condition and the mention of using elixirs for recovery. After a moment's reflection, he realizes that Zhongwen is unaware of his background as a novice practitioner. Lacking fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world, Zhongwen, noticing Xiao Shui's unease, reassures him. It is not uncommon for those who stumble into the cultivation path to be initially confused. Many practitioners share similar origins, having unwittingly acquired a sage's teachings and embarked on their journey. As Xiao Shui realizes his earlier fabrications have been effortlessly unraveled, he feels a twinge of anxiety, however, upon hearing that many practitioners, like himself, have inadvertently entered the realm of cultivation. He begins to relax. As anticipated by Brother Zhong, "I have inadvertently become a cultivator. Might you accompany me to broaden my horizons and introduce me to other practitioners?" Upon hearing Xiao Shui's nervous yet delighted words, Zhongwen smiled and promptly replied, "No problem, fellow cultivator. As you have just embarked on this path of cultivation, there are certainly many aspects you are yet to comprehend. While I cannot conveniently introduce you to other friends, you may visit Yangchun Tower. It serves as a common haven for many practitioners, allowing you to forge connections without my intervention. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." Xiao Shui immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zhong." Zhongwen responded, "There is no need to call me Brother Zhong. We may simply refer to each other as fellow cultivators. As for me, I shall not accompany you further. But if you require elixirs, feel free to seek me out, for I too reside at Yangchun Tower." Upon hearing Zhongwen's farewell, Xiao Shui cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhong. Should I need any elixirs in the future, I will certainly seek you out." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Just as they were about to part ways, Xiao Shui, driven by curiosity, turned back to inquire, "What is your cultivation level, fellow cultivator?" Zhongwen did not turn around but stated, "As a newcomer to the cultivation realm, it is inappropriate to inquire about others' levels. Once you reach Yangchun Tower, be sure to refrain from asking such questions, for discussing specific cultivation levels is considered taboo." He continued, "Also, remember to bring some items with you. It will facilitate exchanges with other practitioners and allow you to acquire some cultivation resources." Upon hearing Zhongwen's sage advice, Xiao Shui pondered that the rules of the cultivation world were no less stringent than those of the mundane realm. He regretted having inadvertently revealed his naivety before others. Fortunately, this individual did not seem malicious. Had he encountered someone with nefarious intent, he could have been deceived or even put in grave danger. The mere thought sent a chill down Xiao Shui's spine. If he were to visit Yangchun Tower, he would undoubtedly interact with other cultivators, necessitating caution in his speech and actions. Should he allow any ill-intentioned individuals to see through his novice status, he could very well fall prey to deception. Regrettably, Brother Zhong had other matters to attend to. Traveling with him would have made things considerably easier. With this in mind, Qiu Shui ceased to bid farewell to Zhongwen and slowly turned to leave. As Qiu Shui walked back, he contemplated Zhongwen's earlier words. Apart from the night road grass, he possessed little else. Although he had a considerable amount of mundane gold and silver, these held little value in the cultivation world. Suddenly, it struck him that he still had 3 luminous stones in his possession. These stones were undoubtedly invaluable for cultivation, likely treasures of the celestial realm. However, Qiu Shui was troubled. While he knew the stones were rich in spiritual energy and could aid in cultivation, he was at a loss regarding their other potential uses. Nevertheless, he felt certain that they possessed wondrous properties yet unknown to him. Hence, Qiu Shui resolved to take along the boxes of premium night road grass gifted by the governor of Lanling City, as well as the 3 spiritually enriched stones, and to carry some gold and silver for interactions with other practitioners. He realized that if he were to trade directly, it would be all too easy for others to discern his status as a novice, likely leading to deception. Thus Qiu Shui decided to first observe the situation at Yangchun Tower and delay any trading or exchanges for the time being. He gathered his belongings, placing some of the superior night road grass on his person, but soon discovered that the spiritually enriched stones could not be easily concealed. An idea struck him. He had previously learned a technique known as the concealment of spiritual energy, which was designed to obscure the spiritual energy emanating from cultivators. If it could mask a cultivator's energy, it surely could conceal the aura of treasured items as well. Upon employing the technique, Qiu Shui found that the spiritual energy was indeed hidden, providing him with complete reassurance. He touched the luminous stones in his pocket and clutched the night road grass as he exited the inn. Yangchun Tower was not hard to find, being quite renowned in Lanling City, and with a little inquiry, he quickly learned its location. After a fragrant incense's worth of time, he arrived at Yangchun Tower. As he gazed upon the 5-story establishment, it appeared no different from ordinary taverns in Lanling City, leaving him utterly incredulous that this was a sanctuary for celestial beings. Had he not heard from Zhongwen that this was a common resting place for other practitioners, he would never have believed that such an unremarkable tavern could harbor immortals. Realizing that overthinking was futile, he decided to enter and see for himself. Once inside Yangchun Tower, he observed that it was bustling with patrons, with waitstaff scurrying about, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of any ordinary establishment. Yet, he failed to detect the presence of any cultivators, assuming they must be located upstairs. At that moment, a busy attendant approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and inquired, "Esteemed guest, what can I do for you?" "Our establishment offers everything to ensure your dining and drinking experience is most pleasant," Qiu Shui replied. "I would like to find a private room upstairs." The attendant immediately responded, "Certainly, please wait a moment. I will arrange a room for you." Just then, someone interjected, "No need to arrange a private room for this brother. I will take him upstairs, you may return to your duties." The attendant turned to see his master and promptly complied. Attending to other customers, Qiu Shui glanced at the manager but did not sense any spiritual energy from him. Before he could speak, the manager, with a friendly demeanor, said, "You appear unfamiliar here, may I ask your name?" "I am Wu Qiu Shui answered without hesitation. This Qiu Shui confirmed that this individual was also a cultivator. The cultivator named Li Jiang smiled and replied, "Please follow me upstairs. The ground floor is the realm of mortals, while the upper floors are the sanctuaries of our kind." After hearing this, Qiu Shui was unsure how to react. He sensed that the manager was perhaps teasing him, but he could not discern the humor in it and allowed the manager to lead the way. Noticing that his earlier jest had not fostered rapport between them, Li Jiang guided Qiu Shui to the 4th floor, conversing along the way. "I have gathered over 20 fellow cultivators here, with you. We are a total of 27. Tonight, we shall hold a trading event, attended by nearby itinerant cultivators who come here at specific times each year. It has been several years since I have seen a fresh face like yours. If you require anything, feel free to trade upstairs." Several eager cultivators are already exchanging cultivation resources. Qiu Shui inquired, "As this is my first visit to Lanling City, may I ask if there are any treasures available at this trading event that can enhance cultivation speed? Also, what are their prices?" Li Jiang immediately recognized that Qiu Shui was a novice at such gatherings. Rather than exposing him, Li Jiang patiently explained, "Fellow cultivator, treasures that can enhance one's cultivation are indeed rare and hard to come by. Many practitioners keep them for personal use and seldom trade them for other resources unless they possess an item that conflicts with their own techniques or is unsuitable for them. He continued, of course, these are exceptional cases. Cultivation resources are exceedingly precious. Should a cultivator possess a rare treasure, it is likely to attract unwanted attention, leading to potential strife. Li Jiang spoke with profound understanding, prompting Qiu Shui to realize that his naivety had been detected. Reflecting on his earlier question about enhancing cultivation and Li Jiang's words, Qiu Shui understood he had unwittingly breached the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. He sighed inwardly, grateful that Li Jiang harbored no ill intentions and had subtly warned him. Li Jiang pointed to a group of 6 individuals nearby who were already engaged in discussions. Those 6 cultivators have begun their exchanges. If you lack spiritual stones to purchase items, it may still be beneficial to observe. Even if you cannot acquire resources, conversing with other cultivators about their insights could prove invaluable. Remember to exercise caution in your words and actions, Li Jiang advised with a kind smile. At that moment, the 6 individuals appeared to reach an agreement, initiating a transaction. A young man produced a delicate porcelain vial and placed it on the table. Just as an elder reached for it, the young man gently pressed down on the vial, prompting the elder to withdraw his hand and instead draw out 2 spiritual stones from his robe. He placed them on the table and nudged them forward. The young man deftly accepted the stones and was about to leave when the elder calmly stated, "Wait a moment." He picked up the vial, uncorked it, and inspected its contents. After a brief examination, the elder nodded in approval. The young man, now expressionless, stood up and departed, brushing past Qiu Shui and Li Jiang as if they were invisible. Qiu Shui absorbed the entire scene. Realizing that the spiritually enriched stones he carried could indeed be valuable for exchange or trade, Qiu Shui believed that the latter's possibility was somewhat greater. At this moment, Li Jiang remarked, "Taoist Wu, why not exchange your cultivation insights with other friends? I have some other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As Taoist Wu expressed a desire to rest, Li Jiang noted that from room 15 onward, there were no occupants, allowing for a selection at one's leisure. With a kind smile directed at Qiu Shui, Li Jiang turned and departed. Qiu Shui bowed in acknowledgement, then gazed at the spot where the old man and the young one had just conducted their trade. The remaining individuals soon concluded their transactions, some engaged in light conversation while others continued their negotiations. This bustling atmosphere left Qiu Shui feeling anxious, unsure of how to initiate dialogue with them. Seated at the side, Qiu Shui felt at a loss, merely observing without knowing how to integrate into their discourse. Meanwhile, in the 4th floor hall, some individuals departed, and new cultivators arrived from below. Through keen observation, Qiu Shui discerned that one of these newcomers possessed a cultivation level surpassing his own, leaving him feeling insignificant at his own 4th level of qi refinement. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from room 7. Unreservedly calling out to the hall, "Which fellow Taoist possesses bone-strengthening pills or golden fragment powder? Interested parties may come to discuss with me." Shu, after making his request, the man surveyed the scattered 7 or 8 individuals in the hall. Shortly thereafter, 2 young men approached him, followed by another individual from within a room, leading to a gathering of 3 or 4 individuals who headed to the middle-aged man's quarters. Qiu Shui watched enviously as others engaged in lively transactions, a sense of anxiety creeping over him, for neither his financial means nor resources allowed him to partake in such exchanges. He could only listen in on others' cultivation experiences whenever he considered sharing his insights. He would inevitably find himself on the receiving end of advice rather than an equal exchange. Over time, he learned to adapt to this reality. The inability to discuss his cultivation experiences with others weighed heavily on him, prompting him to settle into a quiet observation instead. This passive listening, akin to clandestinely gleaning wisdom, proved to be unexpectedly enriching for Qiu Shui. Though the exchanges were among low-level cultivators, he was gradually enthralled. Feeling that this journey was indeed worthwhile, he resolved to attend more of such gatherings, recognizing their potential benefits as opposed to isolation. As Qiu Shui contemplated the futility of solitary cultivation, he lamented his insufficient financial resources and his lack of education, which made him feel increasingly out of place in this world. Even the journey to Yangchun Tower had required him to inquire along the way. Despite being so close, he only learned of its location from nearby vendors. Lost in this anxiety, Qiu Shui was suddenly aware of someone sitting beside him, a figure cloaked in a black hat who quietly took a seat. Before Qiu Shui could speak, the hat-clad individual inquired, "Are you waiting for someone, Taoist? I possess some intriguing items I would like to show you, if you are interested." To which Qiu Shui replied, "I am awaiting my Shu. Might I ask what interesting items you have?" The individual responded, "What I possess are truly eye-catching treasures. Perhaps we should find a more secluded place to discuss them." A sense of caution surged within Qiu Shui, prompting him to respond coldly, You might want to seek someone else. My financial situation is rather limited, and I would hate to disappoint you. Best leave these eye-catching items for others. Unperturbed by Qiu Shui's words, the hat wearer continued. If a transaction is not feasible, perhaps we could consider an exchange. Do you have any unused heavenly materials or earthly treasures, or perhaps some profound mystical techniques to trade? One need not rely solely on spirit stones. I harbor no ill intentions. Should you have any thoughts, let us meet at room 10 after tonight's trading event concludes. With that, the figure stood and moved on to converse with other cultivators. Evidently promoting his eye-catching items, just as he had with Qiu Shui. Unsure of the intentions of the other cultivators, Qiu Shui pondered whether he would dare to attend alone, fearing unforeseen troubles. However, should he find company, he would certainly not wish to miss the opportunity, especially considering the hat wearer's mention of mystical techniques as potential barter. Qiu Shui deliberated the nature of the eye-catching items, suspecting they could either be exceedingly rare or tailored for specific individuals. Or perhaps both. He also considered the possibility that they might be of dubious origin. As time passed, the evening approached, heralding the commencement of a small trading event for the local cultivators, though termed a trading fair. It was merely a euphemism for low-level cultivators exchanging limited resources. In the realm of cultivation, acquiring rare and precious resources is an arduous task, as most are monopolized by powerful sections. Even the most basic resources are fought over by these sects, leaving scattered cultivators desperate for whatever meager scraps remain. For these individuals, the allure of elusive longevity drives them to madness, as years of resources have been nearly exhausted by various sections long ago. A unique class of beings emerged, disregarding the rules and resorting to any means necessary to advance on the path of cultivation. These individuals, often deemed demons, brazenly seized the essence and vitality of living beings through devious methods, leading many cultivators to harbor a deep-seated aversion towards the demonic path. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they witness their lifespans dwindling and their aspirations for higher realms slipping away, they may find themselves tempted to abandon their principles for a taste of forbidden power. Suddenly, Qiu Shui's eyes flew open, his mind a tumult of confusion as he struggled to discern whether he had been meditating or sleeping, or if he had merely dreamed of the heart demons spoken of by other cultivators. He found it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, leaving him perplexed. This peculiar sensation felt like an odd dream, and soon he realized it was already night. The trading event at Yangchun Tower was underway. He needed to broaden his horizons, seeking to acquire treasures that might aid his cultivation. With this resolve, Qiu Shui stepped out of his room and immediately noticed a gathering of 30 or so individuals in the hall. Tables laden with an array of foundational cultivation resources he had never seen before. The scene of the low-level cultivators' trading fair, though modest, appeared to Qiu Shui as a sky full of stars. Leaving him momentarily dazzled. However, none of the items were familiar to him by name. As he felt the celestial energy radiating from these treasures, he yearned to absorb their essence to replenish his barren and withered dantian. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine at this strange thought. Soon, he spotted a table surrounded by a dozen or more cultivators, piquing his curiosity. As he approached within 6 or 7 paces, he recognized it was Zhongwen, whom he had encountered earlier that day. At this moment, Zhongwen was introducing the various pills displayed on the table to those around him. Holding a vial of pills, he proclaimed, "The blood restoration pill is specially formulated for elderly Taoists weakened by age. As you all know, the vitality of cultivators diminishes with age, and should one falter during a pivotal breakthrough due to this decline, it would be a regret too late to amend. Thankfully, our predecessors in the realm of cultivation have painstakingly developed this blood restoration pill. Once ingested, it revitalizes one's blood within 7 days. For elderly Taoists facing the bottleneck of a breakthrough, this pill can increase the chance of success by at least 20%. Many cultivators present wore expressions that suggested they were aware of the truth yet chose not to voice it. While the blood restoration pill could indeed bolster the vitality of an aging cultivator, allowing them to regain a robust state temporarily, the claim of a 20% increase in the likelihood of breaking through was utterly unfounded. Achieving a breakthrough ultimately depended on the individual's own efforts, and the blood restoration pill served primarily as an auxiliary aid. Clearly, Zhongwen understood that the cultivators present were not naive. They possessed a firm grasp of the realities of the cultivation world. His assertion of a 20% increase was merely a marketing strategy aimed at capturing attention, and few would take it seriously. Yet, among them was Qiu Shui, who, lacking any knowledge of cultivation norms, fell for the ruse. This was not to say that Qiu Shui was particularly foolish, rather, he was simply uninformed about the intricacies of the cultivation world. As a novice, it was unsurprising that he would be misled, and it was fortunate that he was financially constrained, otherwise, he might have found himself impulsively purchasing items without due consideration. At this moment, Zhongwen picked up a pill from the table and remarked, "I trust everyone is familiar with the Tranquil Spirit Pill, so I shall refrain from excessive explanation. Additionally, we have the Giant Spirit Pill and the Complementary Expansion Pill." He then proceeded to mention 5 or 6 other wondrous elixirs that Xiaoshui had never even heard of. These spiritual pills, primarily intended to assist in cultivation, are essential consumables for low-level practitioners, thus ensuring their quick sale. With Zhongwen's earlier cries of promotion, nearly half of the cultivators in the hall were drawn to him. Before long, Zhongwen was reaping substantial profits, while Xiaoshui, constrained by a lack of resources, could only gaze longingly at others acquiring those precious resources for cultivation. Xiaoshui unconsciously swallowed, as the table was laden with basic cultivation materials. Due to the high demand, most of the pills were rapidly sold out. The remaining ones were either of limited utility or excessively rare, making negotiation challenging. Nevertheless, a few individuals remained gathered around Zhongwen, discussing prices. It was evident they had their sights set on the exceptionally valuable pills in Zhongwen's possession. Yet the prices were daunting. Still, some were unwilling to relent. Before Zhongwen stood an elderly man, frail and aged, who tentatively proposed, "Friend, I can offer you 4 spirit stones along with a 70-year-old Jinju grass in exchange for that soul-nourishing pill. This is the highest price I can muster. I hope you will consider parting with it." However, Zhongwen promptly shook his head and replied coolly, "Friend, you indeed calculate well. While Jinju grass is rare and could greatly aid those cultivating metal-based techniques, to me, it is merely a precious auxiliary herb. I would find greater value in herbs that enhance my own magical power. If you cannot present 1 or 2 herbs capable of healing or nourishing the body, I suggest you seek another to negotiate with." Seeing that Zhongwen had made his stance clear, the elderly man could only leave in disappointment. At this moment, 2 other cultivators, after a hushed discussion, decided to purchase a rare vial of pills from Zhongwen. They quickly pooled their spirit stones and handed them over without hesitation. Upon receiving the stones, Zhongwen promptly exchanged them for the elixirs. Xiaoshui, having observed the scene unfold, now found Zhongwen's stall devoid of customers, allowing her the courage to approach him. Zhongwen had long noticed Xiaoshui's presence and, upon her arrival, greeted her with a warm smile, saying, "A friend, have you exchanged insights on cultivation with others?" Xiaoshui responded with an awkward smile, "My cultivation is quite shallow. I cannot claim to share insights. Rather, I have been quietly listening to the experiences of other friends, and I have indeed gained quite a bit." She reiterated her gains with a sense of pride. Zhongwen, seeing this newcomer to the cultivation world so reserved, was reminded of his own youthful shyness from decades past. As Xiaoshui pondered how to continue the conversation, Zhongwen anticipated her desire to understand the fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm, and he was more than willing to share. "Feel free to inquire about anything. There is no need for such formality," he encouraged, inviting her to sit. Xiaoshui took her place opposite him, exuding a demeanor of respect and timidity, in stark contrast to Zhongwen's calm demeanor. He sipped the complimentary tea provided by Yangchun Tower and said, "Ask away." No longer hesitant, Xiaoshui respectfully inquired, "How many realms are there in cultivation?" "To my knowledge, there are 12 stages just within the qi refinement period. How many realms exist beyond that?" Her tone reflected both respect and humility. Observing her demeanor, Zhongwen felt a surge of pride in his role as a mentor. He began to explain, "In the qi refinement phase, there are indeed 12 stages. As one progresses through each minor stage, the magical energy within becomes increasingly dense and pure. The first 11 stages follow this pattern, but it is the final stage that signifies a qualitative transformation of one's magical power. Many cultivators refer to this 12th stage by various names, such as the pinnacle of qi refinement or the great perfection of the qi refinement period, and some even call it the pseudo-foundation establishment. Ultimately, the goal is to accumulate sufficient pure magical energy to achieve this transformation and ascend to higher realms. Beyond the qi refinement stage lies the foundation establishment phase. I must confess, when you asked about my realm earlier in the street, I had no qualms in revealing that I am indeed at the great perfection of qi refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment." At this revelation, Xiaoshui was utterly captivated. The news of Zhongwen's accomplished level in qi refinement left her in awe. With a trembling voice, she asked then, "May I inquire how many realms exist in total for cultivators?" Zhongwen, observing her astonished expression, felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He continued, "As I mentioned, above the foundation establishment phase comes the golden core stage. Do you know that with each breakthrough in these realms, one's lifespan significantly increases? Zhou Shui, taken aback, shook her head. Although she had surmised that cultivators lived far longer than ordinary people, she had no idea of the extent. Zhang Wen elaborated, the lifespan in the qi refinement stage is akin to that of an ordinary person. If one fails to break through to a higher realm, they may live without illness but will ultimately meet the end of their days. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment phase, one can enjoy a lifespan of up to 200 years. If your lifespan was already 100 years before breaking through, it would stack accordingly. It would not be surprising for you to live up to 300 years. Zhou Shui, wide-eyed and breathless, raised 3 fingers in astonishment, exclaiming, 300 years at foundation establishment means 300 years of life. Zhang Wen, however, cautioned, 300 years is contingent upon the individual. It varies from person to person based on their constitution. Hearing this, Zhou Shui nodded, feeling like a marionette, as she internalized his words, repeating to herself, it varies from person to person. And Zhang Wen lifted his teacup, took a few sips, and placed it down gently, clearing his throat. He adopted the demeanor of a storyteller in a teahouse and continued, you may be unaware, but the lifespan at the golden core stage is nothing short of enchanting, enough to evoke a sense of euphoria just by hearing about it. Zhang Wen feigned profundity, deliberately enticing the inexperienced Zhou Shui that he wiggled his fingers, prompting her to guess. Zhou Shui, realizing his intent, was not naive, she had merely lacked knowledge of the cultivation world. After a brief moment of thought, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, could it be that those at the golden core stage can live for 5,000 years? Her voice was somewhat loud, easily capturing the attention of other cultivators in the hall. Those engaged in negotiations turned their gazes toward the duo. The sudden focus made Zhang Wen somewhat uneasy, while Zhou Shui, intrigued, exchanged a knowing smile with him. Soon, the crowd's attention shifted away, just as Zhang Wen was about to elaborate on the realm above the golden core. A stern-faced young man standing not far behind Zhou Shui interjected, have you too heard of the 1,000-year golden core? Turning to face him, Zhou Shui, eager for knowledge, immediately asked, what is the 1,000-year golden core? The young man smiled, about to explain, but Zhang Wen interrupted, the so-called 1,000-year golden core is merely a legend, there is no evidence to substantiate its existence. Zhou Shui was taken aback, having initially sought to enrich her understanding of the cultivation world. However, as the conversation veered into the realm of the fantastical, she found herself at a loss. She had intended to draw from Zhang Wen's insights to gain useful knowledge but was now caught in a discussion that strayed far from reality. The young man, undeterred, countered, the absence of proof does not negate existence. Many things in this world remain unverified until proven. Zhang Wen, perceiving the young man as stubbornness, chose to disregard him and continued speaking to Zhou Shui. Earlier, when I mentioned the Yuaning stage, I am certain you are unaware of what lies beyond it. At this moment, Zhou Shui was not interested in the Yuaning stage or any realms beyond it. Her primary concern was how to rapidly enhance her magical power and break through to the foundation establishment stage, which was of utmost importance to her, while the matters of the golden core and Yuaning seemed distant and irrelevant. At this moment, Zhou Shui was hardly concerned. Seeing that Zhang Wen was about to steer the conversation further away, he hastily interjected, requesting, I beseech you, Brother Zhang, to enlighten me on how to rapidly enhance my magical prowess and transcend the foundation establishment stage. To be candid, I find myself at an impasse regarding this matter, and I hope you might illuminate my path. Observing Zhou Shui's earnest demeanor, Zhang Wen could not help but reminisce about his own past struggles. He promptly affirmed that the key to swiftly refining one's magical energy and advancing in cultivation lay in several crucial points. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui perked up like a vigilant rabbit sensing danger. Eager to absorb every word, wishing to imprint them indelibly in his mind, Zhang Wen continued, one must have access to spiritual mountains and blessed lands that can ceaselessly provide pure celestial energy. If we are fortunate enough to possess such sacred grounds, our cultivation speed would be exponentially increased. In essence, an optimal cultivation environment is of paramount importance. Unfortunately, these prime locations are predominantly occupied by powerful sects and illustrious families. I have even heard that certain unique cultivation environments are claimed by formidable practitioners whose individual prowess can rival that of entire sects. Thankfully, such individuals are scarce, almost exceedingly rare. In conclusion, while exceptional cultivation environments are indeed invaluable, they are often elusive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui could hardly contain his impatience and interjected, is there any means or opportunity for us to access these spiritual mountains and blessed lands for cultivation? His eagerness to understand was palpable. Chapter 18, A Preliminary Understanding. Observing Zhou Shui's fervor, Zhang Wen was about to respond when he was interrupted by a stoic young man nearby. The young man remarked, Those spiritual mountains and blessed lands are largely held by sects and families. Gaining entry into a sect may be feasible, but joining a prestigious family is nearly impossible. Sects recruit disciples annually. Though they impose stringent requirements regarding aptitude, however, should one possess a particular skill, exceptions may be made, such as alchemy or weapon forging, or if one has the backing of a noble family or a connection to an elder within the sect. You surely understand my point. Listening to this enigmatic cultivator's explanation, Qiu Shui gained a fundamental understanding of sections. Though Zhongwen's previous remarks had been interrupted by this cold-faced youth, Qiu Shui felt no significant discomfort. However, the young man's penchant for interruption was indeed irksome. Zhongwen regarded the stoic youth with an impassive expression. At this moment, Qiu Shui felt a twinge of frustration. He had attempted to steer the conversation toward his own interests but realized that unless he satisfied the cold youth's desire to converse, he would not be permitted to depart. Although Qiu Shui had considered brusquely dismissing him, upon closer inspection he discovered that the young man's cultivation level, like Zhongwen's, was inscrutable. Despite his unlikable demeanor, this cold young man possessed a formidable level of cultivation far beyond Qiu Shui's own. Leaving him with little choice but to endure. As the conversation meandered back to the topic of the Millennium Elixir, Qiu Shui found himself both amused and exasperated. He dared not express his dissatisfaction with the cold young man and could only listen as he expounded upon the legends surrounding the Millennium Elixir. Previously, Qiu Shui had gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge about the world of cultivation from Zhongwen, and the cold youth, noticing Qiu Shui's impatience, immediately said, "Do not rush, my friend. Once I finish recounting the legend of the Millennium Elixir, I will address how to swiftly enhance your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Qiu Shui promptly replied, "There is no need to hurry. Please take your time. I possess ample patience and time, even if you were to speak for 3 days and nights, I would not grow weary." The cold youth, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and recognized Qiu Shui's subtle sarcasm. He quickly added, "I have no issue assisting you, my friend. After all, we are discussing cultivation." As the previous friend mentioned, spiritual mountains and blessed lands can yield remarkable results, and elixirs are indeed exceptional for enhancing magical prowess. Additionally, certain rare materials infused with spiritual energy can also aid our cultivation. These are but a fraction of what exists. There are also malevolent techniques employed by demonic cultivators that can siphon off the cultivation of others for their own gain. Of course, such sinister methods are perilous, often leading to dire consequences, including those that may prove to be self-destructive. I have even heard of certain celestial fruits possessing miraculous properties that can elevate one's cultivation level rapidly. Before the stoic cultivator could finish, Qiu Shui, sensing that the conversation was veering off course once again, interjected, My friend, please hold on a moment. You previously mentioned that for those of us with inferior talents and advanced age, it is only by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage that we may have the opportunity to join a sect and become an outer elder, thus gaining access to the sect's spiritual mountains and blessed lands. Is that not true? The cold youth replied without hesitation. Indeed, that is correct, my friend. As long as one becomes a foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing that he was about to ramble on, Qiu Shui quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much for your guidance. The stoic youth, eager to continue the previous topic, was about to speak again when Qiu Shui seized the moment to ask, You mentioned that the vast majority of rare materials are found only in famous mountains and wild regions? The cold youth immediately affirmed, Indeed, since ancient times, cultivation resources have become increasingly scarce. While the number of cultivators has steadily risen, many precious materials have disappeared from existence. Some have been lost to the passage of time and changes in the environment, while others have fallen prey to cultivators. Sensing that the young man was about to delve into another lengthy monologue, Qiu Shui interjected, Thank you for your insights, my friend. He sought to extricate himself from the conversation. However, unexpectedly, the stoic youth seized Qiu Shui's arm and said, You haven't yet heard the full legend of the Millennium Elixir, have you? Faced with this, Qiu Shui had no choice but to reluctantly sit back down. Compelled to listen to this unknown and peculiar cultivator recount the legend of the Millennium Elixir, he cast a glance at Zhongwen, who appeared to have foresight, calmly meditating with his ears shut to the outside world. Qiu Shui could only sigh inwardly, reflecting on the sheer oddity of this vast world, where one could encounter all manner of characters. If one were to speak candidly, it might be said that in such a vast forest, one could find all sorts of birds. Qiu Shui attempted to remain optimistic, grateful that this individual did not appear to be malicious, but merely someone who enjoyed speaking. The cold youth then inquired, I do not yet know your name. Without hesitation, Qiu Shui responded, I am called Wu Qiu Shui. The cold youth introduced himself, I am Gu Qi Tian. With this, Qiu Shui could only respond, I extend my greetings to you. Taoist Gu, the cultivator named Gu Chi Tian, promptly replied, "There is no need for such formalities, Wu Taoist. I am quite informal and have little patience for worldly customs." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui could only offer an awkward smile. Gu Chi Tian, curious, asked, "What makes you smile, Wu Taoist?" To which Xiao Shui could only helplessly reply, "Please, tell me the legend of the Millennium Elixir." Observing the awkward exchange between Xiao Shui and Gu Taoist, Zhongwen, who had been meditating, could no longer suppress a chuckle, albeit softly, yet it reached the ears of both Xiao Shui and Gu Chi Tian. Gu Chi Tian paid no mind to Zhongwen's laughter and continued to narrate the tale of the Millennium Elixir to Xiao Shui. During the discourse, Xiao Shui could not resist asking questions, which prompted Gu Chi Tian to recount legends about spiritual fruits that could extend one's lifespan and various tales regarding rare materials. This left Xiao Shui feeling overwhelmed, and he dared not speak further, lest he unwittingly allow Gu Chi Tian to delve into even stranger tales. Eventually, Gu Chi Tian concluded his account of the Millennium Elixir's legend, and Xiao Shui exhaled a sigh of relief. Gu Chi Tian, still eager to continue the conversation, sought to find another topic, but Xiao Shui was determined not to provide him with the opportunity. Before Gu Chi Tian could speak, Xiao Shui hastily sought an excuse to take his leave. Just then, a group of young individuals ascended the staircase from the third floor, turning left and making their way directly towards Xiao Shui. At this moment, Zhongwen stood up and waved to signal them. The group, consisting of 8 members, immediately spotted Zhongwen and approached with cheerful smiles, turning to glance at the 8 young individuals. Xiao Shui noted that their cultivation levels were not significantly higher than his own, averaging around the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement, with the highest among them reaching nearly the 5th layer, just a minor level above his own. As the group approached, Xiao Shui instinctively moved aside to make room, taking a seat a short distance away from Zhongwen, while Gu Chi Tian followed suit, eager to continue their conversation. Xiao Shui's attention, however, shifted to the 8 young individuals, who consisted of 5 males and 3 females. They walked directly to Zhongwen's side, producing various herbs. Xiao Shui quietly observed the materials they had brought forth. Some were precious herbs recognizable even in the mundane world. Though valuable, they were still limited to worldly significance, while others were entirely unfamiliar to him, yet the spiritual energy emanating from them indicated they were indeed rare materials. The spiritual aura emanating from the medicinal herbs held by these 8 young individuals was unlike anything Xiao Shui had ever encountered. It far surpassed the faint essence of Yi Lu Chao. The richness and purity of the energy were so pronounced that it was visibly palpable, stirring a deep sense of longing within Xiao Shui. This was largely due to the fact that their cultivation levels were comparable to his own. If Luo Dan were at the same level as Xiao Shui, the possibility of successfully killing for treasure was not entirely out of the question, yet Xiao Shui swiftly suppressed this momentary wicked thought. Recognizing that even if the adversaries were separated, he would likely face a grueling battle. Moreover, it was even less feasible considering that these 8 individuals likely shared their living quarters and traveled together. At that moment, one of the leading youths turned to Zhongwen and remarked, "Brother Zhong, we have gathered most of the medicinal herbs. Surely, as a master alchemist, you must possess some of the remaining rare herbs. If we pool our spirit stones, we can certainly acquire them." Zhongwen, hearing the flattery from the young man, did not display any signs of pride. Instead, he chuckled softly while examining the herbs on the table, humbly stating, "I am hardly worthy of the title of Master Alchemist. Taoist Jiang, you flatter me excessively." Among the 8, a petite and agile girl with a voice as crisp and clear as silver bells interjected, "Brother Zhong not only possesses a high cultivation level but is also remarkably humble. Your mindset is truly several streets ahead of ours." Following suit, the remaining 6 joined in a chorus of compliments, which seemed to please Zhongwen to some extent. As Zhongwen meticulously inspected one particular herb on the table, he suddenly exclaimed, "This Gui Deng Chao is not of acceptable age. You acquired it from mortals, did you not?" With a sigh, Zhongwen lamented that the herb was at most 7 or 8 years old, deeming it unsuitable for alchemical use, as it would fail to ensure quality during the pill formation process. A rugged-looking man among the group queried then, "Taoist Zhong, do you have any substitutes? We have some spirit stones that we can pool together." Zhongwen shook his head, indicating he had none. In truth, he did possess some, but their price was beyond what these 8 could collectively afford. Furthermore, using such a precious herb for concocting the Qingling Dan was rather excessive, prompting him to fabricate a lie. The previously lively girl then suggested, "Let us first inquire with other Taoists in the hall. They may possess superior Gui Deng Cao. At this juncture, Xiao Shui, who had been observing silently, suddenly spoke, "I have some Gui Deng Chao that may potentially meet the alchemical requirements." Instantly, all 8 pairs of eyes turned towards him. The leading youth responded eagerly, Daoist, if you have quality Gui Deng Chao, please present it for Master Zhong to examine. If it meets the alchemical standards, we will certainly offer you a price that will satisfy you. The lively girl chimed in, yes, we will ensure you receive a satisfactory price. At this moment, Xiao Shui replied, I have some samples of Gui Deng Chao on me. Though most are in the room where I am staying. If the quality meets the alchemical requirements, I do not require spirit stones. However, should you be able to refine some pills that enhance cultivation? I would like a share of the 8 individuals quickly conferred, and the leading youth addressed Xiao Shui, that will depend on how many pills Daoist Zhong can produce. It is not solely within our power to decide. If there are surplus pills, we would naturally be amenable to sharing with you. However, if the pills are limited, we too require them to enhance our cultivation, thus we can only compensate you for your Gui Deng Chao with spirit stones. Does this arrangement suit you? Xiao Shui nodded, agreed. He then took out the Yi Lu Chao from his possession. Earlier, Xiao Shui had realized that the so-called Gui Deng Chao, as referred to by these cultivators, was merely the Yi Lu Chao spoken of by mortals. The Yi Lu Chao he possessed was a premium quality obtained from the governor of Lanling City, Elshan, and it was at least 20 years old. More than sufficient to meet the alchemical demands. Xiao Shui presented the Yi Lu Chao to Zhongwen, who examined it meticulously. The 8 young people watched Zhongwen's expression with growing tension. To Zhongwen's surprise, the quality of the Gui Deng Chao was indeed impressive. It could serve as an excellent supplementary herb for certain special pills, with an age of at least 20 years. Making it more than adequate for refining the Qingling Dan. After completing his inspection, Zhongwen declared, excellent, the Gui Deng Chao in your possession, Daoist Wu, is absolutely suitable for alchemical purposes. In fact, it is more than sufficient. The 8 young individuals responded with great joy. Among them, an impatient young woman exclaimed, in that case, Brother Zhong, please commence the pill refining without delay. Zhongwen replied, do not rush, first I must inquire where Daoist Wu procured this superior Gui Deng Chao. Oh Daoist Wu, please do not misunderstand, we alchemists have an insatiable yearning for quality herbs that ordinary Taoists cannot fathom. When we encounter top-grade materials, we naturally do not wish to let them slip away. If it is inconvenient to disclose, then do not feel obligated. Xiao Shui smiled and nodded, choosing to remain silent. Soon, he produced the remaining Gui Deng Chao, and under Zhongwen's careful scrutiny, all met the requirements for refining the Qingling Dan. Zhongwen then stated, you may take the herbs back to refine the pills. I will start the furnace tomorrow. Today, I still need to acquire some cultivation resources. Additionally, it seems there is a clandestine trading event happening tonight. And I suspect there will be some rare treasures not typically seen in the open market. Thus, it would be unwise to engage in pill refining tonight. Upon hearing this, everyone had no choice but to take back their herbs. Xiao Shui recalled Zhongwen's mention of the secret trading event and the rare treasures not usually visible. This reminded him of the mysterious cultivator wearing a black hat he had encountered earlier that afternoon, which piqued his interest considerably. After all, that enigmatic figure had suggested that even without spirit stones, one could use various mystical techniques as bargaining chips. Seeing that Zhongwen would also participate, Xiao Shui felt a surge of anticipation. If he could exchange mystical techniques for valuable cultivation resources, it seemed like an opportunity too good to miss. The thought of trading mystical techniques for rare resources lingered in his mind, heightening his excitement for the upcoming secret trading event. He was also curious about what eye-catching items the mysterious cultivator had mentioned. After contemplating, he turned around only to find that the loquacious cultivator named Gu Qitian had vanished without a trace. Xiao Shui dismissed thoughts of him and, at that moment, the leading young man among the 8 suggested, Chapter 19, the trading event. As there is still some time before the trading event begins, why don't we head downstairs for a bite to eat? Brother Zhong and Daoist Wu, you should join us as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui replied, no, I must focus on my cultivation and cannot afford the distraction. Sitting nearby, Zhongwen added, I need to sell pills as well to acquire more cultivation resources, so I cannot join the leading youth. Upon hearing this, had no choice but to turn away. Xiao Shui returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhongwen remained in place selling pills, but regrettably few customers came by. Most basic cultivation pills had been sold out. The remaining precious pills had few buyers willing to pay a high price, with most simply inquiring before departing. As time passed, it soon approached the 3rd watch of the night. Xiao Shui, having not overly immersed himself in cultivation, estimated the time and decided it was nearly time to head to the hall. Upon entering, he found a gathering of over 10 cultivators. Activating his spiritual energy, he felt a tightening in his chest as he realized that the average cultivation level of those present ranged from the 7th to 8th layer of qi refinement. In contrast, his own chi refinement was only at the 4th layer, making him feel rather out of place. Observing that all present were above his level, he was momentarily filled with trepidation, but then spotted Zhongwen and the young man nearby waving at him. As he approached, Qiu Shui contemplated how to act, ultimately deciding to feign a close familiarity with Zhongwen, greeting him warmly. "Your brother Zhong, it's been a while," initially taken aback by Qiu Shui's greeting. Zhongwen quickly realized that Qiu Shui was being cautious due to concerns for his safety. Smiling, Zhongwen commented, "Daoist Wu, you are indeed prudent." At this moment, Qiu Shui leaned closer to Zhongwen, whispering, "Brother Zhong, please do not take offense. My cultivation is rather low, and I must exercise caution." Before he could finish, Zhongwen smiled and replied, "I understand. We have all been through such phases." Zhongwen's companion then clasped his hands towards Qiu Shui, saying, "Daoist Wu, you were in a bit of a rush earlier. Wang here extends his greetings." Seeing this, Qiu Shui quickly returned the gesture. "Daoist Wang, you flatter me. I am Qiu Shui, but I am yet unaware of your full name." The young man smiled amiably, replying, "I am Wang Shan. No need for formality, just call me Wang Shan." After a round of pleasantries, Qiu Shui and Wang Shan became more acquainted. Qiu Shui then inquired, "Daoist Wang, have you attended such a mysterious gathering of cultivators before?" Wang Shan shook his head. "No, but I believe Brother Zhong has participated in many such secretive gatherings. I am sure he knows far more than either of us, and I hope he will not hesitate to enlighten us." Upon seeing the conversation shift towards him, Zhongwen chuckled and said, "You two are quite clever. If you have questions, just ask directly instead of dancing around the topic." Qiu Shui and Wang Shan exchanged knowing glances, their cunning evident. At this moment, Zhongwen remarked, "Gatherings of such clandestine nature among cultivators typically emerge from the camaraderie of powerful rogue practitioners seeking solace in each other's company. The previous assembly we attended was rather overt, primarily revolving around the exchange and purchase of fundamental cultivation resources. In contrast, the truly valuable items, as well as those deemed taboo by the cultivation community, often dwell in a murky gray area. The Yangchun Tower, where we currently find ourselves, is merely one of several such meeting points. There are likely 5 or 6 others akin to it. The ultimate rendezvous is not static but rather transient, and I suspect we shall depart for it shortly. I will provide you both with a word of caution. Those who partake in such gatherings are often a mixed bag, so it would be prudent for you to exercise discretion given your current levels of cultivation. You are both astute individuals, and I need not elaborate further. At this juncture, a cultivator of lesser standing drew near, seemingly eager to eavesdrop on Zhongwen's discourse. Zhongwen's words abruptly ceased, and neither Qiu Shui nor Wang Shan pursued further inquiries. The trio remained in silence, awaiting the commencement of the clandestine trading event. Before long, the cloaked figure in black, observing the lack of further arrivals, addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "Fellow Taoists, let us commence our journey." Upon hearing the words of the black-clad cultivator, those still engaged in hushed conversations turned their attention toward him. Noticing the collective gaze, the cultivator hesitated no longer and descended the stairs, prompting the crowd to follow suit, with Qiu Shui, Zhongwen, and Wang Shan mingling among them. Swiftly, under the guidance of the black-clad cultivator, the throng exited the Yangchun Tower, soon encountering another group of cultivators also en route to the secretive trading event. They subsequently crossed paths with several other factions involved in the same endeavor. Qiu Shui, amidst the crowd, pondered the identity of the one orchestrating this clandestine gathering, surmising that it must involve more than just a handful of powerful rogue practitioners to attract such a multitude. With an average cultivation level around the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement, the underlying force behind this assembly eluded him, leaving him perplexed. However, he decided to set aside these thoughts, instead observing that the entourage numbered at least 100 individuals. Before long, this sizable group arrived at the vicinity of the harbor in the southwestern part of Lanling City. Qiu Shui noted Zhongwen's demeanor, which suggested familiarity with such secretive gatherings, leading him to believe that the risks were not insurmountable, though caution would still serve them well. As they proceeded, Qiu Shui discerned the entrance to a secular faction, prominently marked with the name Huamu Tang. Turning to Wang Shan beside him, he inquired, "What does that inscription say?" Wang Shan, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Huamu Tang." Curiosity piqued, Wang Shan then asked, "Wu Daoyu, are you illiterate?" Qiu Shui refrained from responding to Wang Shan's query, his attention riveted on the 3 characters adorning the entrance. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Was this not the territory of Zhao Ji, the leader of the secular faction he had previously vanquished? He recalled that Zhao had held a grudge against Jin Mei, yet now lay in the depths of the underworld, having met his demise at Qiu Shui's hands. Moreover, he remembered that Zhao's followers had been thoroughly eradicated by the imperial court, making it utterly unexpected for cultivators engaged in a secret trading event to congregate here. As these thoughts swirled in Xiao Shui's mind, his unease manifested upon his countenance, which did not escape Wang Shan's notice. Wu Daoyu, it seems you have visited Huamutang before, Wang Shan remarked. Xiao Shui quickly retorted, no, this is my first visit. Sensing that Xiao Shui was concealing something, Wang Shan followed Zhongwen into Huamutang, while Xiao Shui, lost in contemplation, trailed behind at a leisurely pace. The assembly of nearly 100 cultivators entered Huamutang, where acquaintances engaged in hushed discussions. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, startling the gathered individuals. Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Zhongwen declared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui and Wang Shan exchanged glances, and before Wang Shan could pose a question, Xiao Shui interjected, Brother Zhong, can you be certain? Zhongwen solemnly nodded, affirming, there is no mistake, this aura undoubtedly belongs to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Just as Xiao Shui was about to inquire further, a gruff voice resonated from behind them, declaring, fellow Taoists, I trust you are all well. The assembly of cultivators turned their attention toward the source of the voice. Spotting a rather unremarkable Mediterranean elder standing at the entrance of the hall, despite his lack of striking features, the elder emanated an aura that Xiao Shui had never encountered before, an essence that transcended mere spiritual pressure. Reflecting a disparity in the very fabric of life itself, signifying a profound difference beyond simple strength or weakness, this sensation was difficult to articulate, leading Xiao Shui to contemplate the vast chasm between the Foundation Establishment and Qi refinement stages. A gap that rendered him acutely aware of his own limitations. If the divide between Qi refinement and golden core was even more pronounced, he could scarcely fathom the enormity of such a disparity. Overwhelmed with envy towards this unfamiliar Foundation Establishment practitioner, Xiao Shui struggled to quell the tumult within. Striving for composure, though he felt an inexplicable yearning for the elder, he resolved to observe his actions meticulously from a distance. Meanwhile, Wang Shan, standing beside Xiao Shui, regarded the other cultivators fawning over the elder with a hint of disdain, unsure whether his feelings stemmed from jealousy over the elder's superior cultivation or from boredom at the sycophantic display. As they stood aloof, watching the ongoing flattery, the elder, encircled by admirers, appeared to revel in the adulation, clearly pleased by the attentions of these lower-tier cultivators. After a moment, the elder gestured for silence and, with a smile, remarked, my fellow Taoists, your enthusiasm is truly overwhelming, to the point that I momentarily lost sight of the matter at hand. After a brief pause, he let out a hearty laugh, saying, ha ha ha. Alas, my advancing age has dulled my memory. I find myself at a loss for words. Hearing this, the cultivators present joined in laughter, the atmosphere in the hall growing animated. Soon, the elder signaled for quiet once more and stated, I have come to this clandestine trading event in search of several rare materials, as well as a substantial quantity of basic alchemical ingredients. Additionally, an old acquaintance of mine has entrusted me with overseeing the proceedings of this gathering. I would like to inquire if any of you possess the following items. I am willing to offer a generous price for them, ensuring that no one shall suffer loss. If any of you prefer discretion in revealing such items, please feel free to seek me out at Qingxin Tower, where I am currently residing. The materials I seek include Jin Xian Mu, Yuhu Lu, Changjing Chao, Su Ping Hua Guro Chao, and lastly, Luo Zizhu. If any of you possess these treasures, I assure you a fair price. There is no need to worry about safety. I invite all of you to approach me for trade. I trust my reputation precedes me, the elder Fan Jun concluded with a smile. Quickly, a cultivator in the crowd echoed Fan Jun's sentiments, extolling, Elder Fan conducts himself with utmost integrity. Trading with him is akin to forging a bond with a gentleman. How could we possibly doubt your character? Fan Jun, upon hearing these words, laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the attention. Although the flattery was somewhat clumsy, it nonetheless revealed a certain cleverness on the part of the speaker. Fan Jun then added, I also require a significant quantity of basic alchemical materials before the trading event commences. I hope that you fellow Taoists will assist me in acquiring these supplies. I assure you, I will offer a completely fair price for any materials you may have on hand. Please rest assured regarding the pricing. The nearly 100 cultivators present murmured amongst themselves upon hearing these words. Soon one of the cultivators approached Fan Jun with a question, inquiring what foundational alchemical materials were needed and whether there were any taboos associated with them. However, before the cultivator could finish speaking, Fan Jun interjected, saying, dear friend, please wait a moment, I have not yet completed my earlier statement. Hearing this, the cultivator could only obediently stand by in silence. At that moment, Fan Jun continued, I require a substantial quantity of wood attribute alchemical materials. These materials may contain a certain amount of earth attribute spiritual essence, but it is imperative that gold water, and fire attribute essences are not mixed in naturally, the purer the wood attribute foundational alchemical materials, the more welcome they will be. If anyone possesses the precious wood attribute materials I previously mentioned, I kindly ask everyone present not to hoard them. Allow me to reiterate, the pricing will surely satisfy my fellow cultivators. Given the vast quantity of foundational alchemical materials I require, it would be quite cumbersome for me to articulate the exact amount. As Fan Jun finished speaking, a jade tablet materialized in his palm. He gently grasped it and infused it with a hint of his spiritual power, causing the tablet to emit a faint glow. He then tossed it lightly into the air, where it transformed from solid to ethereal, scattering like startled fireflies. At an altitude of 5 or 6 zhang above the ground, a series of golden characters materialized. At that moment, every cultivator present looked up, intently reading the golden script. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiao Shui, observing the marvelous technique Fan Jun had just displayed, felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. What an extraordinary ability to transmute solid into ethereal! Are the characters inscribed here through a pre-existing spell? Or are they a manifestation of thoughts infused into the jade tablet? Xiao Shui couldn't help but ponder the nature of Fan Jun's powers. As she gazed at the golden characters in the air, she momentarily forgot that she could not read a single word. Realizing this, Xiao Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hesitated to ask someone nearby for fear of being deceived or ridiculed. However, she quickly rationalized that given her current financial predicament, there was little to gain from any deception. Thus, she began to scrutinize the other cultivators present. Xiao Shui thought it best to avoid drawing attention to herself and feigned interest in the golden characters floating above. As she attempted to decipher their meaning, Wang Shan, watching her with a smirk, remarked teasingly, "Do you recognize the golden wisdom in the air, Taoist Wu?" Xiao Shui awkwardly replied, I am somewhat familiar with the concept of golden wisdom. I can recognize a few characters." Hearing her clumsy and awkward response, Wang Shan couldn't help but smile, while the surrounding renowned cultivators also wore expressions of amusement, clearly finding her plight humorous. At that moment, Xiao Shui realized she must have made a fool of herself. Thoughts raced through her mind about the absurdity of golden wisdom, suspecting it was some sort of verbal trap, akin to common knowledge within the cultivation world. Just then, the golden characters in the air began to shift, transforming several times over the course of half a tea's worth of time. Observing this, Fan Jun, with a beaming smile, addressed the gathered cultivators. "Before we commence the clandestine trading session, I would like to take a moment of your time. I hope for your understanding and patience." The crowd of cultivators responded without dissent, and some even went so far as to flatter him. Volunteering to maintain order at the venue, what had begun as a clandestine trading session had seemingly morphed into an event solely dedicated to serving Fan Jun. One could only wonder how the friend who had entrusted Fan Jun with hosting this trading session would react upon learning of his actions. Some chi refining cultivators affiliated with the clandestine trading session felt helpless regarding Fan Jun's conduct, but given his prowess, they could do little but acquiesce. At this moment, Xiao Shui turned to Zhongwen and inquired, "Is this how the clandestine trading sessions typically unfold?" Zhongwen chuckled softly and replied, "Taoist Wu, you are unaware that, by tradition, the participants gather first, and the initiator of the trading session typically presides over the proceedings. They usually begin by offering rare cultivation resources not commonly found in the outside world, or even some unsavory items. Subsequently, they acquire or exchange items from the attendees that they no longer need or that are obscure, including both tainted and untainted goods that can be liquidated for necessary cultivation resources. Additionally, one can purchase esoteric techniques and methods, some of which may be of a nefarious nature." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Shui expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhong, for your guidance." Zhongwen smiled. "You were too kind, Taoist Wu. I must take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed. As he walked away, Xiao Shui thought to herself that she couldn't let this visit be in vain. She contemplated exchanging some of her esoteric techniques for cultivation resources. Observing the changes among the cultivators present, she noticed they had divided into two groups. Most of the highly skilled chi refining cultivators were gathered around Huamu Tang, engaging in transactions with Fan Jun, while another group, akin to Xiao Shui, found themselves on the periphery, lacking resources, and idly standing by. However, as time passed, they began to cluster together in small groups, engaging in transactions within their means. At that moment, Xiao Shui overheard someone remarking, "Look at that fellow over there." Puzzled, she responded, "Who are you talking about? What's the matter?" Wang Shan pointed to a young man in black clothing not far away, saying, "That lad over there, look at his face." Xiao Shui, still not comprehending, looked up to see a young man clad in black with a wide-brimmed hat, revealing a face sculpted like a knife, handsomely striking. Albeit marred by peculiar patterns resembling thick ink stains, this eerie and sinister design made him appear particularly ominous. As the young man breathed, wisps of dark energy escaped from his mouth and nose. And although he tried to conceal it beneath his hat, a careful observer could discern the essence of his presence. The young man weaved through the crowd, and those who caught sight of the strange markings on his face regarded him with wary glances. Whenever he approached a cluster of cultivators, he would present a porcelain vial, attempting to peddle his wares, yet, upon noticing the peculiar patterns on his face, most of the gathered cultivators kept their distance. Despite this, the young man persisted, navigating through the throngs of people. Xiaoshui found herself intrigued, wondering what it was that elicited such aversion from the crowd. Wang Shan then remarked, "You truly are uninformed. That lad bears soul marks." Eager to learn more, Xiaoshui asked, "What are soul marks?" Wang Shan explained, "Those are the remnants left by malevolent cultivators who use sinister techniques to consume the souls of mortals. The density of those soul marks on his face indicates that he has likely devoured the souls of cultivators as well, for such a thick marking could not form otherwise. Would you dare to accompany me to see what that sinister cultivator is offering?" Hearing this, Xiaoshui chuckled lightly, recognizing Wang Shan's curiosity masked as a suggestion. "You simply wish to satisfy your own curiosity regarding the wares of that sinister cultivator while dragging me along." Wang Shan, undeterred, replied, "You may not realize that items in the possession of such malevolent cultivators hold a certain allure for us righteous cultivators. Though they may be unsavory, I assure you, you would find them intriguing." Initially dismissive of what she perceived as childlike persuasion, Xiaoshui contemplated that visiting the young man could provide her with clarity amid her aimless wandering. After all, what harm could come from observing a sinister cultivator's treasures? Resolute, she declared, "Very well, Brother Wang, let us go and see what the treasures of that dark cultivator entail." The young male cultivator, still endeavoring to promote the treasures in his possession, had unsuccessfully attempted to sell to dozens of individuals. Leaving him in a state of profound discouragement, summoning his courage, he approached a group of approximately 10 cultivators gathered together, eager to present his wares. However, before he could draw near, the leader among them, perched at the 9th level of Qi refinement, cast a disdainful gaze upon him and uttered in a harsh tone, "Kid, get lost." Upon hearing these words, the young cultivator's face flushed with embarrassment and trepidation, prompting him to retreat. Yet, as he turned away, a venomous glint flickered in his eyes, a gaze that seemed to yearn to crush the one who had just dismissed him into oblivion. Just as despair began to envelop him, he sensed the approach of 2 individuals from behind. He discreetly shifted his body to observe them and, noticing that their cultivation levels mirrored his own, he relaxed slightly, a faint smile gracing his features as he welcomed their presence. The 2 individuals, Xiaoshui and his companion, exchanged glances before turning their attention to the young cultivator. The distance between them quickly diminished as the cultivator seized the opportunity to speak first, asking, "What brings you 2 esteemed friends here?" "I extend my greetings. My junior brother and I have accompanied our esteemed master and happened upon you not far from here, seemingly engaged in the sale of some items. To be candid, we are quite curious and wonder if you might display your wares for our enlightenment. It is our first descent from the mountain under our master's guidance, so if we appear rude, I hope you will forgive us." Xiaoshui spoke to the young cultivator with a veneer of politeness, while Wang Shan, standing nearby, could hardly suppress a smirk at the absurdity of the situation. Internally acknowledging how unpredictable Xiaoshui was in his antics, listening to Xiaoshui's fabricated tale, the young cultivator found himself momentarily bewildered, struggling to discern the truth from fiction, and felt a surge of jealousy and inadequacy. Realizing that these 2 were disciples of a renowned sect, the young cultivator introduced himself. "It appears you hail from the esteemed Wujian Mountain. I am Wei, and I extend my respectful greetings. May I inquire as to which sect you belong?" This question caught Xiaoshui off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless as he had just been spinning tales. Wang Shan, however, quickly seized the opportunity, stating, "My junior brother and I are disciples of Wujian Mountain. Having trained there for over 20 years, it is our first time descending the mountain, so if we have been disrespectful, we hope you will excuse us." Upon hearing this, the young cultivator smiled amiably. "Ah, so you are esteemed disciples of Wujian Mountain. My apologies for any misunderstanding." Eager to avoid further deception, Wang Shan inquired, "Might we have a look at the treasures you possess?" Wei pondered briefly before responding with a congenial smile, "Please, do not rush. Allow me to explain first, and if you find it intriguing, I shall present it for your inspection." With that, Xiaoshui and Wang Shan fell silent, observing as Wei revealed 2 items in his palm, a wax pill as white as jade, Inscribed with a faint purple glow that safeguarded the elixir within from the evaporation of its potency, and a delicately crafted red porcelain vial, no larger than a thumb away, with a spark of enthusiasm. Declared, behold, within this wax pill lies the elusive Heipa-Dan. I surmise that being from a sect, you may not have encountered it before. At the mention of Heipa-Dan, Wang Shan involuntarily twitched. While Qiao Shui, still puzzled, nodded and requested, "We indeed have not heard of it. Might you enlighten us further?" Wei, now eager to elaborate, began. The Heipa-Dan is concocted using the souls of twin malevolent spirits combined with various shadow attribute herbs. It is imperative to understand that these twin spirits must originate from actual twins. Natural occurrences are exceedingly rare. Even if a natural transformation were to occur, it would not meet the stringent requirements for alchemical refinement. The souls of the twins must be extracted using secretive soul techniques, which can lead to their transformation into malevolent ghosts, suitable for medicinal use. The process of acquiring these twin spirits alone is arduous, and it necessitates the careful combination with numerous spiritual herbs to successfully forge the Heipa-Dan. He continued, this elixir can enhance one's chances of breaking through bottlenecks by 30% and bolster one's spiritual power. However, it is not without its side effects. Fear not, for I possess a beast essence elixir that can mitigate these adverse effects. As Wei spoke, his excitement became palpable, his face betraying a twisted glee. Further accentuated by the ghostly marks left from his consumption of human souls, rendering him an unsettling figure. Listening to Wei's words, Qiao Shui felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He reflected on the disturbing nature of those who would take lives for the sake of mere elixirs. Wondering how similar these cultivators were to the ruthless individuals of the mundane world, he recalled the words of Jean Mei, who had once said that those who sought their goals would stop at nothing to achieve them. Strangely, he found himself feeling no aversion towards Wei's actions, as memories of Jean Mei's own ruthless past resurfaced, how he had bloodily purged his own village to escape the clutches of the underworld. At that moment, Qiao Shui was lost in thought until Wang Shan called out, "Qiao, come here for a moment." Snapped back to reality, Qiao Shui turned to Wang Shan, who suggested, "Why don't we pool our resources to purchase a vial of Heipa-Dan?" Qiao Shui, perplexed, replied, "But how much does this elixir cost?" Yu Haven T even inquired about the price, nor whether he sells it individually. If he only sells in bulk, what is the point of pooling our money? Wang Shan paused, then recalled, "When you were startled earlier, I asked about the elixir's sale, and he confirmed that it is sold only in full vials, no individual sales. I also inquired about the price. And if we combine our funds, we can certainly afford it." Qiao Shui, still skeptical, retorted, "How was I to know? You might be mistaken." Wang Shan rolled his eyes at Qiao Shui's naivety and patiently explained, "You were so distracted earlier that you missed everything, didn't you?" Defending himself, Qiao Shui insisted, "I wasn't frightened, I was merely lost in thought." Wang Shan, uninterested in debating Qiao Shui's claims, asked, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" "Let us see if it's sufficient for the Heipa-Dan." Qiao Shui deliberated whether to invest in the elixir. He realized its potential to assist in breaking through his current limitations was crucial. However, he hesitated at the mention of side effects, recalling Wei's earlier warnings. With incomplete information, he voiced his concerns. "We don't even know the side effects of the Heipa-Dan. Purchasing it seems too risky." Wang Shan, exasperated, shot Qiao Shui another incredulous look, yet, after explaining further, Qiao Shui began to comprehend. Eventually, he reached into his robe and produced 3 spirit stones, cloaked in a concealment spell to mask their energy. "Is this amount sufficient for the elixir?" he inquired. Wang Shan's eyes lit up at the sight of the stones. "Perfect, your contribution completes my share. With the remainder, we can purchase the beast essence elixir." Wang Shan continued, "The vial contains 5 pills, so with your contribution, you'll receive 1 Da. I lack the funds for the beast essence elixir, but if we include your stones, we can split the elixir evenly. In return, I shall give you an additional pill, ensuring our deal is fair. What say you?" After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Shui acquiesced, agreed, "It is indeed fair." Together, they decided to procure a vial of Heipa-Dan along with the complementary beast essence elixir. Approaching Wei, they swiftly exchanged their funds for the elixir before departing. Once a short distance away, they divided the elixirs as per their agreement, with Wang Shan handing Qiao Shui 2 pills. "Would you mind parting with that vial as well?" "I lack a suitable container for my pills," Qiao Shui requested. Without hesitation, Wang Shan complied, readily producing an empty porcelain vial and transferring half of the beast essence elixir into it, thus relinquishing the original vessel to Qiao Shui. Wang Shan could not help but ponder in his heart just how impoverished this fellow with the surname Wu must be to find himself in such a predicament. He had never encountered a fellow cultivator in such dire straits. At this moment, both Qiu Shui and Wang Shan felt an overwhelming sense of ease and contentment. Qiu Shui, akin to an infant devoid of any burdens, felt a flicker of confidence about breaking through to the fifth layer of qi refinement. Thanks to the acquisition of the Heike Dan, even though his finances had been completely depleted, and now, Qiu Shui found himself with the leisure to wander about this clandestine trading event, accompanied by Wang Shan. Both eager to broaden their horizons, within the secretive marketplace a number of cultivators had set up stalls. Qiu Shui observed that most of these vendors were of low cultivation, comparable to himself and his companion Wang. What piqued Qiu Shui's curiosity was the mention of a cloaked cultivator he had encountered prior to this event, who had claimed that one could exchange personal cultivation techniques for resources here. Since hearing this, it had lingered in Qiu Shui's mind, as he had little capital to speak of. Among the multitude of cultivators, Qiu Shui felt acutely embarrassed by his own circumstances. The prospect of trading his unique abilities for cultivation resources was an enticing temptation that only grew more potent. Not far away, a group of cultivators had gathered, and upon approaching, Qiu Shui discovered they were engaged in exchanging insights about their respective cultivation techniques. To his surprise, he overheard them discussing the merits and drawbacks of their abilities, clearly indicating that this was indeed a venue for trading cultivation methods for resources. However, Qiu Shui found it odd that the individuals present did not seem particularly advanced in their cultivation levels. Silently, he integrated himself into this group without drawing attention or suspicion. At this moment, Qiu Shui noticed that Wang Shan had vanished, but he paid it little mind, blending seamlessly into the small gathering of several dozen individuals discussing their techniques. As the conversation progressed, it became evident that everyone present was intent on trading their own methods for resources, with no genuine interest in the techniques of others. Disappointment soon washed over Qiu Shui as he realized that such small groups were plentiful. And after listening to several, his interest waned further. It was during a conversation with a particularly loquacious cultivator that Qiu Shui learned a vital precondition for exchanging techniques for resources. One's methods must target high realms, such as foundation establishment or golden core stages. Techniques pertaining to the refining qi stage held little value, being foundational principles that circulated widely within the cultivation community. Furthermore, he gleaned that low-level cultivators were unlikely to obtain resources through trade but could only swap their abilities with one another. Faced with this reality, Qiu Shui felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The initial spark of hope he had felt regarding his path in cultivation was swiftly extinguished, and the joy he had experienced from acquiring the breakthrough elixir was dashed by harsh reality. Anxiety gripped Qiu Shui once more as he suppressed his unease about the future, wandering aimlessly through the secretive trading venue. In a moment of serendipity, he spotted the sinister cultivator who had sold him the elixir earlier. After a brief exchange, he managed to trade for a potent and nefarious technique known as the soul devouring art, which was even more insidious than the blood summoning poem he had previously acquired. The soul devouring art involved consuming the souls of the living to replenish oneself, albeit with significant side effects. Memories and habits of the devoured soul could influence the user. The manifestations of these effects varied widely among individuals, with some adopting the behaviors of the consumed, while others inherited their memories. For Qiu Shui, the implications of this technique were not particularly daunting. Despite its flaws, the soul-devouring art was undeniably powerful and remarkably easy to comprehend, requiring merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to master. In contrast, the techniques he had learned previously felt vastly inferior in terms of both cultivation speed and mastery. This led Qiu Shui to speculate that Jin Mate, the old rascal, deliberately chose to impart difficult techniques to limit his potential. The thought of the soul-devouring art ignited a fiery determination within him, and he vowed to make Jin Mei experience the terror of having his own soul extracted and consumed. As time passed and the trading event neared its conclusion, Qiu Shui was eager to master the soul-devouring art and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Zhongwen called out to him. A bit puzzled, Qiu Shui recalled their earlier discussion about partnering with Wang Shan to use his nightshade grass, referred to as ghost lantern grass by cultivators, to concoct an elixir for enhancing cultivation. Realizing this, he promptly handed the ghost lantern grass over to Zhongwen. Zhongwen suggested that Qiu Shui accompany him to ensure the timely delivery of the elixir, but Qiu Shui, anxious to grasp the new technique, declined. Before departing, Zhongwen reminded him to retrieve the elixir from Yangchun Tower. Qiu Shui readily agreed and hurriedly left. Watching Qiu Shui rush away, Zhongwen shook his head, remarking on his lack of caution and concern about others absconding with his elixir. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui returned to his temporary abode, where Jin Mei had taken to a nocturnal lifestyle, coming and going at odd hours. At that moment, the old rascal was sound asleep. Xiao Shui seized the opportunity to begin mastering the newly acquired soul-devouring art. Finding it surprisingly easy to comprehend, his intent was clear: to put an end to Jin Mei. Like a ghost, Xiao Shui quietly pushed open Jin Mei's door, causing the slumbering figure to awaken abruptly. Sensing an intruder, for someone like Jin Mei, who had been a formidable presence in the world for years, it was indeed astonishing that he could be so easily ambushed, highlighting Xiao Shui's relative naivety. Although Xiao Shui remained unaware that Jin Mei was already awake, the spiritual threads he had previously woven around Jin Mei began to activate. Sensing the disturbance, Jin Mei quickly realized it was Xiao Shui and activated his own defensive spells. Causing a flicker of alarm to surge through him, Jin Mei's thoughts raced. Logically wooed, the young man should not be acting with such urgency. The old rascal still held a significant portion of powerful techniques in his possession. Jin Mei's mind raced with possibilities. If Xiao Shui did not come to threaten him for techniques, what was the young man's true intent? Realizing he had to seize the initiative, Jin Mei resolved to abandon his feigned slumber. However, just as he prepared to rise, he felt a sudden constriction around him, which startled him into action. With all his strength, Jin Mei sprang to his feet. Momentarily catching Xiao Shui off guard, suppressing his own anxiety, Jin Mei spoke in a cordial tone. "Young friend Wu, you've come seeking techniques, haven to you. There is no need for such urgency, if you ask. How could I refuse?" Ignoring Jin Mei's feigned goodwill, Xiao Shui tightened his grip on the binding technique. As Jin Mei felt the pressure intensify, he realized that Xiao Shui was not there to negotiate but rather had sinister intentions. "Young man, think carefully. All the techniques are in my possession. That if you kill me, you'll gain nothing. Those techniques will perish with me in the netherworld. You must reconsider. My life is worth little, but your path in cultivation may be irrevocably severed." In that moment, Jin Mei, sensing his words failed to sway Xiao Shui, grew increasingly fearful. As he locked eyes with Xiao Shui, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, the pure and untainted murderous intent radiating from Xiao Shui, leaving him unnerved. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Shui bound Jin Mei with his technique, declaring, "Today, the esteemed leader of the Golden Sands gang shall meet his end here, by my hand." The mere thought of this fills me with a thrill that resonates through my very bones. At these words, Jin Mei's expression darkened, and he shut his eyes, overtaken by dread and trembling. Watching Jin Mei cower before him, Xiao Shui felt a perverse satisfaction wash over him. At that moment, the once terrified Jin Mei's expression morphed into a grotesque snarl. His face turning a ghastly shade of green, his veins bulged ominously, revealing a visage of excruciating pain. Xiao Shui observed as Jin Mei's body visibly withered at an alarming rate, becoming frail and emaciated. Evidently exhausting his entire life's energy, Jin Mei then let out a chilling smile, channeling all his internal power, and launched the silver needle in his mouth like a celestial sword, aiming directly at Xiao Shui's vital point with the conviction that this strike, fueled by the entirety of Jin Mei's formidable strength, would surely result in instant death, with no possibility of survival, provided it struck true. Seated upon the bed, Jin Mei resembled a deflated balloon, having lost the imposing stature he once possessed. Now appearing as a frail old man in his 70s or 80s, the silver needle, which held Jin Mei's last hope, shot towards Xiao Shui, but, to Jin Mei's astonishment, halted mid-air mere inches from its target. As if hindered by an invisible force, this scene plunged Jin Mei into utter despair, as if all vigor had been siphoned from his being. Xiao Shui, facing Jin Mei, mocked him, saying, "Old man, is this all you can do?" Without hesitation, Xiao Shui raised his hand, employing the soul-devouring technique, reaching towards Jin Mei's head, now resembling a desiccated corpse. To Jin Mei, Xiao Shui's hand appeared as a void of dread, an abyss filled with unknown terror. Helplessly, Jin Mei could only watch as despair and agony enveloped him, descending into the darkest depths of hopelessness, witnessing the most horrific event of his life. In that moment, Jin Mei yearned for a swift end. Finding solace in the thought of a merciful death, Xiao Shui, with his hand upon Jin Mei's head, closed his eyes and invoked the incantation, gradually extracting Jin Mei's soul. As Jin Mei felt the supernatural forces coursing through him, he endured a torment 100-fold worse than death, as his very essence was forcibly drawn out, leaving him utterly disoriented. His 3 souls and 7 spirits grasped in Xiao Shui's hand. What would transpire next was beyond Jin Mei's imagination. As Xiao Shui savored the extraction of Jin Mei's soul, a sinister grin spread across his face, and he savagely bit into Jin Mei's essence. The soul, akin to a corporeal entity of energy, was ruthlessly torn apart, inflicting a soul-deep wound that made Jin Mei question the very purpose of his existence. Consumed by hatred, he loathed his birth mother and foster father, but harbored an even greater loathing for Xiao Shui, who inflicted such torment upon him. In that moment, Jin Mei wished for nothing more than a swift demise, even willing to serve Qiu Shui in his next life. The agony had driven Jin Mei to the brink of madness. Yet he could only emit a silent scream from his very soul, a sound in his ears as loud as thunder, but to Qiu Shui, it was barely a whisper. This was merely the first of many bites Qiu Shui would take, each one sending Jin Mei on a harrowing journey through the halls of the underworld, as Qiu Shui continued to feast upon his essence. Finally, when Jin Mei's 3 souls and 6 spirits were utterly depleted, leaving him without even the chance of reincarnation, Qiu Shui ceased his assault. Utilizing the soul-devouring technique to consume the entirety of Jin Mei's essence, Qiu Shui felt as if he floated among the heavens. The satisfaction derived from this deep spiritual nourishment was ineffable, yet, as his soul thrived, Qiu Shui was momentarily tempted to devour all the souls within the inn. However, he quickly suppressed this frenzied and violent thought, recognizing that such dark arts come with perilous consequences, and thus abandoned the notion of further cruelty. Truly, he had plunged into the depths of demonic paths without regret, reflecting upon a past littered with corpses and rivers of blood, all for the sake of achieving his own grand destiny, embodying the essence of a true soul-devouring immortal. After consuming Jin Mei's soul, Qiu Shui fell into a trance, and when he finally regained his senses, he realized he still needed to retrieve the elixir from Yangchen Tower, which he had tasked Zhongwen to prepare. Remembering this, Qiu Shui grew anxious, donning a hat to obscure his features, and rushed out the door. Fortunately, he noted that the sun still hung high in the sky, indicating that he had time to hasten his journey to Yangchen Tower. In a flurry, Qiu Shui arrived at Yangchen Tower and ascended the stairs, where he found Zhongwen engaged in a lively discussion with Wang Dao and others. The group appeared content and rosy-cheeked, concealing his face due to the soul marks left from consuming a living soul. Qiu Shui approached cautiously, and it was only upon speaking that Zhongwen and his companions recognized him by his voice. Qiu Shui's masked appearance aroused curiosity, but he was disinclined to explain, hastily requesting his elixir from Zhongwen before departing like the wind, not even uttering a word of thanks. This prompted Zhongwen to silently critique the hasty, impetuous youth, having felt unwell earlier in Yangchen Tower. Qiu Shui was eager to leave. Once outside on the streets of Lanling City, Qiu Shui felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, fully aware that it was a manifestation of the soul-devouring technique's aftereffects. Although not fatal, he knew he needed to find a quiet place to meditate and alleviate the symptoms. Anxious to return to his lodgings, the backlash from the technique was overwhelming. He wished he had not rushed into things. Realizing he should have collected the elixir before employing the soul-devouring technique on Jin Mei, and now, Qiu Shui found himself in a predicament on the streets of Lanling City, as memories from Jin Mei began to flood his mind, creating a disorienting sensation akin to a dramatic upheaval. Memories not his own intertwined within him, making him feel as though decades of life experiences had suddenly been thrust upon him. Though he understood these memories posed no threat to his physical form, the sheer volume was overwhelming and difficult to assimilate. Realizing that the backlash of the soul-devouring technique involved inheriting the memories of the consumed, Qiu Shui understood that such repercussions could manifest in 2 ways: adopting the behavioral habits of the devoured, or, as he experienced, gaining their memories. While the technique nourished the soul, it was ultimately a dark art, often pursued with reckless haste, sometimes leading to self-destruction, as one sacrifices their potential for fleeting achievements, ultimately harming both others and oneself. At that moment, burdened by the backlash, Qiu Shui trudged forward with great difficulty, only to attract the attention of 4 ruffians in Lanling City. They observed Qiu Shui's refined attire and the bulging pouch at his waist. Sensing an opportunity as he appeared intoxicated and incapable of resistance, the leading thug approached, tauntingly saying, "Oh, little brother, out so early in the morning, clearly you spent the night in some pleasure house, and now your legs are weak, must have spent all your energy on the ladies." Hearing such vulgar mockery, the others erupted into raucous laughter. One particularly scrawny thug chimed in, "Brother, you're mistaken. If he had been to such a place, his purse wouldn't be so full, the ladies would have cleaned him out already." How fortunate for us to stumble upon such a windfall. The leader and his companions laughed boisterously, drawing the attention of passers-by and merchants along the street. Realizing that it was unwise to act here, the leader signaled to his companions to take Qiu Shui to a more secluded spot. The 2 ruffians shoved Qiu Shui into a quiet corner, just as they intended to seize his belongings. Despite the backlash from the soul-devouring technique, Qiu Shui found it effortless to deal with these insignificant pests. However, he preferred not to draw attention by acting in public, so he followed them to the secluded corner. At this point, Qiu Shui decided to reveal his true self, suppressing the backlash of the technique, and glared at the 4 with a malevolent expression. Soon, the sounds of their anguished cries echoed through the narrow alley. And half an hour later, passers-by discovered 4 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Soon, this matter was reported to the authorities. According to their investigation, all 4 individuals were found to have been killed with bare hands, leading to the conclusion that their demise was the result of a conflict among martial artists. As for how they became embroiled in this situation, that remains unclear for the time being. Nevertheless, the loss of 4 lives prompted the authorities to launch an intensive investigation. Strangely, the case eventually faded into obscurity, becoming a morbid topic of conversation among the citizens of Lanling City. Some speculated that these 4 brazen individuals, notorious for their arrogance, had met their end at the hands of wandering heroes. Others countered, asserting that no true hero would be involved, suggesting instead that they had engaged in illicit activities, resulting in a violent internal dispute over shared spoils. There were even claims that they had taken a young man hostage, only to lose their lives shortly thereafter, with speculation that the young man might have been a formidable martial artist himself. In short, opinions varied widely, making it difficult to discern the truth. Ultimately, the authorities of Lanling City offered no explanations, and the incident was allowed to pass as a trivial occurrence. At this moment, in the residence of the current governor of Lanling City, Lushan, he was engaged in conversation with a mysterious figure. Lushan remarked, "Since Brother Wu has shown such generosity, I, Lu, am not one to be ungrateful. I shall comply with your wishes." Shortly thereafter, this enigmatic visitor, who had spent the night conversing with the governor, departed from Lushan's estate. This individual was none other than Wu Qiu's Hui. As he walked along the dimly lit streets of Lanling City, Wu reflected on the deal he had made with Lushan the previous year. The agreement stipulated that as long as Lushan could consistently supply high-quality ghost lantern grass, Wu would concoct a pill known as the heart-nourishing pill for him. The method for creating this pill was derived from memories absorbed from Jean Mei, and while it was of little use to cultivators, it was remarkably effective for mortals, and the process was quite straightforward. Even Wu, a novice in alchemy, could produce it with ease. Wu sought to amass a significant quantity of high-quality ghost lantern grass for sale to other cultivators. He discovered that while this grass was easily accessible to mortals, low-tier cultivators predominantly sourced their supplies from humans, resulting in a wide variance in quality, making it unsuitable for alchemical purposes. Most low-tier cultivators could only obtain ghost lantern grass through mortal channels, and acquiring higher quality varieties posed a considerable challenge. Additionally, purchasing from fellow cultivators was prohibitively expensive, as they only accepted spirit stones, whereas mortals would trade for gold and silver. Faced with these circumstances, low-tier cultivators often had no choice but to opt for the inconsistent quality available from mortals. If, at that moment, a low-tier cultivator were to sell higher-quality ghost lantern grass, they might not become immensely wealthy, but they would certainly earn a satisfying income. This was especially true for Wu, who had no financial backing in the cultivation world. While high-quality ghost lantern grass was available in the mundane world, gathering it remained a formidable task. Wu recalled the newly appointed governor Lushan, whom he had previously saved on the streets of Lanling City. After all, acquiring high-quality ghost lantern grass in the mortal realm required substantial connections. Although Wu, as a cultivator, could attempt to establish such connections discreetly, he could not compare to the established network of Lushan. Moreover, Wu's time was precious, and he could not afford to waste it dealing with mortals. Thus Lushan naturally emerged as the optimal choice. However, Wu could not expect Lushan to manage everything while he simply reaped the benefits. Wu understood the necessity of sustainable development. Wu would concoct heart-nourishing pills for Lushan, recognizing that while mortal pills could not rival those of cultivators, if Lushan were to sell these pills in the mundane world, he would gain the capital needed to provide Wu with a continuous supply of high-quality ghost lantern grass. In this mutually beneficial arrangement, Wu would secure a stable source of spirit stones while providing Lushan with an unending supply of heart-nourishing pills, which were significantly beneficial for mortals and inexpensive to produce. Although the process required 2 herbs rich in spiritual energy, the remaining 20 or so ingredients could easily be found in the apothecaries of Lanling City. With a steady supply, Wu would not amass great wealth but would also not have to worry about spirit stones. Of course, this plan was limited to Wu's current stage of qi refinement. He was far from the foundation establishment stage. Only after establishing a stable economic foundation could Wu pursue his true ambitions, trading the heart-nourishing pills for ghost lantern grass, then exchanging that for spirit stones. This was merely one facet of his broader scheme, which extended far beyond this initial transaction. In the future, Wu would engage in less than savory dealings with the governor of Lanling, Lushan. At present, Wu arrived at a gathering place for cultivators, confidently stepping inside. He made his way to the second floor, where he encountered a group of cultivators, one of whom evidently recognized him and gestured for him to join. Wu took a seat among the 7 other cultivators, engaged in lively conversation before producing a wooden box containing high-quality ghost lantern grass. The other party readily exchanged 2 spirit stones for Wu's prized grass. After a brief exchange, Wu accepted the spirit stones and took his leave. Over the past month, Wu had been diligently busy. He calculated that, aside from the costs of the 2 herbs needed for the heart-nourishing pill, he managed to earn at least 4 spirit stones a day, which was comparable to the earnings of some outer disciples from mid-tier sections who understood that this was contingent on favorable market conditions. In times of scarcity, he could not predict what would happen, but he resolved to wait until such a time arose. Optimistic about his prospects. At this moment, Wu arrived at a concealed location within Lanling City, dedicated to serving cultivators, where special herbs and spiritual flowers were sold. He swiftly acquired the necessary materials and departed without delay. After exiting Lanling City, he traveled west for several miles, stopping at a graveyard. Wu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring he was not being followed before proceeding into the graveyard. This burial ground, located west of Lanling City, was adjacent to the Tianshui River, which coursed through the entirety of the Wei Kingdom. With fertile lands to the east of Lanling City, the graveyard had existed since the city's establishment and was situated near the river. Although agriculture thrived downstream, this area became known as an ominous place over time, as the locals regarded it with superstitious fear, particularly due to its proximity to a large graveyard. The superstitious nature of the populace meant that very few ventured here, making it a serendipitous choice for Wu, who required such a secluded location. The sparse human presence was not the primary reason for his selection, rather, it was due to the fact that he had absorbed the soul of Jin Mei, gaining access to a cultivation manual that contained an obscure technique akin to a dark art, seemingly derived from profound methods that had been altered by later practitioners. This technique appeared to be applicable only to those with special spiritual roots, and fortuitously, it suited Wu perfectly. The technique resembled a method of enhancing cultivation. To enact it, one needed to establish a formation of which Wu had already completed half. Consequently, Wu temporarily resided in this area, intending to complete the grand formation while also designating it as a long-term dwelling. At this moment, Wu approached a waterfall surrounded by graves of various sizes. The water itself exuded an quality, and given the graveyard's nature, it was indeed a place of great. Wu soared into the air, enveloped in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, ensuring that not a drop of the cascading water touched him. Before entering a rudimentary cave he had constructed as a temporary dwelling, truth be told, Wu did not favor such a gloomy place, yet he needed to rely on the local landscape and its to aid his cultivation. Thus, he consoled himself that all was for the sake of his path to immortality, enduring the discomfort for the sake of his aspirations. Wu's mastery of the wind manipulation technique and the earth digging technique used to create this cave were both learned from the memories he had absorbed from Jin Mei. At this moment, Qiu Shui entered the cave. Although it was dim, it was not damp, primarily due to Qiu Shui employing a water-repelling technique that kept the moisture at bay. The cave behind the waterfall was not large. However, after Qiu Shui cast a light concentrating spell, it illuminated the entire cavern, revealing its entirety. The cave extended about 30 to 40 zhang in depth and over 20 zhang in width. The interior could be described as exceedingly sparse, with a vast purple magical array etched into the ground, its incomplete runes displaying an eerie and mysterious aura. At the center of the array stood a blue stone platform approximately 6 or 7 zhang in height, upon which rested a dilapidated alchemical furnace. This worn-out furnace had been pawned by an extremely destitute cultivator who had exchanged it for his debts. It is said that this unfortunate practitioner had fallen so low that he could not even afford to purchase 2 pieces of ghost lantern grass, which cost a mere 2 spirit stones. It could be said that Qiu Shui had encountered a cultivator even more down on his luck than himself, ultimately accepting the furnace as collateral. After a round of haggling, Qiu Shui found himself in the peculiar position of having to add 2 more spirit stones to the deal. This left Qiu Shui feeling quite vexed, realizing that there was indeed someone who could cause him a financial loss, which was a revelation for him. Fortunately, this item, once in Qiu Shui's possession, could still serve its purpose. Despite its dilapidated state, it posed no issue for his regular alchemical practices. However, upon glancing at some materials in the corner, Qiu Shui recognized their true significance. These were the very lifeblood of his endeavors. They represented a substantial portion of his wealth, acquired over the past month through arduous labor running around to sell ghost lantern grass to procure the materials for the array. Although he was still far from completing it, at least it ignited a spark of hope within him, bolstering his confidence to advance further on his path of cultivation. Speaking of this magical array, it was named the Watering Gathering Array, effective only for those possessing a special spiritual root, namely the Yin spiritual root, which Zhou Shui happened to have. The method of detecting one's spiritual root was learned through consuming the memories of the old ghost gene. Although Zhou Shui's Yin spiritual root seemed to possess a certain depth, the path of cultivation was, in fact, quite arduous, while the Yin spiritual root could absorb the Yin spiritual energy from the world. It could also draw upon water spiritual energy and could barely sense and absorb wood spiritual energy. Despite its primary ability to absorb Yin spiritual energy, finding corresponding cultivation techniques was a daunting task. Techniques for cultivating through the absorption of Yin spiritual energy were exceedingly rare, and even if they existed, their potential was limited, often fraught with significant flaws. Thankfully, the Yin spiritual root's ability to absorb water spiritual energy led many in the cultivation world to view it as a branch of the water spiritual root. In sects where Yin spiritual roots were present, practitioners were often guided to primarily cultivate water spiritual techniques. Due to the scarcity of techniques for Yin spiritual roots, they were still regarded as a sign of inferior aptitude in the mainstream cultivation community. Moreover, the absorption of water attribute heavenly essence by the Yin spiritual root was still somewhat inferior compared to the water spiritual root itself. Currently, Zhou Shui was practicing the most fundamental water attribute technique, which was considered the foundation of all foundational techniques within the cultivation realm. At this moment, Zhou Shui employed the fire control technique to ignite the alchemical furnace on the blue stone platform. This fire control technique was also obtained by absorbing the soul of the old ghost gene, and essentially all the techniques Zhou Shui had mastered thus far came from this source. Sitting quietly before the furnace, Zhou Shui entered a meditative state for a while before commencing the refinement of the heart-nourishing pill, although the initial refining consumed a small amount of materials. The process of creating the heart-nourishing pill proved to be remarkably simple. Zhou Shui estimated that as long as he had sufficient spiritual energy and practiced a few more times to hone his skills, he could achieve a success rate of 90%. Soon, a batch of heart-nourishing pills emerged, totaling about a dozen. Zhou Shui, feeling indifferent, did not bother to count. Before him lay an ample supply of alchemical materials. Certainly not something he could exhaust in a short time, and with this in mind, Zhou Shui prepared himself for a protracted battle. After 4 consecutive days and nights of relentless work, he felt a throbbing headache. His eyes weary and unfocused, having produced over 700 heart-nourishing pills, exhausted and in need of sustenance, Zhou Shui considered consuming one of the pills. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, these heart-nourishing pills were intended for sale, to be exchanged for ghost lantern grass, which would then be traded for spirit stones, and finally for his cultivation resources. Eating the pills would not be worth it. After weighing his options, he concluded that resting would be the more prudent choice. Thus, Zhou Shui lay down on the cold blue stone slab and fell into a deep slumber. In the cave, Zhou Shui lost track of the passage of time outside. When he finally emerged, the sun was already high in the sky. He carried with him over 700 heart-nourishing pills as he made his way east into Lanling City. Before long, he delivered the pills to Lucian. There was little conversation between them. As Zhou Shui departed, he entrusted Lucian with the sale of the heart-nourishing pills. Zhou Shui was not concerned about Lucian's ability to sell them. After all, they were essential elixirs for cultivators, and now that they had fallen into the mundane world, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of wealthy nobles. All that remained was to patiently await the heart-nourishing pills to gain traction in the secular realm. In short, Zhou Shui was unperturbed by the thought of the pills not selling. As he left, Lucian, with a beaming smile, assured Zhou Shui, "Brother Wu, rest assured, your instructions will be impeccably executed tonight. Please be patient and await the results." Zhou Shui paid no heed to Lucian's words, turning away with indifference. Lucian, lost in thought, watched as Zhou Shui walked further away until he vanished into the crowd. As time passed, Lanling City entered its curfew. At this moment, in the prison holding criminals, several individuals claiming to be under the orders of the governor arrived to extract 10 death row inmates. Lucian had already made arrangements, and the process went smoothly as the 10 condemned prisoners were brought out. One of the officers escorting the death row inmates could not suppress his curiosity and quietly asked the team leader, "Brother Liang, what do you think the governor?" Before he could finish, the officer named Liang shot him a chilling glare and said, "Listen here, kid, when it comes to work, you must understand what to listen to, what to ask, and what to say. Knowing too much is of no benefit to either of us. Just do your job, don't listen, don't ask, don't talk, and you won't have to worry about living a good life. Be careful, if you uncover any secrets, one day you might find yourself disappearing without a trace. When you walk the road to the underworld, don't blame me for not warning you." Upon hearing Liang's words, the young officer felt a chill run down his spine and quickly nodded. "You're right, brother. I was wrong to be so curious." Liang, seeing that this junior was not foolish and understood the situation, shifted the conversation, saying with a hint of profundity, "Just wait, good fortune is on the way. If you do well for the governor, you'll have nothing to worry about in the future." Hearing this, another officer's eyes lit up with excitement. However, the 10 death row inmates were listening to their conversation and felt an impending doom. One among them, trembling with fear, inquired of their escort, "Where are you taking us? I'm supposed to be executed soon, my time is not yet up." The escort officer did not respond but instead exchanged a knowing glance with the other two officers, who promptly taught the talkative inmate a harsh lesson. The inmate, now on the ground and gasping for breath, muttered, "Damn it, not even a proper execution meal." The officers and inmates alike paid no mind to his words. Seeing that he could no longer walk, Liang instructed the other two officers to support him forward, while the faces of the remaining inmates reflected a mixture of numbness and resignation to their fate. The officers silently escorted the 10 prisoners out of Lanling City, heading westward. After walking over 30 li, they entered a mass grave. The leading officer threw a shovel to the ground and ordered the 10 death row inmates to dig a large pit. Realizing that resistance was futile, the inmates numbly accepted their fate, understanding that any attempt at rebellion would only lead to an early death. They were well aware that the shackles they bore severely restricted their movements, and any violent struggle would only hasten their demise. Soon an hour passed, and the pit was dug. At this point, the supervising officer tightly bound them with a noose, removing their shackles. Just then, one prisoner yelled, "Give us a quick death, you damned dogs." The officer in charge glanced at the 10 men with a look of indifference and turned to leave, not even taking the shovel with him. The inmates, momentarily bewildered, soon realized what was happening and began to struggle, attempting to break free from their bindings, but the noose tightened the more they fought. Hidden in the trees, Qiu Shui observed everything, watching the futile struggles of the prisoners with a cold detachment. He then turned and flew down to the ground, landing before the 10 inmates, the struggling prisoners, seeing a figure appear like a specter beside them. Initially assumed Qiu Shui was merely a delusional martial artist. However, when they witnessed Qiu Shui's display of power, they were utterly astounded. The 10 men, like puppets, were quickly subdued by Qiu Shui's presence, seeing that the prisoners had fully accepted his identity. Qiu Shui proceeded with his next step. He addressed them, stating, "Only one of you may live." Without waiting for their responses, Qiu Shui unleashed a strand of spiritual energy that struck their heart veins, causing them to breathe their last. In that instant, Qiu Shui swiftly cast a spell to capture their souls, extracting them entirely. At this moment, wisps of thick, ink-like black smoke began to emanate from the lifeless body of the condemned prisoner. In no time, the smoke coalesced into 10 distinct human forms, neither more nor less. Then, with an expressionless face, Qiu Shui uttered the same words as before, "Only one can survive, and I only require one." The 10 spectral entities exchanged glances, but it wasn't long before one astute individual reacted, prompting them to engage in mutual combat. Qiu Shui remained unfazed by the possibility of their escape. After all, their souls were bound by the soul constraining technique, and the spectral entities were limited by the binding arts, all under Qiu Shui's control. Observing the 10 spirits as they battled fiercely, Qiu Shui cautioned, "Once a soul departs from its corporeal form, it quickly dissipates without the sustenance of a body. As spirits, to endure in this realm, one must either devour the souls of the living or consume one another." Upon hearing Qiu Shui's admonition, the spirits quickly grasped the implication and began to tear into each other. Qiu Shui watched as they fought for survival, one spirit sinking its teeth into another with great ferocity, while a third spirit, despite enduring pain, retaliated fiercely. However, it was soon overpowered by 2 other spirits that seized the opportunity to feast upon it. After several hours of struggle, only 2 spirits remained, still engaged in an all-out brawl. Qiu Shui observed that one of the spirits had consumed 6 companions, while the other, having devoured 3, displayed a remarkable resilience to the state of its soul. Unlike the others, which seemed on the verge of collapse upon leaving their bodies, this spirit was evidently exceptional, exhibiting a far superior adaptability to the spectral state compared to its peers, suggesting it possessed a unique talent. As Qiu Shui watched the fierce clash, it became evident that the spirit that had consumed more was significantly stronger than its counterpart. Both had their strengths, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. As Qiu Shui estimated the time, he realized that dawn was approaching, and if a winner did not emerge soon, these 2 spirits would likely vanish into nothingness. Observing the frenzied combatants, with sunlight on the horizon, Joshua's patience wore thin. Closing his eyes, he effortlessly severed the stronger spirit with threads of spiritual energy, allowing the more agile spirit to seize the moment and completely consume the other. Joshua nodded in approval. However, the fully consumed spirit, whether emboldened by newfound strength or driven mad by prolonged combat, turned its aggression towards Joshua. Unfazed, Joshua calmly suppressed this spirit using the soul-constraining technique, employing a yellow paper talisman to capture it for safekeeping. Gazing at the talisman in his hand, Joshua recalled that he had acquired it from the old ghost. Jean had kept these yellow paper talismans hidden until Joshua absorbed his soul and memories. Learning their significance, with the memories of Jean now within him, Joshua was elated to discover that among the 17 talismans, 3 were thunder-summoning talismans, extremely precious protective artifacts. If cast during battle, they could turn the tide and secure victory. Though the memories Joshua acquired were somewhat hazy and vague regarding certain details, he understood that these 3 talismans were intended for combat and possessed considerable power, making them invaluable among low-tier cultivators. Even using them for self-preservation in critical moments would not be an exaggeration. The exact extent of their power remained uncertain, but Joshua was thoroughly satisfied. These 3 were single-use consumables. The remaining 14 yellow paper talismans seemed to harbor profound mystical abilities. Impervious to water and fire, delving deeper into Jin's memories, Joshua learned that these 14 talismans were designed to control malevolent spirits for one's own use, requiring specific incantations to activate. The secret method, which Joshua had gleaned from Jin's memories, involved extracting the soul of a living being and compelling them to fight until they transformed into the legendary malevolent spirits. Further ritualistic refinement was necessary for them to be molded into forms that cultivators could command. Thus, creating a single malevolent spirit would necessitate the lives of at least 100 individuals. The spirit Joshua had recently acquired was merely in its initial transformation phase. He would require at least 10 similar spirits to achieve a successful metamorphosis. Therefore, Joshua concluded that he needed the souls of at least 100 individuals to summon another spirit he could command freely in battle. His ambition was to fill all 14 talisman slots, thereby possessing 14 spirits capable of combat alongside him. Although their levels were low, their numbers would be considerable. Joshua lamented that these spirits required yellow paper talismans for preservation, for without a corporeal form to sustain them, they would soon dissipate into the ether. The spirit's levels would likely remain at the initial stages of chi refinement, which was manageable for Joshua at this juncture. As Joshua gazed upon the 10 corpses on the ground, he turned coldly and departed, returning to the secluded area behind the waterfall where he had been meditating. Not long after, the soldiers returned to the scene and, upon seeing the bodies, fell into contemplative silence. Prompted by their leader, they quickly took up shovels and buried the 10 corpses before departing in succession. On his way back to his cave dwelling, Joshua reflected on the burial of these bodies in the mass grave. Considering it a means to enhance the aura of malevolence, a veritable utilization of resources. He awaited the completion of the watering gathering formation, at which point his cultivation would advance further. Once back in his secluded space, Joshua began to calm his mind and delve into intense meditation. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such rigorous practice, having been preoccupied with external affairs, which left him feeling as though time had been squandered. Of course, all of this preparation was for the sake of creating a better environment for cultivation. With this thought, Joshua settled into a brief period of arduous training. Aware that he would need to capture yet another new spirit that night, just as he had the previous evening, therefore, he resolved to maximize his training time. Additionally, Joshua had promised several scattered cultivators in Lianling City high-quality ghost lantern grass, and after delivering it, he would need to refine new heart-nourishing pills. Moreover, some critical materials for the watering gathering formation remained incomplete due to insufficient spirit stones. Joshua had learned that the materials for formations in Lianling City were limited in variety, and he would have to journey to the Misty Mountain, over 1,000 miles away, to procure the necessary components. According to Joshua's understanding, the Misty Mountain was a place where cultivators congregated even more than in Lianling City. Devoid of ordinary people, catering solely to cultivators year-round. Once he amassed sufficient spirit stones, he could embark on a trip to acquire the complete array of formation materials, as only in a place teeming with cultivators could he find everything he needed. Suddenly, Joshua furrowed his brow, realizing that he must not let his thoughts wander. Concentration in cultivation was paramount, for excessive contemplation could lead to mistakes. He recalled a previous incident where his own distractions had caused him significant suffering. With that memory in mind, Joshua cast aside all distractions and immersed himself fully in his training. As night fell the next day, Elshin returned as per Joshua's arrangement, bringing him 10 more condemned prisoners. Joshua, now quite adept at this process, swiftly acquired a spirit that met his requirements, sealing it within a yellow paper talisman for preservation. For several consecutive days, Joshua trained during the day and captured new spirits at night, striving to gather 10 spirits that met his criteria before embarking on the transformation of malevolent spirits for his own use. Looking at the newly acquired spirit in his hand, Joshua thought, "This is the 7th one. I only need 3 more, just like before, to meet the requirements for crafting malevolent spirits." He contemplated the method of creation, acknowledging that though it was termed refining, it was somewhat imprecise. It merely involved selecting the most promising spirits and allowing them to consume one another. Once a malevolent spirit was produced, he would tame it using the spirit constraining technique and nourish it with the souls of the living. Over time, the malevolent spirit would grow increasingly powerful, ultimately becoming an invaluable asset to Joshua. As he pondered this, recalling the memories gained from consuming Jin's soul, a sinister smile crept across his face. He turned and soared away, returning to his secluded space to continue his focused training. Joshua had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the simple villager he once was, merely content to survive day by day. Now he fully grasped the wisdom in Lu Shirlio's words: if one married in the village, they could not venture further afield. He yearned to witness more fascinating sights, to taste dishes far superior to those served in the village tavern, to explore places grander than the town, to meet officials of greater stature than the county magistrate, to encounter women more intelligent and beautiful than those in the village, and to meet true heroes of the martial world, those who embodied righteousness and generosity. Joshua's thoughts abruptly halted, his desires and ambitions intertwining, igniting a fervor within him. In the following 3 days, Joshua successfully acquired 3 remarkable spirits as she had wished. In the secluded cave behind the waterfall of the mass grave, Joshua commenced preparations to allow 10 meticulously selected spirits to devour one another, leaving only one to undergo a profound transformation into a malevolent spirit that would serve her. Seated cross-legged upon a Joshua gently cast 10 yellow paper talismans into the air, which then floated around her. The purple runes inscribed upon the talismans pulsed rhythmically with a soft lavender light, as if they were breathing. First, Joshua utilized a spirit binding technique to refine each one individually, ensuring that when the malevolent spirit was born, it would possess a firm allegiance, incapable of rebelling against her as its master, although the newly birthed evil spirit was not yet powerful. Should it turn against her, Joshua would be compelled to take drastic measures. Conversely, if harm befell this spirit and it incurred irreversible damage, it would be too late for regret. In any event, Joshua was determined to avoid any mishaps. Meticulously refining the spirits one by one. Once completed, she released the spirits, and without needing further instruction from Joshua, they instinctively began to battle fiercely amongst themselves. They were driven by a primal instinct to fight for survival. And Joshua observed as the formidable spirits clashed in the air, their fates intertwined, with no clear victor emerging. Hours passed, and only 2 spirits had been consumed, suggesting that determining a winner would likely take several days and nights. As time dragged on, Joshua lost interest in their conflict and shifted her focus to meditative practice on the by evening. She exited the cave, casting a minor spell at the entrance to prevent any spirits from escaping. She then returned to the location where she had previously captured spirits to collect new ones before re-entering her cave. With a calm demeanor, Joshua observed the spirits still locked in their fierce battles. As the 4th day approached, the malevolent spirit she sought was finally born. Seizing the moment, Joshua quickly captured the spirit, sealing it within the yellow paper talisman, and commanded it to consume the other 3 powerful spirits she had acquired over these 4 days. Watching the once dark skeletal figure transform into a fearsome entity with a green face and sharp fangs, Joshua was taken aback by the extent of its metamorphosis. Moreover, she could sense that this malevolent spirit was transitioning between the 1st and 2nd layers of the chi refining stage. With dedicated cultivation, it could easily evolve to the 2nd layer, which was not a daunting task. However, Joshua decided to postpone nurturing the malevolent spirit, as her recent training had been inefficient. She resolved to first break through to the 5th layer of chi refining before considering further cultivation of the spirit. Recognizing that her own advancement was of utmost importance, having yet to consume the previously acquired black soul elixirs, Joshua understood that she needed to find an appropriate moment to enter seclusion for intense training. With this thought, she departed the cave and headed straight for Lanling City. Along the way, she recalled having instructed Elshin to sell the heart-nurturing elixirs to mortals in exchange for wealth. Intending to use the proceeds to purchase high-quality ghost lantern grass, she wondered how well he had managed this task. Upon reaching the city walls of Lanling, Joshua landed in a concealed corner. Seamlessly blending into the crowd as she made her way to Elshin's residence. At that moment, a servant at El's estate respectfully announced, "Master, you have an invitation from the Zwa family from within." Elshin's voice replied nonchalantly, "Not going. Perhaps another day." Upon hearing this, the servant respectfully acknowledged and departed. Elshin, his face aglow with excitement, turned to a nearby young man and exclaimed, "Brother Wu, you cannot imagine. The demand for the heart-nurturing elixirs far exceeds supply. As long as we ensure a stable supply, it will only be a matter of time before we become the wealthiest in Lanling City." The young man sitting opposite him was none other than Joshua. Listening to Elshin's fervent words, Joshua replied calmly, "I want all of my share converted into high-quality ghost lantern grass. Remember, the quality must not diminish at all. If it does, there will be no elixirs, and any talk of becoming the wealthiest in Lanling will be mere fantasy." Elshin laughed heartily, responding, "Very well, everything shall be done according to Brother Wu's wishes." However, his expression turned serious as he inquired, "When will the next batch of heart-nurturing elixirs arrive?" Joshua replied in a tranquil tone, "The elixirs will be ready once the ghost lantern grass is in my possession." Elshin then remarked, "Brother Wu, I have gone to great lengths to facilitate this for you." Joshua, uninterested in his chatter, interjected, "I dislike beating around the bush." Elshin, understanding her directness, continued, "This matter is indeed related to you." Joshua paused, observing Elshin as he elaborated, "While I was busy securing arrangements for you, someone has been undermining our efforts." Realizing his intent, Joshua, no longer in the mood for pleasantries, cut to the chase. "Where is this person? What do they look like? What is their name? You need not concern yourself with the rest. I will handle everything." Upon hearing Joshua's resolute words, Elshin leaned in and whispered into her ear. Joshua understood the situation completely. Before departing, she instructed Elshin, "No need to send anyone tonight. I won't require assistance for the time being. If I need anything, I will inform you. Also, after converting my share into ghost lantern grass, leave it 30 miles west of Lanling City, in front of the waterfall at the mass grave." Elshin inquired about the heart-nurturing elixirs, to which Joshua replied, "Once the ghost lantern grass is prepared, come for the elixirs in 7 days. If there is anything, write it down and place it among the ghost lantern grass offerings. I will address it. Likewise, I will write to you if I have matters to discuss." Elshin chuckled, "Very well, everything shall proceed as Brother Wu wishes." As Joshua left El's residence and headed north, news soon spread through Lanling City that someone had brazenly assassinated a high-ranking official in broad daylight. The city was sealed off for several days, yet the audacious perpetrator remained elusive. A bounty of 100 taels was quickly announced for anyone providing information, leading to speculation that the assassin was a skilled martial artist from the underworld. Consequently, Lanling City was rife with turmoil. The mastermind behind this chaos, Joshua, had long since departed, hiding in the mass grave to diligently cultivate. Several days later, she received high-quality ghost lantern grass. She swiftly located a gathering place for scattered cultivators near Lanling City and sold the ghost lantern grass at a price below market value. Employing a strategy of thin profit margins and high sales volume, this allowed her to focus on her cultivation, which remained her primary objective. Ultimately, she netted over 50 spirit stones, after deducting the cost of purchasing materials for the heart-nurturing elixirs. Her net profit totaled 32 spirit stones. Although this was far less than before, it was primarily due to her significant investment in acquiring materials for the elixirs. As the quantity of elixirs increased, so too would her earnings. The amount of ghost lantern grass obtained would also rise accordingly, and next time, her net profit would exceed 32 spirit stones, growing with each transaction. Joshua lamented not having procured materials for her grand formation, especially the core components. It seemed inevitable that she would have to journey to Wushan sooner or later to acquire them. Soon Joshua found herself caught in a virtuous cycle. Chapter 25, preparing to journey to Wushan with the heart-nurturing elixirs selling like hotcakes among mortals. Elshin provided Joshua with a substantial supply of high-quality ghost lantern grass, while she reciprocated with a plentiful offering of elixirs. Both parties engaged in a mutually beneficial exchange, profiting from the price differentials in their respective realms. And in no time, Joshua was free from worries regarding spirit stones. Moreover, her cultivation did not falter due to the elixir production. Rather, it progressed steadily. After months of relentless effort, Joshua finally broke through to the 5th layer of the chi refining stage after consuming 2 black soul elixirs in one go. This breakthrough filled her with elation, marking a significant advancement on her path of cultivation. Joshua reveled in her newfound success, enjoying the fruits of her labor with a monthly net profit exceeding 40 spirit stones. which instilled her with newfound confidence. At this moment, Joshua stood at the pinnacle of her achievements, blissfully unaware that her dealings in selling heart-nurturing elixirs to mortals would soon attract attention. Meanwhile, she remained in her cave, diligently solidifying her cultivation. Reflecting on her next steps, Joshua realized that having broken through to the 5th layer of chi refining, another breakthrough would not come easily in the near future. She needed to acquire some potent elixirs to rapidly enhance her magical power. This was only one aspect. The more pressing concern was gathering the materials for the Shuayin gathering formation. It was nearly impossible to procure a complete set of materials in Lanling City. Given its remoteness, its prosperity catered only to mortals, and for cultivators, this place was a far cry from the celestial mountains and blessed lands. Joshua considered the distance to Wushan, which lay 1,000 miles away from Lanling City. She had never been there, so she had no idea how much time the round trip would consume. Thus, the most crucial point is that I have business dealings in Lanling City with Elshan, and I must first attend to the trifles of Lanling City before embarking on my journey to Wushan. Upon contemplating this, Joshua began to feel troubled. Although possessing 211 spirit stones would suffice to set up a formation, it was far from adequate for purchasing the elixirs that would enhance my magical prowess in Wushan. Realizing this, Joshua understood that it was impossible to leave Lanling City in the near term. Yet preparations for the journey to Wushan needed to be meticulously arranged. Consequently, Joshua resolved to refine a substantial batch of nourishing heart pills before setting out for Wushan, allowing Elshan to sell them to avoid delaying profitable transactions. After all, the plan was to sell nourishing heart pills to mortals in exchange for gold and silver, and then use that wealth to procure high-quality ghost lantern grass from the secular realm, subsequently transporting it to cultivators in exchange for spirit stones. The considerable profit margin was something Joshua was determined not to forfeit. To trade gold and silver for spirit stones without such convoluted dealings was simply out of the question. After all, gold and silver were merely mundane commodities, yet, through Joshua's ingenious operations, he could convert them into a currency accepted by cultivators. Though he could not claim immense wealth, Joshua felt like a true adept in commerce. He relished in his success, completely forgetting his past failures of hoarding inferior ghost lantern grass, which had long since decayed into sludge in a corner. At that moment, Joshua soared northeastward, departing from the chaotic burial grounds, and traveled to a secluded gathering place for cultivators, located several dozen miles outside of Lanling City. He came here primarily because Lanling City was not frequented by cultivators year-round. Only at specific times would loose cultivators gather there in unspoken accord. Although there were other gathering spots, they could not compare to the throng that assembled in Lanling City during those designated times. While the numbers were small, they indeed served the nearby loose cultivators well, making it easy to obtain the two main ingredients for the nourishing heart pills. With this in mind, Joshua quickened his pace and soon arrived at his destination, nestled between two towering mountains. Here, aside from flying creatures or cultivators soaring through the sky, mortals could not reach this place, nor would they have any inkling of the cultivators' assembly. Even from a distance, they would be concealed by a minor formation, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary rocks and vegetation in the eyes of mortals. Joshua flew to the mountain peak, seamlessly blending into the terrain, and shortly thereafter emerged with the two essential ingredients for the nourishing heart pills in hand. The remaining materials could be procured from mortals in Lanling City. Without delay, Joshua adeptly soared over the city walls to a discreet location, emerging from a narrow alleyway and effortlessly melding into the crowd. Before long, he returned to his cave dwelling behind the waterfall at the chaotic burial grounds. Sitting on the blue stone platform, Joshua gazed at the ingredients for the nourishing heart pills and sighed deeply before commencing the mechanical and numbing process of alchemy. Remaining sequestered for several months without stepping outside, observing the towering pile of nourishing heart pills to his left and the remaining materials to his right, which had dwindled to 30%. Joshua felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As the end approached, the process grew increasingly arduous. Ultimately, after a span of over 20 days, Joshua finally completed the refinement of the nourishing heart pills. Looking at the vast array of finished products before him, he sighed, relieved that his business in Lanling City would not be adversely affected, and he could also replenish some spirit stones for himself. Even if he could not convert all the ghost lantern grass into spirit stones in the short term, he could still take them to Wushan for sale. Joshua contemplated further earning spirit stones to ensure he could purchase elixirs to enhance his cultivation in Wushan. After months of toil, he was utterly exhausted and yearned for a tranquil immersion in the sublime practice of cultivation. Only through serene and exquisite cultivation could Joshua soothe his restless heart. and he wished to avoid being troubled by trivial matters in the immediate future. With this thought, Joshua gathered all the nourishing heart pills, deciding not to wait for the agreed-upon time to place them at the waterfall for Elshin's subordinates to collect. Instead, he resolved to deliver them directly into Elshin's hands in one swift motion. Joshua felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of nourishing heart pills he had refined over the past months. At this moment, he simply wished to return quickly and resume his cultivation. With this resolve, Joshua shot forth like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for El's residence in Lanling City. By this time, night had fallen, and Joshua paid no heed to whether the mortals of Lanling City would see him. Arriving at El's residence like a streak of lightning, not wanting to disturb anyone, he merely wished to return swiftly. Joshua had already penned a letter in his cave, outlining his instructions for Elshin. Thanks to the soul of Jean May that he had devoured, he not only acquired the complete celestial techniques but also honed his calligraphy skills. Quietly, Joshua placed the nourishing heart pills at Elshin's doorstep, along with the letter, before turning and departing without a moment's hesitation, swiftly leaving Lanling City behind. At this juncture, all Joshua desired was to cultivate, indeed. To cultivate, so that he might quell his agitated heart. With this thought, he accelerated further. Chapter 26. Exiting seclusion. Eager to return to his cave, Joshua did not immediately embark on the anticipated arduous cultivation. Instead, he began to contemplate his own supernatural abilities. He felt relatively confident in his existing powers, whether it be the highly practical fire control technique or the double-edged blood summoning palm, both of which were immensely beneficial for his current stage. Although Joshua had also mastered a technique far superior to these two, known as the wind control technique, he had never utilized it. This technique, when employed, could nearly deplete his entire magical energy reserves. In combat, if a single strike failed to land, it would essentially herald Joshua's defeat. Of course, the power of the wind control technique far surpassed all the abilities Joshua currently possessed, according to the information he had gathered. To wield it without concern, one must reach at least the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage to avoid worrying about the depletion of magical energy, while the power of the wind control technique was undeniably formidable. For Joshua, its drawbacks outweighed its benefits, as casting it consumed at least 70% of his spiritual energy. Cultivators are not always at their peak energy levels, whether traversing through the wind, refining pills, or engaging in combat. Their magical energy would never be in a fully replenished state, unless a cultivator remained in seclusion, meditating and continuously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. It was impossible to maintain their energy at full capacity. In summary, aside from the time spent in cultivation, a cultivator's magical energy was constantly being consumed, merely a matter of speed and quantity. Now, considering the wind control technique, which could consume 70% of a cultivator's total energy in one go, the disadvantages were glaringly evident. Reflecting on this, Joshua could only lament that in actual combat, he might either find himself unable to cast the technique, or if he could, even if he defeated his current opponent, he could not guarantee his own safety. Who could assure him that vanquishing one foe would not attract another? It was entirely possible that he could exhaust his energy and meet a grim fate. As for why Jean May had deliberately imparted this technique to him, Joshua could only speculate about the malicious intent behind it. In any case, he could only rely on the circumstances of actual combat to determine when to deploy this technique. While its power was indeed extraordinary, its pitfalls were equally conspicuous. With this realization, Joshua ceased to dwell on it further, recalling that he had gained two defensive techniques from the memories of the old ghost Jean. Joshua had previously been focused on breaking through his bottleneck in seclusion, thus had not yet mastered them. Now that he had plenty of time to devote to arduous training, it was prudent to grasp them sooner rather than later. He recalled the first defensive technique, known as the Spirit Shield technique. This technique could defend against attacks from a single direction, although it was inferior to the all-encompassing Spirit Barrier, which provided complete protection. The Spirit Shield technique far surpassed the basic defensive technique in terms of defensive power, exceeding it by numerous times. With this in mind, Joshua resolved that until he mastered this technique, he would not leave seclusion lightly. Reflecting on the second defensive technique, he found it quite peculiar. At first glance, it seemed rather absurd and laughable, but upon closer examination it became even stranger. It was said that the cultivator who created this spell inadvertently witnessed a battle between two powerful cultivators, observing an unknown technique used by the defeated party, and thus modeled his own creation after it, resulting in a rather inferior and unrefined version. The second defensive technique was named Spring Chill. Upon seeing this name, Joshua thought to himself that the creator of this technique could not even come up with a suitable name, instead opting to name it after the weather phenomenon at the time. Though categorized as a defensive technique, Xiaoshui believed it only partially fulfilled that role. The principle of its application was quite straightforward. By infusing spiritual energy into the entire body, the limbs, when imbued with the spring chill technique, would become as hard as steel, rendering mortal blades and swords incapable of inflicting any harm. Yet, that was the extent of it. In terms of defense, it could not be compared to the ordinary spirit barrier. Xiao Shui could not fathom how this peculiar ability could possibly be classified as a defensive technique. This ability could render one's limbs as hard as iron or, alternatively, allow limbs infused with spiritual energy to detach freely like a gecko. With the capacity to control the timing of their explosive release, even instantaneously, the devastation would extend for dozens of yards, and the larger the detached limb, the greater the explosions might. Such a bizarre technique, executed through self-harm, was attributed to defensive capabilities. What sort of defense could this be? It bore a closer resemblance to some nefarious demonic arts. Upon reading the description of this ability, Xiao Shui lamented that the cultivator who conceived it must have been overly gluttonous. Claiming inspiration from observing the battles of great masters, should that master ever learn of this, it would be better to find a piece of tofu and end it all. However, upon witnessing the detached limbs being able to control their explosions, and with considerable power to boot, Xiao Shui felt that although it was miscategorized as a defensive ability, the oddity intrigued him, upholding the principle that having many skills is never a burden. He diligently practiced the spirit shield technique while also mastering this strange ability known as spring chill. As Xiao Shui contemplated this, he fell into a long-awaited period of intensive cultivation. Days and nights passed. With the celestial bodies shifting in their courses for several months, he toiled tirelessly, not only without weariness but growing ever fonder of this immersive experience of cultivation. Even the ghostly lantern grass handed over by Elshin was left to be collected by the malevolent spirit. Yet, before entering seclusion, Xiao Shui overlooked instructing Elshin to provide the malevolent spirit with the souls of the living, as the spirit needed to devour them to persist in the world for extended periods and to enhance its own strength. Realizing this, Xiao Shui could only send a letter informing Elshin, hence the spirit would regularly depart from its cave to consume living souls. Initially, Xiao Shui feared the spirit's strength might surpass his own, leading to potential backlash. However, he soon discovered that the spirit's level had stagnated at the third layer of qi refinement, indicating that not only the living faced bottlenecks but even such vile entities did as well. After such a long time, it seemed the death row inmates of Lanling City had been exhausted. Xiao Shui could hardly fathom where Elshin procured such a multitude of living souls. Now nearly 6 months had passed, and Xiao Shui had finally mastered the spirit shield technique. The training of each technique and ability was no trivial matter. Without sufficient effort, one could not hope to grasp them easily. Such aspirations were mere folly. Xiao Shui hastened to practice the second technique. Though it seemed rather absurd, he adhered to the belief that diverse skills are advantageous. Thus, he immersed himself in relentless training, with seasons changing from spring to autumn. Until winter arrived, the mountains were adorned in a thick blanket of silver, with fierce winds swirling in the skies. Even the waterfall where Xiao Shui secluded himself had frozen into a thick layer of ice. Finally, after completing the training of both techniques, he had integrated and perfected them to an impressive degree. Had it not been for the annual gathering of wandering cultivators around Lanling City, and the letter from Elshin mentioning that the previous heart-nourishing pills were selling out rapidly, Xiao Shui might have remained in seclusion until the spring of the following year. It was hard to imagine the explosive popularity of the heart-nourishing pills once the market was opened. It was impossible for Xiao Shui alone to supply the demand. Had it not been for this, it was conceivable that Xiao Shui could have remained in seclusion until the next spring. At this moment, the cave where Xiao Shui resided was encased in a thick layer of ice. Suddenly a faint red glow flickered behind the ice, and with a resounding bang, the ice covering the entrance to his cave shattered. Propelled by the force of the fire manipulation technique, sending ice chunks flying several dozen meters away, in no time a figure shot out from the cave, glancing back at the waterfall that had once again concealed the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shui summoned the wind manipulation technique and surged toward Lanling City. Arriving in an instant, he swiftly blended into the crowd, making his way directly to Yangchun Tower. No sooner had he entered than someone from the throng called out, "Daoist Wu, it has been a while." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui turned to find Wang Shan amidst the crowd. "Daoist Wang, I hope all is well," Xiao Shui replied. The two exchanged pleasantries, with Wang Shan exclaiming, "Congratulations, my friend, how splendid!" Xiao Shui responded, "Is it not you who has broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, achieving 2 breakthroughs in a year? There's no need for you to envy me. I should be the one envying you, Wang Shan replied. My progress has come at the cost of my life. I plan to find a safe place to cultivate in seclusion for a while. As they continued their polite conversation, they made their way to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the bustling hall on the fourth floor, Xiao Shui and Wang Shan found a seat by the window, brewed a pot of rich spiritual tea, and began to converse. Xiao Shui inquired, Taoist Wang, you previously mentioned hunting demonic beasts in the wilderness. Could you share more details? Although I have heard of them, I have never seen one with my own eyes, and you have even accomplished such a feat. Wang Shan, understanding Xiao Shui's curiosity, lamented, if you are interested in hunting demonic beasts, I must say it is not a glorious endeavor. It is merely a life lived on the edge, and I do not have the capability to hunt beasts alone. I simply joined a relatively reliable team for such hunts, you may not know. But while hunting in the wilderness can be lucrative, demonic beasts are far from benign. One's life can easily be exchanged for that of a beast. To pursue this path, one must risk their life. As cultivators like us, without connections or influence, and lacking decent talent, it is quite disheartening. To be honest, I was gravely injured while hunting and barely escaped with my life, leaving me somewhat disabled. At least I managed to earn a decent sum and won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a while. Wang Shan sighed, his gaze drifting out the window. Sitting quietly across from Xiao Shui, he fell silent. Initially, Xiao Shui had been astonished by Wang Shan's rapid advancement, not taking his remark about risking his life seriously. Yet now it was evident. To traverse 2 minor realms in a single year was indeed enviable, yet Xiao Shui couldn't help but notice Wang Shan's empty left hand, which stirred a restless feeling within him. Wang Shan continued to vent his frustrations, and Xiao Shui, as a listener, proved to be quite competent. Wang Shan was eager to share, and so they engaged in a lengthy conversation, with Wang Shan finally expressing all his pent-up frustrations. After listening to Wang Shan's tales of the wilderness, Xiao Shui's curiosity was piqued. He then asked, Brother Wang, given that the wilderness borders the territory of the demon race, is the likelihood of encountering powerful demon clans high? Have you ever encountered them? Wang Shan, upon hearing Xiao Shui's question, replied, No, high-level demon clans mostly remain in seclusion, having no time to concern themselves with us lowly chi refinement cultivators, while there are certainly powerful beasts deeper in the wilderness. The edge is dominated by low-level cultivators and beasts clashing. Cultivators slay beasts for their cores, while demons devour human cultivators to solidify their own advancement. It's as natural as a snake eating a frog or an eagle catching a snake. In summary, it is a simple matter of the strong devouring the weak. Are you, Taoist Wu, perhaps considering a trip to the wilderness? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui chuckled, The wilderness is not suited for me. I would rather focus on my own cultivation. Wang Shan, having already discerned Xiao Shui's intentions, chose not to press the matter further. After a brief exchange, Xiao Shui bid farewell to Wang Shan, stating, Taoist Wang, I have some matters to attend to. We shall meet again tonight for a secret transaction. Wang Shan, hearing Xiao Shui's farewell, rose and clasped his hands, watching as Xiao Shui departed, leaving Yangchun Tower at Xiao Shui, with the ghostly lantern grass in tow, began to navigate through various gathering spots of cultivators in Lanling City. Given the high quality of his ghostly lantern grass and the ongoing gathering of cultivators, selling it was hardly a concern. After several transactions, he managed to exchange it for nearly 60 spirit stones. After a day of bustling activity, Xiao Shui earned nearly half of his total worth, amounting to over 100 spirit stones. With his efforts, he had nearly exhausted the demand for ghostly lantern grass among the cultivators of Lanling City. However, Xiao Shui was not in a rush to sell, knowing that these would fetch a higher price in larger markets like Wushan. At this moment, Xiao Shui was poised to capitalize on his profits, feeling confident about the impending secret trading event. Soon, he joined the crowd heading toward the location of the clandestine transaction. The chosen location for this gathering was a secluded enclave for cultivators in Lanling City. Xiao Shui was filled with anticipation for this trading event. As the fair commenced, she managed to acquire only a single vial of healing elixir, lamentably missing out on the coveted array materials and precious pills that could enhance her spiritual power or break through her current limitations. However, she did procure some ingredients for a heart-nourishing pill, as well as a second-hand compendium on cultivation that detailed the customs and traditions of various regions. The summary within could be described as a hodgepodge of information, encompassing a myriad of topics. One moment, it mentioned that bones from a certain magical beast could be used for forging, and the next, it would delve into the myths surrounding that very creature. The eclectic nature of the text was indeed fitting, yet it also afforded Xiao Shui a deeper understanding of the intricacies of the cultivation world. She mused to herself how she had overlooked such valuable resources before. At the end of the clandestine trading fair, the cultivators were free to engage in commerce amongst themselves. Regrettably, Joshua did not encounter the malevolent cultivator from the previous year. Had she done so, her current financial standing would have certainly enabled her to indulge in extensive purchases. Chapter 27, Blood Battle. On the outskirts of Lanling. Upon exiting the secret trading event, Joshua sensed something amiss. On her way back, two individuals were tailing her. She maneuvered through Lanling City, shifting her position continuously, yet her pursuers clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. After several changes in her location among various congregations of cultivators, she finally halted at Wanyu Tower, another haven for practitioners. Standing at the entrance, she observed the two who had been shadowing her relentlessly. Joshua thought to herself, I doubt you two would dare to act in such a public space. Although uncertain of their intentions, such prolonged following could only signify ill intentions. She pondered over her modest display of wealth at the clandestine fair, having purchased merely a single vial of healing elixir and a tattered book. With an unyielding gaze, she stood outside Wanyu Tower, fixated on the two individuals, who mirrored her stance. Soon, they approached her, and the foremost among them addressed her. We know who you are, Wu Joshua, do we not? Joshua retorted curtly, there are many acquaintances in Lanling City who know me well. If you have business, speak plainly. The two exchanged glances, and the leading figure adopted a more assertive tone. We need to discuss the matter of the ghost lantern grass. The price you set has caused unnecessary disruption among the cultivators of Lanling City. Your pricing is far too low. Others are aware of the high quality and low cost of your ghost lantern grass. How are we practitioners who rely on this for our livelihood to survive? If you wish to sell your ghost lantern grass in Lanling City, you cannot employ a strategy of thin margins and high volume. You must price it similarly to us, or cease sales altogether. Otherwise, we will have to ask you to leave Lanling City. Joshua eyed the two with uncertainty and replied nonchalantly, I will consider the matter of the ghost lantern grass. She then attempted to turn away. However, as they sensed her intention to leave, the two closed in on her. Realizing she was cornered, Joshua swiftly devised a plan and dashed into Wanyu Tower, with the two in hot pursuit. At this moment, Joshua declared, Do you intend to attack me within Wanyu Tower? You ought to consider the owner of this establishment. Hesitating momentarily at her words, one of them soon unleashed a whip of lightning, attempting to drag her out of the tower. Just as the lightning whip was about to ensnare her, Joshua instantly summoned her protective barrier with the utmost speed. The lightning whip coiled tightly around her oval-shaped barrier, and her assailant exerted force, trying to pull her out of Wanyu Tower, causing Joshua to stumble. Yet she quickly regained her footing, only for the other assailant to deliver a punch imbued with purple light directly against her barrier, followed by a relentless barrage of punches. In that moment, Joshua steeled herself, her courage ignited. As the punches rained down upon her like a tempest, she retaliated with the fire control technique, launching several fireballs, each the size of a millstone, toward her attackers. The two hastily activated their protective barriers, narrowly evading the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Joshua broke free from her restraints and unleashed another wave of fireballs. Just as she prepared to cast another spell, an overwhelming aura emanated from within Wanyu Tower, enveloping the three combatants in an instant. The commotion had drawn the attention of other cultivators within the tower, who emerged to observe the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, a figure clad in resplendent robes soared into view, bellowing at the three, You three, get out of here. When did this place become your playground? Leave at once. Upon hearing this, Joshua and her adversaries immediately ceased their conflict. Turning to the elder who had appeared, recognizing him as a foundational cultivator, Joshua bowed respectfully. Junior has a reason for this matter. Before she could elaborate, the elder delivered a swift kick to her, sending her staggering and unceremoniously ejecting her from Wanyu Tower. The other two were similarly dealt with, thrown out of the tower with force. The elder seized the collars of the two, slamming them onto the ground. Just as Joshua attempted to rise, she found herself pinned down by the elder's foot. Despite her desire to explain, the other two also tried to recount the events to the elder. However, before they could finish, he interrupted them with an impatient tone. What nonsense! I won't hear it. Just pay for the damages caused during your ruckus inside the tower. Reluctantly, the three complied and settled the matter with coin. Having been extorted by the elder, they were warned, if you dare to step foot in Wanyu Tower again, I assure you, you won't see the light of day tomorrow. And now leave, if you wish to fight to the death. So be it. With that, the elder soared back into the tower, leaving Joshua and her two pursuers standing in the cold wind. Acutely aware of their impotence against a higher-tier practitioner, cultivators peered out from Wanyu Tower. Intrigued by the trio on the street exchanging glances, Xiaoshui and her companions swiftly reignited their conflict. This time, Xiaoshui took the initiative, unleashing tendrils of spiritual energy toward her adversaries. In the midst of evading, they seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of spells toward her. Realizing the imminent threat, Xiaoshui acted decisively, conjuring a spiritual shield to absorb the incoming attacks. The spells collided with her barrier, but Xiaoshui remained aware that even if she triumphed over them, the surrounding cultivators might harbor ulterior motives. Should her spiritual energy be depleted, she would be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block. Resolving to escape the dire situation, she fully harnessed her wind control technique and fled toward the outskirts of Lanling City. Her pursuers, witnessing her retreat, hastily employed their spells to give chase. Spectators pointed and whispered as Xiaoshui fled, while some sinister cultivators hastily joined the pursuit, eager to profit from the chaos. A handful of onlookers, driven by greed, followed suit, embodying the adage that men perish for wealth and birds for food. An elderly cultivator among the crowd remarked thoughtfully, "Natural disasters pale in comparison to man-made calamities." At this point, Xiaoshui had already fled beyond the confines of Lanling City, yet her two pursuers remained hot on her heels, determined to capture her that very day. Realizing the peril she faced, Xiaoshui unleashed her fire control technique once more, directing fireballs toward her relentless pursuers in an attempt to slow their advance. However, her assailants deftly evaded her fiery projectiles with ease. Seeing little progress, Xiaoshui understood that a desperate battle was unavoidable. She directed her flight toward a nearby lake, situated over 60 miles from Lanling City, where the expansive vista offered her a measure of safety from potential ambushes. Landing upon the frozen surface of the lake, she surveyed the expanse, which stretched 600 or 700 feet in diameter. Shortly after, her pursuers arrived above the icy lake, poised to confront her without hesitation. They unleashed a series of spells, striking at Xiaoshui with the intent to end her life there and then. In a swift response, Xiaoshui summoned her spiritual shield to defend against the incoming barrage. The assault crashed into her barrier, engulfing her in a tempest of magical energy that shattered both her protective barrier and the ice beneath her, just as she was about to be submerged in the lake. Xiaoshui discreetly whispered incantations over a piece of yellow paper and cast it into the depths of the water. To her pursuers, it appeared as though she had been consumed by the explosive aftermath of the spells. Her fate uncertain. As the two individuals observed intently, they suddenly spotted a figure, swift as a bolt of lightning, bursting forth from the remnants of the explosion. At this moment, Xiaoshui emerged, enveloped in a protective aura of spiritual energy. Her limbs and every bone hardened to the resilience of steel by the technique known as Spring's Chill, allowing her to withstand the might of the two rogues. No longer hesitant, Xiaoshui immediately unleashed the malevolent magical technique. Blood Summoning Palm. Standing upon the icy surface, she forcefully expelled a copious amount of blood, which hung suspended before her and transformed into two ghastly, blood-red spectral hands, with a mere glance directed at the two figures hovering above. The blood-red hands, as if imbued with sentience, surged forth like twin scarlet bolts of lightning towards the individuals suspended high in the air. Upon witnessing Xiaoshui's magical prowess, which was unmistakably of the dark arts, the two assailants immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and dared not underestimate her. Hovering in mid-air, they had no time to evade and hastily shielded themselves with their spiritual energy, augmenting it with various defensive techniques. Yet, the blood-red hands, swift as lightning, crashed into their defensive spells. To their astonishment, the points of impact quickly became tainted and disintegrated under the assault of the blood-red hands. Revealing the utter inadequacy of their ordinary defenses, the hands swiftly breached their barriers, leaving the duo aghast as they realized their protection was as flimsy as paper before this malevolent force. Although Xiaoshui's blood-summoning palm consumed a significant amount of her spiritual energy in breaching their defenses, causing a marked decrease in speed, the moment the blood-red hands made contact with any living being, they would burrow into the flesh like maggots, tainting and eroding every inch of the victim's skin and magical essence, ultimately converting the assailant's power for their own use. The attacked individuals would inevitably be reduced to nothing more than a pool of crimson ichor. Seeing their defenses effortlessly pierced by Xiaoshui's onslaught, one of the two immediately resolved to counterattack, attempting to annihilate the pursuing blood-red hands. While evading their advance in mid-air, he conjured a serpent of purple lightning, hurling it towards the spectral hands. In an instant, the blood-red hands collided with the purple lightning serpent, intertwining in a spectacular display. Soon, the two attacks fused, creating a mesmerizing purple-red energy orb, which swiftly grew unstable before erupting in a violent explosion. Bolts of lightning mingled with splashes of blood, scattering in all directions, and a spray of blood droplets inadvertently struck the eyes of the cultivator who had unleashed the lightning serpent, the moment the blood splattered into his eyes. He felt an intense burning sensation, which quickly morphed into a painful sting as the remnants of Choshue's blood droplets invaded his body, beginning to corrupt his flesh and devour his magical essence. Before long, the invasion rendered him unconscious, and he plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the frozen lake's surface with a sound akin to that of mud hitting the ground. Almost immediately, his body began to bubble ominously upon impact, melting a hole through the ice before ceasing its grotesque movements. At this moment, Joshua, her lips pale and face weakened from exerting the blood-summoning palm, gazed at the body sinking into the icy abyss and coldly remarked, "Foolish self-deceiver." The combination of her frail visage and eerie smile was profoundly unsettling. I in the air, the other individual, witnessing the horrific demise of his companion at the hands of Choshue's dark magic, felt a chill run down his spine. The sight of Choshue's sinister expression filled him with dread. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of defensive spells, each time the pursuing blood-summoning palm eroded his defenses. Its power diminished dramatically until it vanished entirely. At this juncture, the individual had lost his will to fight, his heart filled with trepidation, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Suddenly 5 streaks of escape light appeared on the horizon. Observing this, the combatant adjusted his course northwest in an attempt to evade the 5 newcomers, only to find 3 of them pursuing him relentlessly, igniting a fierce battle in mid-air to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the other 2 charged directly towards Joshua, who, having sensed the impending arrival of 5 escape lights, initially contemplated retreat. However, upon realizing that 2 of the lights were unhesitatingly advancing towards her, she had no choice but to confront them. As the 2 figures approached, preparing to engage Joshua, a dark, ghostly figure erupted from beneath the fractured ice, lunging at one of the escape lights. Seizing the opportunity, Joshua, at great cost, expelled 2 more mouthfuls of her vital blood, transforming them into 4 blood-red hands, which surged towards the 2 escape lights. One of the assailants, caught unawares, was brutally struck by the long-hidden malevolent spirit, which pierced through his heart, while simultaneously being struck atop his head by Joshua's blood-red hands, resulting in his immediate demise. The other, witnessing this horrific scene, wasted no time in employing a peculiar secret technique, igniting himself in green flames. He manipulated the emerald fire to clash against Joshua's magical technique. Managing to hold his ground momentarily, however, it was not long before 2 consecutive blood-summoning palms struck him. As he saw his green flames being extinguished by the blood-red hands, he wasted no time in fleeing, with Joshua's spectral hands trailing closely behind. Seizing this moment, Joshua harnessed her escape light, darting towards the distant horizon in a bid for survival. Casting a glance behind her and finding no pursuers, Joshua finally breathed a sigh of relief, circling back to her hidden lair in the mass grave. Yet, upon her return, she found herself still trembling from the harrowing battle. The exertion of the dark magical technique had drained a considerable amount of her vital essence. Leaving her in a weakened state, Joshua took several healing pills, procured from a clandestine trade, with trembling hands, forcing herself to endure her fatigue as she sat upon a stone platform, channeling her energy to recuperate and gradually absorbing the medicinal properties of the pills. While Joshua was recuperating in her lair, several other fierce conflicts erupted on the lake's surface, characterized by ruthless individuals seeking to exploit the weak. The essence of this fierce struggle was merely a contest of who appeared more vulnerable, as some nefarious beings seized the opportunity to kill and plunder, resulting in the deaths of 7 or 8 cultivators before the perilous battle finally came to an end. Amidst the tension of the skirmishes, Joshua had previously instructed her malevolent spirit to lurk beneath the water, poised to ambush any cultivators who fell into the lake. Seizing their belongings and absorbing their souls, the spirit diligently executed Joshua's command, successfully acquiring 4 storage bags and the souls of 4 cultivators. However, when it attempted to seize a 5th, it was discovered by the battling cultivators. The latter, enraged to learn that their hard-fought kills had inadvertently benefited the lurking malevolence, retaliated with ferocity, nearly annihilating Joshua's spirit on the spot. Fortunately, the spirit, possessing considerable cunning, evaded capture after sustaining severe injuries, retreating to the depths of the lake to wait for an opportune moment to escape. It remained hidden there for several months, during which the cultivators never ceased their relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, they refrained from disclosing the existence of the malevolent spirit and its treasures, knowing that the more individuals who were aware, the greater the threat to their own safety. However, as the months dragged on, their patience began to wane, and gradually some abandoned the hunt. The malevolent spirit, having observed the gradual abandonment of the lake by the cultivators, chose to remain hidden for an additional month before finally resurfacing. This demonstrated its considerable intelligence. 4 months, Joshua had been diligently healing, and last night, her spirit finally returned, bringing with it a significant bounty, a collection of well-filled storage bags. Joshua, upon seeing the 4 bags before her, was filled with exhilaration, reflecting on the suffering and trials she had endured over the past months. At last, her tribulations bore fruit, as she acquired the belongings of these unfortunate souls. Since learning of the existence of storage bags among cultivators, Joshua had long desired one for her own use. Now, she was presented with 4 to choose from, each containing the entirety of a cultivator's wealth. With eager anticipation, Joshua hastily opened a pale green storage bag. Such bags, belonging to low-tier cultivators, were relatively easy to access. She poured the contents onto the stone platform where she meditated. Upon inspection, she found spirit stones. Cultivation techniques, various herbs, several intricately drawn array diagrams on parchment, and an assortment of peculiar vials. Notably, the herbs were in abundance. Joshua gathered a total of 151 spirit stones, setting aside the array diagrams as they held no relevance to her current circumstances. However, some of the array materials proved to be quite beneficial. After a thorough examination, she found she had more than enough materials to set up the watering gathering array, along with 2 precious array plates. Joshua had heard much about these plates, which facilitated the convenient arrangement of arrays. By inscribing the necessary formations onto these plates, she could carry an array with her at all times. If applied to her watering gathering array, it would greatly enhance her capabilities, and the prospect of portability filled Joshua with immense joy. Although both formations on these 2 arrays were laid out by the former master, they could be easily erased with a little time, rendering them usable by Joshua. Subsequently, Joshua examined the various bottles and jars, most of which contained seemingly semi-finished alchemical materials. It was evident that the original owner had a remarkable proficiency in the art of alchemy. These semi-finished materials were concocted from dozens of herbs, and it was likely that just a few could be thrown into a furnace to commence the alchemical process immediately, holding considerable value. Selling them for spirit stones would certainly be more profitable. The remaining porcelain vials contained mostly finished elixirs, including those that solidify the foundation and nourish the vital essence, as well as 2 bottles that enhanced magical power. Although these 2 elixirs bore different names, their effects were largely similar, both serving to augment one's magical prowess. Additionally, there was a plethora of herbs, most of which were unrefined and in their most primitive floral and arboreal states. To concoct elixirs, they needed to be purified into liquid form. Joshua had even heard that higher-grade herbs could be refined into energy states for alchemical use. Finally, there was the foundational manual of the master's primary cultivation technique, a basic metal attribute technique, which was not suitable for Joshua. She was more interested in whether the master's unique secret arts could be utilized by her. However, upon perusal, she indeed discovered several immensely powerful secret techniques, only to feel regret that these techniques required the metal attribute cultivation method to be executed. At this point, Joshua had no choice but to resign herself. Next, she turned her gaze to the remaining 3 storage bags, her face glowing with excitement as she eagerly opened another one. Before her lay 7 fist-sized packages, wrapped in layers of talismans resembling ores. Joshua could hardly contain her eagerness to unwrap one. Just as she began to peel it open, she felt a surge of vast spiritual energy emanating from it. At that moment, Joshua realized she had truly stumbled upon a significant treasure. Though she had yet to fully unwrap it, she was already convinced it was the fabled mid-grade spirit stone. A single mid-grade spirit stone was worth more than 100 ordinary spirit stones. Realizing this, Joshua halted her efforts to open it further, knowing that the spiritual energy of a mid-grade spirit stone far surpassed that of ordinary stones by 100-fold and required special talismans to suppress its energy loss. Most crucially, these mid-grade spirit stones could aid cultivators in the crafting of magical artifacts, hence no one would use them as mere ordinary spirit stones. They were primarily utilized for artifact forging and the arrangement of large formations, and even high-level cultivators kept them as essential items for emergencies. It was astonishing that a mere chi refining stage cultivator like Joshua had managed to come across 7 of them. She quickly set aside the 7 mid-grade spirit stones and couldn't help but feel anticipation about the remaining treasures. Joshua hurriedly inspected the other treasures, and rather than examining each one individually, she dumped everything onto the ground in one go. The contents of the storage bag were not as bountiful as she had imagined. There was only a broken battle knife and several ores radiating a faint tricolored glow. along with a basic compendium on artifact forging. Upon seeing this, Joshua finally realized that the owner of the storage bag must have intended to repair this artifact, as there were no basic healing elixirs among the items. It appeared the owner had invested all their efforts into restoring this damaged battle knife, which was why the storage bag contained not only 7 precious mid-grade spirit stones but also 4 ores that looked far from ordinary. Along with the basic artifact forging manual, Joshua picked up the damaged battle knife and examined it closely. The knife was straight and jet black, its blade resembling obsidian, polished to a mirror-like sheen. The overall form of the weapon resonated deeply with Joshua's preferences, making her quite enamored. However, it was unfortunate that the knife was only half intact, despite her meticulous search among the scattered ores for the other half of the blade. She found nothing. Joshua gripped the knife, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a faint glow. When she lightly touched the blade with her finger, the knife flashed coldly, leaving a precise cut on her fingertip, leaving Joshua astounded by its sharpness. Upon carefully inspecting the knife's attributes, Joshua quickly realized that its properties were entirely incompatible with her own. It was authentically a soil attribute weapon, vastly different from her own elemental affinity. Had it been a water attribute knife, she could have wielded it with considerable efficacy, yet alas, it was not. Joshua pondered the classification of magical artifacts, gazing at the knife for quite some time without discerning its true nature. However, she surmised that since the storage bag's owner had invested significantly in repairing this weapon, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Regrettably, Joshua was unable to harness this weapon for her own use. Looking at the scattered precious ores meant for repairing the knife, none were recognizable to Joshua, but she suspected they could fetch a handsome price of soul. At that moment, an unusual thought crossed her mind: would repairing this knife be more advantageous for her? Joshua realized that the selling price of the restored weapon could potentially far exceed the value of these ores. However, she quickly dismissed the idea of repairing the knife, knowing that it would certainly require the mid-grade spirit stones. With that thought, she hastily opened the remaining 2 storage bags, pouring their contents onto the ground. Upon careful examination of the 2 storage bags, Joshua discovered a total of 1,081 spirit stones. Having been accustomed to scarcity, the sudden influx of wealth caused her to break into a broad smile, nearly reaching her ears. The old adage rings true: killing for treasure is indeed a reality. The ancients did not deceive me. Even in Laneying City, where I made a meager living from ghost lantern grass, I could never amass such wealth. In addition to the over 1,000 spirit stones, the storage bag contains several elixirs that were beneficial for nourishing the vital essence and enhancing cultivation. Unfortunately, the cultivation methods practiced by the previous owners were contrary to Joshua's own, and most of the secret techniques were complementary to their cultivation paths, making them unusable without their corresponding methods. There were also resources Joshua could neither recognize nor utilize. Gazing at the precious cultivation resources before her, Joshua felt an overwhelming confidence in her pursuit of higher realms. Her first task was to complete the arrangement of the watering gathering formation in the cave to assist in accelerating her cultivation. Joshua selected the necessary materials for the formation and prepared to set it up. At that moment, she hesitated, eyeing the 4 empty storage bags before her. She chose a purple one, feeling that the color suited her well, and filled it with important and daily needed cultivation resources. The remaining materials were divided between the other 2 bags, which soon became bulging with contents. Finally, Joshua glanced at the last pale yellow storage bag, which she casually tucked into her pocket. Seated on it, Joshua retrieved the earlier array and, after 2 days of effort, managed to erase the original owner's formation from one of the arrays. She then spent over 10 more days and considerable materials to inscribe the watering gathering formation onto the array. Now, as she observed the formation, she infused it with spiritual energy and tossed it into the sky. The array spun above her head, erupting in a burst of purple light, transforming from solid to ethereal, and forming a grand formation within her cave. At this point, Joshua inserted the spirit stones into the formation, causing it to begin operating smoothly. Soon, the cave itself transformed, becoming a focal point for the surrounding 10 miles of yin energy, which began to align systematically, gradually converging towards Joshua's abode. It was as if her cave had become a sanctuary for this accumulation of yin energy. Joshua opened every pore in her body, reveling in the exquisite sensation of yin energy flowing into her. As one with a yin spiritual root, the assistance of the formation was akin to adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, if she did not delve into intensive cultivation, it would not be Joshua. She immersed herself in the sublime experience of cultivation, lost in a trance, dreaming as the seasons changed. 3 years passed, and Joshua showed no signs of emerging from her seclusion. During these 3 years, apart from her cultivation, she spent several days each month crafting nourishing heart elixirs, which she entrusted to Lucian for sale, using the profits to purchase high-quality ghost lantern grass and to have Lucian procure living humans for her, refining them into high-quality spiritual entities. By the end, she filled all 15 of her yellow talismans with spiritual entities, each comparable to a chi refining stage cultivator. This was not to say that these entities could only reach the chi refining stage. Rather, Joshua intentionally suppressed their power. Despite controlling them with binding techniques, she dared not be careless. A single misstep could lead to calamity, leaving her with no refuge for her sorrow. In truth, without Lucian gathering living individuals and crafting spiritual entities for her, Joshua would have had to emerge from seclusion countless times to gather the necessary resources. This arrangement had significantly saved her time. Overall, Joshua was quite satisfied with Lucian's capabilities. Over the years, the nourishing heart elixirs provided to him, despite being only 37% effective, had nonetheless allowed Lucian to amass considerable wealth, quietly establishing himself as a hidden magnate in Laniying City. Over the course of these 3 years, Joshua devoted nearly all her time to diligent cultivation. Relying on the economic magical power from the 4 storage bags, along with the breakthrough elixirs, and the assistance of the Shuayin Gathering Evil formation, Joshua's cultivation level has ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of chi refinement. Poised to step into the 8th layer at any moment, however, through her reliance on elixirs over these 3 years, Joshua has also recognized the drawbacks of such dependence, as her body has accumulated a considerable amount of toxicity from the elixirs, validating the age-old adage that medicines can be 3 parts poison. At this moment, she realized the severity of her situation. Her meridians were clogged with the toxins, and just as she was preparing to break through to the 8th layer, she immediately ceased her elixir consumption and cultivation. Joshua understood the gravity of her predicament and took several days to peruse various texts on immortality cultivation. Indeed, she found records detailing the adverse effects of prolonged reliance on elixirs. At that moment, Joshua lamented her own lack of diligence in studying, wishing she had explored more texts. The comprehensive guide indicated that if a cultivator relies too heavily on elixirs for an extended period, leading to a buildup of elixir toxins within the body, they must promptly cease their dependence on elixirs. However, even if a cultivator succumbs to elixir toxicity, there is no need for alarm. As long as the toxicity has not penetrated the marrow, a long period of seclusion and hard work will suffice, allowing the cultivator to gradually expel the toxins with each breath of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this process will be lengthy, during which time it is advisable to avoid elixirs to prevent the toxicity from becoming ingrained in the bones. Upon reading this, Joshua felt a sense of relief, grateful that the situation was merely precarious rather than dire. As long as she persisted in her arduous training, she could safely navigate this tribulation. Joshua's greatest strength lies in her capacity for hard work, and without hesitation, she plunged into an extended period of rigorous training, with the seasons changing from spring to autumn over the course of 7 years. Apart from the incident of elixir toxicity 4 years prior, the remaining time was solely devoted to unadulterated hard work. During these 4 years, Joshua's magical power steadily advanced, although the prospect of breaking through to the 8th layer of chi refinement seemed distant without the aid of elixirs. Her internal magical energy became increasingly pure and robust, no longer resembling the superficial strength she exhibited 4 years ago. Despite still harboring a small amount of elixir toxicity within her, its impact on Joshua had diminished to negligible levels. Even so, Joshua resolved not to resort to elixirs for cultivation again unless the toxicity was entirely purged. Otherwise, she would never again rely on elixirs. As the seasons turned once more over 3 years, Joshua's elixir toxicity finally vanished completely. At this juncture, her magical power was ripe for a breakthrough to the 8th layer of chi refinement. However, Joshua hesitated to make the leap and chose not to utilize elixirs for this purpose. Instead, she planned to compress her internal magical energy repeatedly until she could no longer contain it. This was not an act of overindulgence but rather a strategic decision she had gleaned from her studies in the comprehensive guide. If a cultivator accumulates excessive magical energy at a certain level, it will greatly ease their transition to the next level, thereby laying a more solid foundation for future advancements. In recent days, Joshua, the fervent cultivator, had not been sequestered in seclusion. Rather, she began to delve into various texts within the realm of immortality cultivation. Although the so-called comprehensive guide claimed to encompass all knowledge of the cultivation world, it was but a fanciful notion to expect a single volume to encapsulate the entirety of such vast wisdom. Zhou Shui diligently studied this guide alongside the foundational text on artifact refinement she had previously acquired. Over the course of 10 to 15 days, she immersed herself in these texts, while she could not claim to have mastered them entirely. She had certainly absorbed around 70 to 80% of their content, yet these 2 volumes failed to satiate her insatiable thirst for knowledge, epitomizing the truth in the saying that one laments their limited resources only when the time to study arrives. Zhou Shui was not simply reading, she was also contemplating her next steps. In a place as small as Lanling City, her aspirations could not be fulfilled. While basic cultivation resources might suffice, advancing her skills in such a quaint locale was nothing short of a pipe dream. This realization prompted her to consider leaving Lanling City to explore the broader cultivation world. Once this thought took root, her focus on training wavered. Engaging in a meager trade of ghost lantern grass in Lanling City could not possibly satisfy her ambitions. Stagnation and isolation were antithetical to Zhou Shui's principles. In reflecting on this, she recalled Lu Shilu and sighed, Shilu, if only you possessed a spirit root, you could cultivate alongside me in the pursuit of immortality. And together we could relish in boundless freedom. Days later, Zhou Shui met with Elshin in Lanling City to retrieve her share of ghost lantern grass. Subsequently, she journeyed northward, with her sights set on Wushan. Months later, near Wushan, 2 beams of light sped towards the mountain point. One of the individuals within the light remarked, "Brother Wu, look below. That is Wushan. This time, our Chime sect is recruiting disciples here. As long as you sincerely wish to join. With my recommendation and a small sacrifice on your part, you will easily gain entry into the Chime sect. Age and aptitude are not obstacles. Moreover, the elder conducting the selection here has a close relationship with my family. Even if he overlooks me, he will still consider my father's reputation with my endorsement. How could you possibly be denied entry into the Chime sect? And let me tell you, Brother Wu, do not disclose that it was I who informed you. Elder Yu is notoriously greedy, he won't lift a finger without a profit. Just think, a life spent consumed by material wealth is quite dull, don't you agree, Brother Wu?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui feigned nonchalance and replied, "Indeed, while money holds its importance, it pales in comparison to the thrill of righting wrongs and the joy of camaraderie, fine wine, poetry, and the company of beautiful souls. Such base materialism should be left to those of a mundane disposition. What do you say, friend Xiao?" To this, the cultivator opposite her, Xiao Qingma, nodded in vigorous agreement, exclaiming, "Truly, the ancients do not deceive. Kindred spirits are rare to find, Brother Wu. We are like the fabled bond between Emotianjun and Kai Su." Zhou Shui, somewhat perplexed, he inquired, "Are Emotianjun and Kai Su also disciples of your esteemed sect? What is their level of cultivation?" Xiao Qingma erupted into laughter, saying, "Brother Wu, have you not read any books? Do you not know the legendary tale of Emotianjun and Kai Su? Their bond is well known and revered throughout the cultivation world. You must have dozed off during your studies." Witnessing Xiao Qingma's unabashed laughter, Zhou Shui remained unperturbed and responded in a friendly tone, "Then I must ask, dear friend Xiao, to enlighten me. I have never heard of the tale of Emotianjun and Kaisu. Please do share. At this, Xiao Qingma replied, "Brother Wu, there is no need for such formality. You are a good person. But your excessive politeness makes it feel as though we are not true brothers. Sometimes I sense a barrier between us. If you genuinely consider me a brother, there is no need for such formality. Brothers should be honest and open with one another. You may call me Xiao, and I shall call you Wu. How does that sound?" Feigning bravado, Zhou Shui declared, "Since you, Xiao, have made such a suggestion, if I were to continue being overly polite, I would be failing to honor your sincerity and our bond." Xiao Qingma, pleased by this exchange, responded joyfully, "Excellent, excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you, Brother Wu. You are indeed a true brother to me." He then proceeded to recount the tale of Emotianjun and Kai Ce. As they conversed, they sped toward Wushan. Interestingly, Zhou Shui had met Xiao Qingma on her journey to Wushan, initially intending to remain inconspicuous while observing a group of cultivators engaged in a conflict in the forest, among whom was Xiao Qingma. Originally, Zhou Shui had planned to bide her time for an opportunity to profit from the discord, hoping to enrich her storage bags. However, she was utterly unprepared for the spectacle that unfolded before her, a battle where the outnumbered triumphed against the many. Featuring 2 foundational cultivators, Xiao Qingma, at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, valiantly faced 7 opponents, 2 of whom were foundational cultivators, while the remaining 5 were of comparable cultivation, yet armed with numerous magical artifacts and a repertoire of mystical techniques, including a certain manifestation of divine attributes. Xiao Qingma managed to hold his ground against the 7 adversaries. As time passed, however, Xiao Qingma was ultimately just an 11th layer Qi refinement cultivator, although he possessed ample elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy. The relentless onslaught from 7 opponents left him no opportunity to consume them. Despite this, he maintained his position through his formidable techniques and artifacts, had he not exhausted his spiritual energy in the end. It would have been impossible for his assailants to subdue him. Just when Qiushui believed the outcome was sealed, preparing to turn away, a mysterious divine attribute erupted from Qiu Qingma, manifesting a towering purple figure over 20 feet tall. The remaining 7, upon witnessing this, were struck with terror, and as they attempted to flee, the towering figure casually dispatched them into ashes with a mere flick. Witnessing the scene before him, Qiushui was left utterly astonished. His spirit almost fleeing in terror, the unfolding of events had far surpassed his comprehension. At that moment, as he gazed around, he found only Qiu Qingmo lying unconscious on the ground, while the 7 adversaries he had faced had long since been reduced to ashes. Leaving no trace in this world, yet, an insidious thought began to creep into Qiushui's mind. This young man undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background and must be in possession of invaluable treasures. Unable to suppress his greedy impulses, Qiushui felt an itch in his hands. Although he had no intention of taking the young man's life, he was exceedingly covetous of the treasures that adorned him. Just as he contemplated approaching, he recalled that the purple divine manifestation had only appeared after the youth fell unconscious. Could it be that his divine abilities had the power to autonomously defend against foes? With this thought, Qiushui hesitated, for if the young man truly possessed such self-defensive powers, then approaching recklessly would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. The purple divine manifestation had been the most formidable ability Qiushui had witnessed since embarking on his path of cultivation. Caught in indecision, Qiushui eventually devised a plan to send forth the malevolent spirit he possessed to test the waters. Swiftly, he unleashed the spirit to approach the unconscious Qiu Qingmo. As the spirit drew within several paces of him, a jade pendant at Qiu Qingmo's waist began to emit a radiant glow, forming a golden shield that encased him protectively. Noticing that the earlier purple divine manifestation did not retaliate against the spirit, Qiushui finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained astonished. Just who was this young man? The fact that a mere spirit could provoke the automatic activation of a protective artifact suggested that his identity was anything but ordinary. As Qiushui moved closer to inspect Qiu Qingmo, his eyes fell upon the ring adorning the young man's hand. Instantly, he deduced that it was a high-grade storage artifact. Just as he reached out to seize it, hesitation gripped him once more. After all, the previous encounter had shown that even a spirit was met with a protective artifact. If he were to brazenly steal the young man's possessions, he could only imagine the dire consequences awaiting him, and his life would surely be in jeopardy. Firmly convinced of his suspicions, Qiushui decided to assist Qiu Qingmo, gently lifting him and administering 2 pills that nourished and restored vitality. Watching as Qiu Qingmo instinctively swallowed them, Qiushui thought to himself, since brute force is futile, I shall appeal to your intellect. I shall wager that you are a grateful scion of wealth, and perhaps I can derive some benefit from this act of saving your life, a debt of gratitude that even someone like me would not take lightly. With that, Qiushui hoisted him onto his back and took to the winds. Departing into the night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the earth, while the chill wind caressed the landscape, causing the surrounding flora to glisten with frost. Near a cave by the riverside, Qiu Qingmo lay with his eyes gently closed, appearing as though in slumber. As Qiushui sparked a fire and settled down to meditate, he was suddenly stirred by 2 soft coughs, prompting him to glance at Qiu Qingmo. At that moment, Qiu Qingmo awakened, turning his gaze toward the crackling flames and the figure of Qiushui beside them, saying, "You saved me," just as he intended to speak further. A wave of intense pain surged through his body, cutting off his words as he struggled to prop himself up. Seeing this, Qiushui hurried to support him, saying, "You are gravely injured. You should find a secluded place to recuperate and refrain from moving about. Rest now, I shall keep watch tonight." Hearing this, Qiu Qingmo managed to utter a weak thank you, adding, "I have pills with me. My injuries will heal swiftly." At this, Qiushui observed as Qiu Qingmo clenched his hand, revealing several vials of pills. Qiu Qingmo consumed dozens of pills in quick succession, then sat by the fire, closing his eyes to absorb their healing properties. Meanwhile, Qiushui silently sat beside the fire, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To his astonishment, just a few hours later, Qiu Qingmo appeared revitalized, his recovery so remarkable that it could only be described as miraculous. The contrast between the Qiu Qingmo from mere hours prior and the one now was striking. Grateful for his life-saving intervention, Qiu Qingmo expressed profound appreciation, even contemplating a ceremony to bind their fates as sworn brothers. Though Qiu Shui declined, nonetheless, the two forged a brotherly bond. As Qiu Shui had never before visited Misty Mountain, he inquired about its whereabouts. Although Qiu Qingmo readily agreed to guide him, Qiu Shui soon discerned that Qiu Qingmo was rather unreliable, a reckless spirit, akin to a child reveling in mischief. Though he had promised to lead Qiu Shui to Misty Mountain, before long Qiu Qingmo began to indulge in frivolous escapades, leading them away from their intended path. Initially oblivious, Qiu Shui soon realized that Qiu Qingmo had taken him to the cities of mortals, provoking martial sects and attracting a host of skilled fighters eager to pursue them. Naturally, Qiu Qingmo easily dealt with these would-be assailants. Their antics escalated to brawls with ruffians in the marketplace, where while he never caused any fatalities, he delighted in teasing common folk and occasionally stirring trouble. On one occasion, while soaring through the skies above a village, they passed a river where two sisters were washing clothes by the banks. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qiu Qingmo stealthily approached the sisters to tease them. Qiu Shui could only follow and urge him to hasten their journey, warning him not to waste time. To his dismay, Qiu Qingmo ignored his counsel, instead humming lewd tunes and uttering inappropriate phrases. Unabashedly flaunting his bravado, seeing the two frightened girls akin to startled rabbits, Qiu Qingmo swelled with pride, boasting to Qiu Shui, his antics becoming increasingly outrageous, even declaring that he would take the sisters out for a night of revelry. Initially, the girls paid him no mind, dismissing him as just another brash rogue. However, when Qiu Qingmo, seeking greater thrill, laid his hands on one of their faces, the sisters were utterly terrified and fled back to the village. Witnessing this, Qiu Shui intended to admonish Qiu Qingmo once more, but the latter insisted on hastening their journey. Wu brother, you are truly dull. Why not enjoy the grandeur of the mountains and rivers instead of heading to that forsaken Misty Mountain? It would be far more delightful to frolic with me in the world. Just as Qiu Shui prepared to remonstrate further, the two girls returned, rallying a group of young men from the village. Armed with sticks and hoes, intent on teaching the two rascals a lesson. Realizing the approaching villagers, Qiu Shui urged, "Look, those girls have summoned the village men to teach us a lesson. We must leave quickly." However, his warnings fell on deaf ears. Qiu Qingmo grew increasingly exhilarated. From a distance, he began to taunt the villagers, engaging in this juvenile provocation, leaving Qiu Shui exasperated. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning Qiu Qingmo, but recalling the latter's debt of gratitude for saving his life, he dismissed the idea of leaving him behind. As the villagers, intent on reprimanding the two, witnessed the provocations from afar, their anger flared. They aimed to break the legs of these audacious youths and deliver them to the authorities for punishment. A surge of villagers rushed towards Qiu Shui and Qiu Qingmo, and in that moment, Qiu Qingmo seized Qiu Shui's arm, pulling him towards the river. Qiu Shui hesitated but ultimately followed. With Qiu Qingmo's feet submerged in the water, Qiu Shui utilized his powers to walk upon the surface, ensuring he did not sink. As they gradually crossed the river, throughout the crossing, Qiu Qingmo continued to provoke the villagers, who, due to the distance, were oblivious to Qiu Shui's magical passage. Once they reached the opposite bank, the villagers, realizing they could not pursue them into the water, resorted to hurling stones at the pair. This only fueled Qiu Qingmo's excitement further, as he too began to pick up stones and retaliate. In that moment, Qiu Qingmo reveled in the joy of mischief, finding immense delight, while Qiu Shui regarded this simple-hearted youth with a scrutinizing gaze, despite his penchant for brawling and teasing virtuous women. Qiu Shui discerned that Qiu Qingmo harbored no malice. His nature was that of a child at heart. The unfolding scene soon validated Qiu Shui's thoughts, while Qiu Qingmo engaged in a playful exchange of stones with the villagers. He inadvertently struck one villager on the head, causing a gory injury and eliciting cries of anguish. As the scene unfolded before Qiu Shui's eyes, Qiu Qingmo resembled a child who, having erred, feared punishment, flustered and at a loss. In a hasty bid to rectify the situation, he soared through the air, alighting beside the villager he had inadvertently harmed, offering apologies in a flurry. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I merely thought it would be amusing. I truly feel awful. Forgive me." Witnessing Qiu Qingmo's ability to fly, the other villagers were stricken with fear and quickly retreated. In a flurry, Qiu Qingmo retrieved a gourd from his storage artifact, administering the elixir within to the wounded villager. Miraculously, the injury healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Among the villagers who had initially witnessed Qiu Qingmo's aerial approach, one could not contain his alarm, exclaiming, "A demon! He is a demon! Everyone flee! He is a demon!" At the sound of these words, the villagers scattered like startled birds. Even the villager who had just been struck by Qiu Qingmo's mishap now regarded him with eyes filled with trepidation. shouting demon as he scrambled away. In stark contrast, Xiao Qingma gazed at the frightened villagers with a pitiable expression akin to that of a child, yet his countenance swiftly morphed into one of indignation. Devoid of madness, as he berated the villager who had branded him a demon, saying, "You ignorant peasants, what folly! I merely used a celestial remedy and demonstrated a celestial technique. I am an immortal, while you simple-minded country folk fail to recognize the brilliance before you." As his tirade escalated in fervor, Xiao Qingma began to stammer incoherently. Turning to Qiu Shui, he remarked, "Brother Wu, this is decidedly unamusing. Let us depart and seek merriment elsewhere." Witnessing Xiao Qingma's genuine ire for the first time, Qiu Shui understood that his companion was truly enraged. However, instead of offering comfort, Qiu Shui devised a clever ruse, saying, "You promised to take me to Misty Mountain. Yet here we are wandering aimlessly, with no sign of it. Clearly you are not a true brother." Initially flustered by this remark, Xiao Qingma soon realized that Qiu Shui was attempting to provoke him, and they began to jest and playfully banter. Before long, Qiu Shui adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Since you refuse to take me to Misty Mountain, then let us part ways here, brother Qiao." With a flourish, he summoned the wind and ascended skyward. In that moment, genuine panic seized Xiao Qingma, who quickly pursued him, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, what do you wish to do at Misty Mountain? What is so special about that place?" At last, Qiu Shui explained his intentions regarding Misty Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingma burst into laughter. "Oh, Brother Wu, you merely wish to procure some pills to enhance your magical prowess and break through your bottleneck. Such items are readily available in many locales. Here's the deal. Accompany me on my adventures, and I shall take you to those places. Moreover, I can lend you some money, but let it be clear that you must repay me. My family's wealth is not to be squandered." Delighted by this proposition, Qiu Shui thought, "How can I not have my way with you?" Thus Qiu Shui and Xiao Qingma embarked on their escapades, frequently visiting grand gathering places of cultivators, some of which far surpassed Misty Mountain. This allowed Qiu Shui to acquire numerous pills beneficial for enhancing his magical abilities and aiding in breakthroughs. Although he attempted to borrow spirit stones from Xiao Qingma during their travels, Xiao Qingma refused to lend him a single one, revealing that beneath his seemingly innocent and carefree exterior lay a mind astute enough to evade deception. In fact, Xiao Qingma had tricked Qiu Shui twice, first, claiming he would take him to Misty Mountain, and second, feigning willingness to lend him spirit stones, keeping Qiu Shui thoroughly ensnared. As time passed, their camaraderie flourished, and Qiu Shui reaped considerable rewards, laying a solid foundation for his subsequent seclusion and cultivation. However, during one encounter at a large gathering of cultivators, conflict erupted with other practitioners. It was evident that Xiao Qingma had instigated the quarrel, inadvertently dragging Qiu Shui into the fray. Fortunately, although a battle ensued, Qiu Shui emerged unscathed, albeit frustrated that he gained no tangible benefits from Xiao Qingma. Ultimately, Qiu Shui decided to directly address the matter of Xiao Qingma repaying his debt of gratitude. While Xiao Qingma did not resist the idea, he proposed that Qiu Shui join his sect instead of offering material compensation, leaving Qiu Shui feeling quite exasperated. After all, having accompanied Xiao Qingma for so long without receiving any practical benefit, he now faced the prospect of being drawn into his sect. However, upon further reflection, Qiu Shui realized that joining a sect could greatly enhance his cultivation. After all, compared to solitary practice, the allure of joining a sect was undeniable. Within a sect, one could receive guidance from esteemed mentors rather than toiling alone in obscurity. Although disciples must contribute to their sect, they also benefit from a stable cultivation environment, monthly resources, and the auspicious terrain of the sect's mountain. For a wandering cultivator like Qiu Shui, the prospect of joining a sect represented an irresistible opportunity. At that moment, he reassessed the young cultivator, Xiao Qingma, before him, setting aside the impressive strength and array of treasures he possessed. Qiu Shui began to understand that he had been sold out while counting his own coins, and now, facing the pitfall that Xiao Qingma had dug for him, Qiu Shui found himself unable to avoid it. He turned to Xiao Qingma and inquired, "May I ask, Brother Qiao, when might I receive the opportunity to join your sect in repayment of my kindness?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingma replied, "Joining a sect is not a matter to be rushed. Brother Wu, let us enjoy a few days of leisure together, reveling in the joys of life. There is no need to hurry. Joining a sect can wait." Faced with this response, Qiu Shui could only reluctantly follow Xiao Qingma in this so-called pursuit of earthly pleasures. Initially resistant to what he perceived as a waste of time, Qiu Shui soon found himself influenced by Xiao Qingma's carefree spirit. As he gazed upon the magnificent landscapes, he realized that in his relentless pursuit of cultivation, he had overlooked the breathtaking beauty surrounding him. This revelation almost caused him to falter. As a nameless wanderer, how could he afford to indulge in such pleasures? His lifespan was but a century. And without seeking the immortal path, he would merely become a skeleton in the earth after 100 years. Contemplating this, Xiao Shui cast a disdainful glance at the so-called wondrous landscapes, dismissing them as mere illusions. Without the prospect of immortality, he was but a transient passerby in this world. Only by seeking immortality and enlightenment could he discover the ultimate truth. With his resolve solidified, Xiao Shui firmly demanded that Qiao Qingma repay his kindness at once, either by allowing him to join his sect or by providing him with some cultivation resources to be on his way. Observing that Xiao Shui was in earnest, Qiao Qingma sighed and conceded, "Very well, since you insist, Brother Wu, I had previously vowed to repay your kindness, and I shall not make light of my promise. You wish to go to Misty Mountain, which is, in fact, the recruitment site for my sect, the Chime sect. I had no desire to go there, as I would be forced to return and face the old geezers who would surely drag me back. But since you have laid your intentions bare, let us proceed. I shall introduce you to the sect, which will surely simplify matters, given your age and aptitude." Thus, Xiao Shui and Qiao Qingma set forth on the path to Misty Mountain to join the Chime sect. In no time, they arrived at their destination. As Qiao Qingma recounted tales of Emotianjun and Kaisu, he gestured toward the mountain below, stating, "Brother Wu, behold Misty Mountain, there is nothing remarkable about it. The places I previously took you to far surpass this one. Were it not for your insistence on my repayment, I would not have come here, for I would merely be apprehended and forced to return. Losing the freedom I enjoy as a wandering immortal. To this, Xiao Shui chuckled and replied, "Brother Qiao, a promise is worth its weight in gold. You are indeed a man of your word. I am grateful to you for facilitating my entry into your esteemed sect." Listening to the flattering words of Xiao Shui, Qiao Qingma felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled how he had previously led them on a wild goose chase, wasting much time and even engaging in a skirmish that nearly left Xiao Shui seriously injured. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and changed the subject, saying, "Brother Wu, I happen to possess an item that I would like to give to you. After all, once I return home, it will surely be confiscated. It would be better for me to bestow this item upon you, allowing you to present it as a gift to Elder Yu. This way, you can also formally join the sect without the need for additional expenses." At this point, Xiao Qingma clenched his fingers, and a pearl the size of an egg, dark as ink, materialized in his palm, which he tossed towards Xiao Shui. Upon receiving the pearl, Xiao Shui examined it closely and curiously inquired, "Is this pearl a magical artifact? Is it intended for defense or offense? Does it have a name?" Without hesitation, Xiao Qingma replied, "This is the breath-hiding pearl. It serves neither for attack nor defense, but rather to conceal one's own presence. I acquired it from an auction at the Wulong sect, and it is of high quality, costing me quite a few spirit stones at the time. Since I am heading home now, it has become useless to me. So I might as well do you this favor, allowing you to join my Chime sect. At that moment, Xiao Shui half-jokingly suggested, "How about I take this breath-hiding pearl and part ways with you right here? What do you think?" Taking Xiao Shui's words seriously, Qiao Qingma, with a childlike disposition, immediately retorted, "That won't do. If Brother Wu does not join Chime sect, then you must return the pearl to me, whenever you decide to join. I will give it back to you." Hearing this, Xiao Shui chuckled and said, "Brother Qiao, I was merely jesting. You can't be serious. However, you have indeed calculated well, making me feel grateful to join the sect. And in the end, this pearl will likely return to your possession." Xiao Qingma quickly countered, Brother Wu, you have misunderstood me. Such words truly wound my heart. I never anticipated that you would think of me in such a light. I had previously likened us to Emotianjun and Kaisu, believing we could empathize with one another." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui quickly apologized, "I was measuring a gentleman with the mind of a petty person. I sincerely apologize, Brother Qiao, and I hope you can forgive my misunderstanding. That if you are truly upset, feel free to give me a couple of solid kicks to relieve your frustration." Without hesitation, Xiao Qingma raised his foot to kick Xiao Shui. But just as he was about to connect, Xiao Shui deftly dodged, and the two began to playfully tussle as they descended to the ground. Upon landing, they found themselves before a towering archway inscribed with the characters for Fog Mountain. Yet the area surrounding it was desolate and overgrown with weeds. At this juncture, Xiao Shui gestured, "After you, Brother Qiao." Xiao Qingma deliberately strutted forward like a proud peacock, and the two continued their playful banter as they entered Fog Mountain. The moment they passed through the archway, the environment transformed, shedding the weeds as though they had stepped into another realm, one that juxtaposed the celestial with the mundane. As they strode into Fog Mountain, Xiao Shui remarked, "Let us promptly pay our respects to Elder Yu." Sensing Xiao Shui's impatience, Xiao Qingma replied, "Do not rush, Brother Wu. While I am aware that this year Elder Yu is recruiting disciples at Fog Mountain, the area is vast, and I cannot pinpoint his exact location. However, rest assured, once I am present in Fog Mountain and word gets around, Elder Yu will send someone to find us. So you need not worry. Your admission to Chime sect is assured, and I vouch for you. Therefore, let us first enjoy ourselves in Fog Mountain. Pleasure comes before all else." Hearing this, Qiu Shui could only sigh in resignation and follow Qiu Qingma's lead in seeking amusement. He understood well what this amusement entailed, indulgence and revelry that inevitably culminated in brawls. This was Qiu Qingma's interpretation of seeking enjoyment. However, after joining Chime sect, Qiu Shui came to realize that Qiu Qingma's seemingly reckless behavior was actually a manifestation of a broader term within the cultivation world: combat fanatic. Such individuals excelled in battle and relished the opportunity to hone their skills through combat, but that was a discussion for another time. Soon Qiu Shui followed Qiu Qingma to a place that catered to the worldly pleasures of cultivators, a locale steeped in song and dance, where indulgence led to moral decay, trapping souls in the desires of the mundane. Every significant gathering of cultivators had such a place, known as the fallen immortals' domain, akin to the brothels and nightlife of the secular world. Lacking nothing in vice, this venue was a melting pot of individuals, often hosting rogue cultivators and practitioners of dark arts who engaged in battles of magic. Qiu Qingma particularly enjoyed visiting such places to seek out excitement. Though his idea of enjoyment was rooted in conflict, Qiu Shui found it distasteful that Qiu Qingma would engage in fights for the sake of amusement, as he himself fought only for profit. Believing that all conflicts stemmed from the desire for gain, and that folly lay in fighting merely for amusement. At this moment, Qiu Qingma interrupted Qiu Shui's thoughts, saying, "Brother Wu, what do you suppose that group of people is gathered around over there? Let us take a look. There may be some fun to be had." Nodding in agreement, Qiu Shui followed him. Not far off, near a tea stall, they discovered a makeshift tent housing over 30 cultivators. As they approached, Qiu Shui was taken aback to see these so-called cultivators engaged in mundane gambling. Expecting Qiu Qingma to lose interest, Qiu Shui recalled past encounters with similar scenes in other gatherings of cultivators and thought it unlikely that such trivial pursuits would captivate someone like Qiu Qingma. However, today, upon seeing a game underway, Qiu Qingma's interest piqued, and he insisted on participating. Without hesitation, Qiu Qingma pushed through the crowd, producing 5 or 6 spirit stones and placing them on the table before the dealer. "Count me in." The young dealer, noticing Qiu Qingma's eager demeanor and the substantial wager, smirked inwardly, thinking, "A fat sheep has come to the slaughter." The dealer, feigning politeness, said, "My friend wishes to play, please choose a side." "I can't proceed without knowing your preference." After a moment's thought, Qiu Qingma declared, "I'll choose large." The dealer announced, "All right, everyone, bets are in, let's begin." After shaking the dice cup, he proclaimed 4 for 5 large. Upon realizing he had won, Qiu Qingma erupted in exuberance, banging on the table and shouting, "How about that? Pay up, less talk, more action." The surrounding cultivators sighed in despair, while the dealer, seeing Qiu Qingma's exuberance, thought, "I need to stoke the flames a bit more. You've got a lucky hand, my friend. Why not take your winnings and call it a day? It's enough for a couple of potions." Qiu Qingma, displeased, retorted, "Are you jealous of my win? Why the rush to have me leave? I am not satisfied yet. Today, if I don't win until you're crying for mercy, I won't go home." Turning to Qiu Shui, he said, "Come on, Brother Wu, join me for a round of fun. Let us make them cry for their mothers." The dealer chimed in, "Yes, do join us. Look at your friend's luck. Yours might be even better." Qiu Shui, chuckling at their enthusiasm, politely declined, "I lack the funds to play, so I shall pass. Please carry on." Unperturbed, the dealer pressed on. "No spirit stones? No problem. Surely you have some valuable potions to wager. Anything worth something will do." Recalling something, Qiu Qingma urged, "That's right, Brother Wu, you bought potions earlier. I saw you. Don't be shy, let us win big together." With a resigned sigh, Qiu Shui reached for his storage pouch and produced 2 bottles of foundational elixirs, tossing them to Qiu Qingma. "If that's the case, please bet them for me. I'll just watch." Qiu Qingma caught the potions and replied, "Rest assured, Brother Wu, with our combined efforts, we will ensure they're left in tears." Upon hearing these words, Qiu Shui appeared indifferent, yet in his heart, he thought that Qiu Qingma was once again playing his tricks. Qiu Shui could hardly believe that Qiu Qingma could not discern that the cultivators opposite him were employing a rather crude ruse to lure him into a trap. Qiu Qingma merely sought amusement. Riding the waves for a bit of fun, however, once he could no longer find pleasure among this group of cultivators, he would undoubtedly resort to every possible means to trouble them, culminating in a grand confrontation. This was when Qiu Qingma truly relished the thrill. Qiu Shui had witnessed countless similar incidents during his time with Qiu Qingma. Each time, Qiu Qingma reveled in the excitement, seeking joy and entertainment, for he was a person who thrived on such antics. It was only later that Qiu Shui learned that Qiu Qingma was an unyielding master of combat, a true enthusiast of dueling. Before long, Qiu Shui observed Qiu Qingma winning game after game, his once modest handful of spirit stones swelling to several hundred. Throughout this process, Xiao Qingma was undeniably exhilarated, each victory prompting wild shouts of triumphant taunts, resembling a rogue delighting in his mischief. Yet, Zhou Shui understood that all of this was mere facade, a pretense for the ultimate thrill. As Zhou Shui watched Xiao Qingma amass nearly 20 consecutive wins, it was clear he was reaping substantial rewards. Moreover, Zhou Shui noticed that 5 or 6 cultivators participating in the bets were, in fact, allies of the dealer. It was inevitable that a fierce conflict would ensue. However, the thought of Xiao Qingma's formidable strength, far surpassing that of his peers, filled Zhou Shui with sorrow for the fate awaiting the opposing cultivators. As the dealer perceived that Xiao Qingma had completely fallen into their trap, they began to contemplate their next move. Soon, the dealer called out, "Dare you stake it all on a decisive match? If you're afraid, then let it be." Xiao Qingma retorted without hesitation, "Of course I dare. Whoever backs down today is a coward." We agreed that I'll make you weep bitterly. With that, Xiao Qingma laid forth tens of thousands of spirit stones from his person, along with nearly 9,000 he had just won, pushing them across the table as he proclaimed, "What is there to fear? I am merely concerned you won. Match my wager." The dealer, upon realizing Xiao Qingma's wealth, could hardly contain his delight and produced a formidable weapon resembling a halberd from his waist, proclaiming, "This heirloom is worth as much as your tens of thousands of spirit stones." Soon, the other participants began to reveal their stakes as well, presenting various rare alchemical materials and scattered spirit stones, eager to challenge Xiao Qingma. In truth, the dealer had already regarded Xiao Qingma as a plump sheep ready for slaughter. At this juncture, Xiao Qingma insisted, "Before we commence, I must inspect the dice. If you refuse me that, I shall take my leave. What do you say?" He then cast a slightly provocative glance toward the dealer. The dealer, thinking that Xiao Qingma wouldn't discern the truth, readily tossed 3 dice to him for inspection. Zhou Shui, understanding Xiao Qingma's intent to employ a clever trick, anticipated that the outcome would surely see the dealer suffer a disastrous defeat, leading to an inevitable brawl, a scenario that suited Xiao Qingma's desire for a vigorous contest. As Zhou Shui had foreseen, Xiao Qingma returned the dice after his inspection and declared, "I've checked them. They read fine, let us begin." By now, the area was teeming with cultivators, drawn in by Xiao Qingma's earlier triumphs and raucous celebrations. However, Zhou Shui was not fond of such attention. He knew that once the fighting broke out, chaos would reign, and some would surely seize the opportunity to snatch the treasures on the table. In such a tumult, Zhou Shui could only strive to protect himself. As he contemplated this, he watched the dealer vigorously shake the dice cup, as if he wished to shake it apart. Suddenly, the dealer slammed the cup onto the table, causing the surrounding cultivators to hold their breath in anticipation. Yet, the dealer's expression turned uneasy as the cup hit the surface. Xiao Qingma then taunted, "Why aren't you opening it? Open it already." The dealer stubbornly pressed down on the cup, refusing to reveal its contents, just as he seemed ready to unveil the results. Xiao Qingma abruptly pressed down on it, insisting, "Wait, just a moment longer." At this moment, it was Xiao Qingma who appeared anxious, while the dealer, eager to reveal the dice, was met with resistance. Xiao Qingma urged, "Open it now." Immediately, the two engaged in a back-and-forth that left the onlookers bewildered, as only they understood the underlying deceit at play. Their expressions were a spectacle unto themselves, shifting from pale to flushed. Meanwhile, within the dice cup, a hidden small spirit, a cleverly concealed imp, had been placed within one of the dice during Xiao Qingma's inspection. This imp, no larger than a thumb, was commanded to remain hidden until the time for deception arose. Conversely, the dealer had likewise employed a similar trick, discreetly placing a small bamboo worm, a spirit beast, within the cup to manipulate the dice for his own gain. Thus began a silent battle between the two entities, each striving to influence the outcome to their master's favor. The imp and the bamboo worm engaged in a fierce struggle, each attempting to outmaneuver the other. As the imp gained the upper hand, Xiao Qingma demanded the unveiling of the cup, but the dealer resisted. When the bamboo worm seemed to gain an advantage, the dealer sought to reveal the result, only to be thwarted by Xiao Qingma once again. As they grappled, Zhou Shui observed the tension between the two, sweat glistening on their brows, each wary of the other's cunning. The surrounding cultivators, impatiently calling for the dice to be revealed, grew restless, demanding to know the outcome. Amidst the escalating tension, Zhou Shui formulated a plan. Regardless of who emerged victorious, chaos would soon ensue, and he would seize the opportunity to gather treasures from the table before making his escape. Leaving Xiao Qingma to fend for himself with his resolve set, Zhou Shui quietly watched the unfolding spectacle. Finally, one onlooker could no longer contain himself and boldly approached the two, exclaiming, "Why are you two being so indecisive? Just open it already." In the midst of this, another brash spectator pushed the two aside and forcefully lifted the cup. What followed was a scene that left all present in shock. Within the cup, An imp and a bamboo worm were locked in a desperate struggle over a dice, both utterly exhausted from their exertions. The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment as the surrounding cultivators stared in disbelief. At this moment, taking advantage of the distraction of the cultivators present, Josue swiftly conjured a fireball of considerable size above his head using his mastery of the fire control technique. The fireball blazed brilliantly, its glaring light radiating heat that compelled the surrounding cultivators to instinctively activate their most basic and rapid spiritual shields, seizing the opportunity while the onlookers were momentarily awestruck by his display of power. Josue swiftly utilized his empty storage bag to sweep away countless spirit stones from the table, along with numerous alchemical and crafting materials, as well as a Fangtian Huaji artifact, all of which he collected into his possession. Concurrently, some of the more responsive cultivators, akin to ravenous wolves, lunged at Josue, targeting the storage bag from which he had just taken the items. In the split second that Josue secured the treasures into his bag, he cast the wind control technique, having prepared himself to make a hasty retreat. Thus, in an instant, he soared dozens of feet into the air, causing those agile cultivators who pursued him like predators to miss their target entirely. Suspended in the air, Josue swept his hand downward, causing the fireball he had conjured to erupt in a dazzling display of light, engulfing the cultivators below in a tempest of crimson flames. With waves of scorching heat surging continuously around them, although the cultivators, having been forewarned, were knocked to the ground by the explosion, most sustained only minor injuries. Feeling a profound sense of terror, however, this fear soon transformed into fury as they began to search for the audacious thief responsible for the disturbance. Meanwhile, Josue, now several dozen feet above ground, unleashed a further tactic by releasing 14 malevolent spirits he had previously summoned to create chaos among the cultivators, hoping to enhance his chances of escape. Just as the cultivators began to regain their composure and were still searching for Josue, the 14 spirits charged down toward them from the heights, leading to a fierce clash. In a mere moment, dozens of these spirits were overwhelmed and vanished beneath the onslaught of the cultivators' techniques, their fates uncertain. As some cultivators attempted to ascend and pursue Josue, they were intercepted by Qiu Qingma, who had been eagerly observing Josue's audacious actions. Witnessing Josue's brazen theft in front of so many cultivators ignited a wild excitement within Qiu Qingma, akin to a drumbeat that stirred his very being. Blood surged through his veins, and his heart raced with exhilaration. As Josue detonated the fireball and fled on the winds, the conflagration engulfed every cultivator present. However, Qiu Qingma, shielded by a protective artifact, felt no fear of the explosion. Instead, he perceived Josue's actions as a betrayal of their camaraderie. How could he indulge in such revelry without me, he mused. Once I catch him, I shall give him a proper scolding, but for now, it was time for his own enjoyment. Seeing the cultivators intent on pursuing Josue, Qiu Qingma felt a surge of excitement and positioned himself in front of those eager to give chase. Summoning dozens of artifacts, he declared, "If you wish to pursue Brother Wu, you must first contend with me and join me in revelry." While Qiu Qingma directed his artifacts toward the crowd, most cultivators were reluctant to engage him, focusing instead on hunting down the audacious thief. As the artifacts surged forth, the cultivators either dodged or evaded, intent on pursuing Josue, leaving few to confront Qiu Qingma. Meanwhile, Josue, having retreated several hundred feet, glanced back and noted that Qiu Qingma had not impeded many of the pursuers. He thus summoned all his strength to accelerate his flight, striving to distance himself from those in pursuit. Despite the frantic chase, Josue lamented his reckless and unwise actions, contemplating why he had resorted to such madness. Perhaps he believed that a clash between Qiu Qingma and the pursuers would lead to a chaotic scramble for the treasures on the table, allowing him to reap substantial rewards. Alternatively, he mused, perhaps he had been influenced by Qiu Qingma's exuberance. Accepting his ill-gotten gains, Josue pondered how to escape the wrath of the enraged cultivators. He attributed his greed to external factors, failing to reflect on his own character. As he continued his desperate flight, the cultivators pursued relentlessly, with one leading figure shouting, "Beast, you wretched creature, stand still. If I catch you, I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Extracting your soul to light a soul lamp, ensuring you never find peace." This outburst came from the very cultivator who had orchestrated the gathering, his entire fortune swept away by Josue's audacious theft, driving him to a frenzied rage. In that moment, Josue was solely focused on survival, ignoring the vitriol directed at him. He understood that confronting them head-on would likely result in his demise. He recalled Qiu Qingma's formidable prowess, vividly remembering a technique he had wielded that could easily slay even foundational cultivators. Realizing that as long as he remained with Qiu Qingma, the pursuers would pose little threat, Josue made a pivotal decision. If he could engage the cultivators and delay them until Qiu Qingma arrived, He might just survive this ordeal. Although he feared not Qiu Qingma's absence, he dreaded the thought of succumbing to the relentless pursuit, resolving to fight with all his might to stall for time. Josue recognized the difficulty of his task. The pursuing cultivators numbered over 70 or 80, and while their average cultivation level was only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, a collective assault would result in his instantaneous demise beneath their combined techniques. Yet if he continued to flee, he would eventually exhaust his spiritual energy, leading to the same grim fate. Determined, Josue formed a peculiar hand seal, murmuring an incomprehensible incantation. A faint green steam began to emanate from him. His eyes glowing with a pale green light, veins bulging on his forehead as he exhaled thick, murky gas. In that instant, his cultivation level surged from the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the 8th. And ultimately to the 9th layer. Though his visage was twisted in a grimace, Josue was not employing a profound secret technique but rather a perilous demonic art known as source diminution. This was his first time using this technique, which forcibly elevated his cultivation by sacrificing his own essence. Such a method was to be avoided unless absolutely necessary, for each use resulted in significant loss of one's foundational source, necessitating a prolonged period of seclusion for recovery, impacting future cultivation. However, faced with life and death, he had no choice but to employ it. Although he had forcibly ascended to the 9th layer, his internal energy remained at the 7th layer. And to replenish it, he would need to absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones. Without hesitation, Josue produced a mid-grade spirit stone, clenching it in his hand as he greedily siphoned its energy. The pursuing cultivators had already noticed his abnormality when he invoked the demonic technique, and as he retrieved the spirit stone, one shouted, "He must be employing some secret art. Do not give him a chance, let's strike him down now." At this command, the pursuing cultivators coordinated their assault, unleashing a torrent of techniques toward Josue, who could only defend with his spiritual shields while attempting to evade their attacks. Amidst this chaos, he continued to draw energy from the spirit stone. But his absorption rate plummeted as he was forced to divide his focus. Farther back, Qiu Qingma had just dispatched several cultivators, but, witnessing the frenzy with which they pursued Josue, he realized that Josue was indeed the one most adept at seeking pleasure. Quickly, Qiu Qingma activated a secret technique, enveloping himself in a faint red glow. His eyes, wild like a beast, transformed into a cocoon of crimson light, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing near the horizon, effortlessly closing the distance to the cultivators chasing Josue. The pursuers of the autumn waters, unprepared for the impending threat, were swiftly met with a lethal assault from Qiu Qingma, whose strikes were as sharp and deadly as a viper's fangs. With a deft gesture, Qiu Qingma summoned dozens of magical artifacts that launched in perfect synchronization towards the gathered cultivators. In this singular, straightforward exchange, 7 or 8 fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, this was not the end. Qiu Qingma conjured a spear-like artifact that hurtled into the crowd, mercilessly claiming another 3 or 4 lives. As the remaining cultivators attempted to encircle Qiu Qingma, their spells and techniques were effortlessly thwarted by his artifacts. Even when a few attacks seemed poised to strike him, the jade pendant at Qiu Qingma's waist would autonomously ward off the adversaries. In an instant, the cultivators found themselves cornered by Qiu Qingma alone. It soon dawned on them that his prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator at their level. Just as they contemplated retreating, the autumn waters had completely absorbed the spiritual energy and turned to witness Qiu Qingma, a reaper of souls, indiscriminately harvesting lives. At that moment, the autumn waters surged forth like a malevolent star, surrounded by 4 floating orbs of essence. With a mere glance, these orbs transformed into dozens of bloodied hands. Lunging towards the cultivators on the ground, any cultivator touched by these hands would see their flesh rot and dissolve into pus and blood, their divine abilities effortlessly corroded, leading to a most tragic demise. Though the scene was complex, it unfolded rapidly. Seeing the two wreak such havoc, the majority of the cultivators fled, with only 30 to 40 slain, and nearly half managing to escape with their lives. As the thrill of murder coursed through him, Qiu Qingma sought to pursue the remaining cultivators and instructed Josue, "Brother Wu, I will head forward to intercept them, you follow closely behind this time. Let us truly relish the hunt." However, Josue, having forcibly elevated his realm through the source diminishing technique for merely half a tea's worth of time, was soon met with its backlash, compounded by the earlier repercussions of the blood summoning palm. He appeared pale and exceedingly weak. While desperately recovering his strength with spirit stones, he weakly cautioned Qiu Qingma, "Brother Qiu, wait, do not recklessly pursue, do not chase a desperate foe too closely. I am unguarded and require your protection." Upon hearing this, Qiu Qingma turned and tossed the jade pendant to Qiu Shui, who caught it in haste, before Qiu Qingma vanished, continuing his pursuit of the remaining cultivators. At this juncture, Qiu Qingma had become wholly ensnared in his bloodlust. Oblivious to the significant attention their battle had drawn in the misty mountains. A flurry of escape lights surged towards Qiu Shui. Though shielded by Qiu Qingma's pendant, he remained cautious, swiftly employing the wind control technique to distance himself from the 10 or more pursuers who relentlessly followed. Seeing this, Qiu Shui began absorbing spirit stones, his expression contorted in rage as he glanced back, only to be horrified by the sight of dozens of spells that resembled sentient flying swords. Relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his evasive maneuvers, intent on claiming his life, gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of spiritual energy within him to manifest a protective barrier against the incoming spells. Seizing a fleeting moment, he increased the distance between himself and his pursuers. Observing that Qiu Shui had not been easily dispatched, the leading elder was taken aback and began to waver in his resolve to continue the chase. After all, the companion seen alongside Qiu Shui was evidently not an opponent any ordinary cultivator could hope to match. Should that individual return to counterattack, the dozens of them would likely find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. After much deliberation, the elder addressed his companions, "Let us retreat. This is not a foe we can easily subdue, and should his companion return, we would be the ones in peril." His companions agreed, echoing his sentiments. "Zhao Lao is right, caution will keep us safe." Yet, despite some backing the elder's advice, a few remained obstinate, disregarding his warnings. Zhao and 6 or 7 cultivators observed the 4 who persistently pursued Qiu Shui with cold indifference. Meanwhile, Qiu Shui, striving to escape, saw he was on the verge of eluding his pursuers, but upon glancing back, he noted 4 escape lights closely trailing him, gripping the spirit stones tightly and glancing at the pendant at his waist. He recalled its autonomous defensive capabilities, filling him with newfound confidence. Suddenly, he halted mid-air, a cruel glint in his eyes as he regarded the 4 behind him, channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body. Qiu Shui invoked the spring chill technique, hardening his limbs to the toughness of steel. With a swift motion, he drew forth the Feng Tian Huaji-like artifact he had previously acquired, though it had yet to be refined and still bore the aura of its original owner. Using it as a mere weapon was unproblematic. While Qiu Shui had never practiced any specific martial arts, he had previously devoured the soul of the martial arts master, Jin Lao Gui, though he could not claim mastery over various techniques. He could certainly mimic a few moves with some semblance of effectiveness. With this thought, Qiu Shui hoisted the Feng Tian Huaji onto his shoulder, standing poised in midair, while he gently stowed the spirit stones within his robe. Absorbing their energy, he glared fiercely at the approaching 4. As the 4 drew near, they were taken aback to see Qiu Shui suspended in midair, seemingly courting death. Initially cautious, they soon noticed him charging forward with reckless abandon. Resembling a mundane warrior as he swung the Feng Tian Huaji with abandon, without hesitation, dozens of spells were unleashed upon him, engulfing him entirely. The 4 watched as their spells struck Qiu Shui, only for the brilliance of their magic to fade, revealing him completely unscathed. Floating effortlessly in the air, the pendant at his waist glimmered with a soft yellow light, forming a protective oval shield that enveloped him completely. Qiu Shui gazed at the pendant with increasing fondness, tenderly caressing it as he exclaimed, "Oh my treasure, how remarkable you truly are!" In a frenzy, he began to draw upon the spiritual energy within the stones. At that moment, Qiu Shui's intention was to absorb enough energy to cast the wind control technique and eliminate the 4 once and for all. Though a noble thought, the 4 were no fools. Witnessing their combined efforts fail to touch him, one of them glanced at Qiu Shui's waist and spoke to the others, "We cannot subdue him in a short time. That pendant he possesses must be an extraordinary artifact." The elder Zhao had been correct. Should his companion return, it would spell disaster for them. "Fellow Taoists, let us part ways and proceed with caution. I shall not engage further." With that, the cultivator swiftly retreated. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, realizing the predicament they faced. Reluctant to abandon the chase, they split into 3 directions in a hasty retreat. Observing this, Qiu Shui hesitated but ultimately charged after one of the fleeing cultivators. Moments later, the pursued cultivator called back, "Taoist friend, it was all a misunderstanding. I had no intention of clashing with you. Why not let us bury the hatchet and forget this ever happened?" Qiu Shui, undeterred, thought to himself, "You propose peace now that I am in pursuit? The world does not work that way." As the pursued cultivator sensed Qiu Shui's silence and determination to see him meet his end, he began to devise a plan. He understood that if he allowed Qiu Shui to chase him endlessly, his own energy would soon dwindle, leaving him vulnerable. The only hope for survival lay in confronting Qiu Shui directly. Yet the presence of that extraordinary artifact instilled doubt within him. Despite having pondered why Qiu Shui possessed an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, it was clear that he was now the one at a disadvantage. Watching Qiu Shui approach with unwavering resolve, the pursued cultivator spoke again. My earlier offense was unintentional. Huang, acted rashly. To appease your anger, I offer half my wealth if you will spare me and let us part as friends. Noticing that Qiu Shui remained silent and only quickened his pace, Huang retorted fiercely, do not push your luck, Taoist. I have made considerable concessions, yet you refuse to let me go. Do you truly wish to engage in a life and death struggle with me? In a sudden shift, Huang continued, very well, I will offer all the treasures in my storage pouch. If you still refuse to spare me, I will fight to the death to take your life in return. Finally, Qiu Shui spoke, but his words solidified Huang's resolve to resist fiercely. Huang, should you die, all that you possess will belong to me. Upon hearing this, Huang's face twisted in rage and disgust as he unleashed a torrent of spells towards Qiu Shui, all of which were effortlessly deflected by the protective pendant, leaving Qiu Shui unscathed. Emerging from the explosion's aftermath, Qiu Shui brandished the Feng Tian Huaji, attacking Huang with the feudal ferocity of an ordinary warrior. This is not merely a case of Qiu Shui being overly confident. Rather, it is that Qiu Shui possesses a significant degree of certainty in her ability to vanquish the Huang surname cultivator before her. Most of her methods are detrimental to both herself and her opponent, but the wind control technique, when executed, can be performed without harm to her own being. However, this technique demands an exceptionally high level of spiritual energy. For Qiu Shui to safely employ this skill, she must ensure that at least 80% of her spiritual power remains intact. Although the technique consumes only 70% of her energy, a layer of spiritual power must be reserved to shield herself from external threats, leaving her with at least a means of escape. Contemplating this, Qiu Shui simultaneously absorbs the spiritual energy from the spirit stones in her embrace while deftly wielding her Feng Tian Huaji to attack the opposing cultivator, resulting in a fierce clash between the two. In mid-air, they create numerous afterimages, engaging in a frenzied battle. Just then, a streak of escape light hurtles toward Qiu Shui and the Huang surname cultivator. It is none other than Xiu Qingma. Upon seeing Qiu Shui's companion approach, the Huang surname cultivator attempts to retreat, but before he can gain any distance, he finds himself besieged by both Qiu Shui and Xiu Qingma in a precarious situation. At this moment, the two have completely disregarded the Huang surname cultivator, and while entangled in combat, Qiu Shui remarks, having flown this far, how did you know I was here? Was it my jade pendant? Xiu Qingma points behind him and replies. Following the direction they came from, Qiu Shui glances in the direction Xiu Qingma indicated and sees dozens of dark figures hastening toward them. It is the 14 malevolent spirits she has nurtured. With a hint of jest, Qiu Shui comments, without them, you might still be unaware of my whereabouts. Xiu Qingma, with a smile, retorts, how could I possibly lose track of you? He then brings his fingers together, silently reciting a mantra, causing the jade pendant at Qiu Shui's waist to glow with radiant light. The two share a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the besieged Huang surname cultivator, witnessing their apparent nonchalance, produces a faint golden talisman and hurls it at them. The talisman transforms into dozens of golden lightning bolts, surging toward Qiu Shui and Xiu Qingma like a swarm of furious serpents, prompting a look of anxiety and unease to cross Qiu Shui's face. In stark contrast, Xiu Qingma remains unfazed and casually informs Qiu Shui, earlier, while pursuing those cultivators, I encountered Elder Yu, who nearly detained me. However, I managed to negotiate for a few extra days. At this point, Xiu Qingma chants a mantra, enveloping Qiu Shui within the protective aura of her jade pendant, effortlessly neutralizing the seemingly formidable assault. Soon, the 14 malevolent spirits arrive at Qiu Shui's side, joining in the assault on the Huang surname cultivator. In no time, the spirits devour the cultivator's soul, and one spirit respectfully presents a storage bag to Qiu Shui. The 14 spirits transform back into yellow paper talismans, returning to Qiu Shui's storage bag with a smile. Qiu Shui turns to Xiu Qingma and states, now that the matter is settled, let us pay a visit to Elder Yu to discuss my entry into the sect. However, Xiu Qingma responds with a knowing tone. Have you forgotten something, Taoist Wu? Do you truly take me for a fool? Even among brothers, accounts must be settled. With this remark, Qiu Shui ceases to feign ignorance and retrieves the substantial amount of spirit stones and various refining and alchemical materials she had previously acquired from the cultivators. Xiu Qingma's subsequent words lead Qiu Shui to re-evaluate his character. These tens of thousands of spirit stones are the capital from my earlier wager with them. It would be entirely justifiable for me to take them. And I trust you would not object. Additionally, of the remaining 9,000 spirit stones, since you took 2 vials of foundational cultivation elixirs according to our calculations, you are entitled to 200 spirit stones. Qiu Qingma states, allocating the 200 spirit stones to Qiushui. Before Qiushui can respond, Qiu Qingma continues, these alchemical and refining materials, along with this Feng Tian Hua Ji, were initially the stakes from my wager with those cultivators. Yet, you will with your own prowess manage to seize them all, so naturally, they all rightfully belong to you. Do you find my distribution unfair? Upon hearing this, Qiushui nods in admiration, proclaiming, although you tread the path of darkness, your actions are commendably just, far surpassing those hypocritical cultivators of the righteous path. I count myself fortunate to have a brother like you. Qiushui cannot help but add, it is a pity that I once had a brother akin to you. Yet alas, he lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate. Had he been able to, the 3 of us would have formed a bond akin to that of the esteemed Mo Tianjun and Kai So, leaving a legacy to be remembered through the ages. Intrigued by Qiushui's unexpected display of sincerity, Qiu Qingma inquires, pray tell, Wu, what is the tale of this dear brother of yours? What is his name? Without hesitation, Qiushui replies, his surname is Lu, and his given name is Lu. He is a remarkably upright and ambitious young man, often speaking of chivalry, fine wines, and beautiful maidens. Qiu Qingma listens intently as Qiushui recounts his memories with Lu Shirlu. Their figures soar into the distance, toward the horizon. In the midst of Wushan, the largest gathering place for cultivators within 1,000 miles, stands the renowned Wangsen Tower, a sanctuary for practitioners seeking temporary refuge and cultivation. The tower accommodates only high-ranking cultivators, with each room lavishly adorned. At this moment, within one of the opulent chambers, a handsome and refined middle-aged cultivator sits, gently lifting a teacup from the table to take a sip. With a hint of exasperation, he gazes at the striking young man across from him and remarks, your recent troubles in Wushan have been alleviated, thanks to my connections with the influential figures here. I had hoped to say more, but he is interrupted by the young man, who responds, Elder Yu, your guidance is appreciated, and I assure you it will not be necessary to trouble yourself next time. Upon hearing this, the elegant middle-aged cultivator, surnamed Yu, responds with displeasure, next time, I shall be the one to swallow my pride groveling to others on your behalf. I will not stand for it. You should be prepared for a lengthy period of confinement upon your return. So do not speak of next time. At this point, the young cultivator shifts the conversation, cautiously asking, what do you think about Wu's entry into the sect? Elder Yu, the refined elder, turns his gaze toward Qiushui, who stands respectfully to the side, and scrutinizes him with a detached demeanor, sipping his tea as if Qiushui were merely a piece of furniture. The atmosphere in the room grows cold and uncomfortable. Qiu Qingma then interjects, addressing the middle-aged cultivator, if you would but extend a hand, Wu would surely offer you benefits in return. The elder, however, dismissively retorts, is this Wu your brother or mine? Does he even meet the requirements for entry? Given his age and aptitude, at 27, he exceeds the maximum acceptable age of 16 or 17. This is simply inappropriate. Moreover, I have just assessed his qualifications. He possesses an exceedingly rare and spiritual root. Unless he can find a corresponding cultivation method, the potential of his yin root will remain unfulfilled, rendering it as unremarkable as a standard water spiritual root, even if he were to find a suitable technique. His aptitude is merely average, with a rate of absorption and assimilation of spiritual energy that falls within the lower tier. To admit someone with such a rare yet poor quality root would be a waste of our sect's precious resources. He continues, and why should I accept him without reason? Even if you are the sect master's son, I cannot show favoritism. What would happen if word reached the sect master that I had engaged in corrupt practices? How could I face the consequences? The cultivation resources of our Chime sect are invaluable. How can we squander them on a cultivator whose future is so uncertain and whose prospects are dismal? Such actions would be an affront to our illustrious predecessors. After delivering this deeply insulting and narrow-minded discourse, the elegant middle-aged cultivator resumes his tea, casting a disdainful glance at Qiushui, stating, I have no idea what your intentions are in approaching our young master. But I assure you, if you think you can take advantage of our Chime sect, you are gravely mistaken. Seeing Elder Yu's increasingly outrageous remarks, Qiu Qingma expresses his dissatisfaction. What is the meaning of this? If you choose not to accept him, that is one thing, but why belabor the point with such superfluous words? You are a respected elder. How can you possess such a narrow-minded disposition? You hardly know Wu. So why speak ill of him? If you maintain this mindset until your lifespan wanes, I fear you will find yourself forever stagnated on the path of the golden core, facing the agony of reincarnation. With that, filled with emotion, Zhou Qingma takes hold of Zhou Shui and prepares to leave. At this moment, Elder Yu unexpectedly shifted his previous demeanor, resembling a benevolent elder as he addressed Zhou Shui and Zhou Qingma, saying, "Young master, you are swift in speech and ready to assist your friends at any cost," displaying the demeanor befitting a future sect leader. The thought of you inheriting the mantle of leadership fills this old man with excitement. I am certain you will elevate the Qimei sect to new heights. As for the matter of Wu Qiushui, young brother Wu's admission into the sect, I shall personally recommend him for entry. What say you, young master? Is this matter agreeable to you? Elder Yu regarded the two with a kind gaze. His transformation from a stern elder to one of warmth was so drastic that Zhou Qingma found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhou Shui stepped forward respectfully, presenting a meticulously prepared gift, offering it with both hands to Elder Yu, and said, "I beg your pardon, Elder Yu, for the trouble I may have caused. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Elder Yu's eyes sparkled with interest as he observed the exquisite wooden box being offered by Zhou Shui. Instantly recognizing the potent spiritual energy emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, he feigned modesty and remarked, "Young brother Wu, what is this? Such a gesture would surely embarrass me. I would be pleased to assist you with merely a word." Despite Elder Yu's repeated refusals, Zhou Shui persistently encouraged him to accept the gift. Watching their exchange, Zhou Qingma could not help but roll his eyes and took several large sips of tea, turning his attention to the ornate decorations on the door, savoring the tea while admiring the craftsmanship. Ultimately, under Zhou Shui's relentless entreaties, Elder Yu pretended to acquiesce and accepted the gift. At this juncture, Elder Yu retrieved a jade tablet from his storage ring, recording Zhou Shui's personal information while engaging in casual conversation with him. His face adorned with a gentle smile. He remarked, "Oh, 10 years, young brother Wu has managed to cultivate in solitude for a decade without any guidance. Remarkably, he has reached the 7th layer of qi refinement on his own, quite impressive indeed. Does this not imply that with a renowned master's guidance and adequate cultivation resources, young brother Wu could very well achieve foundation establishment? It seems I nearly overlooked a potential pillar of strength for the Qimei sect." Zhou Shui promptly replied, "Senior, you flatter me. As you previously pointed out, my talents are regrettably lacking. I have been laboring in isolation until now, and the opportunity to join your esteemed sect is truly a stroke of fortune. Should I attain success in my cultivation in the future, I shall not forget the kindness you have shown me today. Although great favors need not be explicitly acknowledged, I must still express my gratitude. Should I ever achieve mastery, I will always remember your nurturing, and with but a word from you, I shall face any trial without hesitation." Elder Yu understood that Zhou Shui was merely flattering him to gain favor. Yet he could not resist the allure of his own vanity. Delighted by Zhou Shui's words, he found himself involuntarily responding, "Young brother Wu, you must surely have questions regarding cultivation, given your solitary practice without a mentor. Today, I shall make an exception and provide you with a thorough explanation. You may not yet realize, but even upon entering the Qimei sect, the chance to receive guidance from a golden core practitioner is a rare opportunity. And you should not take it lightly. Do you not agree, young master?" Seeing the conversation shift towards him, Zhou Qingma could only return from his daydreaming and nodded like a puppet.